Dedication and Preface to Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan P. Straub. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Dedication to the immortal memory of Dante, who died 600 years ago today, in lively gratitude for inspiration and support through some 60 years of spiritual stress, from the writer, his fellow Florentine, September 14th, 1921. Preface. The following collection of some dozen papers arose in a very simple way. About half of these essays, ever since their several appearances in print, have been a good deal sought after. Hence, I have thought it well, pending the reissue of my Mystical Element of Religion and the completion and publication of a new large work on religious fundamentals, to publish in book form from amongst my accumulated papers such studies as appear to possess some abiding interest. One of the papers given here, as number 3, has already appeared in a collective volume of essays, and numbers 2, 3, 6, 9 have previously been published in magazines. But 4 papers, numbers 1, 4, 5, and 10, are quite new to print. Yet all the papers were written, in part also spoken, at the invitation of single persons or of societies, and all have benefited by questions and criticisms raised on occasion of their first communication. They have thus had some good chances of a certain maturity. There is assuredly not a paper here which does not raise more questions than it solves, nor a piece which could not be improved considerably even by myself. But life is short at 69, and my remaining strength is required for larger tasks. Also, such freshness as these essays may possess would doubtless largely fade away in the process of any considerable rewriting of them. I have then restricted myself simply to the formal improvement of my texts, especially in the second Troeltsch article, and to the silent withdrawal or correction of some half-dozen errors of fact. Perhaps the chief formal defect now remaining is a certain repetition, but this, I trust, may help to drive home one or the other conviction which might otherwise fail to impress the reader. The Roman Church congregations hold a valuable distinction between the private intention of a writer and the public meaning of his writings. The intention of the writer, what he meant to say, is known in full to God alone, and at all adequately only to the writer himself. The meaning of the writings, what, as a matter of fact, they say, falls outside the jurisdiction of the writer. Not the writer, but the competent and careful students of the writings decide in the long run upon the significance, both as to meaning as to worth, of any literary production, now become an entity possessed of a life, influence, and meaning of its own. Juvenal intended to write poetry, and thought he had written poetry. Mankind has decided that what he wrote is not poetry, but splendid rhetoric. Dr. Johnson thought that his tragedy Irene was his masterpiece. The unanimous verdict of some 6 competent judges settled the question to the contrary, on the very night of the first production of the play, and this also for the heroically docile great doctor himself. And a scholarly parish priest in the Black Forest told me out there years ago how, in the winter time, he had only one university-trained parishioner who could help him a little with his manuscripts, a government forester. He, the priest, had submitted to this forester an elaborate refutation of von Hartmann's philosophy of the unconscious. The forester studied the manuscript long and minutely, and then returned it with the words, "Admirable, so thorough, so clear. But on which side of the argument are you yourself, Herr Pfarrer? I cannot turn these poor papers into rich and living wisdom, if they are but thin and dead elucubrations. I cannot even mold them into the best that I have written. But I can try and make more clear, perhaps, here than in the essays themselves, in writings of various dates and very various occasions, what I have mainly intended to transmit and to illustrate. I will then first point out certain convictions which constitute the centers of the various sections, and I will afterwards attempt to mark what it is that specially holds the 3 sections together, what, I trust, gives a certain definite and stimulating character to the book as a whole. In Section 1, concerning religion in general and theism, the twin papers numbered 2 strive specially to bring out the always double apprehension, feeling, conviction at work in every specifically religious act and state. There is the sense of a reality not merely human, of a real experience of this reality, and there is at the same time the sense that this real experience is imperfect, and that it is not coextensive with the reality experienced, that it does not exhaust that reality. Nowhere, at no time, does the apprehending soul, if at a stage of fairly full religious awareness, identify the apprehension, however real this apprehension may appear to this soul, with the reality apprehended. We have here a strong presumption in favor of the fundamental sanity and of the evidential worth of the religious apprehension in general, and we thus ascertain a fact, characteristic of religion in all its stages, which we should never forget. In paper number 3, I have striven to make clear how slow and how difficult at one time, how swift and how spontaneous at another time, how intermittent and how rarely simply abreast of the growths and the other insights, artistic, social, even moral, are the gifts and the growths of the fuller religious insights and forces of man in his long past, and how costly will doubtless always remain in man's earthly future the maintenance, and still more the further deepening, of these insights or revelations. Especially have I striven to discriminate between the directly religious insights, with the occasions and the pace of their growth, and the apprehensions primarily ethical and political with the circumstances and the rate of their development. Thus especially the temper, the very idea of toleration, have developed only tardily. There have existed true saints of God, genuine reformers of religion who were without the temper or idea of toleration. Thus King Josiah indeed saved the Old Testament faith and morals, the highest then extant upon earth, and the eventual root and nidus of Christianity, from irretrievable dissolution in Canaanitish superstition and impurity, but he did so by slaughtering, say, 1,000 priests of the high places, and was nerved to so doing by the complete belief that God himself demanded this slaughter from him. True, our Lord rebuked the vindictive zeal of his apostles, based though it was upon the precedent of the great prophet Elijah, who called down fire from heaven upon the worshippers of Baal. And by this reproof, Jesus condemned religious persecution. And indeed, the Christian Church, for well over the first 3 centuries of her existence, left all the killing to her persecutors, and herself persisted and prevailed not by killing but by dying. Nevertheless, we shall do well, I think, not to deny that even the persecutions tolerated or encouraged by later church authorities have contributed in certain times and places to the real consolidation of Christendom. And especially we shall be wise if we do not insist upon any sense, innate in all human hearts, of the essential heinousness of all persecution. And in paper number 4, I have attempted to show how the reality of evil is beyond any direct explanation by anyone. The true state of affairs here is not that believers can explain and that unbelievers cannot explain, still less that Christians cannot explain but that skeptics can. No, but that Christianity does, if something other, yet something more than explain evil. Christianity has immensely increased the range and depth of our insight as to evil, and, at the same time, Christianity alone has given man the motives and the power not only to trust on unshaken in the spiritual sun, in God, in spite of these sunspots of evil, but to transform evil into an instrument of good. In Section 2, concerning the teaching of Jesus and Christianity in general, paper number 5 finds that Christ and his religious inerrancy occupy a position towards the fact of the belief in the proximity of his second coming, the parousia, strikingly similar to the position occupied by God in his perfect goodness towards the fact of evil, present throughout the ages and places of man's earthly existence. Evil is an undeniable reality in the world at large, and the parousia really existed as a primitive Christian belief. The more ancient is a New Testament document, the more clearly does it announce, or the more intimately does it imply such a keen expectation of a proximate second coming of Christ. Indeed, the Synoptic Gospels report words of our Lord himself, of a lapidary emphasis, which his hearers evidently took in the same sense. I have ventured here to study this difficult question because, although, as with the problem of evil, I do not know any direct and simple solution of it, yet I stoutly believe in the solidity of the delimitations and of the utilizations proposed, and that the full and vivid operative faith in Jesus Christ, the way, the truth, and the life, remain as genuinely grounded in reason and as entirely possible to feeling, after recognition of the facts concerned with the parousia, as does the faith in God. The all-powerful and all-good remain well-grounded and entirely possible in full confrontation of the still wider and deeper facts concerning evil. Then the papers numbers 5 through 7 insist upon nature and supernature as two distinct and different kinds of good, in a manner which may show how much all thoughtful moderns have still to learn from the golden Middle Age. For myself, I do not doubt that a strong and steady revival of religious mentality amongst cultivated men largely depends upon a renewed grasp of this immensely resourceful outlook. Again, there is, in paper number 7, the discrimination between perfect and imperfect freedom, and the conviction that the possibility of evil arises not from freedom as such, but from the imperfection of the human kind of freedom, the liberty of choice. Quite a number of my younger high Anglican friends have on this point, with the best of motives, sacrificed, I believe, the deeper insight to the pressure of popular apologetic. In the long run, however, the more difficult view, if indeed it be the truer, will undoubtedly prevail. And finally, this same paper number 7 insists upon the abiding consequences of certain full and persistent self-determinations of the soul, a doctrine which I am, of course, well aware to be in acute conflict with the trend of thought and feeling now largely represented even, perhaps indeed especially, amongst otherwise Catholic-minded high Anglicans. Yet here again I do not doubt that not such easier apologetically inspired views, but the older and sterner yet also really richer and deeper convictions spring from religion, especially from Christianity, at the flood tide of their experiences. In any case, it may be of use to some readers to have clearly before them the formidable, I myself believe the hopeless, task which confronts those who would retain the spiritual teaching of Jesus as indeed still the standard and ideal of our outlook, and who yet and reject all abiding consequences. And in the third section, which concerns the Church and Catholicism, there are 3 convictions especially dear to me. There is chiefly, in paper number 10, the doctrines of institutions, that men, at large and upon the whole, attain, in and through the here and now of history, to God, the omnipresent and eternal. Thus, society, sense, sacraments, successiveness are found, in very various degrees and kinds of adequacy, authority, and fruitfulness, to accompany the several religions, not as mere accidents, still less as perverse accretions, but in their substance, as part and parcel of the essence of religion itself, wheresoever this essence is able fully to expand, and where men sufficiently unravel the implications and needs of this essence. From the vague or crude semi-magical rites of savage, or at least of still polytheistic races, on to the precisions and elaborations of the Jewish temple services, and then, and above all, to the sober, delicately spiritual sacraments of the Christian and Catholic Church, we find some such sensible occasions and vehicles of spirit. Things these which, at their best, rightly claim great religious personalities as their initiators and transmitters, yet which also correspond to a general human need, especially when and where supernatural grace awakens and exalts nature to needs and achievements beyond its own scope and powers. Then there is the conviction, specially prominent in papers numbers 8 and 10, as to the necessity for all fruitful human life, and especially for all powerful religious life amongst men here below, of friction, tension, rivalry, mutual help and mutual supplementation between this religious life and man's other powers, opportunities, needs, tasks, environments, and, on the other hand, as to the persistent danger, amongst us men so readily exclusive, and so easily obsessed by fixed ideas, of working religion in such a way as to remove from its path, as far as ever possible, any and all of these frictions, which in reality are essentially necessary to its own force and fruitfulness. I believe this tendency to self-starvation to be the one ultimate difficulty of the Church, and to remain as grave an antinomy for the practical life, as truly only capable of limitation, not of sheer removal, as are the antinomies for the intellect of God and evil, and of Christ and the parousia. I know of no other religious difficulties truly comparable, in subtle penetration and in breadth of range, to these three massive facts and seeming deadlocks. And the third conviction springs readily from the other two. It sees in this world of human beings more folly and weakness than perverse power and malignity, and especially does it see their many fragments of truth and goodness and few wholes. The fragments of truth and goodness, where they subsist in good faith with regard to fuller truth and goodness, can already, in their degree and way, be of touching beauty and of real worth, of value also to the opponents of those who hold these fragments. With regard to non-Christian religions, and as to how fervent Christians can respect these religions at their best, I love to think of Cardinal de la Vigerie, the zealous missionary archbishop, of his alighting from his carriage and proceeding on foot past such mosques as he happened to pass in his Algerian diocese. And with regard to Christians not in communion with the Roman Catholic Church, I gratefully sympathize with Cardinal Manning, who spontaneously and persistently combined the liveliest possible conviction as to the supreme powers and universal rights of the Catholic Roman Church with a deep and steady recognition of the definitely supernatural faith and virtue of home upon home of Anglicans well known to himself. If the reader will now take as one whole the three sections of this book, he will find, I believe, that all are equally penetrated by an ultimate mental and spiritual conviction and habit, which the writer has never ceased, now for 50 years, wistfully to find to be somehow rare amongst his fellow men, even amongst those who are sincerely religious. There runs here throughout everything the sense that religion, even more than all other convictions that claim correspondence with the real, begins and proceeds and ends with the given, with existences, realities, which environ and penetrate us, and which we have always anew to capture and to combine, to fathom and to apprehend. All this, however, neither is springing from skepticism nor is leading to it, but on the contrary, as stimulated and sustained by a tenacious conviction that a real, if dim, confused knowledge of reality is with us already, prior to all our attempts clearly to analyze or completely to synthesize it. Now religion has, for many a century, and upon the whole very fruitfully, been discriminated into natural religion and supernatural religion. They have both been recognized as two kinds, however distinct, of religion, of a habit and conviction of the human soul, occasioned or given by but one God, in or to this one soul. But the fact that both kinds are ultimately given has tended to be forgotten over the differences in the givenness. Natural religion awakes when the human soul, endowed by its very humanity with certain religious capacities, comes into conscious contact with the beauties and interdependencies of external nature and with the honesties and decencies of human life. The natural religious apprehension and feeling which are thus aroused, and the natural and human happenings which arouse them, are both given. And those interior capacities require the impact of these exterior existences for the two together to render possible an act or habit of religious faith, in this case of faith of the natural kind. Similarly, supernatural religion awakes if and where the human soul has, by supernatural grace, been enlarged and raised beyond its natural capacities and natural desires, and if this same soul is presented with facts, actions, realities of a supernatural kind. Here again, both the supernatural religious apprehension and feeling thus aroused, and the supernatural, superhuman events and existences which arouse them, are given, and the two givenness each require the other. If there is to be here the possibility of an act or habit of religious faith, now of the supernatural kind. It is, however, certain that the dispensation under which we men actually live is not a dispensation of simple nature, but a dispensation of mingled nature and supernature, so that the acts and habits specially characteristic of man consist of apprehensions, feelings, convictions, volitions, which indeed possess a natural substratum and a natural material, but which have been more or less widened, raised, and transformed, or at the soul's worst have been deflected and perturbed by supernatural facts, insights, and volitions, positive or negative. In geological language, we have here not a sedimentary nor a plutonic, but a metamorphic formation. There exists unanimity amongst thinkers on religion as to the appropriate treatment of supernatural religion. Such supernatural revealed religion is always described and analyzed as an historical givenness, as an extant reality to be studied with the greatest possible sympathy and in the greatest detail. The calling back to life of the Sunamitis' son by Elisha, the prophet's eyes upon the lad's eyes, his mouth upon the lad's mouth, is a noble symbol for such patient evocation, in cases where the religion studied has completely disappeared. Yet the greatest of the religions are still alive in our midst, and here the difficulties of a right apprehension spring in part from this very proximity, from our having to know well the movements of our own, or of our living fellows' minds, hearts, and wills. Yet both for the vanished and for the still flourishing historical religions, a cautious, sympathetic analysis, roughly speaking, an inductive method, is recognized alone to be in place. But the unanimity ceases when we reach natural religion. Here the deductive method has reigned long and very widely, and still largely persists amongst those more specially influenced by the scholastic tradition. The earlier patristic tradition divided these two kinds of religion much less sharply, and found in all religion predominantly the given. The Fathers, upon the whole, attempted to penetrate both realms by much the same methods of experience and analysis. I have, as regards method, largely reverted to the patristic treatment. Yet, as to the conception of the content, the subject matter of religious philosophy, my attraction is very consciously rather scholastic than patristic, Aquinas rather than Augustine. I believe that the Golden Middle Age markedly deepened the apprehension of man as he is, and of man's religion as it ought to be, by putting in the fundamental place not even sin and redemption, but nature and supernature. Man is here found not primarily wicked, but primarily weak, and man here requires, even more than to be ransomed from his sins, to be strengthened in his weakness, indeed to be raised to a supernatural level, and kind of motives, actions, habits, achievements, and beatitudes. But here in Aquinas the continuous, all-round dependence of the soul upon grace and upon prayer is as fully emphasized and required as ever it is by Augustine. We are in Aquinas as little Pelagian as we are in Augustine, whilst the balanced Norman Italian we entirely escape Gnosticism, that Gnosticism which the vehement African Roman at times dangerously grazes. The point on which we require more than either Augustine or Aquinas gave or could give mankind is especially history, the historic sense. As to this point, I trust that not a line printed within these covers, but is steeped in this sense of conditions, growth, contingencies, and yet also that these same writings will reveal a deep apprehension of the unconditioned, the abiding, the absolute, of our need and of our certitude of these, and especially also of Christianity as the original awakener of the deeper historic sense, and of our reaching the superhistoric within it. Nothing, indeed, is more striking than the perennial affinity between Christianity and history, that history of which, indeed, Christianity has itself furnished so central a part. Certainly the religion of the Incarnation will be able consistently to despise happenings, however lowly, and the study of happenings, however minute, only if and when it does not sufficiently realize its own abiding implications and requirements, its rootedness in the childhood at Nazareth and in the cross at Calvary. Indeed, we attain to a great general simplification of these at first complicated questions as to natural and supernatural religion, and as to the methods of study appropriate to each severally or to both conjointly, when once we have come fully to grasp the two great facts which, in real life, conjointly produce the problem and explain its existence and character. In actual life, natural or rational religion, or pure theism, exists as the mirage after the setting, or as the dawn before the rising of an historical religion. And such historical religion always claims to be not rational but revelational, and not natural but supernatural. And such a religion is never purely theistic, but always clings also to a prophet or revealer of God, and to a community which adores God and worships the revealer. And again, in real life, natural religion exists as a set or as a system of propositions, effected by the philosophers who, in spite of their frequent disdain of all sects and churches, derive both their materials and their understanding of these materials from these despised positive teachings and historical traditions. And beside those rudiments of the positive religions and these abstractions from the positive religions, there exists no such thing in actual life as a natural philosophical religion. Thus, the three sections of the book in reality concern not three levels or constituents of religion which anywhere actually exist in a stable and flourishing condition, separately the one from the other. Certainly we have here studied God and the Revealer and the community each in their most perfect and their purest manifestations. Yet here no less than in the lower forms of actual religion, these three facts and the beliefs in them do not exist and operate separately, but conjointly and with an intimate interpenetration. And this trinity in unity is a whole given to us for our study which, as with all other givennesses, cannot but be, at least predominantly, analytic and inductive in its character. There only remains the pleasant duty of thanks to the several editors, from whose book or reviews most of the papers have been taken, for kind permission to reproduce these papers here. I have thus to thank Mr. G.S.R. Mead for permission to reprint the two papers from the Quest, given here as number 2. Mr. F.S. Marvin and Mr. Humphrey Milford for a similar permission to reprint from Progress in History, the paper given here as number 3. Canon Arthur G. Headlam for a like permission as to numbers 5 and 7, reprinted from the Church Quarterly Review. Mr. Silas McBee, as regards number 6, reprinted from the Constructive Quarterly of New York. The Reverend W.B. Trevelyan, as to number 8, reprinted from a Lidenhouse occasional paper. Mr. Robert Scott, as to number 9, reprinted from the Homiletic Review of New York. And the Reverend Henry D. A. Major, as to number 11, reprinted from the Modern Churchman. I have also to thank the lady to whom my paper number 4 was addressed, for leave to print that letter here, and the Reverend Tissington Tatlow, and Bishop Hamilton Baines, for allowing me to announce the occasions on which the addresses numbers 1 and 10 and the address number 5 were respectively delivered. And my gratitude is especially due to the helpful support and alert criticism of my two close friends, Professors Norman Kemp Smith and Edmund G. Gardner, in matters of the selection of the papers, the title of the book, and even of the constitution of the text, with several corrections of errors of fact. Yet I remain alone responsible for whatsoever here appears. I have also to thank the same kind friend who helped me with the proofs of my 3 previous works for similar valuable help on this occasion. Once again, I commend what I have written especially to those who attempt to combine a faithful practice of religion with an historical analysis and philosophical presentation of it, and I submit also this collection, the fruit of analogous endeavors, to the judgment of the Catholic Church. Friedrich von Hügel, Kensington, September 1921. End of dedication and preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Responsibility in Religious Belief. Footnote. A paper read before the secretaries of the British branches of the Christian Student Movement, March 1920. End footnote. Some 30 years ago, a saintly French cleric was telling me his recent experiences at the deathbed of a positivist of European renown. The man was in his 70s and, for a full half-century, had organized and systematized the most aggressively negative of the followers and of the teachings of Auguste Comte, teachings which reduce all religion to purely human realities taken for more than human by a sheer mirage of the human mind. The cleric in question was then in his middle 40s, a man of the finest mental gifts and training, and a soul of the deepest spirituality. He had been sitting, at the express invitation of the positivist leader, almost daily for 3 months by the sick man, and had kept a most careful diary of all and everything from day to day. Nothing could be more emphatic than were this cleric's convictions that this positivist had, 3 months before he had called in this abbé, been touched by a most real divine grace. A sudden, intense, persistent pain had then awakened in this philosopher's heart without any doing of his own, a pain which, during the first 3 months, he had not succeeded in driving away as morbid or in explaining away as an illusion. The pain was a pain for all the sins, this term alone was adequate, the sins of his entire past life. Again, this same cleric had come to know, from the positivist himself, during the remaining 3 months of his life, the general interior history of his long past and the sort of acts which now so much pained him. And this cleric could not but marvel at the innocence, according to ordinary standards, of a life adulated from youth upwards and which, until these past 3 months, had remained without misgivings as to the truth, the unanswerableness, the necessity, and the duty of its intensive propagandist unbelief. The positivist died, now explicitly sure of 2 things, that the pain was no fancy, but, on the contrary, the most genuine of intimations, the most real effect of realities and forces ignored by himself up to now. And again, that he was not going to cease in death, but, on the contrary, would then see the realities and forces of which he was now experiencing this effect. Still worshipped by the few whom he still admitted to his presence, with half a century of intense, virile labor and rare moral purity behind him, he was now dying broken-hearted, his own words, prostrate at the foot of that great altar stair of real experiences which was now leading him back to the God from whom they came. On this last day of his life, his devotedly Catholic wife, seeing death on his face, asked him whether he would like to be baptized. His militantly unbelieving parents had opposed all such superstition, and he answered he would. He was consequently baptized shortly before he entered upon unconsciousness. But to the end this positivist, if asked to affirm the Church, or Christ, or even simply God, would answer, "Pray do not press me. Not yet, not yet." Apparently then, a man can be in good faith, at least for many years, in the denial of even the very rudiments of theism. Some 3 years ago, I was listening to the account, by a scholarly young high Anglican cleric, of his recent experiences in an English officers' hospital during the Great War. Many of these officers, young and middle-aged, had met his religious advances, however elementary and tentative, they were all nominally Anglican, with a seemingly prompt, frank, and manly repudiation, and with a confident and apparently spontaneous distinction between any and every creed and dogma as the affairs of a paid clergy, and of dreamy bookworms and a pure life, as what alone mattered. The chaplain, much as he regretted this refusal of all creed and dogma, still, for something like a year, I think, persisted in thanks to God for this recognition and practice of purity. But at last, one day, he came upon one of these very officers in the act of some grave impurity. Upon the chaplain upbraiding him, not only for this impurity, but for the long deceit this officer had practiced upon him, the officer turned upon the chaplain, again with that confident and apparently spontaneous manner, and said, "There now, once more I catch you out as the artificial paid cleric, the man who will insist upon the obligation of what is far-fetched and unnatural, and who will be shocked at the like of this. I do nothing but what nature prompts me to do." Here we cannot but feel that men can be hardened in bad faith, and this with regard to the most fundamental facts and principles of the most elementary moral life. We, all of us, in various degrees and ways, even directly from the history of our own souls, can readily add further instances to the two great facts, currents, laws of real life just illustrated, the amazing innocences and the no less amazing corruptions of our poor human minds and wills. But let us now press these great general facts so as to reach some 5 large discriminations and deep maxims, helps towards a right attitude and action in these very delicate, yet also very important, matters of real life. 1. Our first discrimination is quite preliminary, but nonetheless important. It clears up a confusion very general in our days, and with it a perennial source of indifference. We shrink increasingly, upon the whole rightly I think, from attributing bad faith or impure life or selfish motives to those who differ from us, however largely, short of clear demonstration of the presence and operation within these persons of such debasing influences. But this right and proper suspension of judgment leads with ease to the assumption that we ourselves and others are all and always and entirely in good faith, and in the earnest search and practice of the light. We thus soon come to see around us a world constituted of countless intelligences and wills, each as true and strong as, there and then, it is capable of being. They are all, so far, equally good. There is no difference either between the goodness of the one and the goodness of the other, or between the actual goodness and the possible goodness of any one of them. But thus we not only fly in the face of, and we rapidly weaken, the sense of folly, weakness, sin as very real facts in our own life and in all human history. We even, and this is my momentary point, ignore and weaken a still more undeniable set of facts and of awarenesses. I mean that we thus sophisticate our sense of the deep importance of any and every increase of accurate, adequate insight and power, whether or no we be responsible, innocent, or guilty, as regards our possession of more or less of these things. Who blames a Hottentot for not knowing Greek? Yet a full hold of Greek means power for any mind. Who condemns Burkitt Foster for not being Turner? Yet Turner is a genius of the first water, Foster a worthy little stripling talent. So with Milton and Eliza Cook. I would not burn a man, says Matthew Arnold, who prefers Eliza Cook to Milton. Nevertheless, Milton is greater than Eliza Cook. Much the greater part in the education of a people and in the training of individual souls, and a very large proportion of the immense value of such education and training, is quite independent of any moral blame attaching to such a people or such an individual, or of any moral praise due to their educators. Malaria has ravaged Greece for now some 5 centuries. This has been a curse for the country, even if no one was to blame for it. Malaria can now be eradicated there within 10 years. This would be an immense blessing, even if the men who brought this blessing were not more virtuous men than are the malarial Greeks. If we would keep this preliminary discrimination quite clear and fully active, we must cultivate a vivid sense of the difference between impartiality and neutrality, and we must beware against assuming that God, the one author of any two souls, will have endowed them with an equal depth and range of spiritual insight and of religious call. we do not require to be on our guard against similar errors with regard to the body. I meet 2 soldiers on my walk, both apparently thoroughly good fellows, and certainly both children of the same God. The one possesses both his legs, the other retains only one leg. I am here in no danger of declaring the possession of one leg to be equal to the possession of 2 legs, and in frankly recognizing this serious inequality, I do not deserve the charge of bigotry or pharisaicalness. Dr. J. N. Farquhar, in his fine Crown of Hinduism, has admirably discriminated throughout against 2 erroneous extremes in favor of the true mean against the 3 positions possible for us towards the several religions of the world. Neither, Dr. Farquhar insists, is any one religion alone true, in the sense that all the others are merely so much sheer error. Nor, again, are they all equally true, but whilst all contain some truth, they not only differ each from the other in the points on which they are true, but also in the amount and importance of the truth and power thus possessed. Not the neutrality which would stand equally outside and above these very unequal, different religions, and which would level them down to the constituent common to them all, is what is truly fair and really sympathetic. A much more difficult, never completed task is alone adequate here. The impartiality which takes sides, not in prejudice and with only imperfect exterior knowledge, but which does so according to the respective real content and objective worth of the several religions, as these have been ascertained after long docile study and close sympathetic observation of the devotees of these religions. This would constitute an attempt to level up. It would mean an endeavor gradually to constitute a great ascending scale of religious values and of their several increasingly adequate representatives. In such a scheme we can and ought clearly to declare, say, the Sikh religion in its pristine purity to stand higher than unreformed Hinduism, and Christianity to be fuller and deeper than the Judaism it sprang from. And all this without any reasonable suspicion of partiality and narrow-mindedness. And the advantages of one religion over another, and the recognition of these advantages, would be well grounded and of great importance, even if no sin whatsoever were reasonably chargeable against Hindus and Jews. 2. Passing on now to the question of accountableness, of responsibility in matters of religious belief. We shall do well to acquire and to maintain reality and richness of insight into the matter by a vivid apprehension of the 3 great fundamental facts and conditions of man's spiritual life, indeed of human existence generally. This will furnish us with our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th discriminations these in the very thick of our subject. Here then we are first busy with what lies below, and up to all specifically human acts and lives. Although this lower range of life furnishes the prerequisites, materials, occasions, stimulations, frictions, limitations to these specifically human acts in countless most subtle ways, we here find man to be a creature with an existence ranging from the lowliest properties, functions, and impulsions of the animal, indeed of the plant and mineral, up to the lofty mental processes and needs, and from lowly instinctive apprehensions of similar existences of the mineral, plant, and animal kind, up to mental and spiritual recognition of and fellowship with his fellow men, even though these men live now at the antipodes or have disappeared from this planet 3,000 and more years ago. We here discover that even the average humanity of man, even man's breadwinning, law-abiding, tax-paying, newspaper-reading activities all involve, at every step, a self-discipline, a renunciation of animal impulses, which it has taken this individual man some 20 years of physical and mental growth, of psychic check, and of moral docility to acquire, all under the influence of a human civilization of some twice 20 centuries at least. And the acquisition and retention of even a little of such self-discipline involves responsibility, lapses, sin, for so long as the man lives upon this earth. No sane mind seriously denies that this is so, with man's citizen life and with his natural virtues. Why then should we deny it with regard to man's supernatural, heroic, and spiritual life? Is it that self-restraint is necessary, if we would at all times give 12 genuine coppers for 1 genuine shilling, but that self-discipline is not necessary if we would at all times wish well to those who wish us ill? And is a long self-training necessary for acquiring a steady conviction that honesty is the best policy, but no self-discipline necessary for gaining or retaining the insight that blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God? The fact of the matter is, of course, that all that is of characteristically human worth in any human life, all that differentiates the human from the merely animal, involves, if not for the agent, at least the human influences which mold him, a long and costly elaboration, across centuries and civilizations right down to the lives of our own parents, teachers, friends. There has occurred here an elaboration of materials and impulsions which, in their raw condition, are, at best, mere possibilities, occasions, and reasons for powers other and greater than themselves. All these materials and impulsions can be far more readily turned astray. If left to themselves, they sink downwards. The acquisitive instinct can and should be trained into orderly and moderate support of self and generous help of others, but it easily degenerates into cruel cunning, callous cheating, and unbounded covetousness. The combative instinct can be disciplined into the career of a soldier, sailor, or explorer, into a life devoted to reasonable order and rational service of the pacific activities of the state, but it easily sinks to a life of unscrupulous adventure. The sex instinct becomes transfigured into a loyal marital companionship and the noble devotion of parenthood, or even becomes transcended altogether by an heroic celibacy full of the love of God and of men at large. Yet this same instinct readily leads to the utter ruin of body, mind, and soul. We are all thus trebly near to the mere animal, to the worse than the animal, and responsibility, duty, virtue, temptation, sin are writ large over all man's life and actions right up to, and inclusive of, his spiritual life. 3. At this point, I would ask you carefully to distinguish with me between what I submit are 2 really distinct and differing sources or occasions of difficulty in the spiritual life. Hence, I pray you to refuse adhesion to the ultimately single-source theory of the Reverend Dr. F.R. Tennant, as propounded especially in his suggestive book upon the origin and propagation of sin. Dr. Tennant there draws out in full the position that responsible, deliberately willing man is evolved from the irresponsible, impulsively striving animal, and that this is why man is so persistently tempted to lapse into what now, for man, is sin, into man's pre-human stage. Sin is thus essentially an atavism. Dr. Tennant also very strikingly elucidates how the presence within us men of animal impulses is a necessary condition for specifically human purity, a purity which is essentially a virtue within the human body and an orderer of its instincts. All this may be difficult of harmonization, even with the most moderate of the church symbols, i.e., the Tridentine definition concerning original sin, but it is in itself, I think, a position of great psychological interest and of much pedagogic help. The position explains and simplifies many pressing problems, but Dr. Tennant, very unhappily I believe, extends his evolutionary explanation to all sin. Sins of pride and self-centeredness are traced here as complications and subtilizations introduced by the sophisticating mind into the animal instincts. Pride and self-centeredness thus also depend, in the last resort, as truly upon the animal descent as do impurity, gluttoniness, and sloth. Now this single derivation, I submit, will simply not work, and indeed it involves a great insensibility to the specifically Christian conception of sin and of the degrees of its heinousness. I take it that what specially distinguishes the Christian from the Stoic and other philosophical outlooks onto human virtues and vices is precisely the Christian sense that pride and self-sufficiency is the central, typical sin. Impurity may indeed be the viler sin, and even impurity is instinctively felt here to be less deadly than pride. And for this same outlook, whilst impurity is occasioned by the body, pride is not. The doctrine of the fall of the angels grandly illustrates this deep instinct. Indeed, all sensitively spiritual observation of the human heart bears this out. I take the occasion to pride and self-centeredness to spring from the double characteristic of all intelligent creatures, that they are finite and dependent upon God, for their very existence and for all their essentially finite powers. And yet that God has endowed them with a certain independence, a certain limited force of initiation, acceptance, or revolt. It is not the body, but the possession of this double characteristic. It is this capacity, not only for obedience and dependence, but also for revolt and defiance. It is this imperfect liberty which is the occasion of, at least, pride and self-sufficiency. And the reason why all creatures, so far as we know, have been created thus with but imperfect liberty may well be that even God cannot create a being possessed of perfect liberty, a being incapable by his very nature of falling away from his best lights, since such a being would be no more finite in a creature, but infinite in God. End of Chapter 1, Part 1.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 1, Responsibility in Religious Belief, Part 2. Now this brings us to our third great discrimination and practical maxim. We thus insist that, as below the level of the natural human acts, the acts essentially characteristic of a human being, there are the aberrations of impurity, gluttony, sloth, so there are aberrations above the level of these first, natural human acts. Here are pride, vanity, self-sufficiency. I take it that many minds which see plainly enough the reality of the lower offenses are nowadays in the dark concerning the very possibility of the higher sins. The root cause of this blindness is doubtless the immense, visible and tangible predominance, and, within its own inexorably limited range, the immense triumph of mathematical and mechanical, indeed generally of natural science, and the inevitable tendency to regard arithmetic and geometry as the sole ultimate type and measure of all truth and knowledge attainable by man. With this assumption well fixed within our very blood, it does certainly appear supremely ridiculous to blame anyone for denying anything that cannot, in any place and at any moment, be clearly, demonstratively, undeniably proved. How can I blame a man for sticking exclusively to the lucidity of twice 2 makes 4 if this knowledge, in its full development, gives him everything he requires, and if all other supposed knowledge but leads him but to fog and fancy? And yet nothing is more certain than that the richer is any reality, the higher in the scale of being, and the more precious our knowledge of it, the more in part obscure and inexhaustible, the less immediately transferable is our knowledge of that reality. So is the reality and knowledge of a daisy more difficult and obscure than that of a quartz crystal, and this crystal again than 2 and 2 makes 4. So is the sea anemone beyond the daisy, and my little dog far beyond both. And so on again to man, to the knowledge of any human soul, my own or another, or further to the knowledge of any great past historical personage, or to a great historical event or period, say, the Great War so recently with us all. The richness and the value, yet also the complexity and an obscurity which refuses to be completely banished, are together always on the increase. True knowledge of God is very certainly not a matter of great learning or of subtle metaphysics, yet if God be at all like what all religion proclaims him to be, man's knowledge of him must indeed be continuously re-beginning, and all attempts to render this vivid knowledge in terms of a clear science must always leave not a little obscurity. It may be asked, however, where and how can responsibility and guilt enter here? The evidence for all these realities, from the crystal to God, is what it is. No good will in the world can increase or change it. No evil inclination can suppress or even diminish it. The answer is that certain dispositions of the will very certainly enter into all deep and delicate apprehensions, be they of the life history of a clematis plant or of the doings of a spider. A certain rare disoccupation with the petty self is here a sine qua non condition of any success. It is this noble freedom from self which makes the character, for example, of a Charles Darwin, so very great. And the answer is further that, if a certain parental temper, a loving humility which joyfully bends down and contracts itself into the life of creatures lower than man, be necessary for the understanding of the orchid or the earthworm, so a certain filial temper, a loving humility which joyfully reaches up and stretches itself out wide towards the life above it, is necessary for our apprehension of God, indeed the apprehension of the higher than man, of the highest, the ultimate, the perfect, the beginner, sustainer, and consummator of all that is good in us, especially of our very capacity to give ourselves to him. This very certainly not only attracts our higher and best self, but also tries and tests our lower, our self-centered, our jealous and envious self. It is at this point especially that we ought, I believe, to look for and to find the presence and operation of radical evil, such as Kant traced it in man's jealousy of the higher and highest as that same man sees them, or is capable of seeing them. True, such a life story as that of the positivist sketched above, perhaps also that of John Stuart Mill, should warn us against explaining all and every atheism by such perverse dispositions, yet it can do but good, if whilst practicing the greatest reserve in our judgment of individuals, we keep alive within us this sense that a certain pang accompanies in the meanness and jealousy of the human heart, and any one human heart is liable to more or less of such meanness and jealousy. The full, persistent recognition of a perfection entirely not of our own making, a perfection we can never equal, and yet a perfection, the recognition of our utter dependence upon which constitutes the very center, the inevitable condition of our own, even then essentially finite, perfection. I believe that not to be aware of the costliness to unspiritualized man of the change from his self-centeredness, from anthropocentrism to theocentrism, means not only a want of awakenedness to the central demand of religion, but an ignorance or oblivion of the poorer, the perverse tendencies of the human heart. This, then, will be our third great discrimination, the ever possible, and the often actual, faultiness of our own attitude to what is above. 4. So far we have considered religion as though it demanded only purity with regard to what is below the soul, the body, and humility with regard to what is above the soul, God. As though, in a word, religion were constituted simply by intercourse of the alone with the alone, the one soul with the one God. Yet there is a further abiding characteristic of living religion, when taken upon the whole and in the long run, which produces a third great group of responsibilities, occasions of virtue and temptations to various excesses or defects. And this third great group is, of course, in actual life, interconnected in the most various ways with the other two groups. This third group is generated by the great fact, so often and easily overlooked, that though the religion of any one soul is, where fully alive, the most profoundly personal conviction and life within it, and though the religion of any such single soul will always show a certain delicate pitch, temper, application more or less specific to itself, yet religion is a profoundly social force, which operates from one contemporary man to other contemporaries and on from generation to generation, largely by means of groups and organizations, history and institutions. Even the most aggressively individualist of men, provided he be still religious at all, will always reveal, to any at all skillful analysis of the content of his religious belief and spiritual life, large indebtednesses to this social, traditional, institutional element of religion. This element, this influence not only of single persons, but of institutions and things, is readily traceable in our Lord's own life, in that of St. Paul, in that of St. Francis, in George Fox, in William Law. And this can only change when man shall walk this planet without a body, when he shall have nothing to learn from the things of the senses, and when God has become the God of the individual alone, and not the God also of human society and of the great human associations, the family, the guild, the state, the church. Indeed, the paradox is meanwhile really true, that the more utterly independent a man thinks himself of all traditions and institutions, the more excessively, unwisely dependent he is usually, in reality, upon some tradition or institution, if only for the very simple reason that we cannot even begin to discriminate and to use instead of being used, where we are unaware of an influence being present at all. It is, of course, true that a really blind obedience to any authority is never equal to enlightened adhesion, and that it is such adhesion which should always be the ideal of spiritual training, and again, that even the most adequate outlook ceases to have any genuine worth in the soul concerned, where this outlook is an affair of mere routine. Nevertheless, it is equally true, and far less obvious, that what any one man can himself directly experience and exhaustively know at first hand, especially at the first start, is, in all subject matters, and especially also in religion, amazingly limited, sporadic, and intermittent. Only by a preliminary trust in the wiser among the teachers and trainers that surround our youth and adolescence has any such man any chance of escaping from, possibly lifelong, self-imprisonment. It is by my not denying as false what I do not yet see to be true that I give myself the chance of growing in insight, and certainly that man must be an amazing genius who at 20, and even at 30 or 40, has not very much to learn from even an average representative of any one of the long-tried institutional religions in their positive constructive teachings and practices. Now, if all this be so, we have here a third immense field for wise or unwise docility, for humility, partisanship, generosity, shrewdness, for meanness, indifference, revolt, and for all possible shades and combinations of such and similar dispositions. 3 points appear here to be the most important. There is, first, no such thing in rerum natura as a religious institution which can dispense the individual soul from the duty of a wise, discriminating approbation and detailed application of the teachings and genius of that institution. A man may cease to be a Christian and may yet remain a damned fool, is a well-known judgment attributed to the late Professor Huxley. Similarly, a man may become a Quaker, or a Presbyterian, or an Anglican, or a Roman Catholic, and may remain almost as unwise as he was before. He may even add new unwisdoms to the old ones, through an unconscious travesty of even the noblest doctrines he has now more or less mechanically gained. We can even truthfully go further, and can maintain that the richer the creed, the greater is the experience, and the many-sided aliveness needed by the soul for an at all adequate presentation of this same creed. There is, again, no such thing for man as a complete escape from history and institutions. Thus the Quakers, very wisely, possessed the institution of the meetings of the first day and of their strict obligation, Indeed, the minor religious bodies are generally characterized by the specifically emphatic stress laid by them upon some, or all, of the few institutions retained by them. We can thus maintain without undue paradox that by appurtenance to a particular religious body, we really keep in touch with the great tradition of mankind at large, and with God's general action in individual souls. And there is, finally, no such thing as appurtenance to a particular religious body without cost to the poorer side of human nature, and cost even, in some degree and way, to the better side of that same nature. Hence the need of an increasingly wise discrimination, of a generous payment of the cost where it affects the poorer side, and of a careful limitation of the cost, and a resourceful discovery of compensation elsewhere, where the cost affects the better side of our nature. No religious institution, for example, can, such as be a society for research into the history and philosophy of religion at large. No religious institution can, as such, be asked to watch over the laws intrinsic to astronomy or anthropology, nor can the intellectually finest presentations, even of the particular religious institution, be expected usually to acquire more than a footing of toleration within such institutions. Especially will all these limitations be at work in religions of a large popular appeal and following. All this will, however, be bearable, in proportion to the richness in religious history and in present religious life of the institution, and in proportion to the soul's perception and practice of the other divinely willed, fundamental human organisms and lives, the family, the guild, the state, science, philosophy, and art. Such a soul will have to lead a life of tension and of many levels, yet the cost of it all will not be found excessive, if only the great central Christian realities in life become more and more the ultimate convictions and the all-pervading final motives of all our doings and aims. The omnipresence of God, His self-revelation in Jesus Christ, the need of all men for all other men, the organic character of the great complexes, especially of the Church, and the love for the occasions of filial, fraternal, paternal habits, also and especially in the spiritual world. These facts and dispositions must become more and more part of our very life. We shall thus be both old and new, derivative and original, supported and supporting at the last, in our little measure, not only other individual souls, but the very institution itself. 5. And this brings us out of our three central discriminations, out of, as it were, the three associated clouds constitutive of responsibility and religious belief, into a final serene level, somewhat corresponding to, yet greatly exceeding in richness of content and in positive value, the opening serenity, the preliminary discrimination, which as yet was without responsibility for religious belief. For here at last we again come, or seem to come, to no responsibility, to this time something beyond responsibility. Nothing is grander in the development of the human outlook, so long as such development is fully, finally Christian, from our Lord's own teachings onwards to the general spiritual convictions and the greatest spiritual incorporations of the Golden Middle Age, Aquinas, Dante, St. Francis of Assisi. Then the ineradicable implication and the growing articulation of the difference between imperfect and perfect liberty. All through the great movement we can trace the operation of the twin facts that man is by his nature constituted in imperfect liberty, but that the same man is called by grace to the love of, and the indefinite approximation to, the perfect liberty of God. St. Augustine tells us, "Posse non peccare, magna est libertas, non posse peccare, maxima est." It is already a great liberty to be able to avoid sin, but the greatest liberty is to be unable to sin at all. This doctrine cannot but be true, unless God, who cannot sin, is thereby a slave, and unless human souls which, in proportion to the length and depth of their devotedness, very certainly grow less liable to grave sin, thereby become less free. Thus the liberty of choice is an imperfect kind of liberty, and perfect liberty consists in willing fully and spontaneously the behests of a perfect nature, and in the incapacity to will otherwise. Hence, the more arbitrary an act, the less really free it is. This great insight grew dim soon after Aquinas, amongst the thinkers who successively dominated the later prevalent positions, Duns Scotus and Occam. Luther, Descartes, Pascal, and many another since, have taught a sheer arbitrary will in God, answered by acts of sheer will in man. Thus religion becomes more and more something which hovers clear outside, which indeed intrinsically contradicts the rationalities of life and of the world. So with Descartes, though for him the actual world order is within itself a rationally interconnected system, yet the original choice of just this system is held to have been a purely arbitrary act. So further back with Occam, the commandments, although interconnected as they stand, might have been established by God quite different, indeed directly contrary to what they actually are. When we come to Kant, we do indeed, in the doctrine of the categorical imperative, attain to something which God himself could not have willed otherwise, to something expressive of his nature. But Kant, unfortunately, not merely ignores, but explicitly combats the connection, so nobly proclaimed by Plato and Aristotle, between virtue and the highest good, between morality and happiness, and in Kant, the sense of the reality of God and of his inviolable nature, a sense of God which, in all living religion, is, together with man's need of God and prayer to God, always primary and central, is, where not denied altogether, reduced to hypotheses in aid of the moral life. The fact of the matter doubtless is that even duty, and an entire life spent in obedience to duty, these convictions taken alone, are not live religious categories. So little is it true that perfect religion eliminates joy and spontaneity as unworthy of itself, that only a life penetrated by spontaneity and joy can be recognized by religion as of supreme religious perfection. The great Pope, Benedict XIV, in his standard work on the beatification and canonization of the servants of God, points out that, for canonization, as distinct from beatification, the Roman Church requires, not as is usually supposed, 3 things, but in addition a very important 4th thing. The Roman Church requires for its formal canonizations a spontaneous popular cultus of 100 years, 3 well-authenticated miracles, 3 well-authenticated acts of heroic virtue, and the note of expansive joy in the saintly soul's life and influence, however melancholy may have been its natural temperament. As Matthew Arnold puts it with delicate perception, what entrances Christendom in St. Teresa is not directly her long years of struggle and of suffering to be faithful to conscience. It is the rapt joy, the gracious spontaneity, the seeming naturalness of the supernatural in the last years of her lifelong service, a service which has at last become the fullest freedom. Now, if all this be true, the whole question of responsibility in religious belief seems utterly to disappear on the heights of the religious life. As well insist to Kepler on the duty carefully to consider the stars, or to Darwin on his obligation minutely to watch the fertilization of orchids, or to Monica on her guilt if she does not love Augustine, as to preach responsibility for belief to a soul full of the love and of the joy of God. And yet even here, indeed here especially, we have to guard against unreality and dangerous simplification. Here below no soul, sufficiently ordinary for us to classify it at all, attains to a love and joy ever unbroken and incapable of increase, and hence, at some times and in some measure, it has to revert to what were more formerly its more ordinary motives. And again, even in the beyond, the perfection of the human soul, still joined to a body however spiritual, and above all, still a finite creature, will not consist in the elimination of all motives, except the most extensive and intensive of them all, but in the full actuation, allocation, super and subordination of all motives variously good in their kind within an immense living system, in an immensely rich harmony, and not in a monotone however sublime. And thus a chaste fear and filial reverence, a humble trust, a sense of duty and acts of submission and of self-surrender, homely virtues as well as heroic joys, all will somehow not be superseded but included in man's eventual beatitude in God. A holy fear can and will be, even in heaven, the servant and watchman to our love, and hence there will still remain some place and function through all eternity for the sense of responsibility in our religious belief. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 2, Religion and Illusion, and Religion and Reality, Part 1. Religion and Illusion. If we know something and care much about man's religious faith, its possibility, reality, and depth, and for man's finding or making for this, his faith, a place within the rest of his many-staged, many-sided life, we can hardly fail to feel the severe strain, the solemn seriousness of our present situation. True, it is a situation prepared by developments, or driftings, or entanglements, none of which is newer than half a century at least. Yet it is a situation which may provoke specially anxious thought at this particular moment in the history of the world. For here, in the midst of a titanic war, of vast upheavals, and of acutest problems, religion seems, at first sight, either to have ceased altogether, or to persist as a feeble ghost, rather than as an aspiring, formative energy. Religion appears to be the sleep-compelling partner of all the institutions and illusions now drifting under our very eyes, like so much wreckage before the storm. Look at the wild devastation, the Bolshevik carnival of anarchy and tyranny now submerging Russia, the land believed by us all to be so full of religious aspiration and of religious faith. Look at Germany. Can religion be accounted a great living power there, where the identification of government with sheer material force still seems to sterilize all nobler, richer counter-movements? And look at Italy, France, England, America. Is much, in these countries in a sound and spiritual state? And is religion really the central force within what here may, in its degree, be strong and faithful? Is not religion, then, a spent power, a played-out thing? Ought we not to relegate it to the archaeological lumber room, the museum so full already of the curious toys of the babyhood of man? Indeed, is not religion essentially illusion? Let us prepare our answer to this poignant question by a glance sufficiently far back and around us to furnish us with a starting point. We shall find that, as soon as we do so at all seriously, we are met by an apparent or real contradiction which runs, or seems to run, through the deepest of the things that, though still ever with us, are yet in process of further or new articulation, grouping, or fixation. I want first to describe this contradiction generally on its affirmative and on its negative side. I shall next draw out roughly the difficulties attaching to the problem at its deepest, and I shall then, with a view to a closer grasp of the problem thus at its deepest, and to secure a fair hearing for the skeptical solution of it, carefully study the leading utterances of probably the best equipped, the ablest, and the most thorough of skeptics. This will suffice for this first paper. Thus fortified in knowledge, I hope to come back to my own general description and questions in a second paper entitled Religion and Reality, and there to attempt some final resolution of the whole most delicate, most difficult, most important matter. 1. If we care to look back into human history, we can do so now with a greatly increased refinement of critical method and of sympathetic re-evocation. Workers possessed of these gifts and acquirements are daily increasing and improving our collections of the literary records, the rites and customs, the oral traditions and legends, the psychical concomitants, and the ethical and social conditions and effects of the various beliefs of mankind. And this widespreading, very detailed, ever retested study, so long as it remains simply busy with the patient collection and sympathetic articulation of the given facts, traces everywhere the following 4 characteristics of religion. Everywhere this study of the past finds, in various degrees and ways, and in various combinations with other elements of human experience, religion, the search for religion, or the sense of want of religion, or evidences of the soul's stuntedness because of the lack of definition of religion. Religion, if we take it in this extension of the term, appears to be as universal amongst men as are the ethical sense, the political instinct, aesthetic perception, or the philosophic impulsion, all of them most certainly characteristic of man in general, as all are certainly developed only very weakly in this or that individual or family, or even in this or that entire race or period. Everywhere again, this study discovers, although here once more in greatly different degrees and ways, the influence, indeed the real central, if often indirect importance, for good or for evil, or for both, of all religion, whether good or bad or mixed. Everywhere, too, such study shows that, as ethics, politics, art, science, philosophy, so also religion manifests itself in what is, at first sight, a bewildering variety of simultaneous forms or successive stages. It shows, moreover, that for the most part, as indeed is also the case, mutatis mutandis, with those other activities of human life and apprehension, religion remains to this day represented in large part by rude, inchoate beginnings, or by obstinate arrests of growth, or by convictions which, though to some extent more developed and more pure, yet still manifest a considerable admixture of earlier stages of cultus and belief. And this same study shows that religion, in proportion as it gains a fuller consciousness of its own specific character, retains indeed relations with ethics and politics, science, philosophy, and art, and even increases or refines such relations. Yet in and through all such relations, it increasingly differentiates itself from all those other modes and ranges of life and apprehension. Finally, this study discovers the most specific characteristic of all religion to consist in this, that whereas ethics and politics proclaim oughtnesses and seek to produce certain human acts and dispositions, and to organize human society in certain ways, whereas science and philosophy attempt respectively to discover the laws which govern natural phenomena, and to lay bare or to divine the unity or harmony of life and the world as a whole, and whereas art seeks to create for us beautiful forms, the incorporations of the ideals which it everywhere finds indicated, yet nowhere fully achieved, in the actual visual existence around us. Religion, on the contrary, affirms a supreme isness, a reality or realities other and greater than man, as existent prior to and independently of the human subject's affirmation of it or of them. Indeed, this reality is held to occasion such affirmation and to express itself, however inadequately, in this human response. Rules, even indeed the realizations of moral rightness, social organizations, even the deepest and the widest, discoveries in and utilizations of natural forces, however stupendous, laws and ideals of the mind, however essential, however lofty. Any and all of these, insofar as they are taken apart from any superhuman cause, center, or end, have never been considered, by the specifically religious sense, to be the concern of religion at all. Religion as such has ever to do, not with human thoughts, but with realities other and higher than man, not with the production of what ought to be, but with fear, propitiation, love, adoration of what already is. These four characteristics of all religion, its practical universality, importance, autonomy, and superhumanity, now appear before us in an astonishingly large collection of solid facts, derived from countless ages, races, and stages of mankind. Yet the opposite, the more or less skeptical, reading of this same mass of evidence is not uncommon, at least for the moment, even amongst serious and learned scholars. Indeed, with respect to the four general conclusions just described, there are certain apparently ruinous difficulties against the admission of their conclusiveness, and these difficulties appear to increase with the degree of significance attaching to them severally. As to the universality of religion, especially if understood as at least the implicit affirmation of a reality other and more than human, we are faced by the following apparent facts. Whole races, for example, the Chinese and Mongols, seem to be more or less lacking in such religion. A very ancient, one of the most widely spread and still powerfully influential, view and practice of life and death, which certainly considers itself religious, namely Buddhism, seems in its classical, characteristic period, systematically to look away from all things that are less than man's apprehending powers, yet it apparently does so without thought of, or belief in, any reality or influence other and higher than these powers, existing and operating in itself or elsewhere. A powerful and persistent philosophy, pantheism, proclaims as its central doctrine the identity of the world, of man, and of God, and this pantheism, traceable in many a degree and variation throughout more or less all ages, races, and countries, can boast of at least one exponent of the first rank, that great soul, Spinoza. And the denial of religion, for example, of religion taken as involving the affirmation of a more than human reality, can claim so eminent a mathematician as Laplace, so morally fervent and socially constructive a philosopher as Comte, scholars of such aesthetic penetration as Rode, and so great a critical historian as Theodor Mommsen. But if we restrict our attention to specific religious believers, is the importance, the effect of this, their belief, for or upon their lives and the world at large, so very marked? Is the difference in depth, breadth, and fruitful force of soul between the devout theist, Newton, and the cold atheist, Laplace, readily recognizable? Is the difference in such effects so very great between Buddhist Tokyo, Hindu Benares, Mohammedan Mecca, and Christian London or Rome? Or, insofar as cities are frankly materialistic, are they very plainly inferior to cities where they are religious? As to the autonomy of religion, is not this a myth? Is not every, even superficial activity of man bound up with every other? And is not the whole man dependent, through and through, upon his racial and family heredity, his education and environment? And cannot religion in particular be shown always to depend upon the moral and intellectual gifts, the general training, indeed upon the political, economic, even the psychophysical, conditions and upon the geographical position of its various votaries? And if this is so, certainly very largely, why should it not be so altogether? But especially do the objections against the superhuman claim, the very claim which we hold to run through and to characterize all specifically religious experience, appear grave, indeed final. Since then even the universality, the importance and the autonomy of religion can readily be shown to be difficult of proof, or at least to raise particular difficulties, in proportion as we insist upon religion as present only where there is a superhuman claim, and since, according to our conception, this superhuman claim constitutes the very heart of religion, we can simplify and yet deepen our task by concentrating our attention for the rest of these papers directly upon this, the superhuman claim of all religion. 2. The difficulties against the superhuman claim of religion can conveniently, even though only roughly, be grouped according to the peculiarities in the objects thus presented to and apprehended by the human mind, the limitations, real or apparent, of these apprehending minds, and the evils which result, with seeming necessity, from all such belief in the superhuman. Thus the first group draws its material specifically from the history of religion, from the examination of still living varieties of religion, and from the student's analysis of his own religious experience. The second group depends upon analytic philosophy, the theory of knowledge in particular, and the third group once again requires history and a wide knowledge and delicate penetration of the operations of religion, as these are still active around us and within our own soul. The first group, then, is busy with the objects, be they only apparent or be they real, presented to the religious human mind and soul. These seem to inflict a treble and increasingly final, denial and refutation upon any and all superhuman claim. For we can compare these experiences in the past or even in the present of religion simply with each other, and we shall then find them to present us with endless variations and even grave contradictions. Or we can compare the experiences in the past of religion with the moral law and with any sensitive spirituality, precisely in what we now feel sure are their most certain and most precious constituents, and we shall then discover those experiences mostly to fall visibly short of, and often flagrantly violate, these constituents. And finally, we can compare the religious experiences in their fuller and more harmonious unfolding and in their completest ethical satisfactoriness with certain apparently well-grounded conclusions or postulates of natural science or of mental philosophy, and we shall then find ourselves at a loss how to escape from contradiction of those experiences or of these other truths. Thus, if we take together the question of the variations and contradictions and the question of the violation of the moral and spiritual commands and truths, if we restrict ourselves to the Jewish and Christian scriptures alone, and if we give these variations and violations the great advantages of taking them in the order of time and according to the tribe or people when and where they occur, we find such well-known facts as the following. We have polygamous and divorcing saints and leaders of God's people, such as Abraham and Jacob, and again such deceivers as Jacob and Jael. Fiercely vindictive prayers by friends of God, such as are many of the Psalms and certain passages of the Revelation of St. John, and the extermination by the chosen people of entire tribes of the original inhabitants of Canaan. We have also the conception that God himself both tempts to evil and attracts to good, replaced only after some centuries by the distinction that God himself attracts to good alone and simply permits Satan to tempt the soul to evil, and insistences upon this earthly life as the place of the soul's full consciousness, hence for the deliberate service of God, in contradistinction to Sheol, the grave and the beyond, where the soul leads a shrunken existence, insistences which last, practically unbroken by contrary enunciations, right up to the captivity. Indeed, even within the limits of the New Testament alone, we get, first, the vivid expectation of Christ's proximate second coming and of the consummation of the world, and then gradually the adjournment, and finally the indefinite postponement of these cosmic events. Again, certain passages or writings conceive mankind as destined to a happy reign, first or finally, here upon our earth, however rejuvenated, and other passages or writings place the afterlife outside of, above, this earth. As to the apparent contradictions between the experiences and conceptions of religion and certain facts ascertained elsewhere, there are the three experiences or conceptions which appear to be simply essential to all theism. We find here the experience of miracle, which appears to clash with the determinism of natural law, and two conceptions, the conception of creation, which seems to contradict natural science, even in that minimum of evolutionary doctrine which can be taken as reasonably assured, and the conception of personality in God, which seems to contradict psychology and philosophy in their surely well-grounded contention that personality always implies at least some kind of limitation, if not actually a physical body. The second group, which deals with the apprehending mind, contains two main difficulties, and this against precisely the most fundamental of all the evidences and conceptions of religion, revelation. How can the mind, it is argued, apprehend with certainty anything outside of itself, outside of its own categories and modes? And still more, how can the essentially finite and contingent human mind, even if capable of a real knowledge of finite things, or of finite minds other than itself, have any real knowledge of, be at all really affected by, an infinite and absolute, even if such infinite and absolute can reasonably be conceived as mind and spirit? It will be noted that especially these two difficulties are called out to their uttermost by any and every superhuman claim. And the third group, which dwells upon the effects, for example, the dire evils accruing from the admission of religion as in any way or degree superhuman can be taken as containing two main sets of facts. For has not precisely that belief in the superhuman reality of the infinite, the absolute, been the cause why religion has so largely ignored other great and necessary human activities, has turned away from science and philosophy, from art and politics, even from society and the family, indeed even from elementary morality itself? And again, has not precisely that belief, when it has turned its attention to these other sides of life, attempted to dominate, to mold and to break them by and into the specifically superhuman religious categories, or even by and into whole systems of philosophy or theology deduced logically from these categories? Of such turning away from the non-religious activities of life, we have instances in the Jewish prophet's antagonism to all statuary, in the Mohammedan Sultan Omar's destruction of the great classical library of Alexandria, and in the huge Christian exodus in the 4th century into the Egyptian desert. And as to the domination, was it not precisely some belief in the superhuman, attached no doubt in these cases to terribly crude and corrupt imaginings of the human heart, that rendered it possible for Syrian and Canaanitish parents to give their daughters to the life of sacred prostitution in the temples of Aphrodite, and to pass their children through the fire as holocausts to the god Moloch? In already morally higher, yet still painfully fierce forms, was it not the belief that God himself was ordering such acts which rendered it possible for the Jews to exterminate without mercy the Canaanite tribes? And in again, less discriminate applications and ways, was it not such transcendent claims and beliefs that rendered possible, and indeed terribly actual, the Spanish Inquisition in precisely what constituted its apparently irresistible appeal? Indeed, in all and every attempt at direct regulation or arrest of research, speculation and science by theology, whether the latter be Mussulman or Calvinist or Lutheran or Catholic, is it not, in fact, the superhuman claim, and the acceptance of the superhuman claim, of religion, which renders such action possible? Even further, does not the acceptance of any such claim lead necessarily to such results? And is not the only sure safeguard against such results, and against their disastrous effects, especially also upon religion itself, the resolute elimination of the superhuman of every kind? And let us note that not only the effects have we been thus describing fully explain man's sensitive fear, indeed often their angry hatred of the very words metaphysic, transcendent, ontology, but that these effects also constitute a serious difficulty against the reasonableness, indeed against the continued possibility of all and every superhuman belief. For what is the worth of such superhuman affirmations if we get into troubles and deadlocks of all sorts, as soon as ever we seriously begin to apply them to anything, as soon as we ever deduce, anticipate, or test any scientific method or scientific fact from them? Can affirmations be true, and indeed the deepest of truths, if they have carefully been kept out of the reach of all tests of their truth? Is a position bearable which forces us either to limit or vitiate our sciences, their results, or at the least, their methods and intrinsic autonomies, or to emasculate our religion? 3. It is obviously impossible for a couple of papers, indeed it is impracticable for any one man, to enter fully into all the sides and problems of this great matter. But before my second paper attempts some general construction that shall utilize and transcend the objections developed above, I want to take the problem, not according to any formulation of my own, but in the combination of remarkable psychological penetration, of rare knowledge throughout large reaches of the religious consciousness, and of skeptical assumptions and passion presented by Ludwig Feuerbach in by far his greatest work, Das Wesen des Christentums. It is true that Feuerbach is considerably dominated by Hegelian positions which have long ceased to be accepted with such exclusiveness by the majority of philosophers or even by the general cultivated reader. It is true also that the very ruthlessness of his logic, renders him sometimes unfair to his own general position, and makes him so far more easy of refutation than our minds swayed more inconsistently by various, never completely developed or entirely accepted, principles and trains of thought. Certainly much of value has been collected, analyzed, and speculatively or critically thought out in matters of religion, since Feuerbach died in 1872, an utter materialist, with but little following in his latest development. Nevertheless, these earlier positions of Feuerbach, even where they have ceased to be axiomatic for professed philosophers, are still, in secondary forms and in semi-conscious ways, most certainly operative in various skeptical works. The vein of doctrinaire violence that undoubtedly runs through the book does not prevent the work remaining to this hour the most probing and thorough account of the certain, or even simply the arguable, contributions made by man to religion, of the resonance of man's mind and heart in response to religion, and there has not, I think, been since Feuerbach any mind of a caliber equal to his own that has argued with so unflagging a conviction for the sheer illusion and mischievousness of all religion. And again, in dealing critically with a dead man's work, we escape all personal considerations and subjective complications, so readily awakened by even friendly controversy amongst living writers. And finally, by taking, not this dead man's last, much cruder book, but his fullest and most formidable work, we indicate, by our very self-restriction within the range of the writings of the author chosen by us, that our object is not a complete study of Feuerbach, nor, on the other hand, simply a refutation of Feuerbach at his weakest, but the careful analysis of the leading positions of Feuerbach at his best, to be used as so much vivid enforcement and as so much precise aid towards at least the formulation of the great question here before us. It will be sufficient for our purpose if we restrict our extracts to the 2 introductory chapters of the whole book. From the first chapter on, the essential nature of man, let us take the following passages. Consciousness, in the strictest sense, is present only in the being to whom his species, his essential nature, is an object of thought. The brute is indeed conscious of himself as an individual, hence he has the feeling of himself as the common center of successive sensations, but not of himself as a species. Science is the cognizance of species. In practical life, we have to do with individuals, in science with species. But only a being to whom his own species, his own nature, is an object of thought, can make the essential nature of other things or beings an object of thought. Hence the brute has only a simple man, a twofold life. In the brute, the inner life is one with the outer. Man has both an inner and an outer life. The inner life of man is the life which has relation to his species, to his general, as distinguished from his individual nature. Man thinks, that is, he converses with himself. Now, the essential nature of man, in contradistinction from the animal, is not only the ground, it is also the object of religion. But religion is consciousness of the infinite. Thus it is, and can be nothing else than, the consciousness which man has of his own, not the finite and limited, but infinite nature. The consciousness of the infinite is nothing else than the consciousness of the infinity of the consciousness. Man is nothing without an object, but the object to which a subject essentially, necessarily relates, is nothing else than this subject's own, but objective nature. The Absolute, the God of man, is man's own nature, since to will, to feel, to think, are perfections, essences, realities. It is impossible that intellect, feeling, and will should feel or perceive themselves as limited finite powers, for example, as worthless, as nothing. For finiteness and nothingness are identical. Now on this I would note the following. Feuerbach gives us here his own description, or rather his own very precise definition, of what actually occurs within man's consciousness, of what specifically constitutes the human consciousness. This particular interpretation has been reached by some few men, tens of thousands of years, after millions of men have experienced this, specifically human consciousness. And even now, after this particular interpretation has come, and is offered to all thus conscious mortals, and especially to those who particularly reflect upon this consciousness, this interpretation is recognized certainly only by a few, and probably even by a few only for a time, as a true and complete account of what is taking place within each one of us. These very certain facts do not prove that Feuerbach's account is false, but they do prove that it is not self-evidently true, and this point might easily be overlooked, seeing the manner in which the truth of this interpretation is assumed throughout the work as entirely above discussion. No doubt Feuerbach here proves himself possessed of the penetration and the courage necessary for drawing the conclusion of certain assumptions which run, in various degrees and ways, through much of specifically modern philosophy. Yet it may well turn out that his main service in doing so is to make us feel, more strongly than we otherwise should have ever felt, that if the older philosophy had its grave faults and limitations, this newer orientation is still largely infected by the weaknesses and one-sidednesses of every reaction. Hence it will be well neither simply to attempt a wholesale return to the old philosophy, nor blindly to follow the new, but carefully to retest the great questions as to man's primary knowledge in the light of the great facts of human life and experience, facts which every philosophy worthy of the name has, after all, not to ignore or violently to explain away, but to accept, to elucidate and to harmonize as best it can. Here then Feuerbach, coming from his radical Hegelism, and writing for a generation still steeped in Hegel, assumes straightaway and even angrily emphasizes, without any attempt at proof throughout the book, that man essentially consists of mind alone, that this human mind can penetrate and can be penetrated by, can know at all nothing but itself, that it never grows by or gains a real knowledge of realities other than man himself. Man's mind is thus affected by but one reality, that of the species man, mankind, the human race, as distinct from what is simply selfishly particularist in an individual man. There is thus, from first to last, in human experience only one object, the subject itself, elusively mistaken, according to Feuerbach, for something different from this subject, and true philosophy consists in unmasking this inevitable, persistent illusion. Yet actual life of all sorts and its various special successes, the different sciences with their diverse particular results, and the now truly immense accumulation of historical evidence are all before us to warn us that this cannot be the truth, full and entire. These tell us, as so many elementary facts, as data from which philosophy must start, and to which it must ever be willing to grant appeal, that man is not simply mind, but also sense, imagination, feeling, will. This mind itself is not simply abstractive or discursive, but intuitive as well. That the human personality, if at all complete and perfect, holds and harmonizes all these forces in a generally difficult, always more or less rich, interpenetration. That these various constituents of the human personality are developed in and by their possessor, they are slowly built up by him into his true manhood, only by and on occasion of the contact with and the action upon them of other minds, other living beings, other things, and that, however more or other he be than they, or they be than he ever achieves some real knowledge of them, and thus, through his relations with them, he attains some real knowledge of himself. In this way, neither does the mind stand simply by itself in the human personality, nor does this mind merely abstract from itself and then hypostatize these its abstractions, nor does the entire personality stand alone in an empty or simply unknown and unknowable world, but the mind, a live force, finds itself in closest contact with other energizings and impulsions within the human subject. This entire human subject is always in the first instance necessarily related, not to an idea or representation, either of itself or of anything else, but to various, concrete realities distinct from, though not entirely unlike itself. It is the action of all that objective world upon this human subject, and the manifold reaction of this human subject to that world's action which is primary, whereas the abstracting activity is secondary and instrumental, and necessarily never fully catches up or exhausts those primary informations. The more real is the subject thus stimulated and thus reacting, and the more real is the object thus stimulating and thus acting, the more inside does the subject and the object possess, and the more rich will be such stimulation and such response. This is certainly the case with man when stimulated by a plant and not by a crystal, by an animal and not by a plant, by a man and not by an animal, by Isaiah, Shakespeare, or Newton, and not by the man in the street. And thus we are coming again to see that precisely those realms of human experience and knowledge which, like history, politics, ethics, gives us the widest and deepest subjective stimulation of the most varied and often the obscurest kind, and where consequently a clarified, harmonious, and full conviction is specifically difficult for us, are precisely the realms which carry the richest objective content within themselves, and which offer the fullest reward for our attempts to capture this content. From all this we can readily see that, whether man's consciousness of the infinite is or is not, as a matter of fact, simply man's consciousness of his own truly infinite consciousness, we cannot decide straightaway that it cannot be anything else. For we certainly, concomitantly with our awakening to a consciousness of ourselves, acquire very, dim or clear, but very real, experiences of the existence, indeed to some extent of the inner life, of other beings as well. And at this stage of our enquiry, it will suffice to point out that the specifically religious consciousness never has been, nor now is, and cannot, even when brought to book, discover itself to be simply the prolongation of the human individual, or of the human species in their own efforts or achievements, even if we take such prolongation as merely potential, or as still actually to be achieved. The religious consciousness is always of something other than itself, and in proportion to the spirituality, for example, to the specific religiousness of this consciousness, does the infinite, not the soul's own, appear present and operative here and now in the world and in the soul, an infinite different in kind from any simply human prolongation or ideal, since the soul rests upon it and finds its support in the actual presence and operation of this infinite, this perfectness. The following passage from Feuerbach's all-important second chapter on The Essence of Religion is specifically instructive. The consciousness of God is self-consciousness, knowledge of God is self-knowledge. But this is not to be understood as affirming that the religious man is directly aware of this identity, for on the contrary, ignorance of it is fundamental to the peculiar nature of religion. Man first of all sees his nature as if out of himself before he finds it in himself. Religion is the childlike condition of humanity. The child sees his nature, man, out of himself. In childhood, a man is an object to himself under the form of another man. Hence the historical progress of religion consists in this, that what, by an earlier religion, was regarded as objective, is now recognized as subjective. That is, what was formerly contemplated and worshipped as God is now perceived to be something human. What was at first religion becomes at a later period idolatry. Man has given objectivity to himself, but has not recognized the object as his own nature. A later religion takes this forward step. Every advance in religion is therefore a deeper self-knowledge, but every particular religion accepts itself, and necessarily so, otherwise it would no longer be religion, from the fate, the common nature of all religions. It is our task to show that the antithesis of divine and human is altogether illusory, that it is nothing else than the antithesis between human nature in general and the human individual. Here we have, I think, a profoundly true reading of history side by side with a colossal paradox, a paradox which is indeed absolutely necessary to this philosophy, but which does not follow from this reading of history, a paradox which, from its very character, demands the strictest proof. Yet no such proof is forthcoming. while all the presumptions derivative from man's other, non-religious experiences and the special nature and effects of this religious attestation itself are very decidedly against it. Thus it is indeed certain that later stages of religion do generally look upon the earlier stages as so many sheer idolatries, and that the strongly religious man, as such, is generally reluctant to concede an element of truth to those earlier stages. Such a man readily sees, in those earlier stages, a mere deification of the worshipper's worst passions, and as readily fails to perceive any traces of a similar projection in his own religious conviction and practice. Hence, no doubt, an important peculiarity in the phenomenology of religion is here laid bare. Yet it is plain that, unless the Irishman's argument be sound that, because a certain stove will save him half his fuel, therefore 2 such stoves will save it all, there is no necessary consequence from such admixture of illusion with truth, to the negation of every and all truth, to the denial of the operative presence of some non-human reality within this long series of human apprehensions. Again, it is true that religion has hitherto moved, upon the whole, from seeing God as it were visibly in the visible outside world to experiencing him in the operations of the human conscience and in the necessary laws and ideals of the human mind. Yet much in recent science and philosophy, and in the general movement of men's minds and requirements, points to future developments when men at large will again see in nature, now encouraged to do so by science and philosophy themselves, not finally a mechanism, nor a blind impulsion and warfare of forces, but once again, yet now much more deeply than ever, a world which, in proportion to its degree and scale of reality, is purposive, a world indicative of, because preparatory for, mind, love, and will. The strict and sharp delimitation of nature and of spirit, of mathematico-physical and of historico-philosophical methods and of their respective special fields, has been very necessary and has produced most fruitful results in both directions. Yet it is obvious that they must be somehow conceived as operating within one great interconnected world, at however various levels of reality. Indeed, this interconnection is continually being shown by the manner in which any earnest, well-conducted inquiry of any one kind promptly benefits all other inquiries of whatsoever other kind, and this as much to the surprise of, say, the discoverer in biology as of the student of religion. And in the study of the history of religion, there is certainly no necessity for the mind which here knows most, and knows with the greatest critical discrimination and reproductive sympathy about the endless variations and stages of religion, to recognize in this apparent chaos just nothing but a pretentious effusion, a sheer projection, of the variations of the vain heart of man. Such utter skepticism cannot be a necessary conclusion, since were it so, such daring yet religiously tempered critics as William Robertson Smith, Paul de la Garde, C.P. Thiel, Edwin Lehman could never have existed. For in the case of these scholars, and of many another now living, critically trained mind, the intolerable insufficiency of all mere immanence, the conviction that that very history testifies to the immanence of the transcendent, has certainly not been weakened. It has somehow been quickened by or during such strenuous studies. We undoubtedly find something closely analogous in the history of man's other experiences and cognitions. What a dreary waste is the history of philosophy, of politics, of ethics themselves, except to the man who is imbued with the strongest philosophical, political, ethical sense, the man who knows where to look for truth and fruitfulness, and who is at the same time trained in historical, that is, in patient, grateful, magnanimous imagination. It may be retorted that in religion we are dealing not, as in philosophy, politics, ethics, only with principles and ideas, but primarily, according to our own insistence, with a great self-revealing reality, and that hence we may expect in religion, from the first, a greater freedom from absurdities. But we can point, in our rest of judgment, to the notorious history of the natural sciences. Also these sciences are primarily busy with facts and existences, which reveal their own selves in the observing mind. Indeed, these sciences deal with objects which are of necessity more readily discernible and more easily describable than could ever be those of religion. For in science, the self-revelation is largely to our senses. The objects revealed do not claim to be more, and are indeed mostly less than human, and the dispositions required for their accurate ascertainment are of necessity not as deep, delicate, and costly as are those required in the case of religion. Yet especially the early history of the natural sciences is, at first sight, a continuous reeling from one gross absurdity to another hardly less gross. The general conditions and circumstances and the specific effects of the religious attestation itself also strongly point the other way. For here we have to do, not with this or that particular attestation, nor even with this or that persistent concomitant of this whole range and succession of human experience, but with this entire kind of human life, one held by mankind at large to be the highest and the deepest life attainable by man. And yet this life is declared to consist in a sheer projection by the individual human mind of the general, but purely immanental, human requirements and ideals, although this individual mind is, whilst practicing such a sheer projection, admittedly so entirely unaware of what it is doing that it actually considers itself, the projector, to be the creation of its own projection. But in real experience, doubts may arise within the religious mind against this or that concomitant or element of its present faith. It may even entirely lose faith in this or that particular religion, yet it does not pari passu lose faith in transsubjective, transcendent, superhuman reality as such. And let it be particularly noted that, according to Feuerbach, the whole force of religion proceeds precisely from what is sheer illusion in it, for it is just only that inversion, that attribution by the soul of the most objective validity and transcendent worth to this, its mere projection of a self, utterly shut up within this self's own sheer human musings, which give religion all its specific power. The same, precisely the same, content which, when seen in its true place and character, leaves men cold or only superficially moved, becomes, when seen by them in its false place and character, the most profoundly, often the most terribly, powerful force known to history. Yet not all the recitals of the childishnesses, the moral abuses, and the intellectual trials and complications, traceable in and alongside of the various religions of the world, can make any at all just student overlook religion's magnificent services to mankind, the most heroic patience and courage, the noblest purity, the most self-oblivious love and service, and withal the keen sense of the givenness of man's very capacities, of the pathetic mystery of his life, and of the entrancing depth of the reality that touches and pervades it. It is impossible to see why Plato, Aristotle, Leibniz, and Kant, and why again Pheidias and Michelangelo, Raphael and Rembrandt, Bach and Beethoven, Homer and Shakespeare are to be held in deepest gratitude as revealers respectively of various kinds of reality and truth, if Amos and Isaiah, Paul, Augustine and Aquinas, Francis of Assisi and Joan of Arc are to be treated as pure illusionists in precisely what constitutes their specific greatness. The following group of passages will now conclude our examination of Feuerbach. If you doubt the objective truth of the predicates of God, you must also doubt the objective truth of the subject whose predicates they are. If the predicates are anthropomorphisms, the subject of them is an anthropomorphism too. If love, goodness, personality, and the rest are human attributes, so also is the subject which you presume, the existence of God, the belief that there is a God, are anthropomorphisms, presuppositions purely human. Originally, man makes truth dependent upon existence, subsequently, existence dependent upon truth. Not the attribute of the divinity, but the divineness or deity of the attribute is the first true divine being. Hence, he alone is the true atheist to whom the predicates of the divine being, for example, love, wisdom, justice, are nothing. Not he to whom merely the subject of these predicates is nothing, and in no wise is the negation of the subject necessarily also a negation of the predicates considered in themselves. These have an intrinsic, independent reality. They force their recognition upon man by their very nature. They prove, they attest themselves. It does not follow that goodness, justice, wisdom are chimeras, because the existence of God is a chimera, nor that they are truths, because this is a truth. The idea of God is dependent on the idea of justice, of goodness, of wisdom. But the converse does not hold. Religion knows nothing of the anthropomorphisms. To it they are not anthropomorphisms. They are pronounced to be images only by the understanding, which reflects on religion, and which, while defending them, yet before its own tribunal, denies them. I take these several positions in an order of my own. It is certainly contrary to the facts that religion, as such, knows nothing of anthropomorphisms. For example, that religion, as such, is unaware of the inadequacy of all human thought and language to the realities, even simply as these are experienced by the soul. Oh, the depth of the wisdom and the knowledge of God! How unsearchable are his judgments, his ways past tracing out! This cry of St. Paul, from the letter to the Romans, chapter 11, verse 33, expresses the very soul of religion. One of the greatest favors bestowed transiently on the soul in this life is to enable it to see so distinctly and to feel so profoundly that it cannot comprehend him at all. In heaven, those who know him most perfectly perceive most clearly that he is infinitely incomprehensible. This experience and reflection of the peasant St. John of the Cross, a spiritual canticle, stanza 8, verse 10, only places in the very center of attention that which persistently accompanies, as a delicate background and presupposition, all deep spiritual experience, and which indeed can be found, to some degree, even in the less spiritual religions. True, philosophical reflection and natural science bring perplexities to the religious mind, and there is some connection between a man's growth in such other insights and his analysis and theory of his religious experience. Yet the influence of philosophy and of science upon religious experience itself appears to be primarily the furnishing of obstacles and stimulants, of tests and purifications. And certainly the sense of awe derived by the religious soul from its vivid apprehension of the greatness of the reality, a reality experienced as so much deeper and richer than the soul can ever express, is specifically different from any sense of uncertainty as to the existence and the superhuman nature of the reality underlying and occasioning this apprehension. Healthy mysticism and genuine skepticism are thus intrinsically opposites. The predicates which the believer finds inherent to the subject, God, indeed whatever he says or can say, believe or wish, as to God, are undoubtedly expressed within the limits of, and in accordance with, the human nature in which they are experienced or thought. Everything that is apprehended by any apprehending being is apprehended according to the manner of this being's apprehension. It is continuously insisted upon by St. Thomas, the prince of the scholastics, who here, as usual, follows Aristotle. So, for example, in the Summa Theologiae, first part, 75th question, Article 5c. Man can never jump out of his own skin, yet this in no way decides how widely that skin may stretch, nor what, nor how much of, reality really affects man, and is presumably apprehended by him with some genuine knowledge. Indeed, man is found to possess somehow, in very certain fact, a more or less continuous, often most painful, sense of the inadequacy of any and all merely human mode and degree, both of existence and of apprehension. And this sense is too fundamentally human, and too demonstrably impels him towards, yet never to rest in, his noblest achievements in science and philosophy, in art, in ethics, in life generally, for it to be anything but suicidal for man himself ever, in the long run and deliberately, to declare this sense to be sheer illusion, or, what is practically the same, and equally inadequate, to find in this sense nothing but the merely human race instinct. There then remains no way out of skepticism, where skepticism is least tolerable and where it is most ruinous. than to carry right up into religion what we believe and practice in our practical life and in our science, just as we simply admit the existence of countless realities, more or less different from, though only lower than or equal to ourselves. And as we frankly grant the real influence of these realities upon ourselves and our real knowledge of them, since such influence and knowledge are prior to, and are the material of, our discursive reasoning about them, so also let us simply admit the existence of a perfect reality, sufficiently like us to be able to penetrate and to move us through and through, the which, by so doing, is the original and persistent cause of this, our noblest dissatisfaction with anything and all things merely human. Certainly no other explanation has ever been given which does not sooner or later misstate or explain away the very data and the immense dynamic forces of the data to be explained. But this, the only adequate explanation, moves us on at once from the quicksands of religion as illusion to the rock of religion as the witness and vehicle of reality. Of course, this dim or vivid general sense of the perfect, of all-sustaining spirit, operates in men and is describable by them only in human terms. But this very fact and the believer's ready admission of it make the persistent witness to the reality all the more striking. Feuerbach's own later history shows most instructively that the question of existence does matter, that sooner or later it demands a categorical answer. It shows also how precarious, with denials as sweeping and as absolute as are those in his Wesen des Christentums, is the persistence of the sense, here still so delicate and apparently so vigorous, of the possibility, indeed of the frequent reality, of costly, self-oblivious love and devotion amongst men and for men, without any superhuman beliefs at all. Indeed, even in this, his chief work, and according to the author's own actual procedure, which is often strangely ignored by himself, existence does matter. For here the subject of those predicates of love, wisdom, etc., is even passionately declared to exist. It is indeed not God, but it is mankind, conceived as an intensely real reality. But when Feuerbach comes to write his Wesen der Religion, mankind has become an abstraction, and only two realities remain, utterly determinist, immoral nature and hopelessly selfish, sensual, cruel individual men. Here also then existence matters. Indeed, here it matters supremely. End of chapter 2, part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 2, Religion and Illusion, and Religion and Reality, Part 2. Religion and Reality. In Religion and Illusion, we rapidly surveyed the main peculiarities to be found in religion at large, throughout human history. These peculiarities were four: universality, as wide as for religion, as for man's other deeper peculiarities; importance, traceable also where man seems without the religious sense; self-differentiation from the other modes and ranges of human life, in proportion as religion grows deep and delicate; and superhumanity, the sense of givenness, reality, otherness, superhumanness, as characterizing the ultimate object and deepest cause of religion. We next noted the chief objections to allowing any specific evidential value to this last peculiarity, the superhuman intimations. We noted the difficulties against the admission that these intimations really take us beyond individual men's idle fancies or egotistic selfishnesses, or at best beyond projections by the human individual of the deepest yet purely human needs and ideals of the human race. The human race itself and the less than human realities around it are taken by such an objector as the sole realities of which we men are truly cognizant, And lastly, we took the chief articulations of such a purely human, illusionist explanation of religion as furnished by Ludwig Feuerbach at his eminentist best, and we attempted, in connection therewith, some preliminary discriminations of the whole question. In Religion and Reality, I now propose to concentrate more fully upon the deepest of the four religious peculiarities, upon the evidential, revelational quality of religion, its intimations of superhuman reality, and to meet more systematically the chief objections to the transhuman validity of these intimations. But I want first to make plain how much this final exposition intends to cover and in what way it intends to operate. The following pages, then, will chiefly consider revelation, but also, in some measure, miracle, creation, and personality, since these four experiences or concepts are all closely connected with the points in need of elucidation against the pure immanentists. But this study excludes any equal consideration of evil, suffering, sin. It excludes these great facts because they do not directly obstruct, even if they do not directly aid, the question as to the evidential worth of the superhuman intimations. If the question to the objections against the evidential value of these intimations and against the reasonableness of the four experiences and concepts closely connected with these intimations turns out successful, then and only then will it be worthwhile to study these great realities as objections to the theism for which we have then found good grounds. Evil, suffering, sin can then be taken as difficulties which are possibly incapable of any complete solution, yet which, even so, would not of themselves abolish the evidential value we have discovered in the superhuman intimations of religion. It might indeed be contended that evil, suffering, sin, that the awful reality and significance of these things themselves form a large part of the superhuman intimations of religion. But such a contention is based, I believe, on several confusions of thought. The intimations we here study are of a superhuman ultimate reality, and this ultimate reality, in proportion as religion grows deeply and delicately religious, is apprehended as good, happy, and holy. All this, doubtless, is always apprehended in conjunction and in contrast with other different qualities of the apprehending man himself, and these qualities, it may well be urged, are felt to be evil, painful, sinful. Yet the apprehension of the man's qualities by the man himself are, in any case, only the occasion and concomitant of the same man's apprehension of the superhuman. It may even be questioned whether a man's apprehensions of the human, which are in the most close contact and in the most constant contrast with the same man's apprehensions of the superhuman, are indeed evil, suffering, sin. I believe those closest and most constant concomitants of the superhuman intimations to be, in actual fact, the feelings of weakness, instability, dependence. And these feelings and apprehensions are clearly involved as concomitant contrasts in the experiences and concepts of revelation, miracle, creation, and personality, which we deliberately include in our study. As to the form of the following expedition, it may well seem rather a clearing away of objections than a direct establishment of positive facts, but this would only be an appearance, for the exposition assumes, throughout the actual, indeed the admitted, existence of these intimations, whether illusory or not. The expedition has as little the need as it would have the power to construct these intimations. It simply finds them and describes and analyzes them as best it can. The argument gets underway only upon the admission that religion, in fact, is always penetrated by these intimations, and the argument reaches port the moment these intimations are allowed really to be what they themselves claim to be. This study has thus to be taken in direct connection with actual life. The two, thus taken together, are free from any indirectness or ingenuity. The claim to the transhuman validity continues upon the whole as present, operative, clear, in the religious intimations, as it continues present, operative, clear, in the intimations of the reality of an external world. and as our removal of objections to the reality of an external world necessarily establishes its reality for us, because there is the vivid impression, the sense of the transhuman reality all around us, which clamors to be taken as it gives itself, and which was only refused to be taken thus because of those objections. So now our removal of objections to the reality of the superhuman reality necessarily establishes its reality for us, since there, again, is the vivid impression, the sense of a still deeper, a different, transhuman reality, which penetrates and sustains ourselves and all things, and clamors to be taken as it gives itself. 1. We first take, then, the characteristics of the objects apprehended by the religious mind. 1. Here it seems clear that the apparently endless variations which exist simultaneously between one entire religion and another entire religion, and even between single mind and single mind, or which shows successively in one and the same religion, and even in one and the same mind, indeed the crude childishness of much that most individuals and most religions think and represent their experience and its object to be, do not of themselves condemn the position that a great transsubjective superhuman reality is being thus, variously and ever inadequately, yet nonetheless actually, apprehended by such groups or persons. The reality, extant and acting upon and within the world, distinct from the human mind, and upon and within those human minds and spirits themselves, can indeed be taken as the determining occasion, object and cause of man's long search for and continuous refinding of God, of the gradual growth in depth and in delicacy of man's religious apprehensions, of man finding his full rest and abiding base in the religious experience and certainty alone, and of man simultaneously becoming ever more conscious both of the need of the best and of the inadequacy of all human categories and definitions to express this really experienced reality. There is nothing intrinsically unreasonable in this, unless we are to become simple skeptics, also in ethics and politics, indeed in natural science itself, since in these cases also we readily find a closely similar, bewildering variation, both simultaneous and successive. We find similar childish beginnings and similar slow and precarious growth. In natural science, the earth and the sun are assuredly really extant, and rocks, plants, and animals have been with man since first man appeared upon the earth. Yet innumerable crude fancies, each variously contradicting the others, have been firmly believed for ages about these very certain realities. Nor are these same realities, even now, free from mysteries greater certainly by far than is all we know with certainty about them. Indeed, the reality of the external world in general can be called in question, as certainly as can the reality of the spiritual world and of God. The reality of both these worlds can be argued or willed away as a mere subjective illusion or projection by this or that person or groups of persons for a while. But neither of these worlds can, with strict consistency, ever be thus dissolved by any single man, and neither of these worlds will ever, consistently or not, be thus dissolved in permanence by any considerable body of men, for reasons to be given presently. And note that the very closeness and interiority of the chief evidences and experiences of religion render the clear perception and true explication of their content and significance in certain important respects indefinitely more difficult than is the analogous attempt with regard to the external world, and that such greater difficulty is characteristic of every advance in depth, richness, and reality in the subject matters of whatsoever we may study. Thus the science of the soul is indefinitely richer in content, but far more difficult than is the science of shells. 2. But we have also to face the widespread violation in the earlier religions, even where these are already above nature worship, of truthfulness, purity, justice, mercy, as these fundamental moral and spiritual qualities and duties are understood in the later religions, and the fact that much of such improvement as occurs in what, if not the very heart of religion, is surely closely connected with it, appears to proceed not from religion, but from the growth of civilization, of the humane spirit, and this largely in keen conflict with the representatives of superhuman religion. These are doubtless grave objections, for if religion be, at bottom, the fullest self-revelation of the infinite perfect spirit in and to man's finite spirit, and if indeed this self-revelation takes place most fully in religion, how can this self-revealing spirit, just here, and precisely through the belief in the superhuman, here most operative, instigate, or at all events allow, and thus often render at the least possible, terrible crimes of deception, lust, injustice, cruelty? How can it require the aid of man's non-religious activities against man's religious apprehensions? Here, if we care to remain equitable, we shall have to bear in mind the following. Man's personality, the instrument of all his fuller and deeper apprehensions, is constituted by the presence and harmonization of a whole mass of energies and intimations belonging to different levels and values, and not one of these can, in the long run and for mankind at large, be left aside or left unchecked by the others without grave drawback to that personality. Religion is indeed the deepest of energizings and intimations within man's entirety, but it is not the only one, and through religion alone, God becomes definitely revealed to man as self-conscious spirit, as an object, as the object of direct, explicit adoration. Yet those other energies and intimations are also willed by God and come from Him, and in the long run, and for mankind at large, are necessary to man's health and balance even in religion itself. So also the aesthetic sense alone conveys the full and direct intimations of the beautiful, yet it nevertheless requires, for its healthy balanced functioning, the adequate operation of numerous other energies and intimations, from the senses up to the mental processes, in the man who apprehends the beautiful. Such an at all adequate and balanced development of any one group of energies and intimations, let alone of the entire personality, is of necessity, except in rare souls, or in rare moments of ordinary souls, a difficult and slow process. It has been so certainly with ethics and humaneness. It has been so still more with religion. It is important, too, throughout all these somewhat parallel growths, especially those of ethics and religion, always to compare the conviction, command, or practice of one time, race, or country, not with those of much later times, or of quite other races or communities, but with the closely and distantly preceding habits of one and the same race and community. Thus in ethics, polygamy should be compared not with monogamy, but with polyandry, and polyandry again with promiscuous intercourse. And in religion, the imprecatory psalms and the divine order to exterminate the Canaanites should be compared not with the Sermon on the Mount, but with a purely private vendetta. We discover that, in many cases which now shock us, the belief that God had spoken was attached to genuine, if slight, moves or to the confirmations of moves in the right direction, and in all such cases, the belief was so far certainly well founded. Doubtless more or less self-delusion in religion must at all times have occurred and must still be occurring, both in individuals and even in the larger groups, and doubtless, had religion never existed, certain special kinds of self-delusion would not have operated amongst men. Yet man cannot, without grave damage, do without religion, for he cannot, in the long run, formally deny all reality to a subject in which man's highest inevitable ideals can find a persistent home and be harmoniously alive, nor can he attain to the vivid apprehension and steady affirmation of such a reality except by religion. Ethics, philosophy, science, all the other special strivings of man have indeed the right and the duty persistently to contribute their share, a share indispensable, in the long run and in various, largely indirect ways, in awakening, widening, sweetening man's imagination, mind, emotions, will, and thus to aid him also in his preparation for, and in his interpretation of, the visitations of God's Spirit, but, again in the long run and in various, often strangely unexpected, yet terribly efficacious ways. These various activities, though not directly religious, cannot fail themselves to suffer inevitably if men will go further, if they will deny all reality to the persistent object of all living religion. Our gratitude most rightly goes out to those men who, from whatsoever quarter, have helped to awaken, widen, sweeten man in general, and in ethical, philosophical, scientific directions in particular, even though those men may have had but little specific religion. Indeed, even if, often more sinned against than sinning, they have vehemently combated the only form of specific, hence superhuman religion, which they knew. But a gratitude no less sincere is due to those men also, who indeed failed to understand the worth, and who oppose the growth, of such other activities, yet who preserve the sense of the specific character of religion, that it deals primarily, not with ideas, but with realities, and that a certain humanness is of the very essence of all full religion. 3. The points where the affirmations seemingly essential to all superhuman religion appear to be hopelessly contradicted by philosophy or science have been taken by us as 4. The experiences of revelation and of miracle, and the conceptions of creation and of personality. The first 2 will be considered presently in connection with the philosophical problems. As to creation, it is plain that no sheer beginnings, however much we may attempt to conceive them in terms and images of the latest natural science, are picturable or clearly thinkable by us at all. Yet assuredly all the finite life, even all the ordering of matter, such as is directly known to us in our visible universe, are known to us only with marks of having had a beginning. Natural science cannot indeed start otherwise than with already extant diffused matter, and cannot but tend to speak as though this matter, by its purely immanental forces, groups itself into such and such combinations, and proceeds to ever more complex and interior results. Yet that already extant, that presupposition demanded for the purposes of science, and so as to secure to science a situation in which it begins to have a subject matter at all, surely exhausts all that such science requires, and all that it can confidently teach us concerning the eternity or non-eternity of matter. Again, the successive advents of vegetable, animal, human life upon our earth introduce differences delicately, powerfully different in kind, especially when any one of these lives is compared with inorganic matter, yet also when any one such life is compared with any other of these several lives. And finally, the adaptations in these several organisms of their life to its environment, even if it's simply caused at the observational level of natural science by survival of the fittest amongst a mass of variations, always presupposes the original presence and the persistent repetition of variations deserving to be thus selected. We thus still get in natural science, if not a clear and complete proof of an eternal wisdom creating and ever sustaining all things, yet many a fact and problem which indicate how largely modal, where at all certain, is evolution. Evolution in reality still gives us, at most and at best, not the ultimate why, but the intermediate how, whilst the points of central religious importance here appear to be not so much the non-reality as the createdness of all finite realities. Thus St. Thomas can teach us that the eternity of the material universe would not be incompatible with its creation, and that only creation is intrinsically essential to theism, although the Jewish Christian revelation has now taught us that, as a matter of fact, the universe is not only a creature, but a non-eternal one. And indeed it appears certain that what religion here centrally cares for is the mysterious and permanent relation between the moving changes we know in part, and the power, after the fashion of that operation, unknown, which is itself unmoved all motion's source. As to the personal God, it has now become a prevalent fashion angrily to proclaim, or complacently to assume, the utter absurdity of anything personal about the infinite, since personality of every degree and kind essentially implies, indeed largely consists of, limitations of various kinds, and is a gross anthropomorphism the moment we apply it to anything but man himself. Yet it is interesting to note the readiness with which these same thinkers will hypostatize parts or special functions of our human personality, and will indeed do so largely with concepts which we know to be specifically characteristic of spatial extended bodies. Thus thought, or love, or law, or even substance, nothing of all that is, for such thinkers, anthropomorphic or subhuman, but anything personal is rank anthropomorphism. Yet it is only self-conscious spirit that we know well, since it alone do we know from within. Self-conscious spirit is immensely rich in content, and self-conscious spirit is by far the widest and yet deepest reality known to us at all. True, natural science and even philosophy do not of themselves fully find the personal God, since natural science is not, as such, busy with the like ultimate questions, and since philosophy, as we shall show presently, appears of itself to bring us indeed to certain more human orders or laws, but hardly fuller to the orderer. But there is nothing intrinsically unreasonable in thinking of the ultimate cause, ground and end of the world, as certainly not less than, as somehow not at all unlike, what we know our own self-conscious mind, feeling and will to be, provided we keep the sense that God is certainly not just one object amongst other objects, or even simply one subject amongst other subjects, and that, though variously present and operative in all subjects and objects, he is not only more perfect than, but distinct and different from, them all. In so thinking, we find in, or we attribute to, the supreme reality, what we ourselves possess that is richest in content, that is best known to us, and that is most perfect within our own little yet real experience. We have done what we could, and life and history abound with warnings how easy it is here to go apparently further and to fare in fact very much worse. Indeed, we can safely hold with Lotz not only that personality is compatible with infinitude, but that the personality of all finite beings can be shown to be imperfect precisely because of their finitude, and hence that perfect personality is compatible only with the conception of an infinite being. Finite beings can only achieve an approximation to it. 2. The general philosophical difficulties appear to be met by the following facts and observations. 1. Man's actual experiences, the data with which he starts, are never, as a certain current in modern philosophy might easily lead us to believe, simply impressions which are felt by man at the time of his receiving them as purely subjective, or which are conclusively shown to be merely subjective by philosophical analysis, or which in reason man ought to assume to be merely subjective unless a strict demonstration of their transsubjectivity be forthcoming. The data of man's actual experience, on the contrary, are subject and object, each giving to and taking from the other. The two, and not the one only, are, somehow and to some correlative extent, included within the single human consciousness, and since only an outlook so purely solipsistic as to be destructive of the assumptions necessary to any and all coherent reasoning can, in the long run, deny the reality of something, indeed also of some mind or minds other than and distinct from our own minds. And since these our minds are doubtless surrounded by and related to such other various realities, the rational presumption is that the spontaneous and universal testimony of these our minds, after deduction of such points or forms, can clearly be shown to be simply subjective, is truly indicative of the several transsubjective realities which these experiences so obstinately proclaim. Kant's interestingly unconscious self-contradiction here, that we can know nothing whatever about transsubjective reality, yet that we know for certain it is in no sense like what even our deepest and most closely criticized experiences indicate it to be, can doubtless not be maintained as reasonable by any mind once vividly aware of the inconsistency. We shall have, on the contrary, to say that, by the very nature of things, we cannot indeed get clean out of our mind so as to compare things as they are outside it with the same things as we experience them within it, yet that we have every solid reason for, and no cogent reason against, holding that the objects most persistently apprehended by our deeper experience as transsubjectively real, and whose acceptance by us as thus real brings light, order, and fruitfulness in the most unexpected ways and into the most remote places of our life and work, are indeed transsubjectively real, and are in themselves not all unlike to, not disconnected with, but are thus apprehended them to be. We doubtless know nothing completely, nothing adequately, not even ourselves. We know nothing directly from within except ourselves. Yet we do not know only ourselves, or other things only through reasoning them out from this our self-knowledge, but in the endless contacts, friendly, hostile, of give, of take, between ourselves and the objects of all kinds which act upon us, and upon which we act in some degree or way, we do not obtain of ourselves a real knowledge, and of the other things a merely subjective impression as to their mere appearance. But such contacts always simultaneously convey some real experience, some real knowledge, both of ourselves and of the objects thus experienced, and indeed of each precisely on occasion and because of the other. But can I thus experience and know God? The question is, in the first instance, not whether I can, but whether I do. It is true that, outside the specifically religious life and apprehension, there is no vivid experience of God as a distinct reality, as the supreme subject, as self-conscious spirit, nor, even in the religious life, is God so apprehended except on occasion of and in contrast to other different lesser realities. Yet even outside such specifically religious experiences, in all the larger human apprehensions and endeavors, wheresoever they become entirely serious and fully conscious of their own essential presuppositions and necessary ideals, there is found to exist ineradicably the sense of a more than merely subjective, whether individually or even generally human, without which those larger apprehensions and endeavors would lose all ultimate worth and justification. This more than merely subjective was admirably brought out as regard ethics by Fichte in 1800. Let us suppose you go and sow seed in a field. So much as this may be reckoned as your own act alone, but you no doubt sow, not simply to sow, but that your seed may germinate and may bear fruit. The latter, the future harvest, however much your sowing may be a necessary condition for it, is no more your action, but the aim of your action. We have here two things and not one. Now in all your actions, which show visibly in the world of sense, you always reckon in this way upon two things, upon a first thing, which is solely produced by yourself, and upon a second thing, which exists and which acts entirely independently of yourself, and is simply known to you, an eternal order of nature. And thus too in ethics. If a man here calls the law, by which a special consequence necessarily follows from any particular determination of his will, an order, and, in contradistinction from the order of nature, a moral or intelligible order, whence a moral or intelligible coherence or system or world would arise, such a man would not, by this procedure, be placing the moral order within the finite moral beings themselves, but outside of, in distinction from them. He would thus assume something in addition to these beings. Now here is, according to me, the place of religious faith, here in this necessary thinking and demanding of an intelligible order, law, arrangement, or whatever else you may care to call it, by which all genuine morality, the interior purity of the heart, has necessary consequences. But the late Professor Windelband, in his Preludian, 1903 and since, and Professor Eucken, in his Der Wahrheitsgehalt der Religion, 1904 and since, have traced out in much detail precisely similar necessitations in the theory of knowledge and in logic, and again in aesthetics, where the worlds of the transsubjectively true and the transsubjectively beautiful are as truly necessary presuppositions as is a world of the transsubjectively good, a necessary presupposition in ethics. And the late Professor Seidwart and Professor Volkelt have most thoroughly laid bare the ever-present working of this transsubjective intimation and faith in logic and the theory of knowledge. Now, even with these three more than simply subjective worlds, we have not, it is true, yet reached the self-conscious spirit experienced by religion, but we have thus established important points. Man's general, human experience, wheresoever it is sufficiently wide, deep and earnest, sufficiently trustful of whatever may turn out to be its necessary prerequisites, and sufficiently pressed and analyzed, reveals intimations and orders of more than merely human origin, truth, and range. Man's general, human experience reveals this transsubjective, superhuman world in at least three specific forms, on three different sides of his experience. And whether or not there be still another legitimate form and side of human experience, a fourth revelation of the transsubjective, superhuman world, which can bring further light and support to those three, it is certain that, having got as far as these three revelations, it is exceedingly difficult for men at large to retain a vivid faith in those three worlds, and yet deliberately to reject the revelation of self-conscious spirit offered to them by religion. True, the same Fichte, continuously so sure of the reality and more than human character of the moral world, tells us in 1798 and 1800 that this faith is faith full and entire, that living and active moral order is God itself. We do not require and we cannot apprehend any other. There is no ground in reason for going beyond such a moral cosmic order, and, by means of a conclusion from the effect to the cause, to assume in addition a particular being as this cause. But then we are left thus at the surely strange, highly abstract, more or less mythical conception of an active ordering. We are thus given an order which is not a mere orderedness, in which case God and world would be one, and there would be no God, but an order which is an active ordering, which is, insofar, distinct from the world it orders, and yet an ordering which neither is nor implies an orderer. But it is surely entirely doubtful, even apart from what the complete, hence also especially the religious experience of mankind may convey and require, whether such a strange intermezzo of a conception is, in the long run, possible for the human mind. For we have here an active ordering of a gigantic conflict and confusion, according to abiding, more than human, standards of truth, beauty, and goodness, standards not made by, yet recognizable by, the human spirit. And nevertheless, this ordering and these standards are not to be the effects of self-conscious spirit, and are not to be apprehended by such a spirit. Insistence upon this intermezzo as the ultimate analysis of man's entire legitimate experience becomes indeed something doctrinaire and contradicts the general method and temper which have led the mind to the point attained, if we will maintain it even after we have been brought face to face with the massive, varied, persistent witness of the religious sense and life. For only if we show how and why the logical, the aesthetic, and the ethical life can alone be trusted, and not the religious life also, where it supplies what those three lives all severally seek, can we consistently accept the deep-lying testimony of the logical, aesthetic, and ethical lives, and nevertheless refuse or explain away the central witness of the religious life. Fichte indeed bids us cease to listen to the demands of an empty system, and to beware lest, by our hypothesis of a personal God, we make the first of all objective cognitions, the most certain of all certainties, to depend upon ingenious pleadings. Klugele. Yet the now immensely abundant testimony of religion lies before us as a warning that Fichte here confounded philosophical thinking and the general idea of religiousness with the specifically religious experiences themselves. Theological deductions and speculations have indeed at times articulated or analyzed in ingenious ways the deepest and most delicate experiences of living religion. Yet these experiences themselves always present their object as overflowingly existent, and in proportion as spirituality becomes more conscious of its own requirements and more sensitively discriminating, this object is apprehended as perfect self-conscious spirit, as very source of all existence and reality. We can indeed argue against religion, as mistaken in doing so, but that religion actually does so, and this, not in the form of deductive reasoning, but in that of intuitive experience, cannot seriously be denied. And this religious experience is, in fact, interwoven, from first to last, with the sense of revelation and the sense of miracle. 2. As to revelation, it is remarkable that men's latter-day preoccupation with the apparent imperfections in the content of the various religions has frequently blinded them to the excellence of the form, the vehicle of all religion. For the characteristic form of all religion is revelation, and the various activities and achievements of human life, wheresoever these are sufficiently deep to awaken and to hold the entire man, and to lead him to some certitude, all possess, in various degrees and ways, something revelational about them. It is true, of course, that the naif realism or objectivism of classical and medieval times, so little conscious upon the whole of the always present and often large contribution furnished by the apprehending human subject to this subject's apprehensions of the object, led by the excess of every reaction to a sometimes equally one-sided idealism or subjectivism, in which the entire outer and inner world becomes the sheer projection, or at least the purely subjective elaboration by mankind into orders of beauty, truth, and goodness, of what is intrinsically, or what at least is found by us analytically to be, a sheer caput mortuum, just so much dead matter or wild flux and chaotic impulsions. Yet it is equally true that the newer sciences of biology, sociology, and history are now fast bringing us to a third stage where truth and life will more and more evidently be found to consist in the fullest and most manifold interaction between subject and object, and this in increasing degrees according to the increase in the importance of the subject matter experienced or studied. And everywhere in these newer sciences there is a sense of how much there is to get, how rich and self-communicative is all reality, to those who are sufficiently detached from their own petty subjectivisms. A keen yet relevant study of the given appears here, by a Darwin, be it of but the earthworm, and by Welkin, be it of but the scribblings on ancient potsherds. And the greater givennesses are found in the most intelligible orders, which persistently show themselves anew, wheresoever human experience is sufficiently pressed, and which so entrance the great minds of a Kant and of a Fichte. In these cases we have an absorption of the subject in the object, and a response, and assuredly gradual, ever only partial, yet a very real self-revelation of the object to the subject. In the cases of these intelligible orders, we have already something more or less religious, indeed the sense of givenness, of prevenance, of a grace, of something transcendent having in part become immanent to our human world as a fact within this factual world, and of this fact as alone rendering even possible that sense of givenness. All these experiences are already present in the apprehension and affirmation of these intelligible orders as truly extant, and yet it is only the specifically religious experience which gives us revelation at its fullest, not only as to revelation's content, but also to revelation's form. For religion alone brings the vivid revelation of spirit other than the human, a spirit so perfect and so richly real as itself to be the ultimate, overflowing self-conscious cause of man's very capacity for apprehending it. Nevertheless, such a self-manifestation of perfect spirit, once found and accepted, gives a base, a setting, and a crown to all those other self-manifestations of the lesser realities, a base, a setting, and a crown, which their graduated series, taken as a whole, so greatly requires, and which indeed it dimly and semi-consciously prepares, yet cannot itself effectuate. And this same self-manifestation of spirit, and the human spirit's response to it, renders superfluous all attempts, always more or less hopeless, to construct God a priori. or even to demonstrate him from the facts of nature and of human life by any single deductive argument of a strictly constraining force, because Spirit, God, works in our midst and in our depths. We can and we do know him. Because God has been the first to condescend to us and to love us, can we arise and love him in return? Do you wake? Asked St. Bernard. Well, he too is awake. If you arise in the night, if you anticipate to your utmost your earliest awakening, you will already find him waking. You will never anticipate his own awakenedness. In such an intercourse, you will always be rash if you attribute any priority, any predominant share to yourself, for he loves both more than you love and before you love at all. The prevenience of God becomes thus the crown and the final guarantee of all the other minor preveniences, which variously bring us the materials and occasions for our other kinds of knowledge and conviction, from the crystal and the plant onto the animal and man. 3. The experience of miracle, when discriminated in the higher religions and by maturely spiritual souls, appears to be composed, in its essence, of three, yet only of three, vivid interdependent apprehensions. There is the vivid apprehension of something unique being experienced or produced, hic et nunc, in this particular experiencing soul. There is the vivid apprehension that this unique experience comes from the one divine spirit to this particular human spirit, and there is the vivid apprehension that this effect of spirit upon spirit is not restricted to the human spirit alone, but that the spirit can affect, and in any particular instance is actually affecting, in more or less striking, most real ways, the very body and its psychical, indeed even its physical, conditions and environment, and the visible exterior conditions and history of mankind. All our previous considerations have prepared us thus to conceive reality as, in proportion to its depth, an ever nearer and nearer approach to the concrete universal, to the unique embodiment of a universally valuable type, to discover in this tendency, throughout the successive stages of realities, to ever-increasing typical uniqueness, the increasingly large operation of the actually existent concrete universal, God, and to recognize, as we trace these stages, that neither does God's spirit live all aloof from man's spirit, nor does man's spirit live all aloof from man's body, or from this physical body's physical environment. On the contrary, throughout reality, the greater works in and with and through the lesser, affecting and transforming this lesser in various striking degrees and ways. To at least this degree in these ways does miracle and the belief in miracle thoroughly belong to the permanent experience of mankind and to the adequate analysis of this experience. Grave difficulties arise only when these three central experiences are interpreted as meaning that the spiritual or psychical or physical effects of miracle constitute direct breaches within, as it were, the phenomenal rind and level of natural reality, breaches which can be strictly demonstrated to be such by natural science itself. This opinion, if pressed, requires of natural science, whose subject matter is essentially limited to that level and that constituent of reality or appearance, where strict continuity and repetitive law can be found or applied, to discover its object in what suspends or contradicts these characteristics, and hence is outside its special range and cognizance. Wherever such suspension or contradiction can be discovered, science would have nothing to work upon, and could only wait till it again found something more or less continuous or repetitive. 3. It is doubtless the practical difficulties which, more largely than all the other objections put together, explain the doctrinaire aloofness, or the angry set purpose to be found extant and operative, more or less in all times and places, against religion, as soon as religion appears in its full specific and articulate form, for example, as a conviction and claim of the superhuman. For as men look back into the past, or even carry the effects of the past within their very blood, they perceive or feel that, if not religion in its roots, yet at least the various theologies and the various sects and churches have, in all sorts of times and places, ways and degrees, protected and perpetrated, or occasioned and increased, impoverishments, divisions, oppressions, obvious or obscure, yet very real, within men's inner lives, or as between man and man, or between one group of men and other groups. And in all such cases, the sanction or stimulus to such grave inhibitions or complications appear to have sprung precisely from the supposed superhuman character of some revelation, command, or institution. Such a work as Andrew White's History of the Warfare of Science and Theology, 1903, shows in full detail how largely the science, philosophy, medicine, politics, life generally, which we all practice or profit by, have been established at the price of conflict, more or less costly, with such superhuman claims. Hence we are bound to show how and why those blights or deadlocks were not produced by the superhuman claims as such, and indeed how and why a superhuman conviction, rightly understood and wisely practiced, remains our sole ultimate guarantee against fanaticism on the one hand and skepticism on the other. 1. It is plain, for one thing, that this whole practical question is greatly complicated by the fact that, even more than the other circles of the higher human endeavors, science, art, ethics, religion always brings with it, religion indeed always more or less requires, such things as association, organization, institutions. Religious institutions indeed habitually insist upon two most precious principles and practices, which the other, non-religious circles do not and cannot thus vividly apprehend and directly inculcate. Yet these same institutions also tend to enforce these principles and practices by means which are accountable for certainly the greater amount of the bitterness felt by so many serious, clean-lived men against those very principles and practices themselves. Such institutions, then, most rightly maintain the superhuman claim as essential to religion. They emphasize religion as essentially revelation, as man's deepest experience of the ultimate reality through the action of that reality itself, a reality which both underlies and crowns all other, lesser strivings and givennesses. And such institutions, again, most rightly emphasize the great difference in amount, purity, and worth of the spiritual truth and life, to be found even within the sincerest and most entirely positive convictions and practices of the several religions of mankind. Here we have two immense services rendered by the higher religious institutions to the abiding truths, to the ultimate basis of man's worth, services absolutely without serious parallel as to their depth and range in any other quarter. Yet that superhuman, revelational religion has, in the rough and tumble of life, and by and for the average institutionalist, been too often conceived as arising in vacuo, and hence as though able, even in the long run, to dispense with, or to starve, the other activities and necessities of man, or again, as though not only religion, but theology, were a divine communication, as though God himself communicated intrinsically adequate, mathematically precise formulations of religion, and thus we get a starving of all that is not directly religious in man, or an arrest of theological improvement. We get an insistence upon a direct and decisive jurisdiction, by a deductive theology and institutional administration, over the results of, indeed over the very methods and necessities specific to, man's other activities and apprehensions, in science and aesthetics, in historical research, politics and ethics, and in philosophy. And in proportion as this is actually effected, religion becomes bereft of the material, the friction, the witnesses so essential to the health and fruitfulness of man in general, and of religion in particular. The material is lost, for man's full other experiences, which pressed, yield so firm a foundation for specific religion, are here prevented from being thus full and from being thus pressed. The friction between religion and ethics, and between theology and science and philosophy, so necessary to bring out the fullest powers of each, and the deep underlying mutual need which in the living man each has of all the others, is eliminated. Since all these several activities, except that of the official theology, have, previous to all possibility of wholesome clashing, been carefully deprived of all their specific weapons of attack and of defense, and the witnesses for religion disappear. For what is a witness who has, by forcible suppressions or modifications of his testimony, been rendered safe beforehand? And again, as to all the religions of mankind other than their own, such great institutions tend, in their average representatives and disciples, to speak and act as though it were indifferentism ever to discover some religious truth in life as present in such other religions, in however various degrees and ways. The whole conception of varyingly intense and varyingly precious feelings after God, of stages of growth and of light, of more or less error and corruption mixed with more or less truth and of health, of the test and measure of such truth and health, lying indeed within the deepest practice and the fundamental convictions of the most richly and most specifically religious of the great religious bodies, with these as most fully explicating, whilst exceeding the previous illuminations and gropings of man's soul. Such a conception is clearly difficult to every fully organized religious institution. 2. The all-important facts here are, however, that no orthodoxy explicitly denies such a general position, and that no orthodoxy achieves its deepest function except it explicitly admits and genially practices this, its very genuine implication. And is it really so difficult, precisely for men so rightly concentrated upon the reality of God and of his operativeness throughout the world at large, and especially throughout the world of souls, to find thus his traces, though doubtless in very different degrees of clearness and of worth, even where their possessors are not awake to their source, or even where they turn angrily against the bearers of a fuller message? Unless the whole Christian Church is wrong in insisting upon the Old Testament as the Word of God, unless St. Paul was wrong in preaching God to the heathen Athenians as him whom they had ignorantly worshipped, and unless our Lord himself was wrong in coming, not to be ministered to, but to minister. Some such attitude cannot but be the right one, however difficult to our poor human passions it may persistently remain. Even amongst the rigorous, primitive Christians and amongst harsh, medieval churchmen, such mild and comprehensive convictions and characters have as certainly occurred as the fierce feelings and persecuting proceedings of others amongst their contemporaries, and it would clearly be utterly a priori and arbitrary to construe these convictions and characters as springing from or as leading to indifference. The Church Father Lactantius and the popes St. Gregory the Great and Alexander II were no less certain of, and no less zealous for, superhuman religion, for the supreme truth of Christianity and of Catholicism, than were the Church Father St. Augustine or the popes St. Pius V and Paul VI. But the former combined, with this their all-pervading and all-crowning faith, a keen sense for the natural virtues as the inviolable prerequisites, concomitants and consequences of the supernatural life, for the elements of truth and goodness present in all men and in all religions, for the essential free character of the act and habit of faith, and for the irreplaceable persuasiveness of love, whereas the latter were all but exclusively engrossed in the specifically religious virtues, in the completest religion, in this religion scholastic and juridical formulation, and in the influence and utility of pressure, fear, commands, obedience. But both groups, in their several ways, are equally discriminative, equally zealous, equally superhuman. 3. The dispositions and acts of the mild and comprehensive group appear now to be as true and as wise as ever, and to require no more than certain further discriminations. We religious men will have to develop, as part of our religion, the ceaseless sense of its requiring the nidus, materials, stimulant, discipline of the other God-given, non-religious activities, duties, ideals of man, from his physical and psychical necessities up to his aesthetic, political, and philosophical aspirations. The autonomy, competition, and criticism of the other centers of life will have thus to become welcome to religion for the sake of religion itself. We religious men again will have to develop, as part of our religion, a sense, not simply of the error and evil, but also of the truth and the good, in any and every man's religion. We will have to realize, with Cardinal John de Lugo, S.J., who died in 1660, that the members of the various Christian sects, of the Jewish and Mohammedan communions, and of the non-Christian philosophies, who achieved and achieve salvation, did and do so, in general simply, by God's grace aiding their good faith instinctively to concentrate itself upon and to practice those elements in the cultus and teaching of their respective sect, communion, or philosophy, which are true and good and originally revealed by God. And finally, we religious men, especially we Catholic Christians, will indeed never drop the noble truth and ideal of a church unity of cultus and belief, of one single worldwide church, but we will conceive this, our deathless faith in religious unity, as being solidly realizable only if we are able and glad to recognize the rudimentary, fragmentary, relative, pedagogic truth and worth in religions other than our own, a worth which, as regards at least Judaism and Hellenism, the Roman Church has never ceased to practice and to proclaim. To conclude, we have found reason to hold that all actually lived religion is, in proportion to the depth and delicacy of its spirituality, always simultaneously conscious of two closely interconnected things, the more than human reality of the object of its experience, which object indeed itself reveals itself in and makes real this experience, and the abiding difference between even this, its present experience, and the great reality thus experienced and revealed. And in this twin consciousness, living religion is like every other truly lived apprehension. No true scientist, artist, philosopher, no moral striver, but finds himself at his best and deepest moments, with the double sense that some abiding, transsubjective, other than human, or even more than human reality, or force, or law, is manifesting itself in his experiences, and yet that these very experiences, and still more his reason abstracts of them, give but a very incomplete, ever imperfect conception of those transsubjective realities. And now let us suppose that all such conviction of a real contact with superhuman reality were to be lost by humanity at large, and that neither general life, in its deepest necessities, nor the historical religions, in their special answers, would any longer be admitted as witnesses to anything but just so much sheer projection of merely human, although racial, fancies. Thus the spiritual deeps, beckoning us on to their ever further, never exhaustible exploration, and the spiritual atmosphere, in and through which mankind has ever, with varying degrees of consciousness as to this medium, perceived things finite, would go, and in lieu of mysterious reality, to be ever more closely pressed and more deeply penetrated, we should be environed by an importunate mystification, which surely men would attempt to eliminate at any and every cost. Such men, bereft of all atmosphere, such men of the moon, would of necessity end by being sure that they knew all there is to know, or at least that they or their fellow men could thus know all there is to know. Hence they would represent the very acme of intolerance. For in truth, abstractions of his own mind and projections of his own wishes, if and where taken by man, to be in very deed no more than himself, and to correspond to nothing outside of or higher than himself, will in the long run be incapable of satisfying man, and hence they will be unable to check his passions, good or evil. The fanaticism which in man, as long as he is man, will always lurk within the folds of his emotions, and which in religious men springs, not from their superhuman belief as such, but from their ignorance or misunderstanding of certain prerequisites and conditions essential to the healthy and fruitful working of superhuman religion, that gift and act and habit, so free and yet so firm, within poor yet rich, complex, many-leveled man, will, in such a supposed attempt at a purely immanental life, no doubt at first, if it have no other man's supernatural belief to tilt against, roam about loose and restless. But fanaticism in such a case would soon attach itself to some sheer secularism, to what such a pure immanentist would at first admit to be merely such. It would next attempt solemnly to proclaim and to believe such a secularism to be somehow great and even unique, and to enforce it as such, And then, unless the simple assent to the transsubjective intimations returned, even this kind and degree of conviction and fanaticism would be succeeded by a skepticism more sincere but more destructive than even this secularism itself. Are cultivated West Europeans really coming, for good and all, to such a condition of alternate or of simultaneous irreligious fanaticism and utter skepticism? Surely no, for if religious faith and hope and love are free gifts of God and free virtues of man, and if they are in some respects specially difficult for such Europeans, yet the present keenness of irritation amongst so many of these men against the very terms of transcendence and the superhuman is demonstrably in great part a quite understandable reaction against still wider prevalent ways of conceiving and of applying, for example, of enforcing, the superhuman and religion. The presence and pressure of the motives for general religion and the answering evidences and aids of specific, characteristic religion, as these latter culminate for us Europeans in the Jewish Christian revelation and spiritual society, remain on and on, too strongly rooted in the very nature and necessities of the spiritual world, which environs and penetrates us all, for them not, more or less continuously, to keep or to raise us above such irritation and reactions against the supernatural as such. And once a man is thus free from a specifically dangerous, because inverted and hence unnoticed, dependence upon the faults and excesses of others, he will be able to find, to love, and to practice, by means of and within the great historical institutions, deep superhuman religion, and this without repelling other souls, where these are sincere and serious in their own degree and kind. Some years ago, alarm grew rife concerning the safety of Winchester Cathedral, discovered to be undermined by watercourses, and expert divers, in full diving dress, plunged down through the springs to the swamps and sands, the foundations so daringly accepted by the original builders of the majestic edifice. The divers found the great oaken beams, as laid by those first builders, upon those shifting natural foundations, still for the most part serviceably sound. Yet some of these beams required replacing, and the guardian architects decided to replace them all by great concrete piers. We too, in this study, have been probing foundations, those of religion. But here we have found the foundations to consist of rock, two interdependent, interclamped rock masses, the general dim and dumb religiosity, the more or less slumbering sense and need of the abiding and eternal, and the concrete, precise and personal religion, the clear answer to that confusing asking, and with this answer, the now keen articulation of that dim demand. And both that general dull sense and this special definite presentiment are found by us in actual life, found by us there as givennesses of an evidential, revelational, and other than human, a more than human quality, yet here also in our own subject matter, as there in the case of the cathedral, some renovation or rearrangement of the structure, reared more or less directly upon the ancient and abiding foundations, appeared to be demanded. Nevertheless, in this, the religious case, the desirable repairs turned out to consist essentially, not in preventing the shifting, swampy foundations from spreading their sapping influence upwards, but on the contrary, in eliminating from the various stages of builders' work, reared upon the sound and solid rock foundations, whatsoever may impede those stages from full reception of this soundness and solidity. And we found the dispositions necessary for the unhampered spreading throughout the whole of life of the soundness resident in the deepest roots, in superhuman religion, to be three: the soberly autonomous development of the several non-religious faculties and of the non-religious associations of men, the ready recognition, by any one religion, of elements of worth variously present in the other religions, together with the careful avoidance of all attempts at forced conformity, and a careful respect for the methods intrinsic to history and philosophy, even where these analyze or theorize the documents and experiences of religion itself. Thus will all men of good faith be laid open to the appeal, so full of the aid to the best that is in them, of superhuman religion in its profound life and reality. End of chapter 2, part 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 3, Progress in Religion, Part 1. The difficulties are deep and delicate, which confront any man at all well acquainted with the fuller significance of religion and of progress, who attempts clearly and shortly to describe or define the ultimate relations between these two sets of fact and conviction. It is plain that religion is the deeper and richer of the two terms, and that we have here, above all, to attempt to fathom the chief elements and forces of religion as such, and then to see whether progress is really traceable in religion at all. And again, it is clear that strongly religious souls will, as such, hold that religion answers to, and is occasioned by, the action within our human life and needs of great, abiding, living non-human realities. And yet, if such souls are at all experienced and sincere, they will also admit, as possibly the most baffling of facts, that the human individuals, families, races, are relatively rare in whom this sense and need of religion is strongly, sensitively active. Thus the religion of most men will either all but completely wither or vanish before the invasion of other great facts and interests of human life, economics or politics, or ethics, or again, science, art, philosophy. It will, more frequently, become largely assimilated in its conception, valuation, and practice to the quite distinct and often subtly different conceptions, valuations, and practices pertaining to such of these other ranges and levels of human life as happen here to be vigorously active. And such assimilations are, of course, effected with a particular philosophy or ethic, mostly some passing fashion of the day which does not reach the deepest laws and standards even of its own domain, and which, if taken as religion, will gravely numb and mar the power and character of such religious perception as may still remain in this particular soul. I will then first attempt some discriminations in certain fundamental questions concerning the functioning of our minds, feelings, and wills. I will next attempt short, vivid descriptions of the chief stages in the Jewish and Christian religions, with a view to tracing here what may concern their progress, and will very shortly illustrate the main results attained by the corresponding peculiarities of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Mohammedanism. And I will finally strive to elucidate and to estimate, as clearly as possible, the main facts in past and present religion which concern the question of religious progressivism. 1. I begin with insisting upon 7 discriminations which, even only 40 years ago, would have appeared largely preposterous to the then fashionable philosophy. First, then, our knowledge is always wider and deeper than is our science. I know my mother, I know my dog, I know my favorite rose tree, and this, although I am quite ignorant of the anatomical differences between woman and man, of the psychological limits between dog and human being, or of the natural or artificial botanical order to which my rose plant belongs. Any kind or degree of consciousness on my part as to these 3 realities is a knowledge of their content. Knowledge is not simply the reduction of phenomena to law and their resolution into abstract elements, since thus the unknowable would be found well within the facts of experience itself, insofar as these possess a concrete character which refuses translation into abstract relations. So Professor Aliotta urges with unanswerable truth. And next, this spontaneous awareness of other realities by myself, the reality man, contains always, from the first, both matter and form, and sense, reason, feeling, volition, all more or less in action. Sir Henry Jones insists finely, the difference between the primary and elementary data of thought on the one hand and the highest forms of systematized knowledge on the other is no difference in kind, analogous to a mere particular and a mere universal, but a difference of articulation. Thirdly, Direct, unchallengeable experience is always only experience of a particular moment. Only by means of thought and trust in thought can such experience be extended, communicated, utilized. The skeptic, to be at all effective, practices this trust as really as does his opponent. Thought, taken apart from experience, is indeed artificial and arid, but experience without thought is largely an orderless flux. Philosophers as different as the neo-positivists Mach and the intuitionist Bergson do indeed attempt to construct systems composed solely of direct experience and pure intuition, and at the same time almost ceaselessly insist upon the sheer novelty, the utter unexpectedness of all direct experience, and the entire artificiality of the constructions of thought, constructions which alone adulterate our perceptions of reality with the non-reality's repetition, uniformity, foreseeableness. Yet the amazing success of the application of such constructions to actual nature stares us all in the face. It is indeed strange, if that contention be right, that facts behave as if they too had a turn for mathematics. Assuredly, if thought, with its durable and coherent structure, were not the reflection of some order of stable relations in the nature of things, it would be worthless as an organ of life. Fourthly, both space and time are indeed essential constituents of all our perceptions, thoughts, actions, at least in this life. Yet time is perhaps the more real and assuredly the richer constituent of the two. But this rich reality applies only to concrete or filled time, duration, in which our experiences, although always more or less successive, interpenetrate each other in various degrees and ways, and are thus more or less simultaneous. An absolutely even flow of equal, mutually exclusive moments, on the contrary, exists only for our theoretical thinking in abstract, empty, or clock time. Already, in 1886, Professor James Ward wrote, "In time, conceived as physical, there is no trace of intensity. In time, as psychically experienced, duration is primarily an intensive magnitude." And in 1889, Professor Bergson, in his Essai sur les données immédiates de la conscience, gave us exquisite descriptions of time as we really experience it, of duration strictly speaking, which does not possess moments that are identical or exterior to each other. Thus all our real soul life, in proportion to its depths, moves in partial simultaneity. Indeed, it apprehends, requires, and rests, at its deepest, in an overflowingly rich, pure simultaneity. Fifthly, man is body as well as soul, and the two are closely interrelated. The sensible perception of objects, however humble, is always necessary for the beginning, and in the long run, for the persistence and growth of the more spiritual apprehensions of man. Hence historical persons and happenings, institutions, affording sensible acts and contacts, and social corporations, each different according to the different ranges and levels of life, can hardly fail to be of importance for man's full awakening, even ethical and spiritual. Professor Ernst Troeltsch, so free from natural prejudice in favor of such a sense and spirit position, has become perhaps the most adequate exponent of this great fact of life, which is ever in such danger of evaporation amidst the intellectual and leading minority of men. Sixthly, the cultivated modern man is still largely arrested and stunted by the spell of Descartes, with his insistence upon immediate unity of outlook and perfect clearness of idea as the sole, universal tests, indeed constituents, of truth. I judged that I could take for my general rule that the things which we conceive very clearly and very distinctly are all true. These and these alone. Thus henceforth mathematics and mechanics have generally been held to be the only full and typical sciences, and human knowledge to be coextensive with such sciences alone. Yet biology and psychology now rightly claim to be sciences, each with its own special methods and tests, distinct from those of mathematics and mechanics. Indeed, the wisest and most fruitful of philosophy is now coming to see that Reality generally eludes our thought when thought is reduced to mathematical formulas. Concrete thought, contrawise, finds full room also for history, philosophy, religion, for each as furnishing rich subject matters for knowledge or science of a special but true kind. Seventhly, already mathematics and mechanics absolutely depend, for the success of their applications to actual nature, upon a spontaneous correspondence between the human reason and the rationality of nature. The immensity of this success is an unanswerable proof that this rationality is not imposed, but found there by man. But thought without a thinker is an absurd proposition. Thus faith in science is faith in God. Perhaps the most impressive declaration of this necessary connection between knowledge and theism stands at the end of that great work, Christoph Zweigart's Logic. As soon as we raise the question as to the real right, the adequate reason, of our demands for a correspondence within our several sciences between the principles and the objects of the researches special to each, there emerges the need for the last and unconditional reason, and the actual situation is not that this reason appears only on the horizon of our finite knowledge, as Kant would have it. Not in thus merely extending our knowledge lies the significance of the situation, but in the fact that this unconditional reason constitutes the presupposition without which no desire for knowledge, in the proper and strict sense of the word, is truly thinkable. And lastly, all this and more points to a philosophical agnosticism as an artificial system, and one hopelessly inadequate to the depths of human experience. Assuredly Bossuet is right. Man knows not the whole of everything. And mystery, in this sense, is also of the essence of all higher religion. But what man knows of anything is that thing manifested, not essentially travestied, in that same thing's appearances. We men are most assuredly realities, forming part of a real, world whole of various realities. These other realities continuously affect our own reality. We cannot help thinking certain things about these other realities, and these things, when accepted and pressed home by us in action or in science, turn out, by our success in this, their utilization, to be rightly apprehended by us as parts of interconnected, objective nature. Thus our knowledge of reality is real as far as it goes. And philosophical agnosticism is a doctrinaire position. We can say with Hubert Spencer, in spite of his predominant agnosticism, that the error committed by philosophers intent upon demonstrating the limits and conditions of consciousness consists in assuming that consciousness contains nothing but limits and conditions, to the entire neglect of that which is limited and conditioned. In reality, there is something which alike forms the raw material of definite thought, and remains after the definiteness which thinking gave to it has been destroyed. 2. Let us next consider 5 of the most ancient and extensively developed amongst the still living religions. The Israelitish, Jewish, and the Christian religions shall, as far, by the best known to us, and as the most fully articulated, form the great bulk of this short account. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Mohammedan religions will be taken quite briefly, only as contrasts to, or elucidations of, the characteristics found in the Jewish and Christian faiths. All this in view of the question concerning the relations between religion and progress. 1. We can roughly divide the Israelitish Jewish religion into 3 long periods. In each, the points that specially concern us will greatly vary in clearness, importance, and richness of content. The first period, from the time of the founder Moses and the Jewish exodus out of Egypt to the appearance of the first great prophet Elijah, say 1300 BC to about 860 BC, is indeed but little known to us, yet it gives us the great historical figure of the initial lawgiver, the recipient and transmitter of deep ethical and religious experiences and convictions. True, the code of King Hammurabi of Babylon between 1958 and 1916 BC, or according to others, about 1650, anticipates many of the laws of the Book of the Covenant. Exodus chapter 20, verse 22 through chapter 23, verse 33. The oldest amongst the at all lengthy bodies of laws in the Pentateuch, and again, this covenant appears to presuppose the Jewish settlement in Canaan, say in about 1250 BC, as an accomplished fact. And indeed, the law and the books of Moses generally have undoubtedly passed through a long, deep, wide, and elaborate development, of which 3 chief stages, all considerably subsequent to the covenant book, have by now been established with substantial certainty and precision. The record of directly Mosaic sayings and writings is thus certainly very small, yet it is assuredly a gross excess to deny the historical reality of Moses, as even distinguished scholars such as Edward Meyer and Bernard Stade have done. Far wiser here is Wellhausen, who finds in the very greatness and fixity of orientation of the development in the law and in the figure of the lawgiver, a conclusive proof of the rich reality and greatness of the man of God, Moses. Yet it is Hermann Gunkel, I think, who has reached the best balanced judgment in this matter. With Gunkel, we can securely hold that Moses called God Yahweh and proclaimed him as the national God of Israel, that Moses invoked him as Yahweh is my banner, the divine leader of the Israelites in battle. Exodus chapter 17, verse 15. And that Yahweh is for Moses a God of righteousness, of the right and the law which he, Moses, brought down from Mount Sinai and published at its foot. Fierce as may now appear to us the figure of Yahweh thus proclaimed, yet the soul's attitude towards him is already here, from the first, a religion of the will, an absolute trust in God. Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. Exodus chapter 14, verse 14. And a terrible relentlessness in the execution of his commands, as when Moses orders the sons of Levi to go to and fro in the camp, slaying all who, as worshippers of the golden calf, had not been on Yahweh's side. Exodus chapter 32, verses 25 through 29. And when the chiefs, who had joined in the worship of Baal Peor, are hung up unto Yahweh before the sun. Numbers chapter 25, verses 1 through 5. Long after Moses, the Jews still believed in the real existence of the gods of the heathen, and the religion of Moses was presumably, in the first instance, monolatry, the adoration of one God among many, but already accompanied by the conviction that Yahweh was mightier than any other God. Certainly Micah, who is like Yahweh, is a very ancient Israelitish name. And if Yahweh is worshipped by Moses on a mountain, that is Sinai, and his law is proclaimed at a spring, if Moses perhaps himself really fashioned the brazen serpent as a sensible symbol of Yahweh, Yahweh nevertheless remains without visible representation in or on the ark. He is never conceived as the sheer equivalent of natural forces, and all mythology is absent here. The vehement rejection of the calf worship shows this strikingly. Michelangelo, himself a soul of fire, understood Moses well, Gunkel thinks. The second period, from Elijah's first public appearance, about 860 BC, to the dedication of the Second Temple, 516 BC, and on to the public subscription to the law of Moses under Ezra, in 444 BC, is surpassed in spiritual richness and importance only by the classical times of Christianity itself. Its beginning, its middle, and its end each possess distinctive characters. The whole opens with Elijah, the grandest heroic figure in all the Bible, as it still breathes and burns in the first book of Kings. For Elijah there existed not, in different regions, forces possessed of equal rights and equal claims to adoration, but everywhere only one holy power that revealed itself, not like Baal in the life of nature, but like Yahweh in the moral demands of the spirit. Wellhausen. And then, in about 750 BC, appears Amos, the first of the noble storm birds, who herald the coming national destructions and divine survivals. Yahweh was for these prophets, above all, the God of justice, and God of Israel only insofar as Israel satisfied his demands of justice, and yet the special relation of Yahweh to Israel is still recognized as real. The ethical truth, which now stood high above Israel, had, after all, arisen within Israel, and could only be found within it. The two oldest lengthy narrative documents of the Pentateuch, the Yahwist, J, and the Ephraimite, E, appear to have been composed, the first in Judah in the time of Elijah, the second in Israel at the time of Amos. J gives us the immortal stories of Paradise and the Fall, Cain and Abel, Noah and the Flood, E, Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, and the documents conjointly furnish the more naive and picturesque parts of the grand accounts of the patriarchs generally, the first great narrative stage of the Pentateuch. God here gives us some of his most exquisite self-revelations through the Israelitish peasant soul. And Isaiah of Jerusalem, successful statesman as well as deep seer, still vividly lives for us in some 36 chapters of that great collection, the Book of Isaiah. Chapters 1 through 12, chapters 15 through 20, chapters 22 through 39. There is his majestic vocation in 740 BC, described by himself without ambiguity as a precise, objective revelation. Chapter 6. And there is the divinely impressive close of his long and great activity, when he nerves King Hezekiah to refuse the surrender of the holy city to the all-powerful Sennacherib, king of Assyria. His assurance that Yahweh would not allow a single arrow to be shot against it, and would turn back the Assyrian by the way by which he came, all which actually happens as thus predicted. Chapter 37. The middle of this rich second period is filled by a great prophet-priest figure and a great prophetical priestly reform. Jeremiah is called in 628 BC and dies obscurely in Egypt in about 585 BC. And the Deuteronomic law and book is found in the temple and is solemnly proclaimed to and accepted by the people under the leadership of the high priest Hilkiah and King Josiah, the Constantine of the Jewish Church, in 628 BC. Jeremiah and Deuteronomy, D, are strikingly cognate in style, temper, and injunctions, and especially D contrasts remarkably in all this with the documents J and E. We thus have here the second great development of the Mosaic Law. Both Jeremiah and Deuteronomy possess a deeply interior, tenderly spiritual kernel and a fiercely polemic husk. They both are full of the contrast between the one all-holy God to be worshipped in the one holy place, Jerusalem, and the many impure heathen gods worshipped in so many places by the Jewish crowd. Thus in Jeremiah, Yahweh declares, "This shall be my covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. I will write my law in their hearts, and they shall all know me, from the least to the greatest, for I will remember their sin no more." Chapter 31, verses 33 and 34. And Yahweh exclaims, "My people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and have hewn out cisterns that can hold no water. Lift up thine eyes unto the high places. Thou hast polluted the land with thy wickedness. Wilt thou not from this time cry unto me, My Father, thou art the guide of my youth?" Chapter 2, verse 13, chapter 3, verses 2 and 4. And Deuteronomy teaches magnificently, "This commandment which I command you this day, it is not too hard for thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, neither is it beyond the sea, that thou shouldest say, Who shall go up for us to heaven, or over the sea, and bring it unto us? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it." Chapter 30, verses 11 through 14. And there are here exquisite injunctions. To bring back stray cattle to their owners, to spare the sitting bird, where eggs or fledglings are found, to leave over at the harvest some of the grain, olives, grapes, for the stranger, the orphan, the widow, and not to muzzle the ox when treading out the corn. Chapter 22, figures 1, 6, and 7, chapter 24, verse 19, chapter 25, verse 4. Yet the same Deuteronomy ordains, if thine own brother, son, daughter, wife, or bosom friend entice thee secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death. Also, there shall not be found with thee any consulter with a familiar spirit, or a necromancer. Yahweh thy God doth drive them out before thee. And finally, amongst the laws of war, of the cities of these people, the Hittite, Amorite, Canaanite, Perizzite, Hivite, Jebusite, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, as Yahweh thy God hath commanded thee. Chapter 12, verses 2 through 5, chapter 13, verses 6 and 9, chapter 18, verses 10 through 13, chapter 20, verses 16 and 17. Here we must remember that the immorality of these Canaanitish tribes and cults was of the grossest, indeed largely unnatural kind, and that it had copiously proved its terrible fascination for their kinsmen, the Jews, that these ancient Easterners, for example, the Assyrians, were ruthlessly cruel at the storming of enemy cities, and especially that the morality and spirituality thus saved for humanity from out of a putrid flood was in very deed immensely precious. One point here is particularly far-sighted: the severe watchfulness against all animism, spiritism, worship of the dead, things in which the environing world of the Jews' fellow Semites was steeped. The Israelitish Jewish prophetic movement did not first attain belief in a future life, and then through this, belief in God. But the belief in God, strongly hostile to all those spiritisms, only very slowly, and not until the danger of any infusion of those naturalisms had become remote, led on the Jews to a realization of the soul's survival with a consciousness at least equal to its earthly aliveness. The second book of Kings, chapters 22 and 23, give a graphic account of King Josiah's rigorous execution of the Deuteronomic law. The end of this most full second period is marked by the now rapid predominance of a largely technical priestly legislation and a corresponding conception of past history, by the inception of the synagogue and the religion of the book, but also by writings, the most profound of any of the Old Testament, all presumably occasioned by the probing experiences of the exile. In 597 and 586 BC, Jerusalem is destroyed and the majority of the Jews are taken captives to Babylon, and in between, in 593, occurs the vocation of the prophet-priest Ezekiel, and his book is practically complete by 573 BC. Here the prophecies as to the restoration are strangely detailed and schematic, already somewhat like the apocalyptic writers. Yet Ezekiel reveals to us deathless truths, the responsibility of the individual soul for its good and its evil, and God himself as the good shepherd of the lost and the sick. Chapter 18, verses 20 through 32. Chapter 34, verses 1 through 6. He gives us the grand pictures of the resurrection unto life of the dead bones of Israel. Chapter 37. And of the waters of healing and of life which flow forth, ever deeper and wider, from beneath the temple, and by their sweetness transform all sour waters and arid lands that they touch. Chapter 47, verses 1 through 12. A spirit and doctrine closely akin to those of Ezekiel produced the third and last, the most extensive development of the Pentateuchal legislation and doctrinal history, in about 560 BC, the law of holiness, Leviticus chapters 17 through 22, and in about 500 BC, the priestly code. As with Ezekiel's look forward, so here with these priests' look backward, we have to recognize much schematic precision of dates, genealogies, and explanations, instinct with technical interests. The unity of sanctuary and the removal from the feasts and the worship of all traces of naturalism, which in Jeremiah, Deuteronomy, and the second book of Kings appear still as the subject matters of intensest effort and conflict, are here assumed as operative even back to patriarchal times, Yet it can reasonably be pleaded that the life work of Moses truly involved all this development, even that monotheism, at least for the times and peoples here concerned, required some such rules as are assumed by the priestly code. And P gives us the great 6 days creation story with its splendid sense of rational order pervasive of the universe, the work of the all-reasonable God, its single parts good, its totality very good, and man and woman springing together from the Creator's will. But the writer nowhere indicates that he means long periods by the days. Each creation appears as effected in an instant, and these instants are separated from each other by but 24 hours. In between Deuteronomy and the priestly code, or a little later still, lies probably the composition of 3 religious works, full, respectively, of exultant thanksgiving, of the noblest insight into the fruitfulness of suffering, and of the deepest questionings issuing in childlike trust in God. For an anonymous writer composes, say in 550 BC, the great bulk of the magnificent chapters 40 to 55 of our book of Isaiah, a paean of spiritual exaltation over the Jews' proximate deliverance from exile by the Persian king Cyrus. In 538 BC, Cyrus issues the edict for the restoration of the Jews to Judea, and in 516 the Second Temple is dedicated. Within this great consolation stands chapter 42, verses 1 through 4, chapter 44, verses 1 through 6, chapter 50, verses 4 through 5, chapter 52, verse 13, chapter 53, verse 12. The poem on the suffering servant of Yahweh, the tenderest revelation of the Old Testament, apparently written previously in the exile, say in 570 to 560 BC. The old law here reaches to the very feet of the new law, to the Lamb of God who taketh away the sins of the world. And the book of Job in its chief constituents, chapters 1 through 31, chapters 38 through 43, was probably composed when Greek influences began, say in about 480 BC, the year of the Battle of Thermopylae. The canonization of this daringly speculative book indicates finally how sensitive even the deepest faith and holiness can remain to the apparently unjust distribution of man's earthly lot. Our second period ends in 444 BC, when the priest and scribe Ezra solemnly proclaims and receives the public subscription to the Book of the Law of Moses, the priestly code brought by him from Babylon. The Jewish last period, from Ezra's proclamation 444 BC to the completion of the 4th book of Ezra, about AD 95, is, upon the whole, derivative. Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah were absorbed in the realities of their own epoch-making times, and of God's universal governance of the world, past and future. Daniel now, with practically all the apocalyptic writers in his train, is absorbed in those earlier prophecies, and in ingenious speculations and precise computations as to the how and the when of the world's ending. The exile had given rise to the synagogue, had favored the final development and codifying of the Mosaic law. The 70 years intermission of the temple sacrifices and symbolic acts had turned the worship, which had been so largely visible, dramatic, social, into the praying, singing, reading, preaching of extant texts, taken as direct and final rules for all thought and action, and as incapable of additions or interpretations, equal in value to themselves. Yet thus priceless treasures of spiritual truth and light were handed down to times again aglow with the greatest religious gifts and growths. And indeed this literature itself introduced various conceptions or images destined to form a largely fitting, and in the circumstances attractive garment for the profound further realities brought by Christianity. In the book of Daniel, written sometime between 165 and 163 BC, all earthly events appear as already inscribed in the heavenly books. Chapter 7, verse 10. And the events which have still really to come consist in the complete and speedy triumph of the church-state Israel against King Antiochus Epiphanes. But here we get the earliest clear proclamation of a heightened life beyond death, though not yet for all. Chapter 12, verse 2. the noble vision of the 4 great beasts that came from the sea, and of one, like unto a son of man, that came from the clouds of heaven. Chapter 7. Doubtless here figures the earthly kingdoms, Babel, Media, Persia, Greece under Alexander, and God's kingdom of Israel. The Psalter was probably closed as late as 140 BC. Some psalms doubtless date back to 701, a few perhaps to David himself about 1000 BC. Comminatory psalms, even if spoken as by representatives of God's church and people, we cannot now echo within our own spiritual life. Any heightened consciousness after death is frequently denied. For example, Psalm 6, verse 5. In the grave, who shall give thee thanks? And in Psalm 115, verse 17. The dead praise not the Lord. We have seen the impressive reason of this, and perhaps a quarter of the Psalms are doubles or pale imitations of others. But for the rest, the Psalter remains as magnificently fresh and powerful as ever, culminating in the glorious self-commitment. Psalm 78. I was as a beast before thee, nevertheless I am continually with thee. Whom have I in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire beside thee. The keen sense, present throughout this amazingly rich collection, of the reality, prevenience, presence, protection, of the central importance for man, of God, the all-abiding, finds thus its full, deathless articulation. Religiously slighter, yet interesting as a preparation for Christian theology, are the writings of Philo, a devout, Greek-trained Jew of Alexandria, who in AD 40 appeared before the Emperor Caligula in Rome. Philo does not feel his daringly allegorical sublimations as any departures from the devoutest biblical faith. Thus, God never ceases from action. As to burn is special to fire, so is action to God. This in spite of God's rest on the 7th day. Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. There exist 2 kinds of men, the heavenly man and the earthly man. The long life of Moses represents him as the king, lawgiver, high priest, prophet, mediator. The Word, the Logos, which here everywhere hovers near but never reaches personality, is the firstborn Son of God, the image of God. Its types are the rock, the manna, the high priest's coat. It is the wine pourer and master of the drinking feast of God. The majority of the Jews who did not accept Jesus as the Christ soon felt they had no need for so much allegory and dropped it with advantage, upon the whole, to the Jewish faith. But already St. Paul and the 4th Gospel find here noble mental raiment for the great new facts revealed by Jesus Christ. 2. The Christian religion we will take, as to our points, at 4 stages of its development: Synoptic, Johnnine, Augustinian, Thomist. The synoptic material here specially concerned we shall find especially in Mark chapter 1 verse 1 to chapter 15 verse 47, but also in Matthew chapter 3 verse 1 to chapter 27 verse 56, and in Luke chapter 3 verse 1 to chapter 23 verse 56. Within the material thus marked off, there is no greater or lesser authenticity conferred by treble or double or only single attestation, for this material springs from 2 original sources, a collection primarily of doings and sufferings, which our Mark incorporates with some expansions, and a collection primarily of discourses, utilized especially by Matthew and Luke, in addition to the original Mark. Both these sources contain the records of eyewitnesses, probably Saints Peter and Matthew. The chronological order and the special occasions of the growths of our Lord's self-manifestation, or in the self-consciousness of his human soul, are most carefully given by Mark and next by Luke. Matthew largely ignores the stages and occasions of both these growths, and assumes, as fully explicit from the beginning of the ministry, what was manifested only later on or at the last. And he already introduces ecclesiastical and Christological terms and discriminations which, however really implicit as to their substance in Jesus' teaching, or inevitable as to their particular form, for the maintenance and propagation of Christianity in the near future, are nevertheless still absent from the accounts of Mark and Luke. The chief rules for the understanding of the specific character of our Lord's revelation appear to be the following. The life and teaching must be taken entire, and within this entirety, each stage must be apprehended in its own special peculiarities. The 30 years in the home, the school, the synagogue, the workshop at Nazareth form a profoundly important constituent of his life and teaching, impressively contrasted as they are with the probably not full year of the public ministry, even though we are almost completely bereft of all details for those years of silent preparation. The public ministry, again, consists of two strongly contrasted parts, divided by the great scene of Jesus with the apostles alone at Caesarea Philippi. Mark chapter 8, verses 27 through 33. Luke chapter 9, verses 18 to 22. Matthew chapter 26, verses 13 through 23. The part before is predominantly expansive, hopeful, peacefully growing. The part after is concentrated, sad, in conflict and in storm. To the first part belong the plant parables, full of exquisite sympathy for the unfolding of natural beauty and of slow fruitfulness. To the second part belong the parables of keen watchfulness and of the proximate, sudden second coming. Both movements are essential to the physiognomy of our Lord, and they are not simply differences in self-manifestation. They represent a growth, a relatively new element in his human soul's experience and outlook. The central doctrine in the teaching is throughout the kingdom of God, but in the first part, this central doctrine appears as especially upheld by Jesus' fundamental experience, the fatherhood of God. In the second part, the central doctrine appears as especially colored by Jesus' other great experience of himself as the Son of Man. In the earlier part of the kingdom is presented more in the spirit of the ancient prophets, as predominantly ethical, as already come to its beginnings, and as subject to laws analogous to those obtaining in the natural world. In the second part, the coming of the kingdom is presented more with the form of the apocalyptic writers in a purely religious, intensely transcendent, and dualistic outlook, especially this also in the parables of immediate expectation, as not present but future. Matthew chapter 19, verse 28. Not distant but imminent. Matthew chapter 16, verse 28. Chapter 24, verse 33. Chapter 26, verse 64. Not gradual but sudden. Matthew chapter 24, verses 27, 39, 43. And not at all achievable by man, but purely given by God. Still also in Revelation chapter 21, verse 10. To the earlier part belongs the great rejoicing of Jesus. Matthew chapter 11, verses 25 through 30. Luke chapter 10, verses 21 and 22. The splendid opening. I thank thee, Father, for so it hath seemed good in thy sight. And the exquisite close, special to Matthew. Come unto me, and my burden is light. Raise no grave difficulty. But the intermediate majestic declaration, all things are delivered unto me by the Father, neither knoweth any man the Father save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him, causes critical perplexities. I take this declaration to be modeled upon actual words of Jesus, which genuinely imply, rather than clearly proclaimed, a unique relationship between the Father and himself. Numerous other words and actions involve such a relation and Jesus' full consciousness of it. Thus his first public act, his baptism, is clearly described by Mark as a personal experience. He saw the heavens opened, and heard a heavenly voice. Thou art my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Chapter 1, verses 10 and 11. Already in the first stage, Jesus declares the Baptist to be more than a prophet. Matthew chapter 11, verse 9. Yet claims superiority over him and over Solomon. Chapter 11, verse 11, chapter 12, verse 42. His doctrine is new wine requiring new bottles. Mark chapter 2, verse 22. Indeed, his whole attitude towards the law is that of a superior, who most really exhorts all, learn of me. And soon after Caesarea Philippi, he insists to the people, Whosoever shall be ashamed of me in this generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed, when he cometh in the glory of the Father. Mark chapter 8, verse 38. The most numerous cures, physical, psychical, moral, certainly performed by him, appear as the spontaneous effect of a unique degree and kind of spiritual authority, and the sinlessness attributed to him throughout by the apostolic community. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 21. Letter to the Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 15. John chapter 8, verse 46. First letter of John, chapter 2, verse 29. Entirely corresponds to the absence, in the records of him, of all traits indicating troubles of conscience and the corresponding fear of God. And this, his unique sonship, is conjoined, in the earliest picture of him, with an endless variety and combination of all the joys, admirations, affections, disappointments, desolations, temptations possible to such a stainless human soul and will. We thus find here a comprehensiveness unlike the attitude of the Baptist or St. Paul, and like, although far exceeding, the joy in nature and the peace in suffering of St. Francis of Assisi. End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 3, Progress in Religion, Part 2. The second part opens with the great scene at Caesarea Philippi and its sequel, given with specially marked successiveness in Mark chapter 8, verse 27 through chapter 10, verse 45. When for the first time, in a manner beyond all dispute, Mark represents Jesus as adopting the designation, the Son of Man, in a messianic and eschatological sense. For our Lord here promptly corrects Peter's conception of Messiah by repeated insistence upon the Son of Man, his glory, yet also his sufferings. Thus Jesus adopts the term of Daniel chapter 7, verse 13, which already the Apocalypse of Enoch had understood of a personal Messiah, as a succinct description of his specific vocation, its heavenly origin, and difference from all earthly messianism, its combination of the depths of human weakness, dereliction, sufferings with the highest elevation, in joy, power, and glory, and its connection of that pain with this triumph as strictly interrelated. Only with and through the cross was there here the offer and the acceptance of the crown. As to the passion and death and the risen life, 4 points appear to be central and secured. Neither the Old Testament nor Jewish theology really knew of a suffering Messiah. Jesus himself clearly perceived, accepted, and carried out this profound new revelation. This suffering and death were conceived by him as the final act and crown of his services. So in Mark chapter 10, verses 44 and 45, and Luke chapter 22, verses 24 through 27. All this remains previous to and independent of St. Paul's elaborate doctrine as to the strictly vicarious and juridical character of the whole. And the risen life is an objectively real, profoundly operative life. The visions of the risen one were effects of the truly living Jesus, the Christ. The second Christian stage, the Johannine writings, are fully understandable only as posterior to St. Paul, the most enthusiastic and influential, indeed, of all our Lord's early disciples, but a convert from the activity of a strict, persecuting Pharisee, not to the earthly Jesus of soul and body, whom he never knew, but to the heavenly Spirit Christ, whom he had so suddenly experienced. Saul, the man of violent passions and acute interior conflicts, thus abruptly changed in a substantially pneumatic manner, is henceforth absorbed, not in the past Jewish Messiah, but in the present universal Christ, not in the kingdom of God, but in pneuma, the Spirit. Christ, the second Adam, is here a life-giving spirit, as it were an element that surrounds and penetrates the human spirit, We are baptized, dipped into Christ, Spirit. We drink Christ, the Spirit. And this Christ Spirit effects the universal brotherhood of mankind and articulates in particular posts and functions the several human spirits as variously necessary members of the one Christian society and church. Now the Johannine Gospel indeed utilizes considerable synoptic material and does not, as St. Paul, restrict itself to the passion and resurrection, yet it gives us substantially the Spirit Christ, the heavenly man, and the growth, prayer, temptation, appeal for sympathy, dereliction, agony, which in the synopsis are still so real for the human soul of Jesus himself, appear here as sheer condescensions in time and space of him who, as all things good, descends from the eternal above, so that we men here below may ascend thither with him. On the other hand, the Church and the sacraments, still predominantly implicit in the synoptists, and the subjects of costly conflict and organization in the Pauline writings, here underlie, as already fully operative facts, practically the entire profound work. The great dialogue with Nicodemus concerns baptism, the great discourse in the synagogue at Capernaum, the Holy Eucharist, in both cases the strict need of these sacraments, and from the side of the dead Jesus flow blood and water, as those two great sacraments flow from the ever-living Christ, whilst at the cross's foot he leaves his seamless coat, symbol of the Church's indivisible unity. The universalism of this gospel is not merely apparent. God so loved the world, chapter 3, verse 16. The Savior of the world, chapter 4, verse 42. This glorious teaching is traceable in many a passage, yet Christ here condemns the Jews. In the synoptists, only the Pharisees. He is from above, they are from below. All those that came before him were thieves and robbers. He will not pray for the world. Ye shall die in your sins. Chapter 17, verse 9, chapter 8, verse 24. And the commandment, designated here by Jesus as his own and as new, to love one another, is for and within the community to which he gives his example. Chapter 15, verse 12, chapter 13, verse 34. In contrast with the great double commandment of love proclaimed by him in the Synoptists, as already formulated in the Mosaic Law. Mark chapter 12, verses 28 through 34. And as directly applicable to every fellow man. Indeed, a schismatic Samaritan is given as the pattern of such perfect love. Luke chapter 10, verses 25 through 37. Deuteronomy gained its full articulation in conflict with Canaanite impurity. The Johannine writings take shape during the early battles of the long war with Gnosticism, the most terrible foe ever, so far, encountered by the Catholic Church, and conquered by her in open and fair fight. Also these writings lay much stress upon knowing and the truth. This is life eternal, to know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent. Chapter 17, verse 3. Symbolism and mysticism prevail very largely, and, insofar as they are not absorbed in an eternal present, the reception of truth and experience is not limited to Christ's earthly sojourn. The Father will give you another helper, the Spirit of truth, who will abide with you forever. Chapter 14, verse 16. Yet here the knowing and the truth are also deeply ethical and social. He who doeth the truth cometh to the light. Chapter 3, verse 21. And Christ has a fold, and other sheep not of this fold. Them also he must bring. There will be one fold, one shepherd. Indeed, ministerial gradations exist in this one church. So in chapter 13, verses 5 through 10, chapter 20, verses 3 through 8, chapter 21, verses 7 through 19. And the mysticism here is but an emotional intuitive apprehension of the great historical figure of Jesus and of the most specifically religious of all facts, of the already overflowing operative existence, previous to all our action, of God, the prevenient love. Not we loved God first, but he first loved us. Let us love him, because he first loved us. No man can come to me unless the Father draw him. A drawing which awakens a hunger and thirst for Christ and God. First letter of John, chapter 4, verses 10 and 19. John chapter 6, verse 44. Chapter 4, verse 14. Chapter 6, verse 35. The third stage we can find in St. Augustine, who, born a North African Roman, A.D. 354, and a convert, A.D. 386, from an impure life and Manichaeism, with its spatially extended God, wrote his Confessions in 397, lived to experience the capture and sack of Rome by Alaric the Goth, 410, composed his great work, The City of God, amidst the clear disillusion of a mighty past and the dim presage of a problematic future, and died at Hippo, his episcopal city, in 430, whilst the Vandals were besieging it. St. Augustine is more largely a convert and a rigorist even than St. Paul when St. Paul is most incisive. But here he shall testify only to the natures of eternity and of real time, a matter in which he remains unequaled in the delicate vividness and balance of his psychological analysis and religious perception. Thou, O God, precedest all past times by the height of thine ever-present eternity, and thou exceedest all future times, since they are future, and once they have come, will be past times. All thy years abide together, because they abide, but these our years will all be, only when they all will have ceased to be. Thy years are but one day, not every day, but today. This thy today is eternity. The human soul, even in this life, has moments of a vivid apprehension of eternity, as in the great scene of Augustine and Monica at the window in Ostia, Autumn 387. And this our sense of eternity, beatitude, God, proceeds at bottom from himself, immediately present in our lives. The succession, duration of man is sustained by the simultaneity, the eternity of God. This day of ours does pass within thee, since all these things, of our deeper experience, have no means of passing, unless somehow thou dost contain them all. Behold, thou wast within, and I was without. Thou wast with me, but I was not with thee. Is not the blessed life precisely that life which all men desire? Even those who only hope to be blessed would not, unless they in some manner already possess the blessed life, desire to be blessed, as in reality it is most certain that they desire to be. Especially satisfactory is the insistence upon the futility of the question as to what God was doing in time before he created. Time is only a quality inherent in all creatures. It never existed of itself. And our fourth, last Christian stage shall be represented by St. Thomas Aquinas, A.D. 1225 through 74. In the one great question where this Norman Italian, Friar Noble, a soul apparently so largely derivative and abstractive, is more complete and balanced, and penetrates to the specific genius of Christianity more deeply than Saints Paul and Augustine with all their greater directness and intensity. We saw how the deepest originality of our Lord's teaching and temper consisted in his non-rigorist earnestness, in his non-Gnostic detachment from things temporal and spatial, the absorbing expectation of the second coming. Indeed, the old, largely effete, Greco-Roman world had first to go. The great Germanic migrations had to be fully completed. The first Crusades had to pass before, some 12 centuries after Nazareth and Calvary, Christianity attained in Aquinas a systematic and promptly authoritative expression of this, its root peculiarity and power. No one has put the point better than Professor E. Trost. The decisive point here is the conception, peculiar to the Middle Ages, of what is Christian as supernatural, or rather the full elaboration of the consequences involved in the conception of the supernatural. The supernatural is now recognized not only in the great complex miracle of man's redemption from out of the world corrupted by original sin, but the supernatural now unfolds itself as an autonomous principle of a logical, religious, and ethical kind. The creature, even the perfect creature, is only natural, is possessed of only natural laws and ends. God alone is supernatural. Hence the essence of Christian supernaturalism consists in the elevation of the creature above this creature's co-natural limitations to God's own supernature. The distinction is no longer, as in the ancient church, between two kinds, respectively perfect and relative, of the one sole natural law. The distinction here is between natural law in general and supernature generally. The Decalogue, in strictness, is not yet the Christian ethic. Biblical now means revealed, but not necessarily Christian, for the Bible represents, according to Aquinas, a process of development which moves through universal history and possesses various stages. The Decalogue is indeed present in the legislation of Christ, but as a stage preliminary to the specifically Christian ethic. The formula, on the contrary, for the specifically Christian moral law is here the Augustinian definition of the love of God as the highest and absolute, the entirely simple moral end, an end which contains the demand of the love of God in the stricter sense, self-sanctification, self-denial, contemplation, and the demand of the love of our neighbor, the active relating of all to God, the active interrelating of all in God, and the most penetrating mutual self-sacrifice for God. This ethic, a mystical interpretation of the evangelical preaching, forms indeed a strong contrast to the this-world ethic of the natural law, Aristotle, the Decalogue, and natural prosperity. But then this cannot fail to be the case, given the entire fundamental character of the Christian ethic. Thus the widest and most primitive contrasts here are, not sin and redemption, though these of course remain, but nature, however good in its kind, and supernature. The state becomes the complex of that essentially good thing, nature. The church, the complex of that different, higher good, supernature. Roughly speaking, where the state leaves off, the church begins. It lasts not long before the canonists and certain ruling churchmen help to break up, in the consciousness of men at large, this noble perception of the two-step ladder from God to man and from man to God. And the Protestant reformers, as a whole, went even beyond Saints Paul and Augustine in exclusive preoccupation with sin and redemption. Henceforth, the single-step character of man's call more than ever predominates. The Protestant Reformation, like the French Revolution, marks the existence of grave abuses, the need of large reforms, and especially on this point, the all but inevitable excessiveness of man once he is aroused to such reforming action. Certainly to this hour, Protestantism as such has produced, within and for religion specifically, nothing that can seriously compare in massive, balanced completeness with the work of the short-lived golden middle age of Aquinas and Dante. Hence, for our precise purpose, we can conclude our Jewish and Christian survey here. 3. Only a few words about Confucianism, Buddhism, Mohammedanism, as these, in some of their main outlines, illustrate the points especially brought out by the Jewish Christian development. Confucianism admittedly consists, at least as we have it, in a greatly complicated system of the direct worship of nature, sun, moon, stars especially, and of ancestors, and of a finely simple system of ethical rules for man's ordinary social intercourse. That nature worship closely resembles what the Deuteronomic reform fought so fiercely in Israel, and the immemorial antiquity and still vigorous life of such a worship in China indicates impressively how little such nature worship tends, of itself, to its own supersession by a definite theism, and the ethical rules and their very large observance illustrate well how real can be the existence and the goodness in its own kind of natural, this world morality, even where it stands all but entirely unpenetrated or supplemented by any clear and strong supernatural attraction or conviction. Buddhism, in its original form, consisted neither in the wheel of reincarnation alone, nor in nirvana alone, but precisely in the combination of the two, for that ceaseless flux of reincarnation was there felt with such horror that the nirvana, the condition in which that flux is abolished, was hailed as a blessed release. The judgment as to the facts that all human experience is of sheer boundless change, was doubtless excessive, but the value judgment, that if life be such pure shiftingness, then the cessation of life is the one end for man to work and pray for, was assuredly the authentic cry of the human soul when fully normal and awake. This position thus strikingly confirms the whole Jewish and Christian persistent search for permanence in change, for a simultaneity, the support of our succession. And Mohammedanism, both in its striking achievements and in its marked limitations, indeed also in the presentations of it by its own spokesman, appears as a religion primarily not of a special, pervasive spirit and of large, variously applicable maxims, but as one of precise, entirely immutable rules. Thus we find here something not all unlike, but mostly still more rigid than, the post-exilic Jewish religion, something doubtless useful for certain times and races, but which cannot expand and adapt itself to indefinite varieties of growths and peoples without losing that interior unity and self-identity so essential to all living and powerful religion. 3. Let us now attempt, in somewhat loose and elastic order, a short allocation and estimate of the facts in past and present religion, which mainly concern the question of religion and progress. We Western Europeans have apparently again reached the fruitful stage when man is not simply alive to this or that physical or psychic need, nor even to the practical interest and advantage of this or that art, science, sociology, politics, ethics, but when he awakens further to the question as to why and how these several activities, all so costly where at all effectual, can deserve all this sacrifice, can be based on anything sufficiently abiding and objective. The history of all past efforts, and indeed all really adequate richness of immediate outlook, combine, I think, to answer that only the experience and the conviction of an objective reality, distinct from and more than man, or indeed than the whole of the world apprehended by man as less than, or as equal to, man himself, can furnish sufficiently deep and tenacious roots for our sense and need of an objective, supreme beauty, truth, and goodness, of a living reality which is already overflowingly that which, in lesser degrees and ways, we small realities cannot altogether cease from desiring to become. It is religion which, from first to last, but with increasing purity and power, brings with it this evidence and conviction, the sense of the objective, full reality of God, and the need of adoration are quite essential to religion, although considerable philosophers, who are largely satisfactory on the more immediate questions raised by aesthetics and even by ethics, and who are sincerely anxious to do justice also to the religious sense, are fully at work to explain away these essential characteristics of all wide-awake religion. Paul Natrop, the distinguished Plato scholar in Germany, the short-lived, pathetically eloquent Monsieur Guiau in France, and above all, Benedetto Croce, the large encyclopedic mind in Italy, have influenced or led much of this movement, which in questions of religion has assuredly not reached the deepest and most tenacious teachings of life. The intimations as to this deepest reality certainly arise within my own mind, emotion, will, and these my faculties cannot, upon the whole, be constrained by my fellow mortals. Indeed, as men grow more many-sidedly awake, all attempts at any such constraint only arrest or deflect the growth of these intimations. Yet the dispositions necessary for the sufficient apprehension of these religious intimations, sincerity, conscientiousness, docility, are not, even collectively, already religion, any more than they are science or philosophy. With these dispositions on our part, objective facts and living reality can reach us, and even so, these facts reach us practically always, at first, through human teachers already experienced in these things. The need of such facts and such persons to teach them are, in the first years of every man, and for long ages in the history of mankind, far more pressing than any question of toleration. Even vigorous persecution or keen exclusiveness of feeling have, pace Lord Acton, saved for mankind, at certain crises of its difficult development, convictions of priceless worth, as in the Deuteronomic Reform and the Johannine writings. In proportion as men become more many-sidedly awake, they acquire at least the capacity for greater sensitiveness concerning the laws and forces intrinsic to the various ranges and levels of life, and where such sensitiveness is really at work, it can advantageously replace, by means of the spontaneous acceptance of such objective realities, the constraints of past ages, constraints which now, in any case, have become directly mischievous for such minds. None the less will men, after this change as before, require the corporate experience and manifestation of religion as, in varying degrees and ways, a permanent necessity for the vigorous life of religion. Indeed, such corporate tradition operates strongly even where man's spiritual sense seems most individual, or where, with the retention of some ethical nobility of outlook, they most keenly combat all and every religious institution. So with George Fox's doctrine of the divine enlightenment of every soul separately and without mediation of any kind, a doctrine derived by him from that highly ecclesiastical document, the Gospel of St. John, and with many a Jacobin's fierce proclamation of the rights of man, never far away from sayings of St. Paul. This permanent necessity of religious institutions is primarily a need for men who will teach and exemplify not simply natural, this world morality, but a supernatural, other-world ethic, and not simply that abstraction, religion in general or a religious hypothesis, but that rich concretion, this or that historical religion. In proportion as such an historical religion is deep and delicate, it will doubtless contain affinities with all that is wholesome and real within the other extant historical religions. Nevertheless, all religions are effectual through their own special developments, where these developments remain true at all. As well deprive a flower of its mere details, of pistil, stamen, pollen, or an insect of its superfluous antennae, as simplify any historical religion down to the sorry stump labeled, the religion of every honest man. We shall escape all bigotry, without lapsing into such most unjust indifferentism, if we vigorously hold and unceasingly apply the doctrine of such a church theologian as Juan de Lugo. De Lugo, A.D. 1583–1660, a Spaniard, post-Reformation Roman Catholic, Jesuit, theological professor, and a cardinal writing in Rome under the eyes of Pope Urban VIII, teaches that the members of the various Christian sects, of the Jewish and Mohammedan communions, and of the heathen religions and philosophical schools, who achieve their salvation, do so ordinarily, simply through the aid afforded by God's grace in their good faith in its instinctive concentration upon, and in its practice of, those elements in their respective communities' worship and teaching, which are true and good and originally revealed by God. Thus we escape all undue individualism and all unjust equalization of the very variously valuable religious and philosophical bodies, and yet we clearly hold the profound importance, next to God's sanctifying grace, of the single soul's good faith and religious instinct, and of the worship or school, be they ever so elementary and imperfect, which environs such a soul. A man's religion, in proportion to its depth, will move in a concrete time, which becomes more and more a partial simultaneity, and these depths then more and more testify to, and contrast with, the fully simultaneous God. Because man thus lives, not in an ever equal chain of mutually exclusive moments, in clock time, but in duration, with its variously close interpenetrations of the successive parts, and because these interpenetrations are close in proportion to the richness and fruitfulness of the durations he lives through, he can, indeed he must, conceive absolutely perfect life as absolutely simultaneous. God is thus not unending, but eternal. The very fullness of his life leaves no room or reason for succession or our poor need of it. Dr. F.C.S. Schiller has admirably drawn out this grand doctrine, with the aid of Aristotle's Unmoving Action, in Humanism, 1903, pages 204–27. We need only persistently apprehend this simultaneity as essential to God, and succession as varyingly essential to all creatures, and there remains no difficulty, at least as regards the time element, in the doctrine of creation. For only with the existence of creature does time thus arise at all. It exists only in and through them. And assuredly all finite things, that we know at all, bear traces of a history involving a beginning and an end. Professor Bernardino Barisco, in his great Knowing Thyself, has noble pages on this large theme. In any case, we must be aware of all more or less pantheistic conceptions of the simultaneous life of God and the successive life of creatures as but essential and necessary elements of one single divine creaturely existence, in the manner, for example, of Professor Josiah Royce in his powerful work, The World and the Individual, 2nd Series, 1901. All such schemes break down under an adequate realization of those dread facts, error and evil. A certain real independence must have been left by God to reasonable creatures. And let it be noted carefully, the greatest theoretical difficulty against all theism lies in the terrible reality of evil, and yet the deepest adequacy in the actual toil and trouble of life of this same theism, especially of Christianity, consists in its practical attitude towards and success against this most real evil. Pantheism, on the contrary, increases, while seeming to surmount, the theoretical difficulty, since the world as it stands, and not an ultimate reality behind it, is here held to be perfect, and it entirely fails really to transmute evil in practice. Theism, no more than any other outlook, really explains evil, but it alone, in its fullest, Jewish Christian forms, has done more and better than explain evil. It has fully faced, it has indeed greatly intensified the problem by its noble insistence upon the reality and heinousness of sin, and it has then overcome all this evil, not indeed in theory, but in practice, by actually producing, in the midst of deep suffering and through still deeper faith and love, souls which are the living expression of the deepest beatitude and peace. The fully simultaneous reality awakens and satisfies man's deepest, most nearly simultaneous life, by a certain adaptation of its own intrinsic life to these human spirits. In such varyingly incarnational acts or action, the non-success of God himself condescends to a certain successiveness, but this in order to help his creatures to achieve as much simultaneity as is compatible with their several ranks and calls. We must not wonder if, in the religious literature, these condescensions of God, the non-successive largely appear as though they themselves were more or less non-successive, nor again, if the deepest religious consciousness tends usually to conceive God's outward action, if future, then as proximate, and, if present, then as strictly instantaneous. For God in himself is indeed simultaneous, and if we try to picture simultaneity by means of temporal images at all, then the instant, and not any period long or short, is certainly nearest to the truth, as regards the form and vehicle of the experience. The greater acts of divine condescension and self-revelation, our religious ascensions, have mostly occurred at considerable intervals, each from the other, in our human history. After they have actually occurred, these several acts can be compared and arranged according to their chief characteristics, and even in a series of, upon the whole, growing content and worth, hence the science of religion. Yet such science gives us no power to produce or even to foresee any further acts. These great extensions of spiritual knowledge and experience are not the simple result of the conditions obtaining previously in the other levels of life, or even in that of religion itself. They often much anticipate, they sometimes greatly lag behind, the rise or decline of the other kinds of life, and where, as with the great Jewish prophets, and in some degree with John the Baptist and our Lord, these extensions do occur at times of national stress. These several crises are, at most, the occasion for the demand, not the cause of the supply. The mostly long gaps between these extensions have been more or less filled up, amongst the peoples concerned, by varyingly vigorous and valuable attempts to articulate and systematize, to apply and practice, and rightly to place, within the other ranges of man's total life, these great, closely packed masses of spiritual fact, or to elude, to deflect, or directly to combat them, or some of their interpretations or applications. Now a fairly steady improvement is possible, desirable, and largely actual in the critical sifting and appraisement as to the dates of the historical documents, and as to the actual reality and details of these extensions, in the philosophical articulation of their doctrinal and evidential content, in the finer understanding and wider application of their ethical demands, and in the greater adequacy, both as to firmness and comprehensiveness, of the institutional organs and incorporations special to these same extensions. All this can and does progress, but mostly slowly, intermittently, with short violent paroxysms of excessive and long sleepy reactions of defect, with one-sidedness, travesties, and, worst of all, with worldly indifference and self-seeking. The grace and aid of the simultaneous richness are here also always necessary, nor can these things ever really progress except through a deep religious sense. All mere skepticism and all leveling down are simply so much waste. Still, we can speak of progress in the science of religion more appropriately than we can of progress in the knowledge of religion. The Crusades, the Renaissance, the Revolution, no doubt exercised in the long run so potent a secularizing influence, because men's minds had become too largely otherworldly, had lost a sufficient interest in this wonderful world, and hence all those new, apparently boundless outlooks and problems were taken up largely as a revolt and escape from what looked like a prison house, religion. Yet through all these violent oscillations there persisted in human life the supernatural need and the supernatural call. In this need and in this call, God is the greatest central interest, love and care of the soul. We must look to it that both these interests and ethics are kept awake, strong and distinct, within a costly rich totality of life. The ethic of the honorable citizen, merchant, lawyer, of Confucius and Bentham, and the ethic of the Jewish prophets at their deepest, of the suffering servant, of our Lord's Beatitudes, of St. Paul's great eulogy of love, of Augustine and Monica at the window in Ostia, of Father Damien's voluntary death as a leper amidst the lepers in the faraway Antipodean seas. The Church is the born incorporation of this supernatural pole, as the state is of the other, the natural pole. The Church indeed should, at its lower limit, also encourage the this world stage. The state, at its higher limit, can more or less consciously prepare us for the other world stage. Both spring from the same God, at two levels of his action. Both concern the same men at two stages of their need and of their call. Yet the primary duty of the state is turned to this life, the primary care of the Church to that life, to life in its deepest depths. Will men, after this great war, more largely again apprehend, love and practice this double polarity of their lives? Only thus will the truest progress be possible in the understanding, the application, and the fruitfulness of religion, with its great central origin and object, God, the beginning and end of all our true progress, precisely because he himself already possesses immeasurably more than all he helps us to become, he who, even now already, is our peace in action, and even in the cross is our abiding joy. End of chapter 3, part 2. Chapter 4, part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 4, on the Preliminaries to Religious Belief and on the Facts of Suffering, Faith and Love. Part 1. My dear Mrs. N., please allow me, before I attempt to explain some matters of fact and of reality, to suggest to you, with a little detail and vividness, certain habits of mind and certain spiritual practices, which I am very sure are simply necessary for any true apprehension of those facts and realities. I do so all the more because, even if I fail altogether in my striving to help you as regards those facts, I shall have been of some use to you if I succeed in winning you, however little, to these general dispositions of soul. 1. These dispositions I have had to gain and to practice for myself now during 40 years, and I am very sure that, if I see at all steadily and profitably, it is owing to these habits of soul. I find them to be 3. 1. I write then to you at all, only because I believe you to be, or at least to wish to be, in the great fundamental disposition in which alone my suggestions, which anyone can make to you as to the facts, can do some little good and not much harm. That is, I assume you to be non-conscientious and non-controversial, to be athirst for wisdom, not for cleverness, to be humble and simple, or at least to feel a wholesome shame at not being so, to be just straight and anxious for some light and ready to pay for it and to practice it. I take you to be determined not to stop and worry over such facts or expressions of my communication as you may not understand or may not like, but quietly to move on to, and then to rest and browse amongst such facts and feelings as here may gently attract and feed your spirit. Drop brain, open wide the soul, nourish the heart, purify, strengthen the will. With this you are sure to grow. Without this you are certain to shrink. How much you can learn, as I myself have learnt, from watching cattle dreamily grazing and ruminating in their pastures. See how the sagacious creatures, without any theory or inflation of mind, instinctively select the herbs and grasses that suit and sustain them, and how they peacefully pass by what does not thus help them. They do not waste their time and energy in tossing away or in trampling upon, or even simply in sniffing at what is antipathetic to them. Why should they? Thistles may not suit them, while there are other creatures in the world whom thistles do suit. And in any case, are they the police of this rich and varied universe? You see, no human being can possibly divine, in all respects and degrees, the every want of a fellow soul, even at any one of this soul's stages, and yet no soul can really advance just simply by itself. Either books or letters or pictures, or the words or actions of others are, sooner or later, and more or less, always necessary, always indeed operative within us, for good or for evil, or for both. Hence the profound importance for the soul, for every soul, to be, to become, always to re-become, outwardly moving, humbly welcoming, generously interpretive, for only thus could even an angel from heaven help it at all, since thus, and thus only, will it not be fine and blasé, will it readily see how much is being offered to it, by which it can grow and overcome its old self, and even its present self, and will it gratefully accept and utilize that which is now submitted to it, even where it has somewhat to modify, so as to make fit this valuable help. Thus I assume that you will nowhere, in what follows, either attempt to force yourself to accept it against your best, your quiet, light, and instinct, nor allow yourself to tilt against, and to judge as wrong or false, what does not, at least not at once, bring to your own soul some real light and strength. You will judge it all only as suiting yourself, or as not suiting yourself, and even this much of judging, if you want to grow, will have to be done looking up to God, with a gentle imploring, and not down upon man, with self-sufficingness. You will never deserve to get light, unless you become, unless you realize that, at your best, you are an infant crying in the night, an infant crying for the light, and with no language but a cry. In this way the very faults and limitations, sure to be plentifully present in what follows, will actually become further aids, because occasions of growth for your soul, since thus you will be stimulated to practice that peace and patience, humility and love, without which we cannot really advance in these fundamental quests. 2. My further preliminary is as follows. Gently learn to see the reasonableness, the need, the duty, and quietly strive to gain the habit of dropping all insistence upon great and continuous clearness, upon your degree, your kind of evidence in these deepest things, For these things are the deepest things, are they not? Here I mean that, if these things that we are after are not merely figments, or at least mere abstractions of our brains, but are real in themselves and distinct from our minds, then we must be dim and difficult for our minds, for our analysis and reasoning. Pray get this point quite definite and firm, that to require clearness in proportion to the concreteness, to the depth of reality, of the subject matter is an impossible position, I mean a thoroughly unreasonable, a self-contradictory habit of mind. This is so because only abstract ideas and only numerical and spatial relations are quite clear, utterly undeniable, and instantly transferable from soul to soul, and these ideas and relations are thus entirely transparent because they do not involve any affirmation of particular existences of realities. At least they do not directly involve any such affirmation. Thus, for instance, largeness, smallness, fullness, emptiness, and again, 1, 2, 7, 5 and 5 are 10, 6 times 6 are 36. The part is smaller than the whole. A straight line is the shortest route between any 2 points. One extended thing cannot occupy the same space as another similarly extended thing. All this is absolutely clear. It is all absolutely clear, yes, but just because here we have nowhere affirmed the existence or reality of anything whatsoever, we have only asserted that our mind possesses the ideas of largeness, smallness, fullness, emptiness. But whether anything distinct from our mind and of these ideas of our mind exists in correspondence to these ideas, that remains quite unsettled. We have again affirmed that if there exist realities, say apples, we can number them as 1, 2, 7 apples. And if there exist 5 eggs and other 5 eggs, then the total of all these eggs will be 10. And if there exist 6 sets of 6 nuts each, we shall have a collection of 36 nuts. But whether there really exists one single apple, one single egg or nut, not all this clearness and neat reasoning has established in the very least. All stands differently, indeed contrawise, with affirmations of real existence and of real qualities attaching to such existences. As you doubtless know, even the reality of any outside world, especially the existence of material objects, of sun and moon, of rocks and rivers, their existence, or at least that we can at all know that they exist, has been denied by philosophers of distinction, and we have to admit that it is a complicated and tedious business to prove these philosophers to be wrong, that no one argument quotable against them is, taken alone, entirely clear and utterly irresistible. Again, most philosophers deny that we, human individuals, possess any direct knowledge of the nature, the character of other human individuals, however near and dear to us. They maintain that our knowledge, in all such cases, is always of ourselves alone, and that we then get, beyond this, our sole real knowledge, only our ever faulty and fallible interpretation of essentially ambiguous signs, of peculiarities of gesture, tone, look, which reach us, or seem to reach us, from those other beings. I believe myself that, where we love, we possess, or can develop, direct instinct and intuition in such matters. Nevertheless, however the case may really stand, the process, indeed the result itself, of our knowledge of our fellows is not simple and clear. On the contrary, the process is most subtle and complex, and the result, at its best, is indeed most rich and vivid, but distinctly not simple and clear. It can be resisted even by ourselves, and it can only very rarely be transferred with any ease to others, however closely these others may be connected with us. Certainly with regard to animals, even with respect to our dogs that we know and love best, we are often in the dark as to what is their momentary disposition and requirement. But how instructive it is to watch precisely such animals thus dear to us. I mean their knowledge and love of us, and their need of us and of our love. Our dogs know us and love us, human individuals, from amongst millions of fairly similar other individuals. Our dogs know us and love us, thus most really, yet they doubtless know us only vividly, not clearly. We evidently strain their brains after a while. They then like to get away amongst servants and children, and indeed, they love altogether to escape from human company, the rich and dim, or at best, the vivid experiences, the company that is above them, to the company of their fellow creatures, the company that affords so much poorer but so much clearer impressions, the level company of their brother dogs. And yet, how wonderful! Dogs thus require their fellow dogs, the shallow and clear, but they also require us, the deep and dim. They require indeed what they can grasp, but they as really require what they can but reach out to, more or less, what exceeds, protects, envelops, directs them. And after a short relaxation in the dog world, they return to the bracing of the man world. Now pray note how if religion is right, if what it proclaims as its source and object, if God be real, then this reality, as superhuman, cannot possibly be clearer to us than are the realities and the real qualities of these realities which we have been considering. The source and object of religion, if religion be true and its object be real, cannot indeed, by any possibility, be as clear to me even as I am to my dog. For the cases we have considered deal with realities inferior to our own reality, material objects or animals, or with realities level to our own reality, fellow human beings, or with realities no higher above ourselves than are we, finite human beings, to our very finite dogs. Whereas, in the case of religion, if religion be right, we apprehend and affirm realities indefinitely superior in quality and amount of reality to ourselves, and which nevertheless, or rather just because of this, anticipate, penetrate, and sustain us with a quite unpicturable intimacy. The obscurity of my life to my dog must thus be greatly exceeded by the obscurity of the life of God to me. Indeed, the obscurity of plant life, so obscure for my mind, because so indefinitely inferior and poorer than is my human life, must be greatly exceeded by the dimness, for my human life, of God, of his reality and life, so different and superior, so unspeakably more rich and alive than is, or ever can be, my own life and reality. You may well ask here, but what protection then do you leave me against mere fancy and superstition? Will we not thus come to believe, to pretend to believe, in reality, because the affirmations of it are obscure? And are not all sorts of nonsense, of bogies, of chimeras obscure? What evidence then remains for these, the most sweeping and important of all affirmations? Ought we not to be careful, indeed exacting, as to proof, exactly in proportion to the importance of the matters that solicit our adhesion? And how otherwise can we be careful than in demanding clearness for the proof, in precise proportion to the importance of the subject matter? The answer here is not really difficult, I think. Note, pray, how Darwin acquired certainty, and remark the nature of the certainty he acquired concerning the character, the habits, indeed in part, the very existence of fly-trap plants and of orchids, of earthworms and of hummingbirds. He was always loving, learning, watching. He was always out of himself, doubling himself up, as it were, so as to penetrate these realities, so much lowlier than himself, so different from himself. He had never done and finished. What he learnt today had to be relearnt, to be supplemented and corrected tomorrow, yet always with the sense that what he had learnt was, not his own mind and its fancies and theories, but realities and their real qualities and habits. His life thus moved out into other lives, and what he thus discovered was, not clear but vivid, not simple but rich, not readily, irresistibly transferable to other minds, but only acquirable by them through a slow self-purification and a humble, loving observation and docility like unto his own. His own conclusions deserved and indeed demanded credit because so many different facts often widely apart from each other, converged to these conclusions, and because on the other hand, these same conclusions, once accepted, illumined so large a body of other facts, facts which otherwise remain quite dark or strange anomalies. Indeed, these conclusions, once accepted, led on to the discovery of numerous facts which had been unknown, unsuspected until then. Yet these very conclusions, since this is the process and the nature of their proof, were not and are not irresistible at any one moment, and because of any one single fact or argument. Indeed, to this hour, even the most reasonably assured of the conclusions of Darwin have certain clear objections against them, objections which we cannot solve. So also, even Copernicanism, that mathematically clear doctrine concerning the rotation of the earth around the sun, has certain objections standing over against it, which we cannot solve. So it always is, in various degrees, with all our knowledge and certainty concerning existences, realities, and concerning the real qualities and nature of these realities. We get to know such realities slowly, laboriously, intermittently, partially. We get to know them, not inevitably, nor altogether apart from our dispositions, but only if we are sufficiently awake to care to know them, sufficiently humble to welcome them, and sufficiently generous to pay the price continuously which is strictly necessary if this knowledge and love are not to shrink but to grow. We indeed get to know realities in proportion as we become worthy to know them, in proportion as we become less self-occupied, less self-centered, more outwardly moving, less obstinate and insistent, more gladly lost in the crowd, more rich in giving all we have, and especially all we are, our very selves. And we get to know that we really know these realities by finding our knowledge, dim, difficult, non-transferable though it be, approving itself to us as fruitful, because it leads us to further knowledge of the realities thus known, or of other realities, even when these lie apparently quite far away, and all this in a thoroughly living and practical, in a concrete, not abstract, not foretellable, in a quite inexhaustible way. Thus we find, through actual experience, and through the similar experiences of our fellow men, that the right and proper test for the adequacy of abstractions and of spatial, numerical, mechanical relations is, indeed, clearness and ready transferableness, but that the appropriate test for the truth concerning existences and realities is vividness, richness, and fruitfulness. The affirmations which concern abstractions and relations may be ever so empty and merely conditional. If they are clear and readily transferable, they are appropriate and adequate. The affirmations which concern existences and realities may be ever so dim and difficult to transmit. If they are rich and fruitful, they are appropriate and true. Thus in neither set of affirmations do we assent without evidence and proof, but in each set we only require the kind of evidence and proof natural to this particular set. And our exactingness can increase, ought indeed to increase, with the increase in the importance of the affirmations put forward within either set. But in the mathematical abstract set, I will require more and more clearness and ready transferableness, the wider and the more universal is the claim of a particular proposition, whereas in the existential concrete set I will require, in proportion to the importance of the existence affirmed, more and more richness and fruitfulness. I mean fruitfulness also in fields and levels other than those of the particular reality affirmed. Of course, whether or not the affirmations of religion are thus, not indeed clear, but vivid or rich, and not indeed readily transferable, but deeply and widely fruitful, is here in no way or degree prejudged. We are only busy so far with our method and our standard, not with the answer we shall get, but with the question we have a right to ask. And though even with this method and standard, with these by themselves, we may be unable to acquire religion, we most certainly will never gain religion without them, and still less in opposition to them, without the acceptance of such a temper of mind, or at least without striving after, or some wish for, such a disposition. It is worse than waste of time to enter upon the questions of fact, worse than simple waste, because we are then certain to come away with such a study more rebellious and empty, or more despairing and bitter, or considerably more skeptical than we came or could come to it. 3. In writing out for you these experiences that are continually before me, I think I have been leading up, quite naturally, to the last predisposition which I myself strive hard to practice, and which I will now invite you to appreciate and attempt. Those two habits of mind are indeed the necessary preparations for this last and third habit, or rather they readily issue in a third habit, the one I would now propose. Ever since I could have children, I have felt myself a creature enriched with the noble duty of giving on the largest scale, with the obligation to possess a reserve of light and life and love, a reserve for dearest little beings who would not have existed but for myself. I have not, it is true, created these beings, yet it was because I chose to marry, to be and to act as a husband and a possible father, that these particular beings became possible, and that, when they actually came, they possessed many a physical and temperamental peculiarity of my own, good, bad, and mixed. And if I, and still more my wife, possess thus a unique share and responsibility under God in the physical existence and even in the psychical peculiarities of our children, have I not, has she not, a deep, indeed unique, share and responsibility under God in their spiritual life, spiritual health, and spiritual growth? Of course, I know well how often facts confront us which seem to show that the care of parents, precisely in these deepest matters, avails nothing, indeed that it tends to irritate the children and to drive them the other way. I know well, too, how widespread just now is the theory, and still more the tacit assumption, that all such spiritual matters are unfitted to children, that human beings can understand them at all, and can judge them in any way fairly, only when they are grown men, and hence that our children have the right, when they are grown men, to find themselves facing these questions quite unfettered by early bias in any direction. And yet our own deepest instincts and experiences, once they are at all awake to the teeming possibilities, for good and for evil, of our children, and especially as we become alive and sensitive to the deeper and deepest realities, to the religious realities, cannot sincerely and abidingly acquiesce in these or similar cold and even cynical calculations. For nothing is more certain than that, if children can easily be taught too many practices and too many doctrines, or can be taught even but few practices and doctrines in a thoroughly inappropriate way, if as they grow older we can easily drive them away by much reasoning or by want of alert understanding of their wants, which are always largely quite individual, nevertheless, these same children are immensely impressionable to personality, not indeed to what those around them say or even do, but to what they are and to whether or not these seniors are simple and sincere and full of love or no. Thus what every child requires is life and love offered to it long before any explanation or analysis. The child requires such overflowing love as freely as it requires the mother's breast. And for the purposes of the child's hungry soul, the mother's soul must possess, must it not? The spiritual food, just as for the infant's hungry body, the mother's breast must possess the appropriate physical food. And the history of great souls shows, upon the whole very plainly, I think, how profound has been, in most cases, the influence of, not what the mother taught or said or did, but what she was. Now, if it is important that we poor parents should thus be, we must lead lives of faith, of trust, of risk. All spiritual life and love have ever to begin afresh, and thus, only thus, they discover, indeed create conditions, if old, yet ever new, and if countless, yet unique. And see how delightful, the very predispositions, the habits of mind, which we have found to be simply necessary for our own awakening and growth as individual souls, turn out here to be precisely the dispositions which fit us to understand and to awaken our children, for we have, from the first, been seeking not even truth, but reality, not a system or a theory, nothing abstruse or straining. Indeed, we have not found, even as to method, more than that we must learn peacefully to browse amongst, and instinctively to select from, the foods, or seeming foods, proposed to our souls, and that we must seek reality and its knowledge in action and through self-purification, and must find the tests of what is reality and what is its knowledge in the vividness or richness, and in the fruitfulness of what claims to be spiritually true and spiritually known. Yet these means and tests, if we but practice them humbly, silently, generously, more and more instinctively, will certainly make us deeper, homelier, more genial, better. They will bring us into ever closer and wider contact with our children. They cannot of themselves annoy or strain even the most sensitive of these, our little ones. Oh, may we become ever richer in self-giving, in the joy and perpetual youth of its ever-extending, its unspeakable delights. The children's father, indeed, he too can be, and ought to become, such a self-giver, but what cannot and ought not the mother to be and to become in these magnificent respects? Yet neither father nor mother will ever become thus truly rich, except they become poor and little in their own eyes. And again, they will never become thus sufficiently, profoundly little, except with and because of the consciousness of God, the great reality, which then so solidly sustains and so delightfully dwarfs them. Only prostrate at the foot of the world's great altar stairs will the parent become and remain sufficiently humble, homely, and holy for his or her unique sufferings, joys, and duties, to bud and blossom as they are silently required to flourish by the souls of their little ones. End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 4. On the Preliminaries to Religious Belief and on the Facts of Suffering, Faith and Love. Part 2. 2. As to the facts, I will attempt to be very short, since if you have accepted and are practicing, or even trying to practice, the 3 dispositions described at some length, you will discover, I think, that the answers, the explanations, as to these facts, the kind and degree of answers and explanations we thus require for and in a humble and homely, warm and working action and self-donation will largely suggest themselves, more or less untaught, to your own heart. 1. There is, then, your impression that happiness indeed helps us to believe in a higher power, and that your own years of happiness were gradually building up some kind and degree of faith within you, but that suffering acts contrawise, that this your keen, deep trouble has swept all that budding faith away. How natural, inevitable is this impression, at least until we awaken, very widely and sensitively, to the wonderful witness of history and to the no less mysterious testimony of our own deepest spirit, and through these evidences, to another, a fuller set of truths. For if I look back upon the long and varied history of mankind, and if I call to mind the numerous souls of the most different races, temperament, social grade, education, whom I have known intimately well, what do I see? I see, as a mysterious but most real, most undeniable fact, that it is precisely the deepest, the keenest sufferings, not only of body but of mind, not only of mind but of heart, which has occasioned the firmest, the most living, the most tender faith. It was during the desolation and unspeakable cruelties of the Assyrian and Babylonian exiles that Jeremiah learnt the love of God, as written, not on tablets of stone, but on the living heart of man, that Ezekiel realized God to be the good shepherd, going after his wandering, weary, and lost sheep, and that, doubtless then, Psalms were composed of an unspeakable magnificence, of unconquerable certainty as to God, the soul's unfailing refuge, its one sure lover and support. It was under the awful persecution of King Antiochus Epiphanes that the Maccabees developed their grand faith. It was more even than by the peaceful lake and on the quiet mountain side. It was in Gethsemane and on Calvary that the trust and love of Jesus awoke to their fullest. And so in their lesser, various digress with Stephen and St. Paul, and under the Emperor Hadrian with the touching Jewish martyr, Rabbi Akiba. Christianity at large grew spiritually deep and tender under the terrible early persecutions lasting, with few breaks, during some 200 years and more. The faith and fervor of the Jews since their dispersion has very certainly suffered but little because of the persecutions they endured. Deeply unjust though these persecutions substantially were, their faith and fervor, as in the case of Christians, have suffered far more from worldly prosperity where and when this has come. Thus also the German people, largely skeptical, when the first Napoleon woke them up to pain and humiliation, learnt again to pray, and, in the strength as much of faith in God as of love of country, effected their national liberation. And case upon case has passed in real life before my eyes of awful physical suffering. I am thinking of my own dear sister, of deep anguish of soul. I am thinking of a sweet saint of God, a washerwoman whose feet I wish I could become worthy to kiss. Of various other, all delicately individual cases in which, sometimes only slowly and after imperfect beginnings, sometimes heart wholly from the first, the soul's faith, service, love, devotedness, tenderest abandonment and acceptance of God, of His will, of His beauty, so largely hidden behind these black bars and dread purifications, were splendidly, magnificently awakened and sustained. And pray note particularly that, of course, suffering merely as such, suffering alone does not, cannot soften or widen any soul. It can thus, of itself and alone, only harden, narrow, and embitter it. Hence what I here witness to, and these facts are as certain as the earth spins round the sun, is explicable only by the presence, the operation of a power, a reality, so immensely powerful and real, as to counteract and greatly to exceed the suffering, and this suffering's natural effects. This power comes from God, comes and can come only from the fact that He exists most really, and that His reality and aid are more real and more sustaining by far than is all this suffering and all the soul's natural sensitiveness and weakness in face of such dread pain. I take, then, your impression to be most natural, but not yet to reach the great facts and depths of history at large, of individual souls still now around us, nor at bottom of your own spirit even as it is already, for is not already now this your distress at the apparent loss of your budding faith a very sure sign that you still possess some very real faith, pressing to be more? 2. There is also your most natural, indeed your absolutely true thought, that one cannot reconcile these things with any theory of a loving Father. And you feel that faith must somehow come to terms with the enigma of suffering. Here again I first look at the large facts across history, and then to my experience of many souls, including my own. And everywhere thus, without me and within me, I see that Christianity has, from the first, been very precisely fronting and overcoming the enigma of suffering. True, Christianity has not explained suffering and evil. No one has done so. No one can do so. Christianity has no more done so than any of the philosophies or sciences, although, unfortunately, apologists for religion too often speak and write as though Christianity had really done so, or at least as though it could do so. Here once more all the exigencies of clearness are thoroughly out of place, yet Christianity, in further articulation of many deep intuition in the exilic writings of the Old Testament, has done two things with regard to suffering, two things quite other indeed than explanation, yet two things greater, more profound and profitable for us than ever could be such a satisfaction of our thirst for clear intellectual comprehension. Christianity then has, from the first, immensely deepened and widened. It has further revealed, not the explanation, which never existed for us men, but the fact, the reality, the awful potency and baffling mystery of sorrow, pain, sin, things which abide with man across the ages. And Christianity has, from the first, immensely increased the capacity, the wondrous secret and force which issues in a practical, living, loving transcendence, utilization, transformation of sorrow and pain, and even of sin. It is the literal fact, as demonstrable as anything has happened or will happen to our human race can ever be, that Christianity, after some 2 centuries of the most terrific opposition, conquered, that it conquered in an utterly fair fight, a fight fair as regards the Christian success, the philosophy of Greece and the power of Rome. Indeed, that it even conquered Gnosticism, that subtle new paganism of the 1,000 elusive hues and forms, that protean error so very dear to all overripe, blasé civilizations. It is the simple fact that Christianity conquered, and it is equally the simple fact that it did so, above all, because of what it actually achieved with regard to suffering. For Christianity, without ever a hesitation, from the first and everywhere, refused to hold, or even to tolerate, either the one or the other of the 2 only attempts at self-persuasion, which, then as now, possess souls that suffer whilst they have not yet found the deepest. Christianity refused all Epicureanism, since man cannot find his deepest by fleeing from pain and suffering, and by seeking pleasure and pleasures, however dainty and refined. And it refused all Stoicism, since pain, suffering, evil are not fancies and prejudices, but real, very real. And since man's greatest action and disposition is not self-sufficingness or aloofness, but self-donation and love. Christianity refuses these theories, not by means of another theory of its own, but simply by exhibiting a life and lives, the life of the crucified, and lives which continually relive, in their endless, various lesser degrees and ways, such a combination of gain in giving and of joy in suffering. Christianity thus gave to souls the faith and strength to grasp life's nettle. It raised them, in their deepest dispositions and innermost will, above the pitiful oscillations and artificialities of even the greatest of the pagans in this central matter, between eluding, ignoring pain and suffering, and, animal-like, seeking life in its fleeting, momentary pleasures, or trying the nobler yet impossible course, the making out that physical, mental, moral pain and evil are nothing real, and the suppressing of emotion, sympathy and pity as things unworthy of the adult soul. Christianity did neither. It pointed to Jesus with the terror of death upon him in Gethsemane, with a cry of desolation upon the cross on Calvary. It allowed the soul, it encouraged the soul to sob itself out. It not only taught men frankly to face and to recognize physical and mental pain, death and all other, especially all moral evils and sufferings, as very real. It actually showed men the presence and gravity of a host of pains, evils and miseries which they had up until then quite ignored or at least greatly minimized. And yet, with all this, in spite of all such material for despair, the final note of Christianity was and still is one of trust, of love, of transcendent joy. It is no accident, but of the very essence of the mystery and of the power of faith. It springs from the reality of God and of his action within men's souls, that as the nobly joyous last chapters of Isaiah, chapter 60 to the end, contain also those wondrous utterances of the man of sorrows, so also the serenity of the Mount of the Beatitudes leads in the Gospels to the darkness of Calvary. Pray believe me here, it is to Christianity that we owe our deepest insight into the wondrously wide and varied range throughout the world, as we know it, of pain, suffering, evil. Just as to Christianity we owe the richest enforcement of the fact that, in spite of all this, God is, and that he is good and loving. And this enforcement Christianity achieves at its best by actually inspiring soul after soul to believe, to love, to live this wondrous faith. Hence all attempts to teach Christianity anything on this central matter of pain and suffering would be very literally to teach one's grandmother to suck eggs. For the very existence of the problem, I mean man's courage to face it, together with sensitiveness as to its appalling range and its baffling mystery, we owe, not to philosophy nor to science, still less to our own untutored hearts, but to religion, above all to the Jewish and Christian religion. And note, please, that the alternative is not between this or that non-religious view, denial or skepticism, which does explain suffering and evil, and religious faith, especially Christianity, which does not explain them. No, this is a purely imaginary alternative, for there is no belief as there is no faith, there is no science as there is no popular tradition, which does or can explain these things. The real alternative is irreligion, which still oscillates between Epicureanism and Stoicism, systems which remain variously unreal and unhuman with regard to suffering, and which know only how to evade or to travesty pain and to deny sin. And religion, which fully fronts, indeed extends and deepens indefinitely our sense of suffering and sin, and which nevertheless alone surmounts and utilizes them. Thus, once again, not clearness, not any ready transferableness, but efficacious power and integrating comprehensiveness appear as the true, decisive tests. 3. You feel, this is your keenest, yet also your most fruitful suffering, that what has happened is cruel. Cruel. Yes, what yourself, you, imperfect as you are, would have given your life to prevent. How then, you wistfully ask, can you possibly love and trust such a power if it exists at all, a power which, in this case, shows itself so deaf to the most elementary and legitimate, to the most sacred of your longings and your prayers? You possessed the darling, and you loved and served it with all you were. Who possesses and tends it now? How I understand, how keen and how cutting is this pang. And I look around me, and again I see a similar bewildering contrast repeated upon an immense scale. I remember, in our own day, the earthquake at Messina, with its thousands of cases of seemingly quite undeserved, quite unmitigated anguish, when our own admittedly most imperfect, badly bungling humanity and governments appeared, as so many small dwarfs of pity, alone pitiful, against this awful background of grim havoc and blind fury and cruelty. And of course, we could all of us add case upon case from history and from our own experience of souls. But please note well, where does the keenness of this our scandal come from? Why do we, in all such cases, suffer such feelings of shock and outrage? What makes us, in the midst of it all, persist in believing, indeed persist in acting, with great cost, on the belief that love and devotedness are utterly the greatest things we know, and deserve the sacrifice of all our earthly gifts, of our very life? Whence comes all this? The case is, I think, quite parallel with that as to trust in reality generally. Why is it, as to such trust in such reality, that even the most hardened of the skeptics continue to trouble themselves and to trouble us all, if not as to truth, at least as to truthfulness? Why is untruthfulness so very odious? Untruthfulness is certainly most convenient. Why, indeed, does every at all sane mind find it so intolerable to hold itself to be completely shut up within its own impressions, to admit that these impressions are nothing but illusions, or at least are utterly worthless as indications of realities other than its own? Whence springs the suffering, the most keen suffering, of the thought of being thus shut up, if we are, in fact, thus shut up within our own purely subjective impressions and fancies? The answer surely is that we must suffer, because in fact we are not thus shut up, because we do communicate with realities other than ourselves, and hence these realities so impress and affect us that only by a painful effort can we, violently and artificially, treat those realities as mere fanciful projections of our own. Similarly, if there is no source and standard of love, of pity, of giving, of self-donation, a source and standard abiding, ultimate, distinct from, deeper than ourselves, a source itself loving, itself a lover, and which, somehow profoundly penetrative of ourselves, keeps us poor things, rich with at least this sense of our poverty, and with this our inability to abandon love, that very costly thing, as a chimera or a mere fleeting vibration of our nerves, if there is not such a more than human, deeper and higher than human, source and standard, then the real, actual situation becomes wholly rootless and unreasonable, precisely in what it has of admittedly greatest, of most precious and most significant. Thus, both in the matter of truth and reality, and in the matter of love and a lover, we suffer when skepticism assails us, because we are not simply shut up within our own fancies, because, mysteriously yet most actually, we are penetrated and moved by God, the ultimate reality and truth, the ultimate lover and goodness. We are moved by Him who is before ever we were, who is with us from the beginning of our existence, who is always the first in operation whenever there is interaction between Him and us. Because He is, we have our unconquerable sense of reality. Because He is love and lover, we cannot let love go. And it is He who made the mother's heart. It is not simply her love, but in the first instance, His love, with just some drops of it fallen into the mother's heart, which produce the standard within her, which cries out against all that is, or even looks like, blindness and cruel fate. For remember, please, it is not Judaism, not Christianity, not any kind of theism that bids us, or even allows us, to hold and to accept as good in themselves the several painful or cruel or wrong things that happen in this complicated, difficult life. None of these convictions worship nature or the world as a whole. They all, on the contrary, find much that is wrong in nature as we know it, and in the world as a whole as we actually find it. All such believers worship and adore not nature but God, the love and the action of God within and from behind the world, but not as though this love and action were everywhere equally evident, not as though they directly will, directly choose, all things that happen and as they happen. On the contrary, these great religions leave such a pure optimism to absolute idealist philosophers, and to rhapsodizing pantheists and poets. And these religions believe such views, wheresoever they are taken as ultimate, to be either shallow and unreal, or sorry travesties of the facts. If, then, I be asked, to whom I confide those I love when, after much utterly ineffectual seeming devotion of my heart, I have seen them suffer fearfully and disappear from my own care and longing, I answer that I confide them to that reality and love, to that real lover, whose reality and lovingness and penetration of my heart alone make possible and actual my own poor persistent love. Thus my very bitterness and despair over the apparent insult flung at my love by the world as I know it, turns out to be but one more effect of the reality and operativeness of God, and one more reason, again not clear, not readily transferable, but rich and fruitful, for believing and trusting in Him, in love, the lover. Please, in conclusion, to forgive the great length of these leisurely browsings, which I love to feel have had to be snatched from hard-working, laboriously crowded days, and pray be very sure of how keenly I have suffered, and I still suffer with your suffering. I beg God to bless these poor little pages, and anything else that may offer itself to you with possibilities of help within it. And I will patiently but unconquerably continue to believe that, in ways and degrees known to God alone, you will attain to Christian humility and trust, to Christian faith, hope, and love, to the joy of utter self-dedication. Yours very sincerely, Friedrich von Hügel. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 5. The Apocalyptic Element in the Teaching of Jesus, Its Ultimate Significance and Its Abiding Function. Part 1. There exists a touching medal struck by devotees of Sir Thomas More after that great life had been done to death by his sensual, savage master. You see there the punning symbol of a Sicca More, or foolish fig tree, and the legend beneath runs, decisa adhuc dulcescit. Even when cut down, this sycamore smells sweet. I have often thought this entire metal to be applicable also to biblical criticism, especially also to the analysis of the Gospels, even of their eschatological elements. We can cut down and break up that noble biblical tree. Somehow, the very fragments still smell sweet. The fact is that religion thrives not by the absence of difficulties, but by the presence of helps and powers. Indeed, every step achieved, onwards and inwards in such fruitfulness, involves new frictions, obscurities, paradoxes, antinomies. Religion achieves its fullest power and balance only in the completest interaction of God, Christ, Church, and yet each of these great sides and stages of religion contains severally a difficulty so profound and obstinate as to be, in strictness, capable only of delimitation and discrimination, of being rendered breakable for the sake of the light and the power which surround the burden and the darkness, but incapable, I believe, of any quite direct and entirely clear, easy, and readily transferable solution. There is at the one end the profound reality of God and the all-influencing belief in this his reality, yet there is also the reality of evil with its brutal facts and baffling obscurities. And there is at the other end the reality of the Church, so pressingly necessary, so manifoldly fruitful throughout the ages and lands of Christendom. Yet there appears also a hampering, a seemingly inevitable hampering of the other sides, indeed even in part of some of the religious sides and needs of man's manifold nature. And in between these two ends, there stands the reality of Jesus and of his immense attraction and beneficence. But there stands at this place also the reality of the parousia, of the all-fantastic seeming teaching concerning a very near, universal cataclysm and cosmic regeneration, with Jesus himself as the visible center of overwhelming power. It looks indeed as though simply one of these levels, with its own formidable difficulty, were abundantly sufficient for man, a creature, after all, so limited in his capacity for bearing burdens and overleaping obstacles. Nevertheless, the experience of life and the analysis of thought, on the largest scale and in the longest run, show plainly enough, I believe, that the lights and helps of each level are increased and supplemented by those of the other two, whilst the obscurities and obstacles of each level are somehow reduced, and in part resolved by the very darkness and difficulty of the others. I propose here to examine the helps and difficulties of the middle of these three levels, the problems raised by the apocalyptic element in the teachings of Jesus. To save time, I will not discuss. I will merely state as clearly as possible the main critical conclusions which appear now to be assured or highly probable. I will next draw out certain peculiarities furnished by these conclusions, and I will end by an attempt to fathom the driving forces of all this eschatology at their deepest, and to appraise their abiding truth and place in the spiritual life. 1. Amongst the at least apparent antinomies in the outlook and teaching of Jesus, none is perhaps more immediately striking than is that which obtains between the scenes and sayings which seem to declare or to imply a sunny, continuous, balanced temper, an expansion from within outwards and from below upwards, and the scenes and sayings which declare or imply a stormy, abrupt, one-sided temper, an eruption from without inwards and from above downwards. The expansive, continuous temper perpetrates and perfects the spirit of the great prophets during the Hebrew monarchy before the exile. The eruptive, sudden movement derives at least its imagery and some of its tone from the apocalyptic writers who began to arise already towards the end of the exile, but especially from the book of Daniel, composed doubtless as late as 165 or 164 BC, during the oppression of the Jews in Palestine by the Syrian king Antiochus Epiphanes. It is certainly easy to exaggerate the difference between these two strains. It is even not absolutely impossible to interpret the entire life and teaching of Jesus as apocalyptic and eschatological from first to last. Nevertheless, there is a difference of general temper between, on the one hand, the great plant parables, the appeal of the lilies and the birds in the Sermon on the Mount, the blessing of the children, and the sleeping on the storm-tossed ship, and on the other hand, the parables of expectation, the urgent appeals to be ready for the Lord, who comes as a thief in the night, and the vehement acts in the temple, and the terrifying predictions on the Mount of Olives during Jesus' last earthly days. I still feel Loisy and Schweitzer to be, on this point, largely over-ingenious and somewhat violent in their handling of the text and of their delicately cumulative evidences. But if there indeed exists such a difference, we cannot but place the point of change at Caesarea Philippi. Mark chapter 8 verse 27 and parallels onwards. It is here that, in return for Peter's recognition of his messianic dignity, Jesus first announces to his disciples his coming passion and adds a more insistent note to his call for self-surrender in his followers. And he now promptly introduces the Son of Man as coming to judge all the world upon the clouds of heaven. True, even in Jesus' early proclamation, the kingdom of God is at hand, and men are to repent. Mark chapter 1, verses 14 and 15. Even these earliest addresses seem to imply a world renovation to occur within that living generation, and certainly also here, the kingdom, where even it appears as already in course of formation, is conceived as primarily a divine gift. And here, as simply everywhere in Jesus' own teaching, temper and implications, there already appears the alternative, the two ways, and the abiding consequences, good or evil, of good or evil choice. Hell, in this general sense, is not simply a part of only the latter stage of Jesus' own teaching. Still less is it imported into Jesus' teaching by misunderstanding hearers or reporters. Such hell, indeed, is only the natural necessary corollary of heaven in Jesus' own unchanging scheme. But in the earlier stage, there is no violence, no painful suddenness about the world renovation, nor is there any indication of a second coming of Jesus himself. Whereas, at and after Caesarea Philippi, Jesus, with ever-increasing clearness, implies or insists upon three distinct and several cataclysms. Historical criticism is doubtless right in refusing to identify any two of them. Thus already from Caesarea Philippi onwards, Jesus announces, more or less plainly, his own resurrection after his own passion and death. But this is to be a directly personal rehabilitation, to be witnessed only by his chosen disciples. He will arise in solitude from the grave and will show himself to them alone. In the last days at Jerusalem, Jesus quite plainly prophesies the early destruction of the temple. And later than his own death and arising, but earlier than this national destruction, Jesus proclaims a proximate, sudden, God-worked end of the then extant world generally, with himself descending from heaven as judge of all mankind at this great assize. The death of his own body and the destruction of the temple were, we see in the gospel narratives themselves, somehow held mistakenly by some of his hearers to have been identified by himself in his discourses to them. Yet he had really spoken of these two future happenings as two quite distinct things. Similarly, the end of the temple and the end of the world are really distinct events in Jesus' prophecy. Their identification has been rendered, at all plausible, only by a literary accident. The present position of the small apocalypse. Mark chapter 13, verses 5 through 37 and parallels, which thus appears as though communicated by Jesus simply in answer to the question of the disciples as to when would occur the destruction of the temple, seemingly just prophesied by himself. Mark chapter 13, verses 1 through 4 and parallels. This small apocalypse is, I believe rightly, now taken by most critics as largely a Jewish document, but Professor Percy Gardner assuredly goes too far when he attempts to extend this inauthenticity to all the eschatological teachings of Jesus as found here and elsewhere in the Synoptists. Such, undoubtedly authentic, eschatological teaching appears even in certain verses which form the framework of this very apocalypse, and is, besides, warranted elsewhere by texts of immense weight and luminous clearness, which stand above all suspicion of a secondary origin. So at Caesarea Philippi, Verily I say unto you, there be some of them that stand here, which shall in no wise taste death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Matthew chapter 16, verse 28. So in Perea, Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit on the throne of his glory, ye shall also sit on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Matthew chapter 19, verse 28. So on to the Mount of Olives. Immediately after tribulation of those days, the stars shall fall from heaven, and then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Matthew chapter 24, verses 29 and 30. So at the Last Supper. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine, until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Matthew chapter 26, verse 29. And so when adjured by the high priest during his trial to tell them plainly whether he is the Christ, Jesus not only admits that he is, but adds, I say unto you, henceforth ye shall see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven. Matthew chapter 26, verse 64. Thus, as before Caesarea Philippi, the kingdom was conceived prophetically as a relatively slow and peaceful growth, and from Caesarea Philippi onwards it was conceived apocalyptically, as a sudden and violent eruption. So also before Caesarea Philippi, the Messiah appears mostly lowly, radiant, and with all-embracing hope, and from Caesarea Philippi onwards, as coming again in the clouds of heaven, with power. Now this second coming is an entirely original conception of Jesus himself. No trace of such a conviction can be found in any document previous to his enunciation of it. No Jew had ever before Jesus applied Daniel chapter 7 verse 13 to a personal Messiah. They all had taken the verse in its doubtless original meaning as describing the true Israel as a people humane and from above, in contradistinction to the heathen empires as beast-like, as so many monsters rising up from the ocean. The personal application is the original work of Jesus and of the Jesus of the second period. So far all the critics agree with emphasis. There is, however, another doctrine which Jesus launches simultaneously with the coming on the clouds of heaven, which, I know not really why, is less confidently held by these same critics to be Jesus's own discovery, the doctrine of the suffering Messiah. Nevertheless, it is certain that the first Jewish attribution known to us of Isaiah chapter 53, the suffering servant, to a personal Messiah, is that of Trypho in St. Justin's dialogue, written not before AD 155, whilst as late as AD 246, Origen tells of having heard a Jew apply that chapter to the entire Jewish people, dispersed and broken, in order that many proselytes might be gained. Contra Celsum, chapter 1, verse 55. It is thus a safe proposition that neither the Old Testament nor the Jews of Jesus' time knew of a suffering, personal Messiah. The woes, birth pangs, of the Messiah meant, of course, only certain public and cosmic disturbances, which were to precede and to announce Messiah's first and only coming. As to the origin of the actual description of the suffering servant, there is, I think, much to commend the notion of Bernard Doom that, though the picture was meant by the prophet-poet for the Jewish people as God's missionary amongst the Gentiles, yet that the immensely concrete and moving details of the picture were suggested by a particular Jew afflicted with leprosy, whose serene resignation and self-immolation for the good of souls had first startled and determined the writer. If so, then Jesus, by applying that prophecy personally to himself as Messiah, only reverted, if not to the original meaning, yet to the original occasion of these great Ebed Yahweh lyrics. 2. We have now accumulated a mass of pressing difficulties, of poignant questions. At bottom, they raise the problem not merely of Jesus' divinity, or at least of his inerrancy, even with regard to matters of directly religious import, but primarily of the soundness and sanity of his human mind. And even if we succeed in finding room for such teaching within his mind as the convictions of a supremely sane Jew of well nigh 2,000 years ago, what possible use, what present-day appeal, can we unfortunately still discover in these strange-sounding propositions? And if we do not make some such discovery, is not even the simply human attraction of Jesus ruined for ourselves in these our days beyond all hope of repair? Let us first draw out the following considerations as preparatory to certain last and deepest probings. I believe that not all the two series combined are too much for the acquisition of some resilience from under the weight of all that eschatology, once it has thoroughly seized a sensitively awake mind. 1. No doctrine of the divinity of Christ, no affirmation even of just simply the normality of the mind of Jesus, are other than out of touch with all the real possibilities of the question, if they do not first recognize that a real incarnation of God in man can only mean incarnation in some particular human nature. Man in general is only an idea, it is not a fact, a reality, and God, the supremely factual, utterly real, the creator of the essential facts in man, did not, in the incarnation, reverse either his own, God's nature, or the reflex of it, the nature of man. The incarnation could not, even by himself, be made other than the entering into, and the possession of, a human mind and will endowed with special racial dispositions and particular racial categories of thought. Assuredly this mind and will would be filled and moved by the deepest religious and moral truth and insight, and would be preserved from all essential error concerning the direct objects of the divine indwelling and condescension. Yet this truth and insight would of necessity show to minds and hearts of other races and times imaginative and emotional peculiarities, certain omissions, combinations, stresses, outlines, colorings, characteristic of the race and time of the revealer. Otherwise, the revealer would begin his career by being simply unintelligible to his first hearers, and even in the long run to the large majority of mankind, and he would in himself not be normally, characteristically, man. Now it was most appropriate that the incarnation, for purposes of religion, should take place in Jewish human nature, since the Jewish people had, already for some 13 centuries, furnished forth amongst mankind the purest light and strongest leading in religion. Thus, however, the revealer could not but imagine, think, feel, and will the deepest truths and facts of his mission with Jewish categories, images, emotions. Such a characteristically Jewish category, although in a lesser degree, it is common to antiquity generally, permeates the Bible from cover to cover, insofar as its writers were Semites in blood and breeding. Everywhere the divine action is, as such, conceived to be instantaneous. Thus the 24 hours of each of the 6 days of creation, in Genesis chapter 1, were very probably conceived by the narrator as almost entirely composed of pauses between the creative acts, these acts themselves being instantaneous. Even St. Teresa could still, in A.D. 1562, consider the suddenness of a vision to be one of the 2 decisive tests of its divine origin. If, then, Jesus held that the world's present order would be terminated by an act of God, he could not image and propound this act other than as sudden and rapid. We shall find later on more ultimate reasons for this category of suddenness, yet the reason now given appears true and operative so far as it goes. 2. Nowhere, however, does Jesus presuppose or teach a corresponding suddenness of change in man's dispositions or actions, either as everywhere actually operative or even as normally desirable. Hence, as Canon Scott Holland, in his profound Real Problem of Eschatology, very acutely observes, the nearness and suddenness of Jesus' second coming does not weaken but heightens the call to persistent self-purification and uninterrupted service of others. Approximate sharp testing awaits his hearers, but it will be a testing of, at best, an entire long life of persistent faithfulness. And nowhere does Jesus condemn the essential things, conditions, and duties of this life as intrinsically evil. His own thought and practice imply and show respect for the human body, reverence for the ties of family and of country, even when these are transcended in a complete, heroic self-abnegation. Even the military career he nowhere condemns. Centurions are left by him as centurions. He even praises them as such with emphasis. He possesses the leisureliness of mind necessary for the full perception of the beauties or peculiarities of flower and tree, bird, sheep, and fox, sky, field, and lake, of sowman, vintner, fisherman, and shepherd, mason, and housewife, and he disports himself with children. Immensely earnest and inclusive of the most heroic asceticism as is his life, he can yet be accused of being a wine-bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. All this tender leisure, observation, forthcoming friendliness, all this genial occupation with the present little things and little friends of God, all this only required the predominant intensity of expectation and detachment, characteristic of the second period of the earthly life of Jesus, to become less central in men's minds, in order to show itself as constituting, in the permanent scheme, but one of the two great movements of the uniquely wide, deep, various outlook and will of Jesus. The special characteristics of the first stage of the earthly life of Jesus thus come to their full development in his closest followers, alongside of, alternately with, penetrated by, the special characteristics of the second stage. Thus could Dante find, surely, most rightly, in the Poverello of Assisi, so supremely detached, so expansively attached, so heroic without rigorism, so loving without softness, perhaps the nearest reproduction of the divine paradox of the life of Jesus himself. On this point also we shall find a still deeper root in the teaching of Jesus, as expressive of the very soul of religion. 3. More and more, after the death of Jesus, did the preaching of the kingdom, indeed all direct thought of the kingdom, wane, and did the church take the place of the kingdom. This change was, in its essence, simply inevitable, right, and beneficent. Indeed, the conception and the functioning of a church most justly claim deep implications, nay, definite institutions, in the teaching and acts of Jesus himself. Mr. Clutton Brock, in his What is the Kingdom of God? 1918, very emphatically condemns those who hold that Jesus ever taught or implied approximate cosmic cataclysm. He really taught and implied only the transfiguring power given to the pure heart to see God here and now, and to see all this here and now as, in its essence, already the kingdom of God. But then Mr. Brock finds himself most instructively baffled. He admits himself deeply surprised by the fact that, although this purely interior and mystical act and attitude is really all that Jesus meant by the kingdom of God, thus incapable of coming into collision with any of the great public and world facts and forces, should have so rapidly lost its central position in the Christian teaching. In reality, the kingdom, with its categories of intense proximity, suddenness, and cataclysm, soon ceased to be central, even in the minds of Christians, for the simple reason that the given visible world persisted in lasting, that the vehemence of this group of teachings could not be maintained for long if the gentler characteristics of the other group of teaching, equally the utterance of Jesus himself, were to have their full realization, and that Jesus himself had given unequivocal indications as to how he would organize permanent Christian institutions, did the permanence of the world require, as in fact it was now requiring, a corresponding permanence of the Christian organization. The acute polemic of Jesus against at least the school of Shammai against the Pharisees, his attitude as critic and new legislator, even as regards the law itself, and perhaps above all, his death at the instigation of the Sanhedrin, the great official churchmen's council of his time and country, readily obscure the nevertheless very certain facts of Jesus' organic conception of all society, civil and religious, and of his actual organizing of his apostles and followers. All souls are indeed, to Jesus, equal in a true sense. They all spring from the one God. Compared with God, all their differences are as nothing, and merely earthly differences do not count as ultimate differences at all. Yet this equality is not interchangeableness, nor a simply individualist, nor again a socialist equalization. It is an equality derived from God and operating within humanity at large, as this is organized in the family and the religious community. It is an equally rich, elastic, manifold, thorough differentiation into various kinds and degrees of interdependence and mutual service. The very images dearest to Jesus, the Father and his children, the Master and his servants, the shepherd and his sheep, the king and his subjects, show this plainly as a quite unchanging characteristic of all his outlook. And as Jesus spontaneously acts upon this fundamental conviction when he comes to require a little band of preachers and teachers, as he himself alone had received the messianic power and call from the one God, his Father, so he, in turn, selects 12 representatives, endowing them with intrinsic authority and power, and he places one of them at their head with quite unique gifts and duties. The institution remains small in Jesus' lifetime, not because Jesus objects to a large institution, a church, or because this small institution is, in any essential point, different from the church. The institution remains small simply and solely because of the proximate expectation, and with the fading away of the proximity, the preaching band automatically becomes the church. For already in the preaching band there is mission, subordination, unitary headship, the genuine religious movement from the one to the few, and thus to the many, and from above downwards. The noblest title ever taken by the popes, the title by which the great ones amongst them stand confirmed, and by which the bad ones amongst them stand condemned, servant of the servants of God, is thus, in very truth, the varyingly extensive, but everywhere real, call and duty of us all. And surely, in spite of the many difficulties, dangers and abuses brought into the world by neglectful and insufficiently Christian churchmen, the church at its best and greatest has, as a sheer matter of fact, grandly, indeed uniquely, proved this, her capacity for preserving and perpetrating the spirit and power of Jesus Christ. 4. We noted above 2 quite original points in the eschatology of Jesus, the suffering of the Messiah and the return of this same Messiah in power and majesty. They first appear in Caesarea Philippi in a close interconnection. Let us always keep them thus, as but 2 constituents of one great fact and law, for only thus, on the one hand, does the picture in Daniel lose every vestige of gratuitousness or inflation. And only thus, on the other hand, does the picture in Isaiah not express any ultimate skepticism or pessimism. We thus get here, in its acutest richness of interdependent light and shadow, the most original and the most divinely true of all the discoveries and powers of Christianity. Suffering, that very suffering, to escape, which as most real and harmful, or to explain which away, as but the false imagination of men, all the world before Christianity is seen hopelessly fleeing or as hopelessly ignoring. This same suffering is here both foreknown and suffered through by the Revealer himself. And in this concrete case, the suffering is a very world of the most diverse malignity, humiliation, dereliction, anguish bodily and mental, and the sufferer here never ceases to maintain about all this and about every other sacrifice and suffering throughout the world, both that the pain and the trial and the wicked dispositions which may inflict it or which may be roused by it are most real, most evil, and yet that it all, if taken in simple self-abandonment to God, is profoundly operative towards the soul's establishment in an otherwise uncapturable regal beatitude and peace. Without the cross, Jesus could not ask as much of us, his followers, as he actually does, Without the crown, he would but teach a heroic stoicism. Only with the two together, with joy succeeding, and actually occasioned by the previous anguish, does his life both fully purify and yet maintain, while steadily proposing undared depths of renunciation, man's divinely implanted, ineradicable thirst, not indeed for pleasure, but for a beatitude abiding in deepest self-oblivion. And here both the passion and the power are all, in the first instance, born for God, born through God, crowned by God. A virile and wholesome humanitarianism flows indeed necessarily from the heart of Jesus and from men's love of his Spirit, but they do so thus wholesomely, because grounded continuously in the primary motive, not of man, but of God. End of chapter 5, part 1. Chapter 5, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 5. The Apocalyptic Element in the Teaching of Jesus, its ultimate significance and its abiding function. Part 2. 3. Let us now attempt some 5 quite final, deepest conclusions. First then, as to the conception of all divine action as proximate and short, there certainly lurks here far more than a merely racial category of thought. Paul de la Garde, that largely embittered, often unfair, but profoundly instructive scholar, so little known in England, has protested, with volcanic energy and the most angry polemic, against all Jewish thought and feeling on the subject, since the central fact, effect, and need of religion is just exactly its sense of, its thirst for, eternity, simultaneity, and experience entirely in the here and now. The present, the presence, are here intensely felt alone to constitute religion. The past is dust and archaeology, the future is wind and fanaticism. God, who himself is ever here and now, is thus loved in a here and now act and ecstasy. All past, all future fall away. There assuredly works here a state of soul and apprehension essential to all genuine spirituality. The same apprehension gives a special dignity and truth to Quakerism. Indeed, all mysticism is mysticism, in proportion as it thus apprehends and cultivates presence as the center of religion. Doubtless the noblest intellectual formulation of this great conviction is that of Aristotle in his doctrine of the unmoving energia, assuredly one more proof of the light given by the incarnate God to non-Jewish, non-Christian souls. This very doctrine has been admirably elaborated by Dr. Schiller and is restated very cogently by Father Herbert Walker, S.J., in the Hibbert Journal for July 1919. But let us be careful, lest the great experience and doctrine here considered lead us straight into delusions and morbidities. Doubtless God, in his intrinsic nature, is non-successive, is outside time. Doubtless men themselves, in rare moments, can and do experience something like an arrest, an overleaping of succession, and indeed unless man possessed some such faculty, he could not so vividly apprehend God and religion as do all the mystics. But it does not follow at all that, because God is simply simultaneous, and because I am sufficiently simultaneous vividly to apprehend, and now and then partially to share, the simultaneity of his, I am simply simultaneous to myself. It is, of course, this assumption that man is, or can become, thus simply simultaneous, that man's spirit requires naught else but its own direct union with the Spirit of God alone, which underlies the angry contempt of all history, institutions, the visible and audible, of all succession, in all mystics as such. Nevertheless, nothing is more certain than that man never does nor can get away for long from all succession, that he is built up into a man of any sort, inclusively of religious man, in and through his body as well as his imagination, his reason, his feeling, and his will, bodily things and incitements taking their part also here. and that there can be no Quakers, no mystics amongst men, were all men Quakers and mystics. At bottom, the difference between the mystic as such and the religionist of a more historical or sacramental type lies as much in the interesting non-recognition of the meditations always actually at work also in the mystic, yet always thus ignored and minimized by him as in the actual preponderance in this same mystic of any directly intuitive element. 2. Again, it is very certain that pure mysticism and pantheism are one, and that they both, by their similar excesses, end by leveling all things down, not up. If any moment, any state, anything is as good as another, is all engulfed in, is the complete vehicle of eternity, then good and evil, true and false, God and world, God and man, spirit and sense, coalesce. Now it is profoundly impressive to note how intractable the synoptic Jesus remains to all purely mystical interpretation. Evelyn Underhill's recent attempt is as able as it is unconvincing. The fact, of course, is that nothing could be more anti-mystical than is the proximate futurism of the authentic Jesus. This proximate futurism stands out massively against all pure immanentism, all evolution taken as final cause and not merely as instrument and method. For we must not forget that the favorite method of all hylozoists, all monists, has always been the insistence upon immense ranges of time and space and upon the appearance, little by little, within substances vulgarly dubbed material, of what are as vulgarly dubbed spiritual characteristics. If only you thus maneuver with little by little, you can delude yourself and others into holding that this exquisite quantification solves a problem of utterly different qualities. It is at this point that Jesus calls a most impressive halt. He points, in the expectation of the proximate second coming, to something not slow of growth, but sudden, not small and imperceptible, but huge and public, not produced by the sheer evolution from below of the already extant, but by the descent from without and above, of a newly given, a sheer elapse of quite another quality. Perhaps all the points of this stupendous picture require permanent softening by us, his followers, if we would be equally faithful to his earlier, sunnier outlook and to the ultimate implications of his spirit as a whole. Yet the magnificent massiveness of the anti-pantheist here is a permanent service to religion of the very first magnitude. 3. Let us, however, always remember that, as we have already seen, the suddenness of the crisis to be produced by God in no wise involves other than persistent dispositions to be cultivated by man. But indeed there is also another point of persistency assumed by Jesus throughout, and this point is central in all Jesus' thought and care. God, the very God who, in Jesus' eschatological picture, appears to act with such utterly disconcerting suddenness and discontinuity, is most assuredly conceived by this same Jesus as at bottom profoundly self-identical, uncapricious, persistent, even essentially simultaneous, eternal. It is really because of Jesus' utter certainty of the unchanging justice and providence of God that, under the pressure of approximate earthly defeat of the cause of truth and right, he vividly foresees a corresponding exaltation of this same cause. The self-identical God who allowed the defeat will not fail to execute the triumph. The beautifully naive parables which picture God as Father, as Master, as vineyard owner, or the like, and which thus of necessity introduce successive acts and changes of disposition, as though such vicissitudes, obtained in the divine nature itself, must very certainly not be pressed as involving real changes in God. If it can be maintained that Jesus did not think of even human history in terms of our modern, largely very problematic, development notions, it can be contended much more certainly, indeed quite finally, that Jesus would have rejected with horror any and every doctrine of an intrinsically changing or developing or even simply successive God. We can be sure of this, even already simply because Jesus was a Jew, because short of overwhelming proof to the contrary, a religious Jew of the times of Jesus must be assumed to have been penetrated by such instinctive presuppositions, even if, as doubtless was the case with Jesus, the particular Jew in question had not passed through the schools of Hellenistic Judaism, in which the non-successiveness of God's nature was very explicitly, very emphatically taught. We thus secure two great points of rest and persistence as, so to speak, flanking and framing a line of movement and change. There is God, at bottom unchanging, an overflowing richness of ever simultaneous life, and there is man capable of, called to, about to be tested concerning stability, a persistent successiveness of devoted life. The suddenness is only in the testing and in conversions to a persistent devotedness, and the very suddenness in these cases springs from the need to express a junction between the simultaneity of God and the successiveness, however steady, of man. Thus the 2 points essential to every real mysticism are secured, but this in such a combination with other conditions as to render impossible all direct derivation of pure mysticism or pantheism from the historical Jesus. 4. Once more, God is indeed the beginning, the middle, and the end, the ceaseless presupposition of all Jesus' teaching. His was assuredly the human mind and soul most closely united with God that ever lived on earth. The Christian doctrine of the divinity of Jesus, which we can trace in all its development through the Pauline and Johnine writings, through St. Ignatius of Antioch, St. Justin Martyr, St. Irenaeus and Tertullian, on to the councils of Nicaea and Chalcedon, till it finds its full crown at last in the Third Council of the Lateran, is undoubtedly true and deeply enriching. Yet it can wisely be maintained by us only if we simultaneously remember that, however truly God revealed himself with supreme fullness and in a unique manner in Jesus Christ, yet that this same God had not left himself, still does not leave himself, without some witness to himself throughout the ages before Christ, and throughout the countries, groups, and even individual souls, whom the message, the fact, of the historical Jesus has never yet reached, or who, in sheer good faith, cannot understand, cannot see him as he really is. The unincarnate God has thus a wider range, though a less deep message than the incarnate God, and these two gods are but one and the same God, who, mysteriously, mostly slowly, and most imperceptibly, prepares or supplements, expresses and otherwise aids himself in each way by the other way. Thus, though of course, far from all that passed and passes for religion in paganism can be held by us to be, in its degree and manner, true and right, to be capable of Christianization, indeed itself, to serve the fuller apprehension and service of God and of man, yet some of the great Greek thinkers thinking, of the great Roman lawyers' legislation, of the Greco-Roman later religious philosophies and cults, in very deed sprang from the unincarnate God to serve and supplement the God incarnate. Thus only we can be freed from anxiety, and can we sincerely rejoice and be confirmed in our faith in God the Omnipresent, when we discover how largely the Old Testament book of wisdom borrows from Plato, how appreciable is St. Paul's indebtedness to the Greek mysteries, how much in the form of the fourth gospel comes from Philo, how greatly Tertullian learnt from Roman law, how important was St. Augustine's indebtedness to Plotinus, how almost wholesale was the Dionysian writer's incorporation of Proclus, and how systematic and gratefully avowed was St. Thomas of Aquino's utilization of Aristotle. Doubtless these appropriations varied in their carefulness, necessity, and permanent value. Yet even this most incomplete list surely indicates that the process in general was as legitimate as it has proved fruitful. Christianity could not otherwise have lived and thriven in this world, and only those who can manage to figure to themselves the world as forsaken by the very God who made it, and who sent to it his Son, can, in strictness, be disquieted by such preparations by God himself for his own fully incarnate coming. 5. Particularly important also is this discrimination in affording a ready Christian means and a full Christian justification for the successive enlargements of man's conception of the world, of time and space, and of man's own and of God's own relation to this same world. Even in the teaching of Jesus himself, we have as yet no persistent occupation with souls other than those of the house of Israel. It is to them, to the Palestinian Jews, that his own apostles are sent out by him. Stephen and his Hellenistic Jewish collaborators already carry the gospel to the Hellenistic Jews. St. Paul enlarges St. Peter's first evangelizing of the Gentiles and becomes himself emphatically the apostle of the heathen world. The whole world, the church's parish, this outlook has never ceased, since then, to actuate the Catholic Church, as this very name implies. Yet though this, our earthly world, doubtless constitutes the limit of our direct duties and clear knowledge, we have, I believe, passed through experiences and have reached a time which demand a still further deliberate expansion, admittedly of another, but, I submit, of a perfectly practical kind. Such an expansion appears imperative if the deep and tender universalism of the gospel is not itself to come to appear a parochial sentimentalism. And the point has its urgency, if so symptomatic book as Foundations is to count. For there you find, pretty well thought out, an almost angry vehemence of restriction, that we literally know nothing of God, except in and through Jesus, that the whole of sound religion is exclusively concerned with God in his dealings with man, that all over and above this is the idle guessing of philosophers, and much else substantially to this effect. I know no better cure for this headiness than a careful frank facing of the trend in the later philosophy of Hegel, for in this latter Hegel also you get such a perception as to the actual limits, only that here you see clearly where such limitation very readily leads. In face of the overwhelming probability that there exist worlds upon worlds of intelligent creatures other than man, superior in intelligence to man, Hegel gives us a God who comes to his own self-consciousness in and through the development of man, a development which culminates in the Prussian state of the 30s of last century. What appalling chauvinism! Yet even without such pantheistic and humanitarian fanaticism, the restrictions indicated would slowly but surely spell ruin for religion. For surely a religion is doomed which can furnish no emotion approximate to what I see and surmise every time I look up at the stars at night. And indeed, in other respects also, the outlook considered is narrow to unbearableness. For what is the worth of the homage I pay to Jesus by the refusal to admire and to thank God for, say, Aristotle's doctrine of the unmoving energia, or for Plotinus's grand demonstrations of the spaceless character of God? The position, if taken seriously, ends by caricaturing the true temper of Jesus, who did indeed ignore much that we have to foster for the sake of careful attention to his spirit, but who did not thus really exclude or systematically reject whatever does not directly come from himself or is not directly occupied with man's welfare and redemption. 6. A very nest of complications faces us as soon as we candidly admit and then attempt selection, combination, or further development amongst the competing pictures, implications and teachings of Jesus and of his New Testament followers concerning the end. How far are kingdom of God, Abraham's bosom, paradise, heaven, identical or at least compatible, or the reverse? And how far are they, more or less, passing hints and far permanent revelations? Even St. Augustine still inclines to hold that the human soul sleeps from the body's death till the day of the coming and the judgment, and he nowhere, I think, clearly decides, for after the judgment, between a sojourn, limited or not, upon a renovated earth, and a life eventually, or at once, strictly in heaven, in a condition, or place, or both, quite distinct from any renovated humanity, alive on a renovated earth. Such an earthly sojourn, for at least a while, we get in the revelation of St. John, and such millenarianism has reappeared on and on in the Christian Church in the Middle Ages, in the movement of Savonarola during the Renaissance, and in modern England, in Cromwell's Kingdom of the Saints. Indeed, recent socialism, so largely Jewish in its origin, is full of a mostly quite non-religious millenarianism, whilst even such fervent Christians as the missionary Dr. Hogg and the Reverend Dr. David Cairns have resumed some such an outlook from deep religious motives, yet with an important modification of the stressed characteristic, especially of the eschatology of Jesus. I can but suggest the following discriminations. In the Synoptic Gospels alone, we get adumbrations and pictures of differing historical providence, and which are more or less incapable of complete harmonization, for certainly Abraham's bosom and paradise hardly appear identical, and even if the same, they are clearly distinct from the sitting upon the thrones or at the banquet, which certainly belong to the parousia circle of ideas. St. Paul's third heaven can hardly belong to any of these groups, whereas the revelation of St. John moves indeed in the parousia circle, yet more of its eschatology appears to be directly derived from Jewish sources than can similarly be attributed in the eschatology of the Synoptists. We see from these facts how wide was the freedom and how rich the choice for the Christian Church in its development of a Christian eschatology. We can next note that all the Christian eschatological views fall roughly into two classes: the renovated earth, the millenarian expectation, and heaven, purgatory, hell, which more and more, in the great Orthodox Christian bodies, have in practice supplanted the former. The millenarian class is more clearly rooted in Jesus' actual eschatological utterances, and is more directly in keeping with any strongly stressed doctrine of the resurrection of the body. It goes back historically to the Jewish apocalyptic writers. The heaven class has more and more come to be felt by Christians of delicate spirituality and wide general cultivation to be the simpler, the more spiritual view, indeed to be the one which most adequately draws out the deepest implications and needs of theism in general, and of Jesus' own great central teachings in particular. This view is indeed compatible with belief in a resurrection of the body, a doctrine which, in some form or other, it is important to retain, but it lends itself less readily to this belief than does the millenarian view. Historically, this heaven-purgatory-hell cycle goes back to Hellenistic Judaism and to Plato. In the outlook of the average Orthodox Christian, for now some 10 centuries, it is the heaven-purgatory-hell cycle that forms part of his everyday religion, with, however, a notable addition and distinction. The general judgment and the end of the world, though these are now placed at an indefinite distance of time, still remain constituents of Orthodox belief. Yet the particular judgment at the death of each soul, a doctrine belonging to the heaven class, is doubtless now the more operative conviction, whereas the doctrine of the end of the world seems to exercise but little influence. As with the change from kingdom to church, so with that from a renovated earth to heaven, we may rest very sure that the deepest reasons and needs slowly determine the church in this direction. In both closely interrelated cases, we can, by living the spirit of Jesus, discover how preservative of precisely this spirit are these modifications of the letter. And especially does the great alternative of heaven-hell remain true to the whole gist and drift of Jesus' teaching, and to the growth of this teaching from first to last, since this teaching was never simply a revelation of a divine cosmic process of universal redemption, but always a warning and awakening to a costly, profound alternative of right or wrong self-determination in view of God's gift and God's call and testing. Millenarianism, on the contrary, medieval and modern, shows badly as regards sobriety, and is always followed by delusionment and relaxation as the inevitable cost of the nervous exaltation and rigorism which inevitably accompany it. Indeed, the millenarianisms of the last 60 years or so have practically all been without precisely what gave greatness and depth to Jesus' entire eschatology. For with Jesus, the very proximate and suddenness, all meant gift of God, meant God, and meant man's odd moral and spiritual preparation for this gift, which would either cure or kill him. With these millenarianists, on the other hand, God, gift, test, preparation, All have gone. Man and man's work, even pure unaided human work, have succeeded, and yet this purely human work is proximately, suddenly, to achieve a new heaven and a new earth, an earthly condition which will, of itself, satisfy all the cravings of the human heart and soul. We thus get something essentially harebrained, inflating, sterilizing. We cannot, even if we would, reawaken the first Christian expectation in the features of its intense belief in approximate, sudden world renovation, even though this belief was so grand and true in its ardent faith in God, in His gift, in our need of preparation, and in human life as essentially a choice and an alternative. But we will not wish, even if we could, to encourage an immanentist millenarianism, an outlook from which have disappeared alternative, choice, preparation, gift, and God. Indeed, even the religiously intended, religiously colored millenarianism will not really work. In this millenarianism, God is fully acknowledged, and the kingdom, even its proximity and suddenness, are reconstituted as the Christian central doctrines, yet are interpreted as the coalescence of devoted, heroic human wills, to which God has promised millenarian results. For such an outlook is based, historically, upon a grave misinterpretation of Jesus' meaning, and assumes philosophically a view of human nature and human progress, which would make these, and not God in His perfect simultaneity, the center of man's care and striving. Such a view, if it became fixed and full, would bring to already a feverish human society only a further contribution of feverishness, indeed the full sanction of such ceaseless tension and intrinsic unrest. Dr. F. Bradley has acutely pointed out that human perfection, taken thus absolutely, as a condition attainable suddenly, completely, that such an idea of progress is not a cause or an effect of theism properly understood, but always its substitute. You can have as your center God, or you can have as your center such sudden and complete human progress and perfection. You cannot have both. But theism remains fully compatible with man's indefinite improvableness, indeed improvement. Religious men, provided they care still more for direct spiritual conditions, cannot care too much for the social, earthly betterment of their fellows, and this, most of all, because grace, supernature, is fully awakened, and is given its substrate and material only by some such setting in motion of the natural interests and activities of ourselves and of our fellow men. In this way, our religion will be also thoroughly social, but it will bring to this, its social outlook, a special balance and sanity, a freedom from exaltations and cynicisms, an indestructible, sober, and laborious hopefulness, which surely constitute exactly the combination so much required and so rare to find. 7. And what about the entire critical method which, now for 5 generations, has been applied by great scholars to delimit, to fathom, to analyze the figure, the doctrine, the spirit of the historic Jesus, and this, often with the assumption, or even the proclamation, that thus only, but that thus really, can we gain the unadulterated Jesus, as He actually breathed well nigh 2,000 years ago? If we take the method thus, as by itself productive of such a result, we are very certainly the victims of perhaps the most plausible instance of a very natural and widespread illusion. Professor James Ward and Dr. Pringle Pattison have, each from a somewhat different starting point, admirably brought out the fact I am thinking of. Dr. Ward compares the 2 chief methods of psychology, the genetic and the analytic, and shows how doubtless the perfect knowledge of anything would be a knowledge of that thing at each of its stages of growth and becoming, rather than an analysis of the same thing at its fullest expansion, yet that as a matter of fact, the analytic method alone is really completely at our service. And Dr. Pattison demonstrates the special danger inherent in the genetic method, even where we can most fully apply it. Let us take the embryology of man. Here the future human being, in strictness the human being, as he really exists from conception onwards, is for all appearances, first a shapeless material substance, next a plant-like organism, then a mollusk-like, fish-like, bird-like being. Only later on, a mammal-like, monkey-like creature, and last of all, a clearly human baby. Only God himself can directly see a human being in those earlier forms, so that if we will treat each of these stages as self-explanatory, as what it appears to us apart from what we know will follow, man is a monkey, a fish, a plant, a shapeless material substance. The lowest designation is indeed the most scientific. This method alone is quite clear, but then it is also quite inadequate. Human marriage, under this treatment, becomes a mere pairing of two animals or plants, the state a mere herding of wild animals, or the cruel invention of cannibal cave dwellers. The God of the Jews becomes the mutterings and tremblings of a volcano in the peninsula of Sinai. Indeed, one specially thorough sage of this school discovers that religion began with, hence that it is, the scratching by a cow of an itch upon her back. It cannot, on the other hand, be denied that the study of origins, properly conducted, that is, conducted with a continuous sense of the reality investigated as it gradually reveals itself in its ever fuller development, does very genuinely deepen, purify, and vivify our appreciation of the full reality. For only such study can make us enter, never quite fully, yet with an otherwise unattainable poignancy, into the homely environment, the difficulty and loneliness, the sweat, tears, and blood, the obscurities, inhibitions, defeats, and difficult conquests, above all into the varying appearances and applications of the self-identical reality thus studied. The very inevitableness, for an at all human life and teaching, to lose in course of time some of the pristine instant attractiveness of its precise pictures and emotions, is thus brought out at its fullest. Yet even this result is attained only by a combination of the analytic method, which moves back from the life of Jesus as still actually lived in Christ's mystical body, the Church, and of the genetic method, which starts from the earliest evidence of the earliest stages of Christ's life on earth and then on across the centuries. If we were restricted to one method only, the analytic method ought to be preferred, as giving us far more life and reality, indeed as taken singly, alone capable of furnishing us with genuine life at all. Yet we can, fortunately, work by both ways simultaneously. We can move from the Christ of the Church, of our prayers, communions, and inner life, back to the Jesus of the earliest documents, and from this Jesus forwards to the Christ. This double movement will, if worked devotedly and wisely, really deepen our sense of the worlds of beauty, truth, and goodness, of ideal help, of ideal reality, of divine facts, offered to us in the Church, in Jesus Christ, in God. Two illustrations of the substance of what I have been attempting are often with me. They may help to conclude all with some vividness. In the Italian Alps, I used to love a certain deep, ever sunless gorge, through which a resounding mountain torrent was continuously fighting its way, without rest, without fruit. Why did I love it so? Doubtless because I realized, amidst this sterile-seeming uproar, that down far away this torrent would spread itself out as a sunlit, peaceful, fertilizing river, slowly flowing through the rich plains of Piedmont. So it is with the apocalyptic Jesus and with the prophetic Jesus, indeed with both these Jesuses and the ever-present Christ. Some years ago, the Jesuit astronomer, Father Perry, was sent out to a South Pacific station to observe the transit of the planet Venus. He sickened of a mortal fever shortly before the transit. Told of his impending death, he ascertained from the doctor how long he was likely to retain consciousness, and then planned out all his duties for within this little span of time. He promptly received the last sacraments and disposed himself religiously to die. And then he gave himself wholeheartedly to his present duty and service of God, to the transit. He made and registered all the delicate observations with a perfect lucidity and completeness. And then, the moment the planet had ceased its apparent contact with the sun, this true, deep Christian fell back into unconsciousness and death. It seems far from the eschatology of Jesus, with its eye upon the little Palestine and upon a proximate end of the visible earth and heavens all circling, as it seemed, around man upon his little planet. Far from that to this modern observer, intent upon stellar vicissitudes of no direct importance to mankind. It seems far, yet it is near at least to the complete and fundamental Jesus, for it is assuredly part of, it is penetrated by, the Spirit of Christ living in the Church, to bless and to purify all the gifts and calls of the God of nature by the calls and gifts of the God of grace. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 6 on the specific genius and capacities of Christianity, studied in connection with the works of Professor Ernst Troelst. Part 1. 1. Perhaps the subtlest, yet really the greatest, of the difficulties that beset all ironic endeavors, such as the constructive review so valiantly represents for our own times and peoples, lie, not without but within, consist not in any possible obstruction from a non-perceptive world, but from a certain flatness and unpersuasiveness, which sooner or later always tend to pervade whatsoever so readily optimistic, studiously pacific, free from all acute stress and strain. Thus even Leibniz, that rich, all-harmonizing mind, is he as moving as Tertullian, that vehement, one-sided genius, or even as some of Leibniz's own contemporaries, smaller and less balanced, but more concentrated and instinctive than that serene negotiator of the large wig, amidst the pontiffs and princesses of his day? Probably the best antidote to any such danger is the close study, not directly of the contrasts and conflicts between the already made theologies and cults of the several churches and sects, but of the religious life, or at least of its philosophy, still now in the making, of the struggles and successes operative at this very moment within some exceptionally capacious mind and deeply spiritual soul. At least, for myself, I can be fully happy in irenics, only in some such entirely unofficial and unfinal, slow, roundabout, far back and far onward looking way. And thus I come here to attempt the presentation of the fundamental strivings and thinkings in matters of the specific genius, claims and capacities of Christianity of Professor Ernst Troelst of Heidelberg. Such a presentation, to be effective, should be clear, yet clearness here is very difficult. Life itself is not clear, but vivid, and even the deeper sciences, those with most of concrete content, such as history and psychology, and also philosophy, will always remain outdistanced, not in clearness, but in volume and vividness of content, by life wheresoever it is profound. In Troelst's case, we must add, on the side of his subject matters, the unique depth and vividness, hence the difficulty as to clearness, of his central interest, religion. We must add, on the side of himself, a most rarely alive sense of the special characteristics of religion and of the different, quite distinct characteristics of the other depths, ranges, and complexes of human experience and of reality. And a sense largely new in its keen self-consciousness of the necessary part played in life generally, and particularly also in religion, by the tension thus introduced. Add again strong prejudices within this student, and still stronger prejudices amongst his environment and audience, prejudices which he very nobly, but only slowly and partially, throws off, and as to which even his fine courage has to accommodate, approximate, reconcile, hence somewhat to obscure, indeed to confuse, the full depth and range of the issues and admissions. And finally, this man is not a Frenchman with a born sense for form, but a German with curiously little of such a sense even for a German, and who, in each of his varying moods and growths, tends always to be so emphatic as to be indeed oppressively clear for that point or moment, so as to render more difficult the integration of this, his contention, with other parts of his teaching, even where this is contemporary. Take this altogether, and you will be prepared for the obscurities and difficulties, but not, I think, if only you will persevere as his student, for the bewilderingly rich instructiveness, indeed the grandly tonic, ethical and spiritual training power of Trolst. For now over 20 years, I have learnt quite massively from Trolst, as much where regretfully, but firmly I still disagree, as where so joyfully I agreed from the first with all that I am. Possibly no Englishman, probably no American, knows his mind and works as intimately as I know them myself. Hence I believe myself to possess some special competence for attempting a description and analysis of his main positions. Nobody less than himself would wish such an exposition to minimize differences, or not to move on from our own two selves to the subject matter, indeed towards insights and analyses, as yet fully neither his nor mine. He considers himself a strong Protestant. I think he is this in fewer respects than he used to be, or than he thinks himself now still to be. For myself, I would wish to be, and hope I am, a devoted Catholic. Yet just those convictions and habits which, within my own life, I feel to be most centrally Catholic, appear to me, ever increasingly, to require the aid precisely of what is most growing and most rich in Trolst's positive convictions. And in return, these convictions seem to me to require for their full protection, expansion, and fruitfulness much of the soil and environment they possess within my own Catholic spiritual life. And if my friend objects that I live with my head in the clouds, that I reason from a Catholicism continuously less apparent in the fully official acts of the Roman Catholic Church, I could, after all, retort, mutatis mutandis, in much the same vein as to Protestantism and its contrary, yet very real, difficulties. Especially can I easily show, a point for the most part admitted by himself, how much of precisely what appears in him as his own slow conquest of most fruitful, very difficult insights has been so far anticipated, with any real consistency or depth, in life, temper, analysis, and theory, within the various religious and Christian bodies by the Roman Catholic Church alone. 2 articles in a non-technical magazine cannot attempt to analyze the more than 2,000 pages to which conjointly run the Professor's History of Protestantism, in Kultur der Gegenwart, 2nd edition, 1910, his Social Doctrines of the Christian Churches and Groups, 1911, and the 2nd volume of his collected works, 1913, let alone many another important article or monograph still awaiting incorporation in further volumes of this collective edition. These many pages contain much repetition. They are at times slovenly in style, and the changes introduced into later editions are often unskillfully introduced, a curiously thin and obtuse, because unloving spirit spoils, to my own persistent taste, much of his earlier writings, where these touch Catholicism, as he defines this complex of religious life, so much richer than, especially there, he sees it to be. And perhaps above all, his still strongly idealistic philosophy prevents his admirably vivid apprehensions as to the specific facts, genius, and needs of religion and Christianity from attaining to a fully consistent and persistent, concrete and comfortable articulation. Yet he nowhere simply repeats himself. He is never rhetorical or empty, and can rise, indeed, to the noblest form, wedded to the richest content. His editions are always very instructive. His love for Christianity is everywhere deeper than his antipathy to Catholicism. Indeed, it is that love which, with a growing knowledge of ancient and especially medieval Christianity, is increasingly limiting this antipathy, and his religious sense is too strong, and his analysis of it is too keen, for his philosophical idealism not to show most instructive strains and rents. Certainly no living German thinker is more sensitively alive to the present prevalence and the perennial plausibility and ruinousness of monism in all its forms, whilst few, not professedly orthodox Germans have been, upon the whole, so clear-sighted and courageous concerning the limitations of Kant, Goethe, and Schleiermacher. I propose in this first paper to consider his Fundamental Concepts of Ethics, 1902, second edition, 1913, Gestrippen 2, pages 552 through 672, and in a second paper to study his What Do We Mean by the Essence of Christianity, 1903, second edition, 1913, Ibid, pages 386 through 451. And especially the conclusion to his Social Doctrines, 1911, pages 965 through 986. These 200 pages, all told, contain, I think in nuce, all the fundamental principles, strengths and weaknesses of Trost's life work so far, especially in all that concerns the constructive interpretation of theism, Christianity, and the Church in face of and within our modern Western world. Now the fundamental problems of morality, like so much of Trost's work, takes the form of a criticism of a particular author, indeed of a particular work, yet it equals in range, and far exceeds in rich fullness and precision, the somewhat vague suggestions of its title. Its 60 pages constitute an astonishingly many-sided, wholly live and stimulating treatise on the special characteristics, forces, difficulties, and prospects of Christianity, and how to penetrate, utilize, meet, and forecast all these things. We shall not ourselves be directly occupied with Professor Wilhelm Hermann and his ethics, thus studied by Trost, yet it is well to remember throughout that Trost is here not starting hairs of his own or beating the air, but is wrestling with a mind and conviction of rare power and tenacity, and with a soul unusually full of enthusiastic devotion to Christ. With a man, too, highly representative of a very prevalent ingredient of modern thought, and possessing great influence amongst the present large class of Germans in search of a faith free from historical contingencies, metaphysical subtleties, mystical exaltations, and priestly oppressions, a combination of Christ and Kant. We cannot thus fail to strike here, in the positions criticized by Trost, upon much that is quietly assumed or strenuously contended for by many an English-speaking contemporary, moved and tried by the difficulties of our present times. Let us, then, take briefly Trost's short account of the starting point of the past history of the entire inquiry, and let us therefore pass on to a larger consideration of the 4 main propositions defended by Trost in this monograph. 1. Not from a metaphysic of whatever kind, which, by means of its own concepts, would reveal to us the essence of the world, do we nowadays approach the religious problem, but from the general ethical problem of the final values and aims of human life and action do we reach the religious, metaphysical convictions enclosed therein, and from the development of these convictions do we then, in return, determine the more precise ethical valuations. Psychological, historical, and epistemological ascertainments jointly give us a theory of values, and in this theory the metaphysical religious foundations which underlie it become apparent. He then gives us a short historical retrospect. The old Christian theology paid no systematic attention to ethics, and nowhere attempted a scientific presentation of them corresponding to those of religious metaphysics, and of the dogmas determined by these metaphysics. From the determination of religious truth, the ethical consequences flowed of themselves, and ethics could all the more be left to their spontaneous form, to manners and the judgments of the conscience, since Christian ethics coalesced with the nearly related Stoic and Platonic views in the concept of the natural ethical law, and could thus be considered as something fixed by nature. When the Catholic Church came to organize her claims and her principles for the direction of all souls as coextensive with the entire culture of the time within her great systems, these systems could not, of course, dispense with an ethic, but even here ethics were conceived in the identification of the natural ethical law with the Aristotelian ethics as a complex given independently, which the Church had to accept and only to modify by means of its own higher outlook. The Christian character of ethics consisted in the subordination of all the ends springing from the natural moral law to the final end of the Church, and this subordination was achieved in the Church's communication of the sacramental forces of grace for the fulfillment of these ethical demands, in priestly study of the conscience and direction of the soul, which taught the right application of the natural law, and its combination with particular Christian duties in each concrete case, and finally, in the manifestation of certain ascetical achievements effected by grace in a quite special manner and degree. Only these last heroic achievements flow purely and exclusively from the Christian principle and not from the natural law. Indeed, they completed and exceeded this law with ascetical and mystical commandments of their own. As in dogmatics, the immanental natural metaphysic confronts the revealed supernatural metaphysic, so also in ethics, the natural moral law and the special counsels and achievements of grace confront each other, separate indeed from each other within this sinful world, and not harmonizable by man, but one and actually harmonious in the divine mind itself. An ethic of grace, asceticism, contemplation, divine love, which springs from the conception of a supernature and grace transcending every creaturely measure, and from the corresponding end of the creature's participation in the being of God, is combined with a natural philosophical ethic, which follows from the natural end of creaturely existence, and which regulates the worldly interests of family life, society, the state, economics, science, and art. The dualism of the two moralities has its foundation in the dualism within the divine being itself, which in the world of creation manifests its nature, and in the world of grace reveals its supernature. Here I would only refer to the truly masterful account of the social doctrines of medieval Catholicism, especially of St. Thomas, in the Social Lateran, as the warmest and wisest appreciation so far reached by Trolst, and would express my opinion that, even here, Trolst oversimplifies and only imperfectly understands or appreciates the doctrine as to nature and supernature, and its quite unexhausted truth and rich applicability. The earlier Protestantism, with and ever since Melanchthon, also, always in the first instance, attacks the problem of ethics from the side of dogmatics. Once we have here, derived from the Bible, a completely sufficient, completely clear source, our fundamental view of God, world, man, redemption, there flow from this fixed point the consequences capital for our conception of ethics, the doctrines of conversion, rebirth, the final ethical ideal of love. And these consequences can then be applied by practical experience and by casuistry to the demands of natural ethics, as these are developed in connection with the tradition of the schools by philosophers and jurists out of the lex naturae, and hence also out of the divine will. The contradiction present here between the ethics of the utter overcoming of the world and of the love that renounces all resistance and the this world ethics was certainly felt, but these strictly Christian demands were now restricted to the single person, that is, to private life. The Christian, as a member of public life, as bearer of an office deriving from the political and economic system of the natural law, has to follow the requirements of his office, that is, of the order of natural law permitted by God, together with sin and against sin. In this way, the personal ethics are nowhere perilous to the necessities of civilization. Ethics here still belong to the domain of the subjective and of the application, religion to the domain of the alone, simply objective, to the authoritative revelation. To attack the problem of Christianity from the ethical side had in these circumstances no meaning, and no one here came to think of doing so except the sectaries, who, just because of this endeavor, were contemptuously expelled as despisers of the objective revelation, of grace as independent of subjective effort, and of the Church as objectively administering these treasures. The great problems here involved were bound some day to be fully realized, and this, their realization, could not fail to change the relations between ethics and dogmatics, and hence the general conception of theology. And this realization and change Trolst finds to have been slowly, complicatedly, in great part unconsciously, effected in two largely contradictory stages. The first stage reacts against the internecine conflicts of the various churches and sects, and seeks a general conception of religion, which is to include Christianity and is to be based upon psychology. Religion is here conceived as an essentially practical bearing of the human mind, which indeed contains certain doctrines, as presupposition and as consequence, but finds its specific legitimization in its practical achievements. And these achievements could, now and at this stage, only be discovered, upon the whole, in certain strengthenings and foundings of ethics. The result was the closest combination of ethics and religion, and the reconstruction of dogmatics from the basis of ethics, ethics conceived here in a predominantly subjective and individualistic manner. Thus Kant and the Kantians consider ethics as the necessary, but quite subjective, determinations of the will by the purely practical reason, to be the fundamental science, whilst religion is, for them, the addition of the metaphysical guarantees for the victory of the moral order over the phenomenal world and its laws. But in the second stage, religion reconquers its independence of ethics. Prepared by Hamann, Herder, Jacobi, there arose the new epoch-making definition by Schleiermacher, De Witt, and Hegel, which found religion to be distinct both from ethics and from metaphysics, as a central self-determination of the entire personality towards the being and nature of reality, as the attainment of consciousness, a living experience, of an absolute spiritual content and meaning of existence. Hence there reappeared an independent, objective determination of religion in the conceptions of God and of an elevation of the soul into the divine life. Indeed, also ethics here find an objective determination in the great universally valid ends of action, ends which are now found within the nature of reason, from which they proceed as its necessary fruits. Thus here there result distinct and specific ends and contents of the state, society, art, science, the family, religion, which severally determine the will as so many objective values. Religion ceases to be simply a sanction and guarantee of self-discipline and philanthropy, and stands as a specific objective value alongside the other objective values of civilization. Hence the question here is how the Christian ethic, determined as it is by the religious end, constitutes itself under the influence of this end, and how the demands which result from this religious end stand with regard to the demands deriving from the other, the non-religious ends. Trolz finds, however, that in Schleiermacher, so largely monistic in his end, and yet in his later environment and form, so strongly ecclesiastical, there is so much abstract unification and aesthetic harmony that the tension extant between action determined by specifically Christian religious conviction and action determined by the non-religious ends ceases to be felt at all. Yet it is along the general lines in Schleiermacher's ethics of objective contents and ends, and not of those Kant's ethics of a formal universal validity, that Trolz will now, upon the whole, rightly, I am confident, set to work. 2. Let us, then, now take with care the four chief problems as faced and met by the system of ethics proposed to us by Trolz. These are: the conception of a purely formal, a priori necessity. Is it a sufficient basis for ethics? The ethics of Jesus, are they identical with that fundamental moral conception? Does the special, separate character of Christian ethics reside in their proffer of a redemptive capacity for moral action? And finally, what is the application of the specifically Christian ethics to the concrete conditions of life? I believe Trolz to be in substance profoundly right in his answers to the first, second, and fourth questions, but seriously inadequate in his reply to the third question. The full originality and richness of Trolz's position appears fully disclosed only at the end. 1. As to the first point, Trolz admits that ethics must begin with a general analysis of the moral, and that thus we reach the conception of an end absolute, necessary, and valuable in itself, although already we thus have to admit a pleasure, since the agent's recognition of such an a priori necessity undoubtedly presupposes his pleasure in such a necessity that is, a sentiment or a sensitiveness as to ideal values. Also, that the decision as to whether and how an act is really to proceed from such a necessity in the particular cases is possible only to the ripe ethical conscience, in the form of a judgment offering itself to it as necessarily springing from its moral nature, hence is possible only as an entirely autonomous judgment. And thirdly, that the essence of morality consists precisely in the moral disposition, the personal conviction as to the necessity and universal validity of the insight offering itself as moral. Here Troeltsch would only emphasize more clearly and strongly the element of the end already present here, and would derive the entire system of concepts from the ideally necessary end, with its great bifurcation into the individual and the social ends. But then Troeltsch is promptly faced by the far-reaching fact that, in the reality of the moral life, we distinguish between the subjective rules which spring entirely from the bearing of the subjects, for example, truthfulness, thoughtfulness, courage, benevolence, justice, loyalty, and the claims which are ever upon us to treasure and to aspire after the objective values, the family, state, society, science, art, religion. We certainly recognize also in these latter complexes something valuable, not simply for selfish or sensual reasons, but ideally and objectively, something to be striven for even with the greatest sacrifices. And in these objective ethical values, we recognize, as in the subjective, two sides of both the individual and the social value. In our devotion to these objective values, we singly acquire a personal worth, which is always closely bound up with our recognition and promotion of the same personal worth in others. Thus only the subjective and the objective values, in each case individual and social, can conjointly represent the application of the idea of a moral necessity to actual life. Do not object that these objective values are the merely natural products of action, for the merely natural processes, which spring simply from physical abilities and needs, or from psychical conditions and instincts, remain a shapeless mass till they are seized by the moral idea of an ethical good to be formed upon this natural foundation. Out of the sexual instinct, the moral idea thus forms the community of personalities, the family. Out of the social instinct, the personal community of the state. Out of the craving for food and possessions, the orders of production and property. Out of the aesthetic impressions, the work of art which shows us a higher world shining through the world of sense. Out of curiosity and the need of physical orientation, science in search of truth to the neglect of every selfish interest. And out of religious moods and excitations, the conscious and deliberate religion which organizes an entire life for God and with Him. All these ends signify an opposition to natural selfishness, sloth, sensuality, and to the merely given. They all require, for their achievement, an earnest concentration upon and devotion to the object for the sake of its interior necessary value. They all degenerate when taken simply as pleasures or as outlets to our need for activity. Yet against these ever-threatening degenerations, the principles of subjective morality would be of no avail. The only help lies in the recognition that these ends all share the character of the intrinsically necessary, are means for the formation of personality, and hence constitute objective values. And especially let us note that also the religious element of life belongs, in the first instance, to man's given instincts, and requires, as all the others, to be raised into the sphere where it ceases to be something simply to be enjoyed and possessed, and becomes what it ought to be, the objectively necessary. Yet, religion is an independent element of life, with its own sorrows and its own joys, an experience and a temper of soul which is not artificially produced, but which is lived through and lived in by man. It stands in the first instance as the experience best interpreted by mysticism, independently by itself, bound up with cultus and with myth. The greater the power of the gods becomes, the more does it draw also the legal and the moral orders under the influence, control, protection of the divine. On the other hand, the soul's strivings after religious values, purity, resignation into God's hands, assimilation to God, become an imperative which represents the specific oughtness of religion. Now ethics, if we attend only to their characteristics of universal validity and necessity, and to these quite general foundations for the formation of personality, are naturally, in principle, without any history, and in their central features are everywhere identical. The differences here concern only clearness, consistency, and strength. The situation is different as regards the objective values. These arise within the labors of history, and here detach themselves in the heterogony of ends, that is, in the birth of a variety of ends, from merely natural forms and values. Here the great formations, from the family to religion, have all to be known by means of history. Each of these values, indeed, has its own distinct development, which reveals the specific character of this value and the conditions of its life and growth. And again, the interaction of these several values possesses also its own history. The end of history, then, cannot be an abstract, uniform idea or reason, but only a concrete, articulated system of values, and the question as to the real articulation of this system of values becomes thus the central problem of ethics. And only in this subjective ethic do we reach the highest and last, but also the most arduous, problem of ethics, for in very truth there does exist an ethic sub specie temporis, and an ethic sub specie aeternitatis. Restrict yourself to the purely formal ethic, and you will not notice the contrast, or you will interpret it wrongly, or will explain it away. Face the complications of the ethical problems as they battle amidst the objective values of life. That contrast becomes the most important of all the facts. Each position here often declares fierce war against the other, as immanental and transcendental ethics, as culture and asceticism. Yet each ever again seeks the other, since either, left to itself, withers and decays. Religion, without reference to the world, narrows and darkens the ethical, or turns it into some utopian dream. Immanental ethic, without reference to a final, all-englobing, all-determining end, grows flat and aimless. Throughout this first point, I can find only one imperfection, the sense, to my mind, ambiguous and shifting, in which the term nature is used. For the rest, I take Trost here admirably to see and to state the complex situation as it really is. 2. The second question, as to the identity of the Christian ethical ideal with the Kantian formalist ethic, is a purely historical one, to be decided independently of our own ethical predilections, and taking it thus, Trost flatly denies the identity. It is an extraordinary misconception of the real meaning and spirit of the gospel, an impossible feat at the stage we have reached in the historical understanding of the New Testament. Not without cause has it been rejected, in the past and the present, by ecclesiastical and radical spokesmen, from a Kempist and Gottfried Arnold down to Renan and Nietzsche, Tolstoy and Kierkegaard. True, what this identification emphasizes is a presupposition of the evangelical ethic, the spirit of interior liberty and of the need for genuine dispositions which of necessity issue from the recognition of the end in an action joyful and assured. It is indeed the soul of the warfare of Jesus against the doctrine of the Pharisees. The autonomy of ethics as the prerequisite of morality has probably never, in a popular form, been more vividly insisted on than in the preaching of Jesus. Yet this insistence in no wise exhausts the gospel message. This message does not simply leave each person to do, in each case, what may appear to his own moral insight to be necessary and universally valid, but Jesus points, with the keenest and all-dominating emphasis, to a concrete and objective content, end and value, in and for all action. Already the undoubted subordination in Jesus' preaching of the kingdom of God, of a community over the individual, is incapable of derivation from the concept of autonomy. For the autonomous outlook makes the independent individual the starting point and center of the relations within the community. Thus, in the preponderance of the social side, we get the expression of the determination of this ethic by an objective end, and the connection of this end with a metaphysical or religious conviction as to the world. The littleness of the creature in face of the infinite God is here united with God's special care for the world as a whole and for the individuals within it. Hence Matthew chapter 7 verse 12. Therefore all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. Cannot possibly constitute the center of the ethics of Jesus. Propounded thus as central, this passage would be a great triviality, and indeed taken thus, it has always earned the lively applause of utilitarians and positivists. The passage, according to the entire spirit of Jesus' preaching and to the context here, can only mean, be not hypocrites, demanding of others what you are not prepared to do yourselves. The locus classicus for the temper of Jesus in his answer, as to which is the great commandment. Matthew chapter 22 verse 37. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. The second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Indeed, simply everywhere in the words and the spirit of Jesus' preaching appears this pairing of the two fundamental commandments and this derivation of their fundamental character from the supreme objective end of God and of a community of all the children of God. The purity of heart and the love here everywhere demanded are a sanctification of the entire person for God and in order to see God. Even where the second fundamental commandment is immediately concerned, all still remains under the religious point of view. We do not here find a love of our neighbor in the humanitarian sense, not at least in the first instance. It is the love of God, who has freely given us so much, which is here the motive of the love of the brethren. Even the individual, who apparently stands far away, is to feel the warm breath from the true home of man. And this generosity will remain a rightful act, even if he do not, in consequence, turn to God. For God reigns over the just and the unjust. Indeed, even towards enemies and haters, this love must not expire. It must effect, by the power of God and by the soul's insight into the smallness of all human combats, what is impossible to the simply natural man, bounded by his earthly horizon, and with all his little cares looking so important. It must achieve the disarmament of evil by goodness, or at least, where the evil will not yield, the lofty serenity of a forgiving disposition, since most men know not what they do. This specifically religious ethic, the most consistently perfect type of religious ethic, based on the prophetic personalism and theism, thus finds the end and motive of action in the kingdom of heaven. And this kingdom of heaven is, of course, not the union of men through the common recognition of the law of autonomy as planted by God in the human breast, a modern abstraction entirely foreign to the naive ancient realism, but something thoroughly objective, a wonderful good brought about exclusively by a great grace and deed of God. And the immense concentration of all thought upon this end appears here in the immediate expectation of this divine deed and grace, and in the gospel as simply the call to preparation for this deed of God. All this world considerations and ends have here become indifferent, are left far behind and far below by an ethic which sees only the end and the consummation, the highest and the last aim and end of life. Thus we recognize in the unlimited sway of the eschatological idea over the evangelical preaching, simply the grandiose expression of the unique value of the religious end, and in the subjection, inspired by the proximity of the kingdom, of every thought to the immediate rule of this religious end, we have the key to the bearing of the gospel towards the other objective values, towards this world morality. This latter morality is thus not combated, but it is put into the background. We see here only its dangers and disappointments. Art and science in general are unknown in the circles within which the gospel arises, even though the artistic instinct celebrates its naivest triumphs in the form of Jesus' parables, and though the scientific search after unity could not fail strongly to be aroused by his concentration upon the thought of God. State and law are on the downward grade. Work and property are dangerous if they go beyond the care for the day. The gospel loves the poor as those most needing help, and as the more ready to be loved and to love, but it neither formulates nor solves any social problems. For the days of society are numbered, and the day of God's kingdom is at hand. Let us all possess the world as though we possess it not. But the heralds of this gospel shall go further. They are to make themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven, and to give all their possessions to the poor, so that, as shining patterns of a readiness for every sacrifice, they may proclaim the great message through the cities of Israel until he comes. Thus, too, we understand the reality of the analogies between the ethic of Jesus and every other specifically religious ethic, which as such determines life from the objective religious end and consequently represses, or even renders indifferent, the this world ends. The Platonic ethic, with its methodic elevation of the soul into the world of the alone eternally abiding and eternally valid. The Stoic ethic, which finds the standard for man's sensible, exterior life in the eternal law of nature, the rule of the spirit. The Buddhist ethic, with its striving after the changeless and impassive good. The mystical dualisms and their sharp contrastings of certain mysterious joys of the soul with this our earthly world. Above all, of course, the prophetical ethic, with its value of an interior life attained by the individual in union with God. All these convictions, in spite of strong differences, are nearly related to the Christian ethic, just because they all find the standard for action in an objective religious good. Hence they are all ascetic, rigorous, superworldly, transcendent, full of tensions towards worldly culture. The Christian ethic differs from these other ethics only as the Christian religious idea differs from their religious ideas. Hence the essence of the Christian ethos does not consist in a contemplative immersion in being or in a quietistic negation of the will, but in an active dedication of the will to a Godhead overflowingly alive, which bears within itself positive ends for the world and opens up an immense movement for this same world. And finally, we can thus also answer the most difficult of all the problems raised by the Christian ethic, that as to the precise character of its opposition to the world. Trost himself, indeed, varies considerably on this point at different times, or even almost simultaneously. But two central convictions are here and everywhere operative within him. Indeed, they are still increasing. The historical development which succeeded in rendering the fundamental ethical convictions of Christianity fruitful for the work of the world, and which created a civilization inspired by Christian ideals, has not misunderstood the gospel, even though that development itself, in its great complexity, has not always been properly understood. It is precisely the specifically Christian element, the personalistic conception of God, and the optimism in the estimate of the world, which in spite of all the dualism concerning the world, is here combined with that unitary conception of God, from which springs the perception that the divine action has an end which comprises and fashions the world, and which assigns to human labor the task of constituting a community of personalities devoted to the sanctification of the ends of this world, and to making these ends subserve the full and final end. For the teaching of Jesus to yield this result, it is only necessary that the religious end lose the vehemence springing from the expectation of its immediate realization, and consequently its power simply to dissolve all other preoccupations. That end may well have been incapable of recognition as the highest and all-dominating end except under this condition, but it can continue to be recognized even if its realization is postponed from the immediate to the distant future. The religious end is indeed continuously renovated by men's concentration upon the image of that classical beginning when it stood without a rival, with the power of the present, before men's hearts. But for the sake of God, the God of creation, from whom the world and all its good derive, the world, as soon as it becomes a lasting field for work, must also be accorded a positive value, and its ends must, as far as possible, be harmonized with the final end revealed to us by God. And Troll's second conviction is that something which, as we shall see, even he himself finds difficult to distinguish from the Catholic graduation and distribution of a domestic and a heroic type and degree of morality, constitutes the most adequate solution of the difficulty. He rightly insists, indeed, that ever thus we can never, in practice and in this life, attain to more than a relative unification, yet that here is a problem from which no one can escape who knows the religious life in its depths and is prepared to take upon himself its ethical consequences. The most specific characteristics of the ethic of Jesus reside, then, in the content of the moral will and not in the form, and this content, far from being something self-evident, constitutes an endless task, giving rise to ever new attempts at its adequate formulation. I do not see what objection, peculiar to this second proposition of Trost, can validly be raised. 3. The third question is, whether the distinguishing, hence the decisive, character of Christian ethic lies in its bestowal of power for moral action, whether it can be considered exclusively as an ethic of redemption, whilst the nature of all other ethics would consist in their not disposing of these redemptive forces, and in thus leaving man a prey to the mere, impotent capacities of his nature. The answer is found by Trost in the foregoing analysis of Jesus' preaching, a preaching occupied, above all, with the meaning, content, and demand of true justice. Redemption lies here at the end, at the coming of the kingdom, but over Jesus' announcement of this proximate future, there is diffused such a temper of joy, of certainty of God, of the forgiveness of sins, that his preaching is apprehended as power and life, not as law. This, however, is something very different from that construction of the Christian ethic, which finds the Christian characteristic essentially in the powers here first conferred sufficiently for the execution of the moral law, and which, as against this, conceives the moral demand itself as something universally human. The combination of a redemption essentially accomplished in and by Christ and of a universally human ethic, Trost finds to appear already in the earliest formation of Christian ideas in the apostolic community and St. Paul. The gospel becomes a faith in Christ and a cultus of Christ. The faithful venerate in Jesus the divine grace, wisdom, revelation made to man, and they see in his death, in the sacraments which apply the fruits of that death, in the outpouring of the Spirit, and in the pneumatic leaders, and finally in the official continuators of the authority of Christ in the Church, the great foundation of redemptive grace. All the emphasis is thus shifted from the ethical content to the authority of the commands and to the healing power of the sacraments, whilst that content appears as self-evident and coalesces from every kind of source, Christian, Jewish, Greek, popular, traditional. We thus get at last a transference of the holiness from the persons to the office, the doctrine, the authority, and the sacraments of the Church. Monasticism and the ideals akin to it now represent, with considerable misconceptions, the still operative influence of the Sermon on the Mount. And against this church scheme and type, found by him to reach from St. Paul to Kant, Trost places two other schemes and types of Christian ethics. The sect type rejects the church and all the dogmas specifically connected with ecclesiasticism, and the emphasizes instead the content of the Christian ethics, the Sermon on the Mount, doubtless in a mostly somewhat narrow, literal legal sense, and collects small, voluntary communities of efficiently earnest souls which manifest themselves as such by adult baptism. Gentle, retired saints and violent ethical reformers, firm, exclusive communities, and radical ethical individualists have proceeded from this spirit. Kierkegaard and Tolstoy have sprung from hence. And The mystical type rejects every external law and clings to a world-renouncing filial devotion to God and to a fraternal love that binds person to person and consumes the intervening selfish world in its heat. But since the world continues to exist, this spirit is now no more a preparation for the coming, but a revelation of the present kingdom of God, a kingdom which slumbers in man and is awakened by Christ's message. This objective ethic of the supreme good often and easily moves on into an ascetic pantheism, so both within the Roman Church as a supplementation to excessive institutional objectivity, and upon Protestant territory as an independent Christian spiritualism. And where this general mystical spirit abandons the indifference to the world and inclines to immanental pantheism, while still claiming a real relation to the person and preaching of Jesus, it attains in our times to a great prevalence, as with Maeterlinck. Under the influence of these two groups of the sect type and the mystical type, an influence strengthened by critical research, with its discrimination between the historical Jesus, the Pauline Christ, and the Church's God-man, Christian ethics have in recent times been increasingly placed under the influence of Jesus in lieu of the ethical and dogmatic tradition of the Church. If then, Troeltsch concludes this, his third question. The Christian ethos is not the universally human ethos, with simply the addition of the forgiveness of sins and the strengthening by grace. These latter things cannot stand in the first and decisive place. The conception of redemption has to take the second place. It must prove to be a derivative from the fundamental and first conviction as to God and to the objective religious end. And the question then is what, under these conditions, is the significance of redemption? Troeltsch answers here that the redemption, thus involved in the preaching of the historic Jesus, lies in faith in God and in love of God, in this and in nothing else. Now we have already admitted Troeltsch to be right in discovering the general ethical teaching of Jesus and its motivation to be profoundly sui generis, and hence we cannot here restrict our Lord's originality to the nature and degree of the redemption taught and offered by him. This redemption must indeed be rooted in that revelation of the character of God and of man's relations to him. Nevertheless, it is especially over this third position that my dissatisfaction and contrary convictions grow many and definite. But since Troeltsch's fullest, maturest views on these difficult points are to be found only in his Soziollehren, it will be better to adjourn the at all detailed consideration of these matters to my second paper. Here I can only indicate the general outlines of Troeltsch's deeply instructive admissions and of his no less interesting inconsistencies and non-perceptions. I note then, here simply in passing, our thinker's full realization that St. Paul insists strenuously upon the sacramental principle, and that this principle underlies the entire scheme of the Johannine writings. Similarly, his noble perception of how the sacramental and hierarchical principle and practice arose, not simply from motives of domination, or from a however involuntary opposition to, or limitation of, the Christian spirit, but in order to retain and to perpetuate holiness within and by Christianity. Again, how Troeltsch finds even the most theocratic papal claims, from Hildebrand to Cardinal Torquemada, to spring substantially from similar motives and needs, and how he finds here all old Catholic limitations, both unjust as history and inadequate as to practice. But I also perceive how strangely Troeltsch overlooks the attitude of the historic Jesus to brother body, and to physical symbols and contacts as occasions and vehicles of spiritual life, and how greatly he shrinks from an element of opus operatum in these things, whilst having to admit its unlimited sway in the gift and coming of the kingdom as preached by that same Jesus. Also, how curiously Troeltsch, while stumbling at St. Paul's Christocentrism and sacramentalism, passes over all but completely the special, acute intensification of all the original sin conceptions by this same St. Paul, and the fact that Catholicism, largely from the first, later on more plainly in St. Thomas, and most clearly at Trent, as against Luther and Calvin, do not here follow the great apostles' vehemences. Hence Troeltsch too much involves all traditional ecclesiastical Christianity in these vehemences, whereas they are specifically characteristic, not of Catholicism, but of Orthodox Protestantism. Again I perceive how insufficiently he recognizes the noble fullness of insight offered to us all by St. Thomas's assignation of the first place to the distinction between nature and supernature, in lieu of that between fallen nature and redemption, and the same large mind's insistence that, though mere nature, however clean, could not reach supernature, yet such mere nature is only what might have existed, since in fact nature always was and still is, variously touched and penetrated by the prevenient supernatural God. It has his salt in its mouth, and hence thirsts after him. I perceive once more that the psychology and epistemology of such a no-sacraments position will not work. They have sprung from extrinsic considerations. I perceive also that, if we insist, as strongly as does Troeltsch, upon the strict necessity for religion, at least amongst mankind at large, of history, worship, cultus of Christ, if we thus lay a strong emphasis upon the preponderance in the Christian ethos of the prevenience, the givenness of God, Christ, grace, we accept the Church, and we cannot well reject sacraments as such. And all this, finally, leads me to admit the dangers, human nature being what it is in both dispensers and recipients, actually connected with any sacramental system, and the need of careful discriminations, checks and complements within a large recognition of history and of facts, and of a rich, inclusive organism of life. All this indeed follows, but not the rejection of sacraments as such. Even here, however, Troeltsch still aids us powerfully by his virile penetration of the general position and by the costly sense of reality, so characteristic of his sensitively religious soul. 4. The final question asks how the action which springs from the objective religious end of Christianity stands to the action which proceeds from the this world ends, and especially how a unitary, harmonious ethos can ever possibly result from all this variety and clash. Here, and here especially, do we find Troeltsch great and deep in his fundamental intuitions and advice. He first replies then, the problem lies in the fact that the objective ends are characterized by special contents, and hence we have here a question of objective morals, and one that is simply insoluble from the standpoint of subjective ethics. The principle of autonomy gives us no aid whatsoever to the solution, nor does the patriarchal category of vocation bring us a single step forward. We have here to do with a relation between objective ends, which, as so many objective ends, require to be thought by us together, and to be brought to the greatest possible unity. And the difficulty then lies in that the this world ends are moral ends, possessing the strict character of ethical values, are ends in themselves and necessary for their own sakes, even up to the sacrifice of our natural happiness. But that they lie in the world and adhere to historical formations, which proceeding from man's physical and psychical nature dominate his earthly horizon. Contrasted with these this world ends, the other world end signifies an entirely different orientation and a jealous tension towards the competition of the worldly ends. Hence grave complications and strains, and even acute conflicts, have accompanied the attempts at some working compromise and harmonizing theory from the first moment that Christian ethics began to organize themselves in an enduring world. And as to the modern ethical culture, its nature consists in maintaining, alongside of the religious end, the this world ends, and in recognizing also these latter ends as ends in themselves. Indeed, just in this combination consists the richness, the breadth and the freedom, but also the painful interior tensions and the difficult problems of this civilization. The Christian ethic here finds politics, economics, technology, science, art, aesthetics, in full operative existence as so many independent ends, each possessed of its own logic and going its own way, and leaving to that ethic at most the possibility of coming to an understanding and of a regulation, but not of a reconstruction proceeding independently from itself. And next Troeltsch insists that this costly recognition will not arise, or at least will not persist within us, except we possess the insight that morality is, for us men, at the first, nothing unitary but something manifold and with many fissures. Man grows up with a plurality of moral ends, the unification of which is his problem and not his starting point. This multiplicity can be further determined as the contrast between two poles, both embedded within man's nature, from which proceed the two chief types of ends, the religious and the this worldly. It is the polarity of religious and of humane morality, neither of which can be missed without moral damage, yet which, all the same, refuse to be brought to a common formula. Upon this polarity reposes the richness of our life and also its difficulty, but from it also there ever arises anew the ardent endeavor to find some unification. And a further point is clear to Troeltsch. This unification will always have to be effected from the side of the ethico-religious idea. True, there exists a morality which eliminates the religious end and bases itself upon this world ends alone, which, in lieu of real religion, is content with a mere general belief in a world order that somehow regulates the spiritual ends of nature. But thus, as we can trace in Goethe, in socialism, in the Spinozist ethic, the competition between the various ends is more than ever left open, and this without aim or standard, and especially do such non-religious ends and strivings fail, as experience shows, to satisfy the deepest requirements of man. These this world ends indeed present themselves as ends in themselves, but they do not contain the ultimate, which alone satisfies our hunger after a last, unitary, all-embracing objective value. Hence, when taken as though ultimate, these non-religious ends either make men superficial, thus checking their moral striving, or restless in a never-ceasing search after higher ends. Nietzsche, Anatole France are here examples. The religious end, on the contrary, contains what is lacking in the this world ends, for it springs from the soul's relation to the eternal and infinite, from what alone contains the final meaning of all things, from the sphere of the unconditional, the absolute, the simple, in its highest Christian form, from the soul's self-dedication to a holy living God, who, whilst containing within himself the source and meaning of all spiritual personal life, proposes to this life as its highest task, the full elaboration and elevation of its personality to a communion with his will. And Troeltsch points to history as showing a double current and influence at work between the two kinds of ends. Only where the this world ends had already proved their insufficiency, as in Palestine and in the ancient Greco-Roman world generally, have the Christian ethics exercised their fullest appeal, and conversely, Christianity has filled the this world ends with a far mightier, deeper life than they ever possessed before, and has nevertheless made any return to the old pagan self-limitation of the soul to these ends and to nature an impossibility or an affectation for us. Once more, Troeltsch finds that the synthesis we are here seeking will have to be not a doctrine with absolutely fixed lines, but a practical distribution of the predominance, here of the one, there of the other end, according to the individual and natural capacities of the several souls, which cannot, by any ethical training, be brought to a complete equality. Thus there will be groups. Some will more exclusively devote themselves to the religious end, in the clerical calling, in missionary work, in nursing the sick, in a contemplative renunciation of the world. Others will, according to their several gifts, inclinations, circumstances, devote themselves more especially to the humane ends, the state, law, economics, science, art, where the service of these causes even demands the subordination of the worker's personal Christianity to the necessities of his special field of work. The influences across and back will equalize, for the whole, the one-sidedness of the parts, and will keep each group under the influence of the others. The several ages also of the same soul will similarly, upon the whole, constitute stages of growth moving from a preponderance of the this world ends to a preponderance of the that world end and value. From first to last, indeed, the final end should be placed and be kept before the soul, yet a certain liberty and range should be left for both ends and forms, so that continually, and with as great ease as possible, there may result the deepening of the humane ends by Christian ethics, and the humanizing of the Christian end, so that life, within the humane ends, may simultaneously be a service of God, and that the service of God may simultaneously transfigure the world. Trolls fully realizes that all this approximates to that Catholic doctrine which, at the zenith of medieval thinking, disposed nature and supernature as a succession of steps in the becoming of the personality, and conceived finite man to mount from the first to the second, and which, moreover, distributed a predominance of this world morality and a predominance of superworldly morality against different persons, according to their several dispositions and gifts. He even finds, precisely because of this, in Catholic ethics, a mobility and capacity for adaptation and for various shadings which Protestant ethics, with their equalization of the moral demand, and their individualization of it in the civil vocation alone, have not possessed. He shows how, where Protestantism outgrew this bourgeoisie narrowness and coalesced with the new humanism, its genuine ethical categories became lost, and the new ones had no room for the profoundly necessary tension between God and the world, as we can trace in Herder, Schleiermacher, and Goethe. And finally, Trolls insists that this entire dualism lies deeply embedded in the metaphysical constitution of man. The contrast apparent within his motives is but one of the effects of his general double position. He fronts both the finite sensible and the infinite supersensible, and this dualism can be surmounted at all only within the becoming of history and within the becoming of the individual. True, even after man's complete self-dedication here on earth to the final, the religious end, he will still, in his life and motives, have to experience the doubleness of his motivation. But since this doubleness has a metaphysical reason, it can only find a metaphysical resolution, and hence the final solution appears here as a life after death. In my second paper, I hope to show Trost again fuller, deeper, richer than he can here be found, and meanwhile I would conclude with a little simile that brings out, perhaps, the point to which I think both he and I would wish this short study to converge. Is there a more nobly characteristic modern building, so ethereal looking and yet so strong, than is the Paris Eiffel Tower? Whence its strength? Storms have come and gone, hurricanes may beat against it. It has stood and will stand. It breaks not because it bends. It sinks not because it sways. It yields as much as 5 feet in any direction, this grand steel whip, elastic in its live resilience. So does our frail seeming soul life persist, amidst storms and hurricanes, of temptation and of trial, by means of its range from pole to pole, of the sensible, spatial, temporal, almost a Philistinism, of the spiritual, superspatial and supertemporal, eternal, almost a fanaticism. Thus rich and not rigid can it, in its little measure, participate in the utterly harmonious, utterly peaceful power and fruitfulness of the unmoving energy, the ever-living God. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 6. on the specific genius and capacities of Christianity, studied in connection with the works of Professor Ernst Troelst. Part 2. 2. Reality of mind, sense of what really is and what really matters, insight into the actual, driving forces of this our difficult, rich human life and task and end. How rare are these entrancingly noble things! Perhaps my previous study has already given the reader some experience of such reality of mind as it works, massively alive, in the fundamental problem of ethics of Professor Troelst. Here I now want to penetrate into further, even more many-sided, instances of such awakeness, whilst reserving for the penultimate division of this last paper the consideration of a certain abstractive, attenuating temper and current that perhaps everywhere more or less misfits and hampers this great soul's noble religious realism. Only one point shall first be taken from the monograph, What is meant by the Essence of Christianity? 1903, Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 2, 1913. And then 5 groups of questions shall be studied, partly in an order of my own, from the monumental work, The Social Doctrines of the Christian Churches and Groups, 1912. Amongst 6 characters which Troelst finds to be involved in the idea and method of the essence of Christianity, that of the essence as criticism is particularly important when brought to the following application. As soon as we go beyond history of the purely empirical, inductive kind, and venture upon such high matters as the determination of the essence, we cannot continue to cling to the ethically indifferent point of view of the mere understanding of the interconnections, to the mere measuring of so many happenings by an immanental impulse of development. We have at this point to recognize that all the values which proceed within the human spirit from a feeling of their necessity are everywhere more or less opposed by negation, by an isolating, disintegrating self-seeking, by crude animal instincts, by a sloth and luxuriousness which refuse to be dislodged, by a dullness of apprehension which drags down all things to pettiness, or at the least, by a commonness busy with turning them into coarse objects of sense. Whosoever combines with the conception of the essence in history, the conviction of a value and an end springing from an ideal necessitation, cannot fail simultaneously to admit the operative existence of radical evil. At all events, we cannot ignore this evil when we come face to face with the great systems of ethico-religious life. Monism, whether of the more materialist or of the more spiritualist kind, is indeed sufficiently questionable also in other provinces of thought, but on the territory of history it is an incredible delusion, for it contradicts every unprejudiced impression of the actual working of life, and is directly refuted by that bit of history which each one of us knows well, since each one of us lives it, our own personal experience. The determination of the essence thus involves a criticism of all that has proceeded from the dullness and vulgarity, the passion and short-sightedness, the stupidity and malice, the indifference and worldly cunning of mankind. Theology cannot evade the reproach of a moralizing conception of history, much as such a conception should be forbidden to touch the details where a casual explanation of the various connections is in place. For the whole and at the end, this ethical conception is simply unavoidable. Indeed, a general insight into the essence is sought after all, only in order to secure a sound judgment as to what is essential, whence we can not only ignore what is unessential, but also condemn what is contrary to the essence. And from hence, light accrues to a conception which, in many ways, confuses the determination of the essence, the conception of the necessary. Necessity, in the psychological casual sense, is one thing. Necessity, in the teleological and ethical sense, is another thing. Psychological casual necessity concerns empirical inductive history, and such necessity never means more than the linking of an event to certain forces which lay at the back of it. The various possibilities with which man, whilst he is in action, reckons as with so many undeniably extant alternatives, have no place in such empirical inductive history, where the effect which actually occurred is attributed to the motives which have been proved the strongest precisely by the result which they have produced. Thus the psychological causal necessity reached by this explanation is not coextensive with the teleological ethical necessity which invites the decision of the man who deliberates for his coming action as to what is the consequence of an idea demanded by this idea itself. Only the latter kind of necessity is in debate when we speak of the necessary development and elaboration of a principle, and for the estimation of necessity in this sense, only an interior conviction and personal decision can furnish the test and solution. I take this distinction to be as important as its application is difficult, but I cannot help finding here two excesses in Troelt's own position. When this virile thinker, ideal Ward, reached his last earthly years, he came to see clearly, I remember, how in his feeling and his writing he has been too prone to, unspeakably, incredibly, and the like. So here, as often with Ward, when pressed back to his last entrenchments, Troelt's, after his quiet, complex yet converging arguments and thinkings, appears finally reduced to a vehement judgment of an apparently quite subjective and inherently problematic kind. He thus, I think, does his actual convictions some real injustice, since I take him to hold that if such judgments inevitably contain an element of risk and daring, yet also the previous training, experience, insight are all necessary to it, and again, that the risk and danger are in reality necessary here, only because, through our human sensible rational, temporal spatial conditions of apprehension and our many passions and self-involvements, we never can, hic et nunc, hold all our achieved, still less all our possible experience and evidence, fully present and luminous before us, at least not in far-reaching and deep-going questions such as these. We have thus, here and now, by an act rendered possible and rational, through all we possess and know and are, to exceed and thus to complete the evidence here and now before us, an evidence which, in itself and in the long run, is sufficient for these our convictions and decisions. And again, Troelt's finds that such a critical judgment concerning the essence of Christianity as is here propounded by himself is possible only to Protestantism, with its strong appeal to the individual judgment and sincerity. I believe this would be true were the judgment a purely personal affair, such as some of Troelt's words and antitheses suggest it to be. But if, intrinsically and at its best, we have here something personal, rather in the sense of the deepest and most fruitful syntheses and hypotheses of science, then Catholicism, at its deepest, not only is capable of such judgments, but it is, in some important respects, better furnished for the, in any case very difficult, task than is Protestantism. For these scientific syntheses or hypotheses no less require all the great facts that went before them and a wide experience and generous appreciation of these facts than they need intuition and courage fully to penetrate, indeed to exceed these facts, and thus to see more in them than ever before. And the church type at its best, for example, Catholicism at its best, possesses a longer, wider, and more many-sided experience of the religious facts and capabilities than does any other type or group, only if all seeking after and adhering to methods and standards special to the several subject matters to be studied, experienced, penetrated, and awakened by the human mind and soul, only if all such dispositions, as is sometimes implied, were to be tabooed as subjectivism or private judgment. Only then would Catholicism be really debarred from the judgments concerning the essence, as, I submit, these judgments actually have to be. But then we are still a long way from such a Catholicism, which would, in very truth, become an idol in the desert, a church thus vigorous in the destruction of its own supports, stimulations, and subject matters. It is not easy to furnish a short yet useful account and criticism of Troelt's Sociola Heron, with its nearly 1,000 pages, its bewildering variety of topics, and the range and delicacy of competence it so strikingly reveals. And all this is here subservient to certain few, closely interdependent, central convictions and conclusions, and again these self-commitments are only reached across surging seas of the strongest feeling and closest networks of objective complication, and then too, as I must attempt to show in my penultimate section, there is a relic, a shadow or echo of subjectivism, frequently, perhaps always, haunting the outskirts of Troelt's convictions, or rather of their formulations, which, I believe more than anything else, prevents his religious reader from settling down with perfect peace and buoyancy under the influence and guidance of this large, strong mind and soul. I must regretfully ignore the instructive autobiographic preface and the dry but important introduction, with its fruitful distinction between the sociological scheme and action developed by the three types of religion, church, sect, mysticism, within their own organizations, and the social idea and attitude developed by them with respect to the non-religious organizations of life. And even from the three gigantic chapters composing the body of the work, I can but take certain culminating points of the last two chapters. The wonderfully close-knit and rich conclusion shall furnish my final translations and suggestions. 1. The very great medieval Catholicism chapter is, in the first instance, busy with the full expression of the church type. Let us here fix upon three passages. 1. As to the problem, Troelt's describes how the ancient church indeed organized itself with a full, firm, sociological articulation, but its social attitude, its attitude toward the state and society, was a curiously mixed thing, partly a recognition, as of entities sheltered by the natural law, partly a theocratic subjugation and utilization, partly a propping of the powers of the state when these had become insufficient for their purpose, partly a rejection of the state and society in general, expressed in the theory of the sinfulness of everything founded by the relative natural law, and in the practice of the renunciation of the world. A Christian civilization possessed of an interior unity existed neither in fact nor in principle. The whole idea was foreign to antiquity, and the decisive difference between the Middle Ages and antiquity consists precisely in the possession by the Middle Ages of such an ideal, in their practice and still more in theory. Indeed, even in official Catholicism of our own day, this ideal, with some adaptations to the modern world, is still active in all its social doctrines. And Troelt's cogently insists, the significance of the question of how at all and in what way this ideal and solution could arise in the Middle Ages, and only then, fails to be duly estimated by all those who ascribe already to the ancient church, or even to Christianity generally, such a striving after a unified Christian civilization. Yet in reality, for Stoicism and Platonism, and still more for Christianity, a doctrine of society and civilization based upon the values of the free personality in its union with God and of the universal communion of mankind offered the greatest difficulties, and Christianity in particular produced indeed a mighty, purely religious organization, and ordered within it the conditions of its members' lives in tolerable conformity with its own principles. But during its first 8 centuries, the Church, in this its organization, was hostile to the world at large. It failed to discover any bond and link between itself and the complexes outside. The Middle Ages, however, lived to see the development of the Church to a social entity inclusive both of the sociological circle of religion itself and of the politico-social formations also, and which thus realized in its own way what had haunted Plato in his Republic as the true end of a single state, the rule of the wise and of the friends of God over an organic, many-leveled social entity, and what the Stoic Cosmopolis had sought, the share of all men in an ethical, universal kingdom. 2. As to the contrast between the ancient Christian and the medieval Christian positions concerning man's nature, place, destination, Trost is deeply instructive. The decisive point here is the conception, peculiar to the Middle Ages, of what is Christian as supernatural, or rather the full elaboration of the consequences involved in the idea of the supernatural. The supernatural here is not only present in the miracle of the God-man, of the Church, and of the sacraments, in the great, complex miracle of man's redemption from out of the world, corrupted by original sin. It has no longer, as in the ancient Church, an essentially apologetic significance, but the supernatural now unfolds itself as an autonomous, logical, religious, and ethical principle. The creature, even the perfect creature, is only natural, possessed of natural laws and ends. God alone is supernatural. And accordingly, the essence of Christian supernaturalism consists in its elevation of the creature above this creature's co-natural limitations to God's own supernature, to participation in his nature. The mediation necessary here lies thus no longer, as in the ancient Church, between two kinds, respectively perfect and relative, of the one sole natural law, but between natural law in general and supernature generally, and especially all ethics and social philosophy now rest, in the last resort, upon the mediation between nature, perfect or imperfect, and supernature. The Decalogue, in reality, is not yet the Christian ethic, and the natural law, identical with the Decalogue, stands, to the specifically Christian ethic, to the Nova Lex, as near and as far as precisely does the Decalogue. Biblical now means revealed, but not necessarily Christian, for the Bible represents, for Aquinas, a process of development moving through universal history and possessed of varying stages. The Decalogue persists in the legislation of Christ, but as a stage preliminary to the Christian ethic, and as an instruction in the exterior application of the new motives springing from this ethic. The formula, on the other hand, for the specifically Christian moral law is the Augustinian formula of the love of God, as the highest and absolute, the entirely simple moral end, an end which contains the demand of the love of God in the stricter sense, through self-sanctification, self-denial, and contemplation, and the demand of the love of our neighbor, through the active relating of all to God, the active interconnecting of all in God, and the most intimate, mutual self-sacrifice for God. We have thus a self-love in God, which loves not the natural self, but the self united to God, and a brotherly love in God, which loves not the natural fellow man, but the brother in God. This ethic, a mystical interpretation of the evangelical preaching, forms an unmistakably strong contrast to the this-world ethic of the natural law, Aristotle, the Decalogue, and natural prosperity, but this cannot fail to be the case, given the entire fundamental character of the Christian ethic. This same contrast indeed appeared also, clearly enough, in the life of medieval society, in the relations between church and state, between laymen, monks, and priests, and was still at work within the ethical demands made upon even the simplest layman. Has Aquinas, on the ample questions here discussed, been anywhere penetrated as delicately and deeply, as generously and justly, as is done here, in these noble sections of a truly great book? 2. And yet the culmination of interest and power is reached by the Social Lateran, where also the sect type, and later on where the third and last type, the mystical, appear at their fullest on the stage of history, and where, with their contrasting strengths and defects, and their tough vitality and far-reaching operation and use, they bring into full relief the abiding truth and meaning of the church type, together with the character and range of their own types. Let us attend first to the sect type. 1. The main historical origins and stages of this sect type appear to be as follows. Paulinism already prepared the orientation of Christianity towards conservatism, yet already alongside of Paulinism there existed a radicalism which was indifferent or even hostile to the world. So in the communism of love of the primitive community, and in the chiliastic apocalyptic rejection of the world. Similarly, alongside of the social development of the ancient church, which continued the Pauline conservatism, the radicalism persisted in the Montanist and Donatist sects, and, at least as regards extension and importance, especially in monasticism, the latter influencing various fathers of the 4th century in their teaching as to an original communism and equality. The first clear emergence of the problem is in AD 393 through 420, in the conflict between St. Augustine's sacramental, hierarchical conception of the Church and the Donatists. But its decisive appearance follows only upon the completion of the Church concept in the reform of Pope Gregory VII, AD 1073 to 1085, although here especially, the antagonistic popular excitement was largely pushed into the formation of separate sects by the intensely rigorous church authorities themselves, so especially with the Waldensians. 2. The all-important point for Trost here is that both the church type and the sect type lie in the consequence of the gospel, and only conjointly do they exhaust the range of the sociological effects and the social consequences of this same gospel. The church, assuredly, is not a simple defection from the gospel, however much it may, at first sight, appear to be so in the contrast between its hierarchy and sacraments and the preaching of Jesus. For where the gospel is, in the first instance, apprehended as a gift, a grace, where, in the picture which faith forms of Christ, it appears as a divine institution, where the interior liberty of the Spirit, distinct from all human making and organizing, is experienced as the meaning of Jesus, and where his grand indifference to worldly things is correspondingly apprehended as an interior independence from, together with an exterior use of, these things. There, men will consider the establishment of the Church as the normal continuation and transformation of the gospel. At the same time, the Church, by its emphatic universalism, preserves the fundamental impulse of the evangelical preaching, but that preaching had committed all detailed questions concerning the possibility and execution of the mission to the wonderful coming of the kingdom, whereas a church, working in the duration of the world, had to organize an order, and so to make its compromises. Nevertheless, the sect also is not simply a defection, a mere lopsided, crippling misgrowth of the elements of religious life already exhaustively furnished by the Church, but it is an immediate continuation of certain evangelical convictions. The radical individualism and love reaches its full recognition only in the sect. Only the sect instinctively construes the entire community from thence and attains, precisely through this radicalism of love, an immense firmness in its subjective interior bond in lieu of any merely external appurtenance to an institution. Thus the sect clings to the original radicalism of the ideal and to its sharp contrast to the world, and abides by the demand of personal performance as persistently fundamental. This performance the sect can also comprehend as the work of grace. But in this grace, it emphasizes the subjective realization and effect, not the objective assuredness and presence. The preaching of Jesus, which looks forward to the coming end and the kingdom, which collects and unites determined confessors, and which bids the brusquest adieu to the world and its children, goes in the direction of the sect. The faith of the apostles, which looks back upon the miracle of redemption and of the person of Christ, and which lives in the powers of its heavenly Master. This faith, which leans upon something achieved and objective, in which it unites its faithful and allows them to rest, proceeds in the direction of the Church. Thus the New Testament aids in the formation both of the Church and of the sect. It has done so from the first. But the Church had the start and the great mission into the wide world, and only when the objectification of the Church had, under Hildebrand, been severely completed, did the tendency which forms sects react once again, and indeed in a union and persistence greater than ever before, against this excessive objectification. 3. Trost delicately apprehends the wide-ranging effects of this sect reaction. The institution by the sect of the absolute law of God and nature as the sole authority, and the consequent removal of the entire conception of steps and development, involve the most far-reaching consequences not perceived by the mostly simple theology of the sects. Here the intention and law of God are expressed, without a shadow of ambiguity, in the Bible and in the voice of pure nature alone. There is no need for any complicated doctrine as to this law. But moral demand proceeds to all men alike. There is no need of a graduation of perfection according to various vocations. Creation does not descend through various stages down to materiality, nor does creation thence mount again through steps, as though a great work of art, from nature up to grace and supernature. But creation places mankind immediately before the task of the realization of its ideal, and this ideal is here without the character of a mystical supernature, of the elevation of man's essence above itself. And since such mystical beatitude, as the crown of the system of stages, falls all but entirely away for the sects, the conception of the law, which in the Catholic system was but one of the two determinations for God alongside with that of substance, now takes up an all-dominating position. God's being and will are his natural and revealed law. The Bible is the law book of revelation, identical with the law book of nature. Thus, in lieu of the institution of grace and redemption, the conception of law becomes the center of the sect theology. 4. To these deeply stimulating analyses and positions, I would attach 3 criticisms of my own. My first regret has been already expressed in connection with Troelt's earlier and shorter Grundprobleme, but reoccurs again here with respect to his latter, very long work, and concerns his non-perception that sensible contexts, vehicles, and symbols, that the principle and rudiments of sacraments are already present in the spirit and practice of Jesus. I will return to this objection presently in conjunction with my third dissatisfaction, a dissatisfaction so fundamental and general as to be better reserved for discussion till just before the end, and my last expression of deep gratitude for all that Troelst has brought us. But my second objection is specially in place just here. I find, then, that even the very generous measure in which Troelst recognizes already within the preaching of Jesus conceptions and impulses making for the Church does not, in the greater part of his work, reach to the fullness of the facts, for it is now thoroughly acknowledged by all the best historical workers that the direct central subject of Jesus' preaching was the kingdom and its proximate coming. This kingdom was presented in this preaching emphatically as a pure gift, a sheer opus operatum of God. Men can prepare themselves for it, and can determine the character of its effect upon themselves, but they do not produce it, they do not constitute it. And again, neither Jesus himself nor his apostles are, it is true, of priestly families, and there is no marked formal ordination of them. Yet it is Jesus, in his humanity, who calls and trains and sends out these special 12. Not any and everyone is treated as free to put himself forward to preach on the strength of some purely interior call. In these 2 fundamental points, then, the teaching and practice of Jesus demonstratively initiate the objectivity of the Church, and the special calls to the clerical office. We have here sheer historical facts and not interpretations, however legitimate and part constitutive of religion, such as, for the most part at least, Troelst takes these points to be. Thus the chief characteristic of the central doctrine of Jesus emphasizes givenness, object, church, not activity, subject, sect. And the prominent feature of the organizing action of Jesus is certainly not simply an acceptance of souls, all equally and secretly inspired, but a calling of some few men by him, the man, God, from out of the crowd of mankind, even from out of the crowd of elementary or secret believers. 3. Troelst has most effectively located the detailed studies of his 3 types of Christianity, that of the Church in the High Middle Ages, that of the sect in the first instance immediately after the High Middle Ages, hence still in the Middle Ages, and that of mysticism after the Protestant churches and sects. for he thus examines each type at the time of its own fullest articulation and strongest influence, and of its most vivid contrast with the other types. We must now consider the part which, in this book thus late, for the first time studies fully the mystical type. 1. Mysticism, in its widest sense, is nothing but the insistence upon immediacy, interiority, presence of religious experience. It presupposes the objectification of religious life in rites, myths, or dogmas, and is either a reaction against such objectifications, which it attempts to put back into the living process, or a supplementation of the traditional cults by a personal and vital excitation. Mysticism is thus always something secondary and intentionally reflective, although this deliberately produced condition is conjoined with a quite contrary immediacy of the feeling itself. It thus always contains some degree of paradox and antithesis to the masses and their average. Hence the primitive religious act and life, for which the event and its expression are simply identical, is never mystical. But the liveliness of the religious sense, when face to face with objectified religion, easily and often assumes mystical characteristics, enthusiastic or even orgiastic exaltation, vision or hallucination, religious subjectivism and spiritualism, concentration upon the purely interior and only emotionally apprehensible. Such visions indeed are almost always only expansions and interpretations of the common faith, as with the pneumatic gifts of the early Christians and with the countless visions and prophecies of medieval recluses and saints. But this mystical sense can also create a passionate realism of intercourse with the Godhead, where the erotic side of human nature often plays a great role. And again, such immediacy of feeling loves to fly beyond the sensible, finite world by a spiritualism which treats it as indifferent or ignores it, or which by ascetical mortification moves it away into the distance. Thus mysticism is open to the incursions both of a spiritualistic pantheism and of a radical dualism of flesh and spirit, of time and eternity, and in connection therewith to the suggestions of an asceticism destructive of all things finite, or a libertinism treating them all as indifferent. 2. Now mysticism, in these various forms, is a phenomenon general in all the religious territories, and is, or was, highly developed especially in India and Persia, in Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and naturally it did not remain foreign to the primitive Christian movement, but in part sprang also from it, in part was brought into it from without and eagerly appropriated there. To this mysticism belong the so-called enthusiasm of the primitive Christians, a large part of the gifts of the Spirit, the speaking with tongues, exorcism, the pneumatic activity. But especially does also Paul himself belong to it, Paul in his mystical orientation, which stood in a continuous tension, not, however, experienced by himself as such, with his church conviction. Paul took over the Christ cultus of the primitive community, as already objectified, in its outlines in worship and organization, but he gave further aliveness to this religion by means of a profound and passionate mysticism, which consequently also utilizes the ancient terminology of the heathen mysteries. Here alone lay his religious originality as against the primitive community, and thus only did his anti-Jewish universalism become a workable, effective enterprise. Thus the Lord's Supper, the center of the new cultus, became with him a mystical union of substances. Baptism became a real dying and a rising with Christ. Thus Christ became for him a new life sphere of a supersensible kind, in which the believer lives, feels, and thinks, and becomes a new pneumatic creature. Thus all mere ceremonial and tradition became an element of this world, and Christ after the flesh was known no more. And thus again the Israelitish history of redemption was allegorized into a drama immediately applicable to the Christian believers, and the Christian community became the spiritual body of Christ. Here in the primitive Christian enthusiasm and in the Pauline mysticism as to Christ lie the inexhaustible sources of a Christian mysticism. In the fourth gospel, this mysticism has already become self-possessed and adjusted to the historical and objective. Yet here especially it has produced or found its characteristic terms: flesh, spirit, darkness, light, allegory, letter. And thus, through the New Testament, mysticism, of the pneumatic and Pauline kind, has become a permanent power which always anew awakens and articulates similar needs, especially in periods of criticism of tradition, of religious lassitude, and of religious reform. 3. In primitive Christianity, in the New Testament itself, then, lie the germs of the Church, given with the conception of grace and of the completed institution for the salvation of the world, and in it lie the germs of the sect, which reveres its Master's Sermon on the Mount as its moral law, continues his expectation of the kingdom about to descend upon earth, and collects the pure and holy into a community tarrying for Christ's return. But in it lie also the germs of a mysticism for which all that passes is but a symbol, all that is sensible earthly but a limitation, all cultus but a means of substantial union, all faith but an immediate transplantation into the invisible life of God and Christ. 4. We cannot here follow Trost in his fine study of mysticism in the narrower technical sense of the word, where it becomes a religious philosophy, and where, unlike its New Testament kinds, it can take up a position of deliberate independence, of open denial, or of allegorizing evaporation of concrete religion. Yet also this technical kind can still require and serve historical, institutional religion, as in the Dominican cognitive mysticism, in the Franciscan mysticism of the affections and the will, and in the more generally philosophical mysticism of the theologians of the ancient Church. All these mysticisms, more or less, require Christian history, and more or less maintain ethical personality. Especially is Trost moved by the conception of the indwelling of Christ. Thus was the cleavage overcome between past and present, doctrine and practice. Thus did medieval devotion to Christ strike the water of life from out of the rock of the Byzantine dogma. 5. As to the sociological peculiarities of mysticism, where, as in the various forms of Christian spiritualism, it is more or other than sheer enthusiasm, and finds its basis in the doctrine of the permanent, equable divine spark in the human soul, we learn: mysticism is a radical individualism very different from that of the sect. The sect differentiates individuals against the world by conscious contrast and ethical rigorism, unites them in a community resting upon a willed association and growing under disciplinary control, binds them to the example and authority of Christ, and intensifies the individualism precisely through its inclusion within such a community and cultus. But mysticism insists upon a relation not between man and man, but of man to God, and reduces everything historical, authoritative, cultual to a mere stimulant, which in strictness it can do without. As long as such a mysticism or spiritualism remains Christian, the Bible and the historical figure of Christ still play an important role, yet never with a power sufficient to produce a firmly knit community. Thus do we not here find, as we find in the sect, a community which possesses an activity and a confession of faith of its own, a community which is continuously reconstituted from the interaction of the individual wills, but we are given here a parallelism of religious spontaneities, conjoined only by the divine life ground from which they spring, by the common disposition of love, and by the union in the free, invisible work of the divine Spirit. Insofar as this mysticism is founded solely upon faith and feeling, it exceeds the individualism even of the most individualistic of the sects. Yet this mystical individualism is, on the other hand, much weaker than is that of those sects, because its tendency to quietude and abandonment, and to the exercise of works of love, only from case to case. As to their social aims, where such mystics form groups, they do not intend them, sect-like, to replace the great invisible church, or to interfere with God's own work of spreading the Spirit, but simply as familiar circles for the edification of souls. The mystics have thus not nearly as much inclination to separate from the Church as have the sects. Of themselves, these mystics cultivate only the individual believer and the interests of his particular soul, and though they simultaneously believe, and sometimes strongly emphasize, the universal communion of spirits and of love, yet church and religious organization are for them concessions to human weakness without interior necessity and divinity. And towards politics and economics, the indifference and helplessness are complete. Only sexual and family ethics are here studied, and indeed with great penetration. I will take my criticisms of Trost on the mystical type in connection with the most fundamental and general of my dissatisfactions in the following separate section. 4. The translations given in these papers from Trost have deliberately softened or omitted one paradoxical peculiarity which, like a contrary surface current, runs along much of his thinking and feeling, since, in such mere extracts, I cannot otherwise sufficiently render what I am confident is his fundamental vision and volition. For the same Trost, who so persistently emphasizes the need and the reality of certain historical facts, of community, cultus, organization, and who, still deeper down, so vividly sees and describes religion as an experience and affirmation of transsubjective, more than human fact and reality, as metaphysical and ontological, or nothing, is also strangely thin, abstract, hypothetic, indeed subjectivist in many of his favorite terms and connotations. Thought, thoughts, thinking, the mind's spontaneity, mental creations, the Christian legend, the religious myth. I have mostly translated the former terms with apprehension, conviction, perceptions, etc., and have hardly given a passage containing the latter expressions. 1. Now Trost, rightly I believe, considers Protestantism in the first instance to have been, as a matter of fact, whether rightly or wrongly, a reduction of all religion. To what it held can alone be an object of faith, trust, disposition, namely, to a thought, the thought of God, derived from the apostolic presentation of Christ, as the holy gracious will which forgives us our sins and thus lifts us to a higher life. And this thought includes, in addition, only what can render it certain for the sinner, the insight into God's self-revelation in the Logos, as the assurance afforded to us men of God's sin-remitting love. And when, much later on in history, Kant appears, I believe Trost, with practically all historians, is right in finding in him, very specially, the philosopher of Protestantism. A Protestantism, however, representing a much greater retreat of religion upon thought and the subject than was that of Luther. 2. Now doubtless, not only Luther but Kant also intended thus to find certainty concerning God within their own souls, and so to escape that lapse into doubt and self-delusion, which they considered to attach to all seeking of such assurance in social traditions and external proofs and practices. Yet the modern idealist philosophy, as first clearly formulated, between Luther's time and the time of Kant, by Descartes, in his fundamental principle, was so eager to make sure of this kind of interiority and sincerity that it started not from the concrete fact, namely, a mind thinking something, and from the analysis of this ultimate trinity in unity, the subject, the thinking, and the object, but from that pure abstraction, thinking or thought, or a thinking of a thought. And from this unreal starting point, this philosophy strove to reach that now quite problematic thing, the object. Hume had no difficulty, from such premises, in reaching the pure skepticism, and although Kant, the greatest of Hume's opponents, profoundly advanced ethics and the theory of knowledge, especially in his formulations of the problems, and though his intention was throughout to ground theism upon unshakable foundations, yet his actual influence, especially in the neo-Kantian interpretation, has been, upon the whole, hardly less agnostic than that of Hume himself. For take Kant, not from his moral, but from his epistemological side, not from the last two critiques, but from the first, not in this or that of his, or at least 3, different theories of knowledge, but according to his predominant mood, or along the line of least resistance, and you will find that here man knows nothing really of the real nature of anything, although, strangely enough, he does know, so certainly as to be above discussion, that the reality of everything is always utterly different from what this thing appears to be. 3. No living thinker has so much as Trost insisted upon the sense of givenness and of otherness, as characteristic of all genuine religion, and no one has better analyzed and described this evidential character of all religion, or has more clearly shown how only the acceptance of this evidence as true and final brings firmness, interconnection, and sufficient rationality into our life as a whole, and depth into all its parts. It is indeed the very vividness and massiveness of this religious sense which brings the sympathizing reader to a quick and keen bewilderment, or to a painful arrest and benumbness of feeling, when the same Trost attempts the philosophical formulation of this his religious sense. For in his philosophical formulation, Trost clings to a more or less Kantian idealism, which is not always, indeed perhaps never quite clearly, restricted to its rich, almost realist stage. Indeed, at times, he writes as though this idealism, even taken thus in general, were almost an abiding new presentation of Christianity. Thus the religious Trost continually propels and warms us religiously, but the philosophical Trost often, at the same time, draws us back and chills us philosophically, indeed also religiously, since, after all, man's soul is not a man of war divided into so many watertight compartments. Again, where the religious Trost speaks, religion requires history. Indeed, Christianity is held actually to retain a nucleus of critically established happenings, and permanently to need such a nucleus as essential to its own persistence. And these happenings are thus treasured, because they are in their depths far more than they seem on the surface, because they contain and transmit religious realities and powers. Yet when the philosophical Trost speaks, these real happenings and their real religious contents dwindle to such windy subjectivities as the Christian legend, indeed even the Christian myth. Again, Christianity, for Trost the believer, exercises its finest and farthest reaching influence as a special kind of mysticism. Yet for Trost as thinker, the original religious fact and experience of the fact are always unmystical, and mysticism is always dependent upon, and is secondary to, this unmystical fact and experience. Nor does such supervening mysticism distill and express from out of that original fact and experience their real, though latent meaning and virtue, but the mystical apprehension is here simply a creation of the religious spontaneity. Further, according to Trost, the original, unmystical religious fact and experience arise in all their greatest, world-moving instances amongst the socially humble and educationally elementary classes and individuals, thus affording us the spectacle of power made perfect in infirmity. Yet Trost the thinker does not, by this, simply mean that these classes and individuals are given or attain, and that they irradiate a finer and fuller insight into what is than do the other, more sophisticated and more skeptical mortals of the middle and upper classes. It is merely that these lower class men approve themselves to be specially rich in myth-constructing capacity. And finally Trost, especially the religious Trost, insists that man is never without, that he cannot, even if he would, get rid of the impression that realities not himself directly impinge upon and penetrate himself, realities which are, thus and so far, really known to him, though known only in part, and in that part largely obscurely. Man thus finds his entire nature to be awakened by the various realities, distinct from and independent of itself. He finds that his awakened senses awaken his reason and his spirit, and he finds that this generally awake condition of his nature calls forth within his nature a painful consciousness of the finitude and contingency of it all, a sense of contrasting other, infinite, intrinsic, and abiding. Yet for Trost the thinker, our own mind appears often to be what alone we incontestably start with, and any reality, distinct from the mind's consciousness of itself, is but an interference of this mind from this its consciousness, and requires proof as to its trans-subjective validity. The belief in the need of sense stimulation for the awakening of the mind and of the soul is in religion sheer magic-mongering, and the sense of the contrasting other comes late and upon reflection in the mystical reaction against the early and childlike anthropomorphism of the Heavenly Father. In a word, here, everywhere, religion proclaims and demands trans-subjective, more than human reality, and here, everywhere, philosophy never gets clearly beyond a subjectivism incapable of consistent certainty even as regards the minimum on which all human certainty and action, even where these are previous to religion or more superficial than religion, are demonstrably built. It is thus Trost himself who, more even by his intensely alive religious sense than by his many acute criticism of Kantism, makes us thirst for a fully thought-out, self-consistent, critical realism. Everywhere such a realism would assume or announce that thought, primarily and normally, never stands alone, and never is thought of thought, but always thought of a reality distinct from this thinking of it, that the activity of the human mind and soul, as known to us in this life, always more or less requires sense stimulation, and that superstition here lies as truly in denying as in exaggerating this need, that our knowledge is always an incomplete knowledge, yet a knowledge of reality, since the objects really reveal in various degrees their real nature, that the primary qualities of material objects are transsubjectively real, and that the instinctive recognition of this reality plays an important part also in the religious habits and certainties of the soul, that the mystical type of religion is indeed secondary and reflective in so far as it seeks and sees all things as immediately present, but that the original religious fact and experience of religion already always contains an element of immediacy. Thus for our Lord's consciousness, God was immediately present. God's kingdom, its advent upon earth, was proximate, but not simply present. With some such, a philosophy would disappear from out of Trost's noble writings, that disturbing, numbing countercurrent, certainly present in them now. And such a philosophy need, in no sense or degree, contravene Trost's most precious resolve, not to recognize any specially theological, still less any specifically Christian, methods of study. For such a philosophy would be adopted only because it had been found more adequate to the analysis and elucidation of the facts of human consciousness and knowledge, of physical science and of religion, and because philosophy, to remain truly such, has to be the sensitively docile interpreter of actual life and reality, not their harshly doctrinaire explainer away. And such a philosophy, once adopted, would have carefully to guard against any wholesale conclusions and any niggardliness of admiration and docility towards the profound gains in method, perception, facts brought us by the critical idealism. Careful research, severe criticism, daring hypothesis, independence from aught but the laws and tests found to be obstinately intrinsic to the respective ranges and levels of study will be as needful as ever, but all will now move within a frank recognition of givenness, of otherness, of reality. Our minds will now range from the givenness of the pebble and the star to the givenness of the lichen, of the bee and bird, on to the immensely greater givenness of the human spirit, and contrasting with, yet sustaining, all such givennesses and their numberless given, real interrelations, the primary absolute givenness and reality of God. 5. But let us go back to learn some final lessons from Trost in his rousing summary of some of his rich gains, and finish this very imperfect study of Trost's conceptions of Christianity, its specific genius and capacities, with some analysis of the conclusion to his Social Laharan, probably the most reasoned and best balanced piece in the entire great work. We thus can end on a nobly prophetic, splendidly sober, ideally realist, humanely Christian, unconquered and unconquerable note of faith in the perennial need, because truth and fact of religion and of its great origin, object, and end. I will here concentrate upon the author's deeper religious conclusions, upon his practical suggestions, and upon his final outlook. 1. The religious conclusions strive to emphasize the abiding ethical values contained in the many-colored Christian social doctrines. I do not see how they could be made more movingly deep and true. The Christian ethos alone, as against many a more showy, more easy faith or fancy, possesses, in virtue of its personalistic theism, a conviction of personality and individuality rooted in a metaphysic and lifted above destruction from any and all the naturalisms and pessimisms. Only the personality which arises out of man to beyond man in his range as a merely natural product, a personality achieved through a union of his will and deepest being with God, this alone is raised above the finite and alone can defy it. Without this support, every individualism evaporates into thin air. And again, the Christian ethos alone, in virtue of its conviction of a divine love which attends to all souls and which unites them all, possesses a truly unshakable, a sound socialism. Only in the medium of the divine do those conflicts and exclusivenesses disappear, which belong to man as a natural product and which shape his natural existence. Only here do the associations formed by coercion, physical need, sex instinct, work, organization, attain a connection superior to them all and indestructible because now metaphysical. Again, only the Christian ethos resolves the problem of equality and inequality, since it neither glorifies violence and accident in the sense of a Nietzschean cult of breed, nor outrages the patent facts of life by a doctrinaire equalitarianism. It first recognizes the fundamental difference in the social positions, the powers and gifts of men, as a condition established by the inscrutable will of God, and then transforms this condition by the interior upbuilding of the personality and the development of the sense of mutual obligation into an ethical cosmos. The Christian ethos, through its estimation of personality and its love, produces what no social organization, be it ever so just and rational, can ever entirely do without, since everywhere there always remain incalculable sufferings, needs and maladies, claims upon disinterested, curative help. This helpfulness has, as a matter of sheer fact, sprung from the Christian spirit, and only through this spirit can it persist. And finally, the Christian ethos alone places a goal before the eyes of us all who have to live and struggle through our difficult social existence, a goal which lies beyond all the relativities of the earthly life, and compared with which everything else represents only approximate values. The conviction of the divine kingdom of the future, which is but faith in the final realization of the absolute, in whatever way we may conceive this realization, does not, as short-sighted opponents maintain, deprive the world and the life in the world of their value, but it makes the soul strong, throughout its various stages of progression, in the certainty of a last absolute sense and aim for human toil. It thus raises the soul above the world without denying it. Only through this, the deepest insight of all Christian asceticism do. All social utopias become superfluous, and the impossibility, always preached anew by experience, of a full understanding and a full execution of the ideal need not then throw back the seeker into that skepticism which so easily springs precisely from an earnest veracity, and which is everywhere invading the finer spirits of our times. The beyond is, in very truth, the power of our now and here. 2. And then he gives us 4 pregnant positions with regard to the propagation and organization of these religious forces. The religious life, upon reaching the stage of spiritual religion, requires an organization distinct from the simply natural articulations of society. Without a community, organization, and cultus, Christianity is incapable of propagation and fruitfulness. Amongst the forms of organization, the church type is superior to the sect type and to mysticism. It is the Church which alone fully retains the characteristic of religion as essentially salvation and grace, which renders the presence of grace independent of the performances of individuals, which is able to embrace the most diverse stages of spiritual ripeness and Christianization, and which hence is alone fit to harbor a popular religion within the inevitable graduation of its members. The church type, precisely because of the tension within it between pure Christianity and adaptation to the world, has had a most varied history, and is in these our times in a condition of change and in a situation of great perplexity. Without compulsion, a lasting, uniform, indivisible church body is inconceivable, and the compulsion again is inconceivable without the aid of the state, and indeed, in times of a general, naif belief, such a compulsion has no harm or irreligious consequences. But, finally, just because of its connection with the unbroken unity of the general life and outlook of large groups of peoples, the unbroken church type is interiorly appropriate to such times alone. For at other times, what is a matter of course for the general outlook tallies no more with what is a matter of course for the church. Compulsion is then no longer the preservation of the whole from isolated disturbances, but a violation of the movements of the larger life as it actually is. And Trost considers the future unification and cohesion of Protestantism as possible only on the supposition that the churches, created though they have been in part by state-enforced conformity, may become homes in which henceforth a variety of Christian spirits will find room to dwell and act. The home which was constructed by compulsion and unshrinking uniformitarianism can thus be inhabited by finer and especially by very various spirits, who then, it is true, will have carefully to guard a mutual toleration within certain wide limits. The spirit of the church type would thus be here maintained in its grand conviction of a historical substance of life common to all, a substance which, in the various smaller religious groups and declarations, would be expressed, a part in this group, a part in that group, and would thus be kept from stagnation. We thus retain the sense of a common faith and the consciousness of heredity as a minimum of the church. 3. And the valedictory warning is surely supremely impressive in its virile sobriety. If the present social situation is to be mastered by Christian principles, thoughts will be necessary which have not yet been thought, and which will correspond to this new situation, as the older forms corresponded to the older situations. These thoughts will have to be drawn from the interior spontaneity of the Christian idea, and not exclusively from the New Testament, as indeed has always been the case with the great Christian social forms of the past, and they will have the fate in store for all the creations of the religious ethical idea. They will render indispensable services and will develop the profoundest forces, but they will never fully realize their specific ideal intention within the range of our terrestrial conflicts. As little as any other power in this our world will they create the kingdom of God on earth as a completed social ethical organism. Every idea will still be met by brutal facts, every upward development by interior and exterior checks. There exists no absolute Christian ethic, still awaiting its first discovery, but only an overcoming of the changing situations of the world, as also the earlier Christian ethic was not an absolute Christian ethic, but only such an overcoming in its own way. There exists also no absolute ethical transformation of material nature or of human nature, but only a wrestling with them both. Only doctrinaire idealists or religious fanatics can fail to recognize these facts. Faith is indeed the very sinews of the battle of life, but life does in very deed remain a battle ever renewed along ever new fronts. For every threatening abyss that is closed, a new one yawns before us. The old truth remains true. The kingdom of God is within us. But we must let our light shine before men in confident and ceaseless labor, that they may see our works and may praise our heavenly Father. The final ends of all humanity lie hidden within his hands. Entire peoples clash in arms, gigantic industrial struggles pulse across continents and oceans, immense physical discoveries and inventions almost annihilate time and space, yet engrossing and deeply important, also and especially in their help or hindrance to our moral and spiritual upbuilding and faith. As are these wild, vast, fleeting things all around us, it is not they, but it is this upbuilding and this faith. It is the ultimate realities which they touch, which indeed penetrate and occasion them, that are the greater and the greatest things experienced by man, and even simply as the utterances of one who, amidst the amazing distractions of our times, steadily perceives and proclaims this abiding preeminence of religion. Troll's writings stand amongst the most impressive, because most circumspect and veracious, testimonies to the indestructible need and conviction that the human mind and conscience, still at bottom, can find rest alone in God, its home. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 7, part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 7. What do we mean by heaven? And what do we mean by hell? Part 1. Some 60 years after our Lord's death upon the cross, one of the deepest of Jewish religious writers, yet one who, even then, knew not the historic Jesus, or reached not in him the Christ, wrote the so-called fourth book of Ezra. And there God, in the person of the angel, says to Ezra, "Just as the husbandman sows much seed in the ground, and yet not all the seeds which were sown shall be saved in due season, so also they that are sown in the world shall not all be saved." And Ezra answers, "The husbandman's seed, if it not come up, perishes, but the Son of Man, who has been fashioned with thine own hands, like thine own image, hast thou likened him to the seed of the husbandman?" And God in his reply assures Ezra, "Thou comest far short of being able to love my creation more than I." These very facts, problems, difficulties remain with us still, and we have to face them in this article. Yet many other points as to the afterlife must be passed over by us, such as the reasons for holding any immortality of man's soul or personality at all. I will simply assume throughout the discussion that our two questions are asked by men who are already convinced of the reality of some kind of afterlife, and who, besides, accept the historical reality and the character of Jesus and the trend and implications of his teaching. I take our questioners to accept all these religious facts as true and as the deepest revelation and test of true religion, especially as these facts appear in the synoptic gospels, as they have awakened, directed, and purified the spiritual needs and hunger of the most inclusive Christian souls, and as they have in return been articulated and expanded by these same souls. All this, then, shall be for us here the true type and test of the fuller and fullest spiritual apprehension of our questions and of the answers to them. Nevertheless, to be at all clear and fruitful concerning the two great subjects here confronted, I must first describe shortly the method which I believe alone capable of furnishing solid and sober results, and I must, secondly, and as shortly, eliminate certain peripheral problems, which, if left uneliminated, would give our direct subject matters and our conclusions concerning them an appearance which I do not believe them intrinsically to possess. Our direct subject matters, again, will require some general considerations before we can articulate our ultimate proposals. I will group all I have to say within 5 sections, 2 introductory and 3 containing the direct effort. 1. It is most understandable, yet nonetheless regrettable for us, who approach the afterlife problems from within religion and for religion, that 2 attitudes and activities of mind as to these very problems frequently distract the soul while still religiously unsettled, and I believe in practically all cases, gravely arrest or deflect its still dim and groping religious insight. The first of these attitudes concerns the content of the future life. The second concerns the evidences for a future life. By the first attitude, the future life is desired and conceived as simply a prolongation of this, our earthly life, less its pain and usually its grossness. In this way, of course, and only in this way, can we men fully picture a future life at all. It thus is just merely a continuation of this life, with all within it that is attractive to our average tastes in our average moments. And by the second attitude, we seek the evidence for the reality of this continuance in imitations, which are somehow to be gained from the very persons, thus still thoroughly their old selves, who are now living in the beyond, and these two attitudes usually go together. It is certainly, at first sight, very remarkable that the fantastic abnormality of the form and method which characterizes all animistic and spiritualist practices should habitually yield so less than a normal, so shrunken, banal, and boring a content. Yet such a method cannot fail to reach no further than this very little distance. The simple fact, assuredly, is that the soul, qua religious, has no interest in just simple unending existence, of no matter what kind, or of a merely natural kind, an existence with God, at most, as the dim background to a vivid experience of its own unending natural existence. The specifically religious desire of immortality begins, not with immortality, but with God. It rests upon God, and it ends in God. The religious soul does not seek, find, or assume its own immortality, and therefore seek, find, or assume God. But it seeks, finds, experiences, and loves God. And because of God, and because of this, its very real, though still very imperfect, intercourse with God. Because of these experiences, which lie right within the noblest joys, fears, hopes, necessities, certainties, which emerge within any and every field of its life here below, it finds, rather than seeks, immortality of a certain kind. The very slow but solidly sure, the very sober but severely spiritual growth of the belief in immortality amongst the Jews, a belief fully endorsed and greatly developed by our Lord, was entirely thus, not from immortality of no matter what kind to God, but from God to a special kind of immortality. Especially does Christ always keep God and the kingdom of God central as the beginning and end of all, and the immortality peripheral, as but the extension and full establishment of the soul's supernatural union with, and of its supernatural activity towards, God and man. And let us carefully note, such a method does not leave us empty of any vivid and experienced content for our conception of the future life. Quite the contrary. For no experiences are so real, none in any way are so well understood by the experiencing soul as are its supernatural experiences. By supernatural, we mean nothing here preternatural, nothing even essentially miraculous, nothing that men, who are at all complete according to man's supernatural call and awakeness, cannot or do not experience. We mean, on the contrary, acts, experiences, necessities which, though distinct, not only from all evil, but also from all simply natural goodness, are nevertheless acts, experiences, necessities found scattered about amongst the specific qualities and ends of nature. And these acts, experiences, necessities, are such that men at large, in their nobler and noblest moments, cannot help saluting and revering them. And again, this supernaturalness does not concern goodness alone, but also truth and beauty. God is the fountain and the fullness, the origin and the end, the ultimate measure of every kind and degree, as much of beauty and of truth as of goodness. Hence, wheresoever there are acts, experiences, necessities of sheer self-surrender, in the deepest search and work within the visible and temporal, the contingent and relative, to the invisible, the eternal, the unconditional. Wheresoever such self-surrender is from those temporalities, apprehended as such, to these eternities, accepted, adored as such. There is the supernatural. Walter Bagehot, in his great study of Bishop Butler, finds two kinds of religion, that which looks out upon the world, especially the starlit heavens, and finds there God in their beauty, and that which looks within upon the human soul itself, especially the conscience, and finds here God in its sublimity. Bagehot calls the former natural, the latter supernatural. But I plead here for a conviction which finds the natural, including a certain natural religion, in the looking within, and in the acceptance of conscience, as well as in the looking outwards and in the belief in beauty, and which, again, finds the supernatural religion within both these same movements and materials. So long as either movement and conviction is primarily busy with the beauty, the truth, or the goodness, simply in their particular forms, and only vaguely or derivatively assumes or implies their unconditional claim upon the soul, you have nature. So soon as either movement and conviction attains to a central occupation with the abidingness, the non-contingency of the beauty, the truth, or the goodness, thus partially revealed, and to a recognition of their right to the unlimited service of the observer, you have the supernature. We have thus to discriminate not simply between evil and good, but also between good and good, between natural good and supernatural good. Both these goods come from God. Both are operative in different proportions and in greatly different degrees and ways in all normal, adult, and awake human beings, and each, as we shall see, variously requires the other and variously participates in heaven itself. The morality of honest barter, of moderate living, the requirements of the counting house, the law courts, the state, Confucius, Bentham, such moralities, institutions, persons, in their general and positive trend and in their prevalent acceptance, are assuredly good and necessary, but they are natural. Such moralities, institutions, persons, we may wish to last forever, but they do not of themselves suggest or require the heightened consciousness, the closer and closest intercourse with God, the reaching in Him of the ultimate living beauty, truth, and goodness, which the religious soul seeks when it seeks immortal life. And let us note, it is not the absence of any explicitly religious reference that stamps these natural things and persons as only naturally good. The reference in such persons, if not to God or to a God, then at least to their consciences, is fairly constant. Yet we cannot well count all that is thus referred as supernatural. And the reference in Judaism and Unitarianism to God is continual, and undoubtedly constitutes even the average of these positions as, at the least, natural religions. Yet it can fairly be maintained that the reference is here largely dry and distant, and is then to God rather as the supreme rule and reward of average earthly honesty, decency, and justice, than as the deepest meaning and the final assuagement of the soul's thirst for more and other than these things. For assuredly there are certain other acts, dispositions, strivings of individual souls, and there are certain other ideals and best achievements of certain institutions, which essentially transcend the character, standard, and instruments of the naturally good. The deepest of the Jewish Psalms, the seer whose vision of the suffering servant of Jehovah is incorporated in the book of Isaiah, the serenely self-oblivious prayer of Stephen, the deacon, for his enemies whilst they stone him to death. Above all, Christ's entire life and work, crowned by the forgiveness of his crucifiers, even as he hangs upon the cross, are the great and the greatest, the most fully explicit, instances of the supernaturally good. But indeed, off and on, here and there, sooner or later, we can find, within the larger human groups and during the longer human periods, some lives, some acts, not all different to those acts and lives, at least some touches, some desires for some such lives and some such acts. And if such acts or desires never and nowhere occurred within an entire race of men, or with an entire age of the world, then that race and that age would, already by this alone, stand revealed as less than what man actually is, a being natural in his constitution, yet variously solicited and sustained by supernatural influences, requirements, helps, and aims. The Christian Church, at all times, in its indestructible ideal, and indeed always in its fullest and fairest fruits, has been and abides the special training ground, home, and inspirer of this supernatural spirit. Our Lord's Beatitudes are its classical expression, and the Feast of All Saints is the perennially touching commemoration of its countless manifestations in every age, clime, race, and religious environment. Now the specifically religious desire for immortality is a desire not only for the continuance of such supernatural acts and dispositions, and for the continuance of the soul, insofar as thus acting and disposing, but for the final establishment of the soul in a world of powers, acts, and persons truly adequate to this supernaturalness. Here below, this our visible world of time and space suffices for the naturally good acts and the naturally good soul. Heaven is not a necessary environment for not cheating in the sale of peas or potatoes, for not smashing street lamps, for not telling calumnies against one's wife or brother. But only heaven furnishes the adequate environment for the elevation and expansion of spirit of a Damien when he, here below, devoted himself to sure leprosy for the sake of his outcast fellow creatures, of a Joan of Arc when in the France of her day she reaped her short earthly success and her swiftly following witch's death, or of the average trooper on the Birkenhead going down, without moving, at attention, with the women and children being saved alive before his eyes in those boats where he was deliberately refusing to take a place at the cost of others, many of whom had no special claim upon himself. Indeed, all of us have ourselves witnessed, or have learnt from eyewitnesses, deeds or dispositions of a similar quality. Humanity will never, universally or permanently, treat such acts as folly, or indeed as anything less than the very flower of life. Yet to claim that the trades union or a political or social party or the state should or could or ever wisely will require such things or directly work for them is assuredly quixotic. Such a demand or hope can only lead to a dangerous utopia, followed by a not less dangerous reaction. Thus such heroic goodness points to a beyond, as indeed does all philosophical research, all scientific work, all artistic effort, whensoever these endeavors penetrate deeper than a certain superficial and conventional level. All such heroic, self-oblivious search and reception of truth and beauty as possessing the right to such self-surrender appear as special divine gifts rather than as mere human efforts, as glimpses of reality which, for their adequate environment and apprehension, require not this world and this life, but another life and another world. 2. We have so far spoken as though heaven and hell were the sole, not only ultimate, but also immediate, alternatives for every man moved by and called to supernature. And still more, we have let it appear as though the call of the human race in general to such supernature involved, of necessity, the call of every individual belonging to that race to this same supernature. We must now make some important distinctions in both these positions, for we cannot, if we do hold a heaven and a hell, in the full sense of the terms, escape, I am confident, from acceptance of some kind of purgatory and of some kind of limbo. As concerns the supernaturally awakened souls, we cannot, surely, conceive the majority of these to be, when they die, immediately fit for heaven, even if they be not really fit for hell. Yet we are often reminded of certain spiritual facts, which seem to rule out any intermediate state. Thus we are told that it is not Christian, nor even deeply religious in general, to think of man as ever truly owing his salvation to his own merits. He can, in strictness, owe such salvation only to the generosity and gift of God. Indeed, the very power to merit at all is a pure grace of God, as pure as is man's creation. Conformably with this, it is insisted that the commencement, the continuation, the crowning of any soul's supernatural life is through and through rendered possible only by God and His grace, and that it never becomes actual without the active aid of the same God and grace. Thus all supernaturally awakened souls, however free from sin, whether original or actual we may suppose them, attain, at least on one ground entirely common to them all, their original nothingness, to heaven through God's gift and mercy. To this is added the further contention that this gift and mercy is specifically abundant in the case of those supernaturally awakened souls which die with sinful or imperfect habits and attachments still clinging to them, and which nevertheless attain to heaven. And it is then asked, if all this be really so, what need there is of an intermediate state at all? The answer surely is that we who are still on this side of the veil have direct and real knowledge of the manner in which God's grace and mercy operate, even though in this life only, and that in this life these gifts usually obey certain general laws of their own. We are able roughly to follow some of the main outlines of these orderings by God himself, of God's own generosities and gifts. We see how, in this our earthly time at least, every impure thought, untrue word or cruel act, every cowardly shrinking from the usually costly docility to our own best insight and special grace, relax or stain, or harden or deflect our own inclinations, habits, and acts, even more certainly than they similarly affect our influences and achievements in the world at large. We note how even sincere and fairly deep repentance for any one evil action no more removes all such inward effects of this action than it removes all the outward effects of the same action. Thus I regret certain acts of gambling, I even cease to gamble, but this does not, of necessity, eradicate certain inclinations to gamble, fully willed by me before, and half willed by me still. It does not eliminate the entire gambling habit, any more than it restores to my bank or to my creditor friends the moneys I have gambled away from them. My repentance at any degree of depth will be a grace of God through Christ to me, yet this repentance and grace, unless it be of the deepest kind, an act of pure love, as it was with the good thief on Calvary on Good Friday, will still leave me with variously imperfect habits and inclinations. These habits and inclinations again will be rectified within me by the grace of God and Christ, but this grace will, in most cases, work slowly within innumerable new acts of mine, acts contrary in character to those old habits, and within a long self-discipline which now, step by step, retraces the previous long self-dissipation of the soul. Purgatory is thus, so far at least, a sheer fact for the soul in its relation to God during this life, but it is not reasonable to assume a radical change or supersession of so fundamental a spiritual law at the death of the body, except under the constraint of some very definite and unanswerable reason. Such a reason is not forthcoming, and hence I can find no serious ground to deny the reality of a similar purgatory for the same soul in face of the same God in the other life. And if purgatory exists also in the beyond, then most of the supernaturally called souls will presumably go at death, not to hell, nor in the first instance to heaven, but first of all to purgatory. As concerns mankind at large, we have certain general facts of human existence and of life in general, and certain ordinary teachings of theologians, which appear to indicate that many, possibly most, individual human souls do not attain to the supernatural call, choice, and consequences, that heaven or hell can be as little their actual final end, as purgatory can be their immediate destination. Three large considerations seem to show that this is actually the case in the realm of human souls, that it is in full parallel with other ranges and stages of observable life, and that it is in no wise cruel or unjust. This position appears to state an actual fact for the majority of human beings if we take the life of the soul to begin at the moment of the conception of the corresponding body, die before they attain the age of reason. If we take seriously even the fundamental lines, the general trend of the Christian outlook, we must reject all reincarnation schemes, and we must require, as the ordinary prerequisite for the supernatural call of any individual soul, the mental and volitional awakeness of this soul. True, the doctrine and practice of infant baptism raise a difficulty here, but infant baptism admittedly reaches only a small minority of the cases in question if the human soul is infused into its corresponding body at the moment of this body's conception, and if, of the human beings who attain to birth at all, much the greater number of those dying in infancy die without baptism. And again, baptism is held to extend to the infant the spiritual life of the Christian Church at large. And this spiritual life in the Church at large is, at the time of the baptism of the spiritually slumbering infant, possessed and practiced by souls mentally and volitionally awake. And finally, the effects of such baptisms, if the infant dies in infancy, are different in degree from the effects of this same baptism if this baptized soul attains to maturity. Theologians have, since many a day, admitted that unbaptized infants live in the beyond a life of natural happiness, a sort of prolongation of the happiness of children here below, less their physical sufferings, and less any supernatural experiences, which may be traceable in most of them from about 7 years of age onwards. Thus souls that depart this life as infants, though they be unbaptized, do not go to hell, but souls that pass into the beyond as infants, if they be baptized, attain indeed to heaven, yet it is a far lesser degree of the supernatural beatitude than do souls which have struggled long and much in and for the supernatural life here below, and which have died substantially fit for heaven at last, even though they be in need of a long purgatory first. Some such position is also alone parallel to the facts observable in all the other ranges and levels of life known to us in any degree. Thus all wheat seeds, all lily bulbs, all acorns contain the elementary materials and structures of richly fruitful wheat plants, exquisitely tinted blossoms, and broadly spreading oak trees. Their respective species are intended to reach, and actually do reach, in some fortunate representatives, this consummation. Yet of these individual seeds, bulbs, acorns, not 1 in 100, or even less, attains to this full end of its species. So again with insects, fishes, birds, mammals. The proportion of individuals that actually attain to the full development, ideally intended for each and all, is astonishingly small. Thus from the smallest moss or lichen up to man, we find everywhere, even though in a lesser and lesser degree, the distinction between the carefulness as to the type and species, and the apparently careless profusion as to the individual incorporations of the type. And hence life, in its manifold degrees and kinds, witnesses distinctly against any belief that mankind, and mankind alone within the world of creatures well known to us, reaches in every individual man the fullness of its natural and supernatural call. And finally, the position here defended cannot justly be charged with imputing cruelty or injustice to God, for the souls that attain only to natural felicity have, ex hypothesi, never known the solicitations of the supernatural. All their actual or even latent individual consciousness and needs are fulfilled within their own special kind and degree, a thing thoroughly possible, if, as we have already contended, nature and supernature are not one and the same call and condition, but two. Thus these souls are not the less fully happy, because other human souls hunger and thirst after a higher and deeper, a different life, or because these other souls are satiated with a correspondingly different happiness. A man with much salt in his mouth requires much more drink to slake his thirst than does the man who has never tasted salt. The thirst of the man untouched by salt is slaked by a small glassful of water. The thirst of the man aroused by salt is not appeased by less liquid than a bucketful. And if we take the difference between the two classes of souls objectively, we find that the two calls and ends are largely balanced by the fact that the supernatural call and end usually involves spiritual struggles, sacrifices, dangers, profound alternatives, whilst the natural call and end is always devoid of all supernatural pains and perils. 3. We stand now before the problem of heaven and hell properly so called, the final supernatural alternatives of the supernaturally awakened soul. Yet here again, we must first clear away 3 very prevalent objections and misapprehensions. Let us move from the more general to the more particular difficulties. First and foremost, then, we have to confront the opinion, increasingly prevalent in Western Europe since the beginning of the 18th century, one which now pervades fairly all the non-religious, and even much of the religious, thought of our day. That the conception of heaven is, in substance, beautiful, or at least true, or at the very least harmless, but that any and every conception of hell is essentially hideous, or at all events unreasonable, or at the very least most dangerous and noxious. Thus serious scholars attempt to prove that our Lord's utterances as to hell are all due to misconceptions of his disciples, or even to amplifications by writers who had not heard his words, or again, that these utterances, if really proceeding from our Lord himself, only continue, without any special verification or emphasis, certain already prevalent opinions, that they have no organic connection with the roots of his revelation and message. Thus, too, otherwise helpful religious philosophers reduce hell to a long purgatory, or simply to a rhetorical or emotional expression, perceived or not perceived by our Lord himself to be only such, for a correct and indeed noble sense of the intrinsic difference between right and wrong, and of the correspondingly intrinsic differences between the respective consequences of right and of wrong, differences which are really outside of time and space, but which can only be described at all vividly in temporal and spatial pictures. The net result of all such teachings, quite apart from the still more prevalent and insidious pantheistic tendencies of our time, is at the least to emphasize the conviction of Mother Julian of Norwich that all will be well, whilst the teaching of Christ and of his Church will nevertheless turn out to have been true, or more boldly, to welcome back as alone satisfactory the notions not of Origen himself, but of some Origenists, as to the eventual restitution of all things, of all souls, or again, or quite generally, to treat as a barbarous, impertinent irruption into our superior insight and humanity, not only the applications and details, but the very substance of the convictions of Tertullian, St. Augustine, and Dante. What can we adduce against such a denial? We must first of all remember our discrimination, that the question concerning the final destination of man as such is not identical with the question concerning the final condition of particular human beings. Hence it is quite beside the mark to bring up the cases of little children, of idiots, of pure savages. We must also not forget that there need be no real question of hell, even for the majority of the supernaturally awakened souls, if there actually exists a state and process of purgation in the beyond, as there undoubtedly exists such a state and process here. Yet these provisos do not eliminate the real possibility of hell as the general rule. Wheresoever is a real possibility of heaven, they leave heaven and hell as a generally interrelated couple. We must next try vividly to realize the fact that it is not hell which is so much more difficult to believe in than in heaven, but that it is the entire specifically spiritual conception of man of his deepest self which is difficult, as contrasted with the naturalistic view of these same things. The purely naturalistic view of man conceives him as a mere superior animal, which projects its own largely fantastic wishes onto the void or the unknown, and which then fishes them back as objective realities distinct from itself, their true creator. And this view is the more plausible, the more quickly statable, the more vividly picturable, the alone readily transmittable view. But then, the view has all these qualities, precisely because it stops short at the surface impressions of things and remains utterly inadequate to all the deeper and deepest implications, requirements, and ends of knowledge in general, and of art, ethics, philosophy, and religion in particular. Yet as soon as we hold the difference between various kinds of human acts and dispositions to be always potentially and often actually of essential, of ultimate, of more than simply social, simply human importance, we are insisting upon values and realities that essentially transcend space and even time. Every at all noble, every even tolerably adequate outlook always possesses some such more than merely empirical, simply contingent, or purely material and mechanical character. Plato, the Stoics, Plotinus possessed this outlook, although in very different degrees. It ruled the Western world during the Christian Middle Ages, and after the largely negative rationality of most of the Renaissance, it gave its note of pathetic distinction and splendor to the great spirit of Spinoza, gravely cramped by pantheism, though it was in its speculation. In Kant, it again reappears in a more theistic setting, and with the deep perception of that deep fact, radical evil, of man's frequent declaring, willing and doing what he well knows to be false and bad, but pleasant. In Schopenhauer, it relieves the general pessimistic oppression with glimpses of a beauty abiding and all-sustaining. And now, in these our times, we are again coming, in different lands and from different experiences and starting points, to schemes really adequate, indeed deeply friendly, to this transcendence, present in all our nobler aspirations, acts and ends. Thus every profound search after, or belief in, the fundamental truth or essential beauty, or satisfying goodness of anything, when we press it duly home and sincerely and delicately analyze it, overflows the ordinary, superficially obvious requirements of man's knowledge, action, life. In each case, we get a scheme that looks too big and too ambitious for us little men, and that involves alternatives too wide and deep for the average moments of the average mortal. We have then for our purpose only to ask whether the alternatives, heaven, hell, are like or unlike these ultimate implications of man's deepest needs and aspirations, elevations and falls, and the answer will assuredly be, they are not unlike, but like. We shall, I believe, be driven to such a general conclusion, if and when we dwell upon our memories of men we have known at all well and long, and in sufficient numbers, even though these men may have belonged to classes and callings least supernaturally attempered at a first appearance. Thus I look back to my 8 friends, the horse bus drivers in a northern suburb of London. There was their patriarch, Johnny D, of the grey top hat, so humorously irritated by them Belgiums, when these white Flemish horses answered so languidly to his whip. "Don't you ever trust an 'orse dealer," he advised me. "All 'orse dealers are rogues. Ought to know. Me own father was an 'orse dealer." There was William D., who would dare his conductor there and then to tell how many shoulders and legs of mutton were passing when droves of sheep passed by, and who bred canaries in his spare time. "Me eldest lad sings that beautiful in the Wesleyan chapel choir. Sorry he will not take to the slaughter-in me own line at first. Strange, for he's that fond o' animals." There was the Scotchman, R. "See this and o' mine? Writes a beautiful and, always did. Got all the prizes at school. Always steady, lad and man." And there was the red-haired, young orange Irishman, William S., impulsive, improvident, humorous, humble, sweet. "Look at that Salvation Army old saint there. I've known him established above all sin and fallen exactly 16 times. I sits upon this box up to midnight, sir, these foggy November nights. I drink lots of beer. It lies that heavy, cold, cold upon my chest. Doctor says it'll ruin me." I saw him dying in a little quiet room. "Is there anything you want, S?" "Nothing, sir. They kindly found a mangle for me wife, and the children is all took by good people, and yet, yes, there is a thing I miss. I wish that here, from me bed, I could hear the old bus go by." The lethargic white old Belgians have long since ceased to drag the heavy old bus up that hill. Their bones lie somewhere, utterly forgotten. Johnny D. himself has gone, I know. Perhaps also the whilom slaughterer and the self-complacent steady Scotchman have already followed Johnny, so thoroughly English in character, and the touching, drinking Irishman. Yet even during those years, when these men so much refreshed me with their spontaneity, sincerity, and simplicity, and still more now, when I look back upon what I learnt from these my friends, I saw and felt, I see and feel, that not a little of the supernatural was working variously, indirectly, hiddenly, yet most really, also here. Non omnis moriar, wrote the polished Horace, thinking only of his poetry. They have not, they could not. altogether die, not their works, but they, their own selves. These my humble, humorous fellows, touched, sweetened, widened, deepened, as they were, by our common supernatural call and lot, so far beyond their own power to articulate even what they already were, still less what at times they longed to become. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 7. What do we mean by heaven? And what do we mean by hell? Part 2. And we must finally consider the character of our Lord's outlook as a whole. As to this point, we not only find certain texts in the Synoptic Gospels which directly teach hell and which put it in simple parallel with heaven, but, an even more conclusive fact, we can clearly trace, throughout our Lord's teachings, the keen conviction, the austere inculcation of the conviction that the spiritual life is a great, all-important alternative and choice, a choice once for all, with consequences, final and immense. The entire texture and implications of Jesus' outlook require such choice within this one earthly life on the part of supernaturally awakened souls, and such abidingness of the results of this their choice. What does it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his own soul? Is but an example of what runs, as implication, allusion, pathos, entreaty, menace, throughout the whole of our Lord's teaching in proportion as, especially in its second stage, this teaching is continuously busy with man's supernatural call and the strenuous conditions and severe consequences of this call. Only two serious objections can, I believe, be raised against this contention that our Lord himself unequivocally taught the doctrine of fundamental alternatives and abiding consequences. The one objection is derived from an analysis and grouping of the synoptic texts. The other is drawn from the doctrine of St. Paul. As to the synoptists, such serious scholars as the late Dr. H. J. Holtzman and many others distinguish between a series of very simple sayings and parables which reproduce our Lord's direct teachings and the great or complicated pictures and similes which are so many developments by the primitive Christian community and writers of certain elements or adumbrations of our Lord's own doctrine. And only in these latter pictures, such as Christ the King separating the sheep from the goats at the Last Judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 31 through 46. Do these scholars find any direct parallel contrast between the saved and the lost, and any explicit insistence upon the abidingness of the condition of the lost as balancing the abidingness of the condition of the saved? Nevertheless, even the passages thus still accepted as fully primitive are, I submit, quite sufficient for our purpose, since interpreted otherwise than as involving the conviction of abiding consequences, these sayings, so assuredly strenuous and austere, lose all their specific point and poignancy. Thus we are still told of the Father which seeth in secret, who shall reward openly, will forgive or will not forgive men's trespasses against himself, according as men forgive or do not forgive their fellow men's trespasses against themselves. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 6, verses 4, 6, 18, chapter 6, verses 14 and 15. We are still warned, fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 20. We still hear the solemn woes pronounced against the unbelieving cities of the great straits that await them at the day of judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 11, verses 21 through 24, chapter 23, verses 37 and 38. Jesus still insists that he has come to divide a man from his father and a daughter from her mother, and that only he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 11, verses 35 through 39. And again, that at the day of judgment, two shall be in the field, or grinding at the mill. One shall be taken and the other left. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 40 and 41. He still exhorts us to cut off hand or foot, or to pluck out an eye, rather than be cast with both our hands or feet or eyes into hell. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 9, verses 43 through 48. He still proclaims that he that is not with me is against me. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 12, verse 30. And he still declares that there exists a sin against the Spirit of God which cannot be forgiven. The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 12, verse 10 and the parallels. And we have still the parables of the two houses built respectively on the rock and on the sand, and resulting respectively in persistent safety and in utter ruin. Of the unjust steward, of the talents, of the men at the door asking admittance when it is too late, from the master of the house. The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 13, verses 24 through 30. And of the wise and foolish virgins. All these parables teach the same lesson, and possess the same implications, and indeed hell and its endlessness appear, explicitly and repeatedly, in these parables, as they also do in the corresponding series of sayings. As to St. Paul, it is true that we have, in the magnificent chapter 15 of the first epistle to the Corinthians, an account of the resurrection followed by an unending condition, which appears to say nothing as to the fate of unfaithful human souls, and which indeed contains passages that have been repeatedly interpreted in the sense of a final resolution of all things, such as was held by some Origenists. Yet every close and careful analysis of this chapter and of St. Paul's other long and highly technical doctrinal expositions shows clearly that nothing is said here as to the fate of human sinners, simply because St. Paul is busy here with our Lord's resurrection and with the fate of those human souls which have faithfully conformed themselves to his life. Indeed, in such severely speculative passages, St. Paul does not apparently hold a resurrection of the wicked, nor a subsequent life, whether temporary or unending, for such persons at all. The just have, during their earthly life, chosen in favor of the spirit and the body, and hence they live and are raised to full life, forever, with and through these powers, the ever-living spirit and the ever-vivifiable body. The wicked have chosen in favor of the psyche, the animal soul, and the flesh, and hence they die altogether with these essentially deadly and mortal powers. Hence, even if this be the sense of these speculative passages, St. Paul continues here the doctrine of abiding consequences, only that the wicked here appear simply to cease to exist, as against the good who expand into the full life. Indeed, St. Paul, when he is not thus developing a severely antithetic speculation, largely as such his own, speaks on this point, as he does also on other points, in close resemblance to our Lord's own sayings. For he declares that we must all appear, or be made manifest, before the judgment seat of Christ, that every one may receive the things done in his body, according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 10. And in the very chapter 15 of the first to the Corinthians, Christ at the end puts down all rule and all authority and power. Verse 24. Doubtless hostile spirits, which are thus not changed in their willings, but are simply overruled and rendered innocuous henceforth. And assuredly the finish here, that God may be all in all, verse 28, refers to the relations between Christ with his saints and God the Father, and has nothing to do with any question as to God's presence and operation elsewhere. Thus this chapter no more teaches the restitution of all things than his doctrine is meant by the terms palingencia, or new birth, Of the Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 29, verse 28, or Apocalyptic Panton, that is, restitution of all things. Of the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 3, verse 21. Passages which merely signify the restoration of the full divine order at the end of the world, an order which includes the subjugation, but not the salvation, of the godless. Thus we confront the impressive fact that throughout the New Testament there is nowhere a denial or ignoring, but there is everywhere an affirmation or implication of man's life here below as a choice between immense alternatives furnished with corresponding abiding consequences. Primitive Buddhism could not have existed without the conviction of the dizzying wheel of life as the starting point of that creed, or without nirvana as the goal of the same creed, and wheel and nirvana each there postulate the other. Only together do they constitute that Buddhism. But Christianity, whether primitive or in any conceivable form which may still leave it essentially Christian, could not coexist with the conviction of the wheel of life, with any reincarnation scheme, or with a nirvana of any kind. For here, instead of a passive resignation and despair, is an active choice and hope, and this because here, instead of an utterly flowing and chaotic nature, and of the soul fascinated by all this flow and chaos, there is an abiding, a wise and loving God behind nature, itself seen as largely a cosmos, and there is, in front of this nature, the persistence, self-identity, personality of the individual soul. We must then retain choice and alternative as at the very center of the Christian outlook, at least as regards supernaturally awake souls. Yet we must equally guard this alternative against a certain exclusiveness and against a certain excess. We must guard against excluding all nature from heaven. Man, without a certain amount of nature as his substratum, would cease to be a creature at all, and would be God. And man, without a certain amount of his own human nature, would cease to be a man at all, and would be really an angel or some other non-human creature. And yet it is certain that man is to save or to lose his soul, to be in heaven or in hell, assuredly not as God, yet also not as angel, but as man. We certainly do not know precisely how much of the nature of man will be thus preserved, and with what expansions, perfectionings, utilizations. Indeed, the general questions as to how a disembodied soul can, as such, experience anything or can act at all, or again, how it can refashion a body sufficiently spiritual to be serviceable there, and yet sufficiently material to be at all identical with its former body here, are full of difficulties. Yet we can easily show that the entire Christian outlook requires such a preservation of a certain substratum of nature, and indeed some kind and degree of resurrection of the body. For nature, in this outlook, is, as to its essentials, good in and for itself, and it is still better in and for supernature. Grace does not abolish nature, but perfects it, is the fundamental axiom of all the teaching of Aquinas. And hence, as leavened bread cannot exist without the meal, or salt water without the salt, this particular bread without its particular meal, and this particular salt water without this its particular salt, so neither can supernaturalized men exist without human nature, this particular man without this his particular nature. Thus in heaven, each soul will retain the essentials of its particular nature, expanded, completed, elevated by its particular supernature, as this supernature has now and there found its final form and fullness. And thus again, there will not, indeed, exist in heaven husbands and wives, parents and children, brothers and sisters, and the other sweet relationships of earth, just simply as such, and merely because they existed upon earth. And yet not one of these, or of any other naturally good relationships, but will continue substantially in heaven, insofar as this relationship has become the essential natural material of our supernatural life here on earth, and insofar as it thus requires to continue as the essential natural substratum of our full supernatural life in heaven. Hence, if truly transfigured by grace already here, these relationships can and will continue in their substance, fully and finally transfigured there. and thus the sweetness of nature, the severity of the choice, and the serenity of heaven all appear very really each to fit the other. And we must guard against a certain excess of contrast. Evil and the evil effects of evil are, indeed, not the mere absence of good and of the good effects of good. Evil is in truth a force and positive. It is an actual perversion and not an abolition of the efficacious will. Yet evil and its effects are not as fully and concentratedly evil as good and its effects are full and concentrated. If this were false, Manichaeism would be true, and evil would fully balance good. According to all theism, and especially all Christianity, the good, if not sheerly all-powerful, is at the least more powerful for good than is the evil for evil. No doubt, the absolute parallelism of form present in certain of our Lord's declarations concerning heaven and hell, as these are given in St. Mark and St. Matthew, and as they operate in practically all the popular echoes and expansions of these declarations ever since their utterance, would, if pressed, rule out this discrimination. Yet such a discrimination cannot otherwise be seriously refuted from any sensitively Christian premises. We shall thus indeed admit an evil and a suffering in the lost, in correspondence to the respective good and happiness of the saved, but we shall carefully guard against finding that evil and suffering to be as full and as concentrated as is this good and happiness. 4. We are at last face to face with the special subject matter of our quest, and we must, consequently, attempt to find and to describe the characteristics of our deepest experiences, and in each instance, to contrast the fully willed and bliss-bringing acceptance and the full refusal with its pain and contraction of this our profoundest call. Our deepest spiritual experiences appear always to possess some or all of 4 qualities, and the contrasted effects, as respectively within the right disposition and the wrong disposition, seem to be as follows. In our deepest moments here below, our experiences are least changeful and most constant. They are, in those moments, least successive and most nearly simultaneous. They thus come nearest to the character of God and to an apprehension of that character. God is pure eternity, sheer simultaneity. The animal man is almost pure succession, indeed all but mere change. The spiritual man is, in proportion to his spirituality, more or less simultaneous. We have every reason, then, to hold that these experiences and their differences apply also to the supernaturally awakened souls in the beyond. The saved spirits will thus, according to the degree of their supernatural call and of their supernatural establishment within it, be quasi-simultaneous in their intelligence, feeling, volition, acts, effectuations. This their life will, at any one moment of its slow succession, be too rich and varied to require much succession for the unraveling of its capacities and acts. Indeed, this richness will actually be richer for this quasi-simultaneity of its contents and gains, since thus the many connections and contrasts between these many things will be very largely present together with the things themselves. The lost spirits will persist, according to the degree of their permanent self-willed defection from their supernatural call, in the all but mere changingness, scatteredness, distractedness, variously characteristic of their self-elected earthly life, and owing to their past experience of the opposite conditions and to their still extant, although diminished consciousness of the supernatural call, they will feel the unsatisfactoriness of this their permanent non-recollection more than they felt it upon earth. In our deepest moments here below again, our greatest expansion and delight arises from our sense of contact, more or less close and vivid, with realities not ourselves. In such moments, we not simply reach truth, something abstract, something which we predominantly refer to, the already developed text and standard of our minds, but reality, some deeply concrete and living thing, which enlarges our experiences of fact, and indeed our thus experiencing souls themselves. We have then, again, every reason to hold that these experiences and their contrasted differences will persist, greatly heightened, in the beyond. The saved souls will thus, according to the degree of their supernatural call and of their supernatural establishment, be supported, environed, penetrated by the supreme reality, and by the keenest sense of this reality. This sense of God as distinct from, previous to, independent of, our apprehension of Him, of God as self-revealing and self-giving, will evoke continuous acts and habits, an entire state of a responsive self-givingness in the soul itself. The great divine ecstasy will evoke and be met by the little human ecstasy, not primarily this, a self-consciousness of the soul with a more or less dim or even hypothetic reference to or assumption of God derivatively attached thereto, but the sense of God and of the joy in Him, central and supreme, and the sense of the self, chiefly as of the channel for, the recipient of, and the response to, all this divine reality, joy, and life. The lost souls will persist, according to the degree of their permanent self-willed defection from their supernatural call, in the varyingly all but complete self-centeredness and subjectivity of their self-elected earthly life. But now they will feel, far more fully than they ever felt on earth, the stunnedness, the self-mutilation, the imprisonment involved in this their endless self-occupation and jealous evasion of all reality, not simply their own selves. In our deepest moments, once more, we reach the fullest sense of our membership of the social human organism, of our possessing a fruitful action upon it, precisely because of this, our glad acceptance of our special little place within the great family of the thinkers, workers, sufferers, achievers amongst our fellows in the long past and in the wide present. We have, then, no reason to doubt that, in the beyond, these experiences and their contrasted differences will obtain, and in still greater measure. The saved spirits then will receive, exercise, enjoy, aid, and complete a richly various, deep and tender social life with fellow souls. And as the intercourse of these spirits with God is not simply mental or abstractively contemplative, but quite as much emotional, volitional, active, efficacious, so also this their intercourse with the fellow souls is mental, emotional, volitional, active, efficacious. And the quasi-simultaneity and the deep sense of and delight in realities, which we have already found so strongly to characterize these saved spirits, will doubtless penetrate and enrich this their social joy, for thus they will profoundly perceive, feel, and will themselves as just parts, special parts of this great social whole, and they will profoundly see, feel, and will themselves as greatly surpassed in sanctity by innumerable other souls. The joy in the rich interconnection and various supplementation between these countlessly different souls, and the joy in reality, realities other and far fuller than themselves, will thus add to the bliss and the fruitfulness, outwards and inwards, which spring from the social experience and activity of the saved. The lost souls will persist, according to the degree of their permanent defection, in their claimfulness and envious self-isolation, in their niggardly pain at the sight or thought of the unmatchable greatness and goodness of other souls. But now the disharmony of all this, with their own past better experiences, and their own still present sense of the supernatural call, becomes more fully and more unintermittently conscious within them than it is wont to be in them on earth. And lastly, our deepest moments are assuredly often, perhaps always, shot through in their very joy with suffering, even though this suffering be only the birth pangs of a fuller spiritual life and fruitfulness. Our profoundest happiness here below always possesses something of the heroic, and the heroic appears impossible without obscurity met by faith, pain borne by patience, risk and loss faced and transformed by the magic of self-immolation. Thus our fullest nobility and its unique joy appear as though, after all, reserved for this our earth alone, but not so. The saved spirits in the beyond will doubtless no further know suffering and pain, temptation and risk and fall within themselves, such as we poor little men now know them upon earth. And yet it is not difficult to find, within the deepest characteristics of the human soul, even upon earth, and the most certain and most dominant conditions of the other life, operative causes for the continuance in heaven itself of the essentials and the nobility furnished by devoted suffering and self-sacrifice here below. For the saved spirits in the beyond indeed see God as he is, but this doubtless only insofar as their finite natures, indefinitely raised and expanded by supernature though they be, can do so. What they see is indeed the very reality of God. What they feel and will, and what they act with and for, is in very truth this reality itself. Nevertheless, they are not themselves gods. They are finite. God is infinite. They are more or less successive. God is purely simultaneous. They exist through him. He is self-existent, and thus contrastedly in many other ways. And yet it is God, as he is in himself, and not as he is only partially seen by them, whom these spirits desire to comprehend, to love, to will, and to serve. Hence even in heaven, there remains for the saved soul room and the need to transcend itself, to lose itself, that it may truly find itself. Here is an act possessed of an element of genuine darkness, of real tension, succeeded by an accession of further light and wider expansion. Saint Catherine of Genoa, from her own spiritual experiences, vividly conceived and finally pictured in the souls destined to purgatory, their joyous acceptance of, their freely willed plunge into, this intrinsically necessary bath of purgation, and their escape, by means of this pain, from the now far greater suffering produced within them by their clear perception of the stains and disharmonies still present in their own souls. Such souls thus taste an ever-increasing bliss and peace within their ever-decreasing pain, whilst these impurities and hardenings are slowly, surely, sufferingly, yet serenely purified, softened, and willed away. We can, mutatis mutandis, similarly picture to ourselves the soul's acts in confrontation of God even in heaven, as in a sense plunges away from the quite clear yet limited vision into a wider but at first dimmer experience of the great reality. And thus such plunges of the soul there into God, and the somewhat similar goings out there in the same soul to its fellow souls, whom also it will hardly see as completely as it wills to love and serve, and to learn from them, are the equivalents there of men's heroic plunges here away from sin and self, or from quite clear sense impressions and pictures of the visible world into the suffering and sacrifice which accompany the fidelity to the instincts and intuitions, as yet relatively obscure, of a fuller love and service of God and men. The lost souls are left to the pain of stainedness and self-contraction. They do not attain to, since they do not really will, the suffering of purification and expansive harmonization. For man, once he is supernaturally awakened, cannot escape pain. He can only choose between the pain of fruitful growth, expansion, tension, the throes of spiritual parturition, the pangs of the wide open welcome to the pressing inflow of the fuller life, and the aches of fruitless stunting, contraction, relaxation, the dull and dreary, or the angry and reckless, drifting in bittersweet unfaithful or immoral feelings, acts, habits, which thus indulged, bring ever-increasing spiritual blindness, volitional paralysis, and living death. Only in heaven and in hell is the will finally determined as between the solicitations of the pain within the joy of the right, and of the pleasure within the dreariness of the wrong. Yet even in heaven there is a certain analogue to the genuine cost in the real gain, traceable within the deepest acts of the human soul whilst here on earth. And hence, correspondingly, the very pains of hell consist largely in the perception by the lost soul of how unattainable is the fruitful suffering which would furnish the one escape from the fruitless pangs now actually endured. Let us conclude all with 4 general reflections as to hell and 2 anecdotes in illustration of heaven. As to hell, it will be well for us, as concerns the question quite generally, to realize with fullness and vividness how inadequate is the prevalent easygoing, slipshod thinking, feeling, and living with regard to our free will and responsibility, our moral weakness and the reality of sin. Only those profoundly awake to and earnest about these great facts have any right to be counted as opinions in the question of abiding consequences. And again, it will be useful for us clearly to note how pantheistic is the general outlook of the more notable deniers of this abidingness. It was, of course, inevitable that a John Scotus Erigena, for whom God was the sole substance, and man's sin a mere nonentity, should have refused to deduce any unending effects from the behavior of men. It was equally inevitable that such a violently naturalistic pantheist as Giordano Bruno should ceaselessly revile every notion of accountability and of sin, still more so then of heaven and hell. It was similarly inevitable that Spinoza's pantheistic system should, as such, have left no logical room or justification for that great soul's intuitions concerning the costliness, the rarity, the priceless worth of the true, ethical, and spiritual life. Hence that even Spinoza's influence should be deadly to any belief in any objective personal survival and any other world, heaven or hell. And it was inevitable again that Schleiermacher, so predominantly aesthetic and pantheistic, should have labored hard to eliminate all belief in the abidingness of evil, evil being too real for him at all times for this thin and shadowy thing to be likely, in his opinion, to last throughout all time. We will not, then, follow in the wake of such men, but if we walk instead in the footsteps of definite and sensitive theists, we shall find that the doctrine of abiding consequences can, at the least, not be treated lightly. The possibility of its substantial truth will persistingly demand a serious, pensive consideration. It is true that by any and every acceptance of this doctrine, we allow that God's will, or God's power, does not, or cannot, effect, within the realm of human souls, its own entire triumph. A triumph which evidently consists in the subjectively free and objectively right self-determination of all awakened human souls. And we cannot escape this difficulty by holding such partial failure to spring directly from any libertarian scheme as such. For St. Augustine teaches admirably that it is a great liberty to be able not to sin. It is the greatest liberty to be unable to sin. A doctrine which must be true unless God is not free. Thus we can only say that even the possibility of sin arises not from the freedom of the will as such, but on the contrary, from the imperfection of the freedom, and that there are doubtless reasons connected with the power of God or with his knowledge concerning what will, upon the whole, produce a maximum of a certain kind of spiritual happiness, why he chose or permitted the existing scheme of imperfect liberty amongst human souls. After all, it is not as though man could possess his special pathos, power, patience, and peace without this, his actual imperfection of liberty. These things assuredly all stand and fall together. And thus we can boldly affirm that man would indeed be a higher creature were hell impossible for him. He would be something further, but he would also, throughout, be something different. Man would no more be man. And as to the essentials of hell, I like to remember what a cultivated, experienced Roman Catholic cleric insisted upon to me, namely, the importance of the distinction between the essence of the doctrine of hell and the various images and interpretations given to this essence, that the essence lies assuredly, above all, in the unendingness. Hence even the most terrible of the descriptions in Dante's Inferno could be held literally, and yet, if the sufferings there described were considered eventually to cease altogether, hell would thereby be denied in its very root. And contrawise, a man might be at a loss to find any really appropriate definitions, or more than popular images, for the sufferings of hell. He might even fail to reach a clear belief in more than an unending, though not necessarily very active, disharmony and unappeased longing in the lost, and yet he would still be holding the essence of the faith in hell. And as regards hell, in view of man's ignorances, errors, denials in matter of religion, there is a quaternary of most certain facts and principles which we ought never to forget. Men are genuinely responsible. They can as really sin gravely, and can as truly end with hell, by their deliberate thinkings as by their deliberate feelings, willings, or visible acts. The deepest of all sins are precisely sins of thought, self-idolization, and arrogant revolt against the truth as perceived by the soul in its depths. Man can, however, in countless degrees and ways, be excusably ignorant or invincibly prejudiced concerning various facts of religion and certain laws of the spiritual life. This, however, far more easily and far more permanently with respect to the historical facts and the contingent institutions, such even as Jesus Christ and the Catholic Church, than with regard to the metaphysical, non-contingent fact and presence of God. It is well known that the Roman Catholic Church itself is clearly on the side of such breadth as regards Christ and the Church, and appears strict only as concerns God. Men can, however, be without any gift or training for the correct analysis or theory of their own actual deepest convictions, even as to their faith in God. Hence it matters not so much what a man thinks he thinks, or what he thinks in actual reality. And men, especially men of this very numerous, unanalytic, untheoretic kind, can claim much patience in such times of transition, seemingly in everything, as have been the last 150 years in our Western Europe. Such persons are greatly overimpressed as to the range and depth of our real discoveries and final revolutions, and are thus bewildered as to the ultimate facts and laws of the spiritual life, facts and laws which persist substantially as they were. Certain great New Testament texts appear conjointly to cover all these four contentions. To men in general and on all subjects, Christ declares that, "Out of the heart proceed evil thoughts," alongside of acts as heinous as murders, adulteries, blasphemies, and again that, "Every idle word that men shall speak." Assuredly then, also every idle thought at that men shall think. They shall give account thereof at the judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 15, verse 19, chapter 12, verse 36. To the doubtless many men who are not aware that they are actually serving Christ in their heroic service of their suffering fellow creatures, to men then who presumably do not at all know the historic Jesus, or who do not perceive him to be the Christ, Christ the King says at the judgment, "Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Inasmuch as ye have done these things unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 34 through 40. As to the governors, priests, soldiers, who have actually crucified him, Christ prays upon his cross, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 23, verse 34. And as to the skeptical, superstitious, and restless curious men of letters, men so vague and doubtful as to the nature of God himself, as to have erected an altar inscribed, "To the unknown God," St. Paul declares, "Whom ye ignorantly worship, him declare I unto you." Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 23. And as to heaven, a good and simple, yet somewhat dry and conventional Roman Catholic priest, a worker for many years among souls, told me one day, in a south of England town, of the sudden revelation of heights and depths of holiness that had just enveloped and enlarged his head and heart. He had been called, a few nights before, to a small pot-house in the outskirts of this largely fashionable town, and there, in a dreary little garret, lay, stricken down with sudden double pneumonia, an Irish young woman, 28 years of age, doomed to die within an hour or two. A large fringe covered her forehead, and all the other externals were those of an average barmaid who had, at a public bar, served half-tipsy, coarsely joking men for some 10 years or more. And she was still full of physical energy, of the physical craving for physical existence. Yet as soon as she began to pour out her last and general confession, my informant felt, so he told me, a lively impulse to arise and to cast himself on the ground before her, for there in her intention lay one of the simple, strong, sweet saints of God at his feet. She told how deeply she desired to become as pure as possible for this grand grace, this glorious privilege, so full of peace, of now abandoning her still young, vividly pulsing life, of placing it utterly within the hands of the God, of the Christ whom she loved so much, and who loved her so much more, that this great gift, she humbly felt, would bring the grace of its full acceptance with it, and might help her to aid, with God and Christ, the souls she loved so truly, the souls he loved so far more deeply than ever she herself could love them. And she died soon after in a perfect rapture of joy, in a joy overflowing, utterly sweetening all the bitter floods of her pain. Now that is supernatural. A young friend, now bravely at Red Cross work in France, told me how, in her little, then sleepy English country town, a retired elderly sergeant, who had fought through the Boer War, and who was now a quite average working man, told her the following experience of his own. He was riding in the Transvaal during that strenuous campaign, with a small troop of cavalry, along a road between two British posts. A Boer post in ambush fired upon the troop. He himself was hit and slid off his horse. The rest effected their escape to the nearby post, whence they would bring him help. All galloped off thus, except a quite young lieutenant of ancient lineage, luxurious nurture, and doubtless largely inarticulate intelligence and conviction, an Eton lad, come straight out to the war. The lieutenant sprang from his horse, clasped the wounded man in his arms, and as the Boers renewed their fire, shielded the sergeant with his body. The volley took its effect on the young man. A great gush of his blood streamed over his elderly charge. The sergeant saw that his rescuer was dying. "Oh, how sad," he said, "that you, just starting on a brilliant long life, should die thus for and instead of me, an elderly man of no special outlook or importance." The lieutenant turned a beaming countenance upon him. "Sad? What could be better?" he exclaimed, and fell back dead. That, again, is supernatural. And in both cases, the first with the explicit religious reference, the second with no such, at least spoken, explication, in every at all similar case, the roots, justifications, and implications, at all adequate to such acts and dispositions, are the eternity, reality, sociality, and self-giving love, which, original and fully active in God, are shared in a measure by man when thus supernaturally touched and supernaturally responsive, a little here below already, more completely and securely, indeed forever, in heaven. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 8 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 8, The Essentials of Catholicism. It would be possible to treat this subject in one of three ways. 1. Historically as to where, when, how, and why the term and idea of Catholicism arose, grew, was lived, and opposed. 2. Controversially or negatively by examining the chief forms of real or supposed anti-Catholicism. 3. By exhibiting the obvious characteristics of some one religious body now extant, or a substance common to more than one body. But there are objections to all three ways. The first would be too long. The second would obscure the positive character of Catholicism. The last would be too exclusive. I propose, instead of any such one unbroken way and advance, to make various plunges from different starting points and sides, more or less in medias res, and down to the roots and foundations of the Catholic conviction, and yet to make these plunges all converge towards the elucidation of one complex of characteristics ever present in all fuller spiritual and religious life. I thus hope vividly to indicate, by the aid of such facts and experiences, the characteristics rightly termed Catholic, which are implied and required by all such fuller life, and to make us grasp and feel the essential conditions, the dangers, the necessity, and the greatness of such Catholicism. These plunges shall be three, and shall each deal with some recent book or discussion. 1. The Origin and Essence of Catholicism, Göttingen, 1911, by the Lutheran Rudolf Sohm, a German lay canonist. 2. The letters of Monsignor Luigi Pucher Passavalli, an Italian ecclesiastic of strong anti-curialist views, published in Milan in 1911. 3. Articles in La Semaine Sociale de Bordeaux, a French lay philosopher's studies, Paris 1909 to 1910. 1. Professor Somm's dissertation, the detailed historical correctness or incorrectness of which does not concern us here, raises a deeply interesting question and meets it in a strikingly simple and noble manner. He insists upon how great a mystery the appearance of a full-blown Catholic Church already in the middle of the second Christian century remains for the outlook of those scholars, still the all but totality of the German Protestant workers, who will make this conception and fact of a single universal church to result from the amalgamation of countless local churches previously independent of each other in theory and in practice, or from the usurpation by some one church amongst these local churches over against its fellow churches. And Somm accounts for the apparent strange suddenness of this huge fait accompli by maintaining that, from the first, where 2 or 3 were assembled in the Spirit of Christ, there was, in the religious sense, the Church, always the same Church, the same Christendom, ecclesia, life of humanity through Christ with God. The community of Christians in its local grouping is nothing as a local complex, or grossa, for as a local complex it is religiously worthless. This community is all that it is, only as the expression, the visible appearance, of an ecumenical community of the religious complex, or grossa, of universal, as Ignatius has it, of Catholic, Christendom. This community is church, Catholic Church, not congregation. Hence, even in the one and the same place, there can exist many churches, for the smallest assembly of Christians is religiously equivalent to the greatest. Thus the whole was previous to the parts, or from the first was operative within the parts, and constituted them. It was not subsequent to the parts, and a mere sum total of them. There was indeed, according to Somm, a change, a profound change, indeed deterioration, but not as regards the Catholicism, the unity and universality of the Church. The change was simply from one universal, grace-impelled, purely voluntary body to one universal, legalist, compulsory body. Whatever may be objected against this view, it brings out admirably, I think, what it is that attracts, and what it is that repels, the deeper religious modern mind in the general doctrines and habits offered to it under the one term, Catholicism. And yet there is one all-pervading constituent in Somm's position which is indeed most intelligible, as a reaction against great contrary dangers, excesses, and abuses, yet which, nevertheless, militates against certain essential characteristics of a full and balanced Catholicism, characteristics at bottom as necessary to it, and as attractive to the deeper religious modern mind as are the unity and universality so finely apprehended by him. Everywhere we can trace in Somm's mind the operation of the antimony, the spirit of liberty, of religion, of Christ. Then, in precisely the same proportion, no legal forms or concepts, however intermittent and rudimentary, or legal forms and concepts, then precisely so far no spirit of liberty, of religion, of Christ. It is impossible, he says, that the Church, in the religious sense, can form a unity otherwise than by means of God, of faith, of the Spirit. That is, the Church cannot form a unity otherwise than religiously. It cannot be, at the same time, a legal, that is, a corporative unity. The invisible Church thus excludes the visible Church, and the visible Church excludes the invisible Church. The very essence of Roman, that is, of false Catholicism, consists, according to Somm, in the sheer identification of the invisible with the visible Church, and the essence of Lutheran, that is, of true Catholicism, consists again, according to Somm, in the mutual exclusiveness of the invisible and the visible Church. Yet Somm himself has to make many damaging admissions as that, In primitive Christianity, generally no distinction was made between Christendom and the people of God, the ecclesia, present only for the eye of faith. And again, already long before Luther, the idea existed of an invisible church of the predestined. Surely already this much suggests that primitive Christians instinctively assumed some ordinary, indeed necessary, interconnection between the invisible as a whole and the visible as a whole, and that the reason why Psalm has to come so low down as Luther to find the first complete, formal and fundamental, mutual exclusion of each by the other, is that in this matter there exists no such radical antagonism between primitive Christianity and early Catholic, indeed medieval Christianity, as Psalm tries to find. Undoubtedly, as he himself indicates, certain Curiolist theologians of the Renaissance and Reformation times, for example, Cardinal Torquemada, did attempt to elaborate and to impose a system of sheer identification of the visible and the invisible church, and this is in contradiction with primitive Christianity. But so is Luther's insistence upon the mutual exclusion obtaining between the visible and the invisible church. Nothing indeed is more certain than that Roman Catholicism remains to this hour, even in its strictest official definitions, hostile to, and assuredly incompatible with, such a sheer identification of the visible and the invisible church, what otherwise is, for example, the meaning of the doctrine of invincible ignorance, or of the fallibility of all excommunications, or the still more orthodox principle. There are many members of the visible church who are not members of the invisible church, and there are many members of the invisible church who are not members of the visible church. Two principles and no more underlie all the Roman definitions in this matter. 1. The invisible as a whole is related to, is awakened by, and can and should, and does, variously permeate the visible as a whole, not only in the case of the Roman Catholic Church, or of Christianity generally, but in their respective lesser degrees and other ways, also in the case of Judaism and of the other religions. And 2. So little is the invisible as a whole unrelated to the visible as a whole, that the whole and balanced, the typical growth in religious depth and fruitfulness, is not a growth away from the stimulations, occasions, concomitants, vehicles and expressions of sense, and away from the frank admission of their operation, but contrawise is a growth by means of and into an ever richer and wider sensible material, and into an ever wiser and more articulate placing, understanding, and spiritualizing of such means. Certainly Christianity is irreducibly incarnational, and this, its incarnationalism, is already half misunderstood or half suppressed, if it's taken to mean only a spirituality which, already fully possessed by souls outside of and prior to all sense stimulations and visible vehicles and forms, is then simply expressed and handed on in such purely spiritual ways. No, some such stimulations, vehicles and forms are, upon the whole and in the long run, as truly required fully to awaken the religious life as they are to express it and to transmit it, when already fully awakened. Such celebrated cases as the deaf-mute blind girls, Laura Bridgman and Rose Kellerman, indicate plainly enough that man's soul, whilst united to the body, remains in the first instance unawake even to God and to itself, until the psychic life is aroused by sense stimulation, by the effective impact of the sensible and visible upon man's mind and soul. But indeed, in spite of George Fox and many other noble, would-be pure interiorists, a simply invisible church and religion does not exist amongst men. Fox and his friends are steeped in images and convictions that have grown up amongst, that have been handed down by, concrete historical men and concrete historical institutions and cultural acts. The universal reason, the word, the inner light, the universal brotherhood, the bread of life, are all based upon some 2,000 years of Jewish and Christian church experience, articulated in part by centuries of Greek philosophical thought. What remains true is that the invisible is the center, is the heart of religion, that the visible can be so taken as to choke the invisible, that there are, amongst those that see too exclusively the visible, fanatics who would declare the invisible to be coterminous and identical with the visible, just as, amongst those who too exclusively apprehend the invisible and the intolerableness of the foregoing abuse, there are enthusiasts so little aware of the history and implications of their convictions and of the constitution of their common human nature as to seek an impossible and unchristian, because unincarnative and unhistorical, simplification, an invisible achieved outside of all contact with the visible. Fortunately, however, both Curialist and Quaker find themselves in a world and are actually moved and determined by experiences and conceptions much richer than the formal explicit theory or analysis of either party apprehends or fathoms, and they are thus prevented, both from without and from within, from making too large, that is, too disastrous, an experiment of that which, in their formulated positions, is excessive and exclusive, hence not Catholic. 2. The Capuchin Archbishop Pasquale is, as we find him in his letters, stronger in spiritual insight than in philosophical analysis and theory, or than in balance and completeness of outlook. Thus his rejection of the definitions of the Vatican Council concerning infallibility and the universal direct magisterium of the Pope as incapable of reasonable supplementation or interpretation, his apparent inability to perceive the permanent greatness and fruitfulness of some voluntary self-commitment to a lifelong continence on the part of the clergy, above all, his later acceptance of a doctrine of successive earthly lives for human souls, surely indicate in increasing degrees a certain lack of balance and coherence. Nevertheless, three interconnected chief difficulties, dangers, abuses that dog the steps of every largely institutional religion within the range of religion itself are most vividly revealed in this striking correspondence, and any argument in favor of Catholicism, if conceived, and rightly conceived, as of necessity, including a similar institutionalism, will have to meet the objections involved in such revelations. Monsignor Pasquale's first experience and conviction, then, concerns the profound attachment of churchmen, especially of the Roman Curia, to temporal power, temporal riches, temporal prestige as such, and the irreconcilably unchristian, anti-Christian character of such attachment. He thirsts for the Church's detachment from temporal possessions and from all affairs extraneous to the apostolic ministry, a detachment which, to my mind, he adds, ought to be inexorable and abiding. He laments that the experience that I have acquired during many years of the personnel of the pontifical curia has produced in me an unconquerable conviction that never, to the very end of the world, will they consent to renounce temporal power. They will utilize every means, at one time public, at another secret, at one time more violent, at another less so, to repossess themselves of that power at any and every price. And he speaks of this anti-national and anti-Christian influence. The Archbishop's second conviction regards the large place actually assigned by Providence to the layman in the Church, how God can and does use laymen to awaken priests as well as laymen to the Christian, the twice-born temper, and to the need of a continual renovation of their own souls and of alertness to the work of God, to the seekings after Him in the great world outside. And also this conviction is pierced by sad experience of how there is no recognized position or action of such a directly spiritual kind left to the layman in the Roman Church of today. And thirdly, Monsignor Pasquale has the keen sense of how it is the Church's duty to welcome any and every religious light and grace manifesting itself outside of her visible bounds, and yet how predominant has been and is amongst ecclesiastics the contrary spirit, a spirit of suspicious, angry, oppressive monopoly. Now the three difficulties and abuses thus insisted on are very real, very widespread, very deep. Yet it will be sufficient for our purpose if I briefly point out that they all three are so little the result of a well understood and genuine Catholicism as to be, in reality, direct contradictions of it and to become impossible in proportion to the prevalence of such a Catholicism. For Catholicism is essentially a twice-born temper, a moving indeed into the visible and subliminal, yet this in order to raise this visible and subliminal to the invisible and transcendent, in order that, by such work and contact, Catholicism may itself awaken more and more fully to its own twice-born character, and in order again to move back and away from all the finite and temporal to God, the infinite and eternal. Thus, in proportion as the soul is truly Catholic, it will turn away with disgust from what, when taken as simply the final and full end, ever degrades and kills the soul. Catholicism, again, is essentially organic. The social body it aims at building up is constituted by the several groups of men, down indeed to the individual souls, and to these groups and individuals it gives their special, characteristic functions and delicate, irreplaceable interactions. Only such a conception, as it is magnificently pictured by St. Paul, is truly Catholic, a monopoly of all influence, a monopoly also of consultation, preparation, application, by the clergy is as un-Catholic as is every attempt to have no clergy, no official heads, administrators, teachers and formulators, and no hierarchical subordination. In both cases we get impoverishment, whereas Catholicism is essentially balance, inclusiveness, richness. And finally, Catholicism, in its deepest affinities and in its widest self-commitments, has always held and persistently holds the doctrine of stages of religious light, life, and love, and of Christ and the Church as appealing to and answered by God in the world. The solemn and utterly final inclusion of the entire Jewish Old Testament in the Catholic canon of Scripture, the large utilization and incorporation of Greek Platonic philosophy in the fourth Gospel and in the works of Justin Martyr and Clement of Alexandria, on to even larger absorptions of Proclus by the pseudo-Areopagite and of Aristotle by Aquinas, the very accusation of paganizing so frequently brought against the official church, all prove this recognition of stages, or at least they all tend in this direction. At this point, no more is required than that the full implications of this conduct, and above all, that the generosity involved in the deepest and most delicate Christian spirit, should persistently be realized and instinctively be applied. It is, however, easy and common to seek after an insufficient and un-Catholic escape from this third grievance. We most of us appear still haunted by the, surely artificial, alternative which has so largely, more or less from the first, predominated against orthodox theologians, that God's grace and truth are given either within and by means of the Roman Catholic, or within some other Christian church, or within all the Christian churches, or such grace and truth is given entirely outside of, quite unconnected with, any and every organization, history, cult, directly by God himself. Yet nothing, on the contrary, is more obvious, at least to historically trained minds now, than that actual life cries out for the doctrine of Cardinal Juan de Lugo, the Spanish Jesuit who taught theology in Rome from 1621 to 1641, who teaches in his De Fide that the members of the various Christian bodies or sects, of the Jewish and Mohammedan communities, and of the heathen philosophical schools, he is thinking especially of the Greco-Roman ones, who achieve their salvation, do so as a rule, simply by the action of the grace of God, which aids their good faith instinctively to concentrate itself upon and to practice those elements in the worship and teaching of their respective sect, communion, school, which are true and good and originally revealed by God. This principle is distinctly more Catholic than is the other view, which would make the salvation of such souls something entirely extraneous to such institutionalism as may environ them. Indeed, this principle is profoundly Catholic, and is alone fully Catholic. For we thus admit indeed some light and life and love, some helps and heroisms, everywhere and at all times, whilst we equally insist upon endless diversities and degrees and stages of illumination, awakening, and love. And above all, we insist that outside the Roman Catholic Church, or even outside any other Christian body, indeed beyond the pale of Christianity and Judaism altogether, man as a general rule is still saved, insofar as he is saved at all, never indeed by his own or by other men's efforts and labors alone, yet also not by an absolutely naked and utterly separate action upon his individual mind and will by God alone, that he is saved here also by God working with and in and through the senses of this soul's body, the powers of this soul's mind and will, and the varyingly rich and poor history, society, institutions, which, during centuries and millenniums before this soul's existence, and throughout our various humankind now around it, have experienced, articulated, and transmitted, and are at this moment more or less mediating, the touch, the light, the food of God. Thus only do we get a fully Catholic, because an organic and incarnational conception, not only of the Catholic Church, or even of Christianity, but in their various seekings and stages of every sort of religion, indeed of all spiritual life at all. 3. The French philosopher, whose articles were collected together under the title of Catholicisme social et les monophorisme, insists upon and carefully develops the doctrine of St. Augustine, the least naturalistic of the fathers, in his great exclamation, Fecisti nos ad te, et inquietum est, cor nostrum donec requiescat in te. And this development fully reveals the profoundly Catholic, alone Catholic doctrine that the state of pure nature might, without doubt, have existed, but that in fact it does not exist, and that in fact it never has existed. And he concludes, I slightly modify the grouping and range of his nomenclature. In the recent controversies we have, only too often, thought that only two alternatives are extant. On the one hand, the immanentism so justly condemned by the Church, which makes the entire religious and Christian development to spring from below and from the obscure depths of the human conscience, and on the other hand, a doctrine which, from the horror of that immanentism, perceives not, except the gift from without, the revelation formulated from above, the authority addressing itself to a pure receptivity and a passive obedience. Nevertheless, the thesis according to which all, in Christianity, comes from without, extrinsecus, from afferents, is no less inexact than the thesis according to which all comes from within, from efferents. These false or incomplete doctrines of simple afferents or of simple efferents we might call two kinds of monophorism, and to such monophorisms we must oppose and prefer the doctrine of the double contribution, afferents and efferents. Thus everywhere within human souls is there an unrest, a demand, which at deepest are of grace and divine, and which are met and satisfied by graces, revelations from without, a supply. Thus the Jew, indeed the Muslim, the Brahmin, the Buddhist, even the agnostic and the sincere atheist, are being secretly solicited by grace within themselves to love and to practice whatsoever is good and true within their present community or position, and in various degrees to welcome and to move on into the fuller light and the self-discovery offered to them from the greater fullness outside of themselves in the world, of other souls and of other institutions. And yet, even thus, we have not yet articulated, still less resolved, the final twin difficulty of religion, which is thus put by Professor Trost in his Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 2, 1913. The difficulty concerning the relations between religion, especially Christianity, and the other complexes of life, lies in this, that the this world ends of our life bear the strict character of moral ends, of ends claiming to be sought for their own sakes, up to the sacrifice of our natural happiness, but that they lie within this world and depend upon certain historical complexes which spring from the physical and psychical nature of man and which dominate his earthly horizon. In face of these ends, the superworld end signifies an entirely different orientation and a jealous tension against the competition of those this world ends. This state of things has obtained since the Christian ethic began to make some kind of home for itself in this visible world, and it is this state of things which call forth the heavy crises of ancient Christendom. The revolt of Montanism and the repugnance to science are the clearest symptoms of those crises. Later on, a compromise was formed, which persisted till the arising of the free modern national civilizations. But since then, there has arisen the modern culture, partly under the influence of the classical world, now liberated from ecclesiastical tutelage, partly out of special and original struggles. The specific character of this culture consists precisely in maintaining, alongside of the religious ends, the this world ends, and in recognizing these latter ends as ends in themselves. And just in this combination consists the richness, the breadth and the freedom, but also the painful interior tensions and the difficult problems of this civilization. Politics, sociology, sexual ethics, technology, science, art, aesthetics, they all go their own way and construct independently their own ideals from out of their own several conditions of existence and their own historical developments. The Christian ethic finds these several disciplines all fully extant as independent ends, each with its own logic and autonomous action upon real life, and as objects of so many specific sciences, and it possesses, with regard to them, at most, the means of accommodation and of regulation, but not of a construction proceeding independently from itself. It is simply impossible to treat these ends and their pursuit as mere natural forms of existence, as we have to recognize, in Christian ethics, the rule of an objective, other-world religious end, so also must we recognize, frankly and fully, in these ends of civilization, this world moral ends of a strictly objective character. Let us note here 3 things, and with them conclude our entire study. There can, today less than ever, be any question of abandoning this magnificent sense of the transcendent and infinite, and of the immanent and redemptive light, life, love, God, of leveling down to sheer naturalism this dreary impossibility, or simply to the once-born stage of religion. We must have the real God. We must have the real Christ, the real Church. We require then not agnosticism, not non-religious ethic, not Unitarianism, not Quakerism. We must have Catholicism, God in man, and man conscious of sin and sorrow, nature in grace, and grace in nature, the infinite and spaceless in time and space, spirit in the body, the stimulator and springboard, the material and training ground of spirit. And whatever may be the obscurities, complications, difficulties of the enterprise, we simply must persist in it. We must strive to awaken and utilize every stage and range of genuine life, with its special characteristics, in its right place and degree, for the calling into full action of all the rest. But such an insistent, pertinacious, organic trend is Catholicism. And next, this Catholicism, with a most delicate, difficult alertness and selflessness, will have to be truly incarnational. That is, it will have to recognize, respect, love, and protect continually, not only the less full and less articulate stages of grace in the other religions and in all they possess of what is true, but it will have to recognize, respect, love, and protect also the non-religious levels and complexes of life as also coming from God, as occasions, materials, stimulations, necessary for us men towards the development of our complete humanity, and especially also of our religion. There must at no time be any question of eliminating or weakening the transcendental, the otherworld, Godward, recollective movement. It, on the contrary, will have, as keenly and penetratingly as ever, to be the great sheet anchor of our souls and the great root of the self-identity of the Catholic religion and of its world-conquering peace. We shall only in our other movement, and in the outgoing, the worldward, the incarnational movement, have, far more keenly than men were able to realize in the past, to be attentive, active, observant, hospitable, there also, not merely with the sense of doing good, or with the wish directly to find or to introduce religious facts and categories, but especially with the conviction that these various stages and ranges, each and all, come from God, possess their own immanent laws and conditions of existence and growth, and deserve our love and service in this, their nature and development. We shall feel sure that they will, in the long run, benefit, often in the most unexpected but most real ways, regions of life apparently far apart from them, and especially will aid religion, the deepest life of all. And in so doing, we shall be Catholic, that is rich, more rich in the worldward movement than men can be in the past. What a gain for mankind and for Catholicism. And lastly, our Catholicism will, owing to this its greater awakeness, this its increased delicacy and sensitiveness of interior organization and incarnationalism, acquire a great increase in the probing character of the cross, of purification, of tension, contradiction, suspense, since these will now be found more fully also in precisely what it loves most, in the evidences and symmetry of theology, and in the ready and assured application of religion itself. For not only has the religious man now, in one of his two necessary movements of soul, to be and to keep himself, awake to ranges and complexes of life and reality, dominated by laws and affinities other than those obtaining in religion, but if he is not a pietist but a Catholic, he will have to continue to utilize, to appeal to, strictly to require, history, philosophy, sociology, art for religion itself. Yet he will have, in appealing to them, and insofar as he thus appeals, to abide, not by the tests of religion, still less by an impatience of his own, but simply by the proofs special to these several complexes of reality and knowledge. Let us vividly realize that, although Catholicism has held and taught a considerable number of religious truths as so many factual happenings, yet that it has ever so taught them, thus as factual happenings, not on the ground of intuition, but of historical evidence. That is, it has, for its historical element, always appealed to historical documents. And indeed, an abiding nucleus of factual happenings is essential to Catholicism, as Christian, as incarnational. But Catholicism, its essence which we are here studying, is directly bound up only with the persistent existence of some such nucleus, and with the persistent openness of the historical appeal and the real cogency of the historical proofs, whereas Catholicism in its essence is only indirectly, only conditionally, bound up with the factual character of all and every truth long held to be not only a spiritual truth, but also a factual happening. And though the great central character, our Lord, and the main outlines of his life and teaching, death and apparitions, require for the integrity of Catholicism to be not only spiritual truths, but factual happenings, it does not follow that the same is necessarily the case with every truth and doctrine concerning him. Certainly the descent into hell is now conceived by all educated Christians, in spite of their continuous acceptance of its truth and importance. It stands in the Apostles' Creed, not in the directly, simply factual way in which it was understood in earlier times. As I take the relations between the visible and the invisible church, thus also do I take the relations between the factual and doctrinal to be neither relations of sheer coextension, nor still less, relations of even possible sheer antagonism or sheer mutual exclusion. On the contrary, a very real and operative relation exists between the visible and the invisible church, and between the factual and the doctrinal. And indeed we know that actual life persists in furnishing us with a basis for such a double conviction. That is, we know that some amount of visible organization and of factual happening remains, and persists in connection with invisible reality in both cases, beyond reasonable challenge to this hour. Above all, we know that God exists, and that he will continue to operate within those other complexes. history, philosophy, art, as well as within the deepest of all complexes, religion. It is God we believe in, it is God we trust. Without his reality, and without faith in his reality, the world around us and within us is confusion and dismay. But God is the all-pervading sustainer, the initiator of all light and life and love. And Catholicism apprehends, lives and loves him thus, universal but in different stages and degrees, simple but in overflowing richness, and the supreme reality, but self-limited and divinely respectful, of the liberty given by himself, even when and where such liberty is used against him. God slowly levels upwards, and Catholicism affirms, loves, encourages these various levels, and their slow purification and elevation by and towards God, their one origin and universal home. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 9. The Convictions Common to Catholicism and Protestantism. It is an honor for a convinced Roman Catholic student to be asked to speak in the company of highly distinguished Protestant scholars concerning the positions and implications of the Catholic doctrines when these doctrines are confronted with those of the Protestant outlook. I propose first to indicate the chief difficulties of my task, the range and method I propose to give to it, and certain points which I shall assume throughout. I will next describe the convictions common in the past to Catholicism and Protestantism, and I will conclude with the points which I believe to be in process of acceptance for the future. 1. The difficulties of my task, even were a long volume allotted to it, are many and profound, for it is notorious that Protestantism as such has always been physiparis, a spirit or principle or doctrine prolific, among other things, of divisions down almost to so many individual minds. Hence it is well nigh impossible for either Protestant or Catholic to reach a definition or delimitation of Protestantism acceptable to all Protestants, and indeed, for one's own mind, the diversities even among the larger and more permanent groupings and currents that claim the title raise perplexing questions as to what varieties, to the right or to the left, still belong to Protestantism. I take the great successive variations of Protestantism to be 4. The first stage, daring and inexperienced, yet deeply instructive, is chiefly represented by Luther during his first 3 years of protest, 1517 to 1520. But it is better to extend it beyond the Anabaptist catastrophe of Münster, 1534 and 1535. In the religious peace of Augsburg, 1555. Indeed to about 1560, the deaths of Melanchthon and Calvin, and the approbation of the Jesuits. The second stage yields a century and a half of mostly conservative consolidation, during which large parts of the practice and convictions of the old church are bit by bit resumed, but generally with only a heightened denunciation of Rome, and certainly with little consciousness of the provenance of these resumptions. The third stage covers the 18th century with its leveling down and emptying out of the religious conviction and life, and the fourth, last period, still in progress, approximately begins with Kant, continues as the Romantic movement and the idealist philosophy, and, in spite of the profoundly naturalistic reaction in Europe of the middle of the last century, represents upon the whole increasingly a deep-lying historic and irenic sense, a struggle after a due comprehension of man's entire past and of the positions of each man's present adversities. Here I shall take practically only the first stage and the last. As to the simultaneous diversities, we have to decide whether all, or which, are to be included in our conception of Protestantism. It is obvious that the great organized bodies of Lutheranism and Calvinism, the latter including Zwinglianism, form the staple of Protestantism. Again, roughly half of Anglicanism is, historically, Protestant, indeed Calvinist. But are the Anabaptists Protestants? And still more, are the Socinians such? If the essence of Protestantism consists in protestation, the Socinians will be more thorough Protestants than any high church Lutheran or Anglican can ever possibly be. Even the purely immanentist conception of religion, which empties it of every non-human objective content, appeals, through such able representatives as Dr. Paul Natrop, to sayings of Luther and to one side of the Protestant movement, as proving its right to figure as the residuary legatee of Protestantism. I believe it will be more equitable and more fruitful to measure Protestantism not simply, or even primarily, by the range of its protests or negations, but to accept, as largely operative, the obviously sincere intention of Luther and of Calvin, and even of Zwingli, to abide by the Christian church and creeds of the first 5 centuries. We thus eliminate the immanentist movement as a whole, and we take the Socinian movement as primarily an emphasizing and development, not of Protestantism, but of the colder and more purely intellectual elements of the Renaissance current. And the Anabaptist movement, and various other sects and groups not belonging to one of the great church organizations, we shall take as largely Protestant, although in considerable part they are a continuation or revival of late medieval movements. On the side of the Roman Catholic Church, we need hardly attend to the simultaneous variations, since these, whatever their depth and range, are always held, where the appurtenance to the Church is seriously recognized, as diversities well within one great common life and training school, but the chief successive developments, which it can variously claim or admit as its own, require undoubtedly to be borne in mind. I take them to be 8. The first period of the New Testament and the Apostolic Fathers reaches to about AD 160. The second, of the Apologists, Fathers, and Great Councils, to about AD 500. And the third period, the welter of the Teutonic migrations, ends the Old World with the coronation of Charlemagne in AD 800. The fourth period, in action to about AD 1240, in speculation largely up to 1274, indeed up to 1300, the Middle Ages at their best, achieves a differentiation and yet a connection and equilibrium between the state and the church, reason and faith, liberty and authority, this world and the next. And the fifth period, up to about AD 1500, dissolves the medieval synthesis by the apparently overwhelming triumph of the claims to direct universal, spiritual temporal sovereignty of various of these later popes, and the ominously rapid development of an opposition even to the abidingly central, spiritual truth and rights of the Church. These 2 centuries achieved the divorce in many Christian minds between reason and faith, state and church, liberty and authority. Occam, the English Franciscan, is probably the most typical representative of this universal disintegration, philosophical skepticism, and sheer volitional religion. The sixth period inaugurates the modern era, from the revolution of Protestantism up to the 18th century, and is dominated by the Council of Trent, a period less rich, generous, and spontaneous than the early Middle Ages, yet which nobly eliminated, once for all, the danger of Roman Catholic enslavement to the Occamist conception. The seventh period, the 18th century, is, for Roman Catholicism, as well as for Protestantism, largely a time of stagnation and decline, while the eighth period, in which we still live, shows a remarkable renaissance of Catholic principles, also among the finest Protestant minds, often where these minds still consider themselves irreconcilably anti-Roman. Of these 8 periods, I will bear in mind especially the first, the New Testament period, the fourth and fifth, the great early and the decadent late Middle Ages, and the 8th, our own storm-tossed age. I will assume 4 points throughout what follows. First, the Reformation was largely, for its leaders, and still more largely for their immediate recruits, a revolution. We may think the movement to have been inevitable, but a revolution, and not simply a reform, it most undoubtedly was. And if it really was a just and wise and generous revolution, it was indeed a white raven, a most rare exception among such upheavals. Secondly, within the limits indicated above, Protestantism was a religious, a Christian movement. The great Benedictines of the Congregation of St. Mark, the chief founders of modern historical science, always call Protestants our separated brethren. I will treat them here as such. Thirdly, Protestantism, at least incidentally in the long run, and conjointly with other forces, brought considerable and very necessary liberation from certain downright abuses, excesses, or one-sidednesses in the later Middle Age practice and outlook, especially in two directions. The magnificent efforts of the popes during the early Middle Ages for the liberty of the Church as the organism for the abiding life in face of the state, as the organization for the temporal life, were succeeded by the policies of an Innocent IV and Boniface VIII, which largely ignored or directly subordinated the really different rights specific to the state. The flagrant abuses of the provisions, the oppressions of the Inquisition, the sometimes nobly used but always mixedly operative deposing power, and similar complications, appeared to many minds as ineradicable, except for a full breach with the papal power. And in science and scholarship, turned chiefly earthward by the Renaissance, a wider patience and welcome for things new and strange than was often accorded by those churchmen who remained definitely religious, had become necessary, unless the non-religious side of life was to be gravely crippled, and religion itself was, indirectly, to lose much of its vigor and appeal. But fourthly, nothing of all this decides whether Protestantism itself brings us a truly adequate conception and practice of these difficult matters, and still less whether Protestantism itself constitutes a truly deeper religion, or has succeeded in capturing for itself the richness and resourcefulness of the old faith. Certainly the Lutheran and Anglican general reduction of the Church to a mere department of the state is a sorry dereliction of an essential attribute of developed religion, while Protestant bibliolatry has actually much hampered first geology and later biblical criticism. And as to the depth and delicacy, wisdom and passion of religion itself, there assuredly still or again exist not a few religiously ripe Protestants who instinctively perceive how large is the store of these dearest of treasures of a quite specific, unique quality which remain still uncaptured in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. 2. I take the points common in the past to Catholicism and Protestantism, taken within the limits fixed above, to be 6. First, the essential givenness of religion. This characteristic was perceived, even one-sidedly, by the early great Protestant leaders, especially by Luther and Calvin. Religion is here felt intensely as the work of God, and as the witness of His presence and Spirit. Secondly, this givenness appears in the society of believers, or at least of the predestined. The particular soul is awakened within, or into, or by, this pre-existing society. The mystical, indeed the subconscious element, is thus apprehended here, and gives fundamental significance to infant baptism, and to its tenacious retention by Luther and Calvin. Thirdly, there is the keen sense of the historical, concrete, contingent, unique character of the Jewish Christian revelation. This is especially marked in Luther's even excessive insistence upon the necessity of knowledge of the historic Christ, and in Calvin's emphasis on the covenant character of religion. The Protestant nonconformists in part contribute the following 3 largely contrary common points. 1. Religion is a work of man, a deliberate, lifelong, methodical renunciation and self-discipline. It is thus not only a gift and a faith, but also an effort and a labor. This is doubtless the deepest meaning of the insistence upon adult baptism. The fully conscious, deliberately aesthetical element of Christianity, its detachment from the world, appears here with force and vehemence, even though mostly without any sense of affinity to the Catholic, monastic celibate ideal, and indeed, mostly with an angry prejudice against this form of asceticism. 2. Man, even in his present earthly condition, can, through God's grace, attain in this work on himself to a real, not an imputed sanctity, and can so attain as a special manifestation of God's power, which thus achieves more than any covering up of sinfulness, and of God's truthfulness, who cannot consider the soul holy, which still harbors aught that is unholy. Of the early Protestant sects, only the varieties in individuals of a pre-Reformation spiritual descent appear to have held views of this kind, but later on, these positions were systematically developed, even alongside of other doctrines of an intensely Puritan and anti-Roman kind, by the Society of Friends, and less picturesquely, but here associated with teachings of a more or less Catholic kind, by John Wesley and a considerable proportion of his followers. And 3, the Church is free. The visible society of believers is distinct from and independent of the state. Luther soon ceased to perceive this point. Calvin aimed at it to the end, but largely indirectly. Anglicans did not widely apprehend it until the time of King Charles I. But the Protestant nonconformist bodies, especially the Anabaptists and Baptists, and the Independents, that is the Congregationalists, have nobly and costly held this essential conviction from the first, though mostly with an ever keener antagonism to all episcopal, and especially papal, church government, as but a still more oppressive intrusion of at bottom state power within the domain of the religious conscience. Thus we have 3 points common to the church type of Protestantism and Catholicism as world-seeking, as the religious society which mingles with and molds the non-religious associations of human life and practices the maximum of that attachment which all religious souls must practice a little, and 3 points common to the sect type and the same Catholicism as world-fleeting, as a school of solitude, wherein single heroic souls learn to practice a maximum of that detachment which all religious souls must practice a little. 3. Now the unchecked effect in the direction of an approximation to Catholicism, which is certainly involved in the above 6 Catholic positions at work in Protestantism, will be attained only by the full and widespread acceptance of certain further common points which are now assuredly in process of recognition, largely newly among Protestants, and in part afresh or more consciously among Catholics. First, Luther's own later account, 1530 onward, of his own earlier monastic experiences and of the teachings and spirit of the religious orders and official church of his Protestant days, 1505 to 1517, is predominantly a legend. Denefle's Luther und Luthertum, 1904 to 1909, in spite of its unpleasing polemic vehemence and of its weak imputations of conscious untruthfulness, has undoubtedly proved this up to the hilt. But if so, even so largely fair-minded an account as Dr. T. M. Lindsay's History of the Reformation, 1907, still falls short of the fullness of the facts. For Lindsay still follows Luther's own later account of his own earlier self, and thus retains the figure of the early Luther, who then probed the depths of Jewish legalism and popish monastic self-righteousness, and whose sensitively Christian soul then ended its self-torture only when it discovered, entirely alone, the meaning of the justice of God, as proclaimed by St. Paul. And Lindsay still praises the domestic, popular religion and hymns of the medieval church as part sources of Luther's discoveries as to the absolute need of grace and the prevenience of grace, and as to the measure of Christian perfection consisting simply in the love of God and the love of man. Against all this, the traditional Protestant presentation, Denefle gives countless quotations from letters by, and descriptions of, Luther during his convent days, from the rules and office books of the Augustinian eremites of Luther's time and monastery, and from some 60 prominent doctors of the Church, from about A.D. 370 to 1474, and on to Luther as official Augustinian lecturer himself, which demonstrate the contrary on each count. No, and again no. These last medieval times were not bereft of deeply spiritual and Christian official teaching in church and convent, and justice now requires that we all frankly admit this simple fact, which, after all, need not break the heart of anyone. Secondly, it is strange and pathetic to any modern biblical scholar to note Luther's unawareness of the contrast between the Synoptic Gospels and St. Paul, even his Liberty of a Christian Man, 1520, deservedly held to be the mellowest of his Protestant writings, quotes St. Paul as against the three synoptists in a proportion of roughly 10-1, and even these few synoptic quotations did not touch the points raised by the severe antithesis between faith and works so dear to St. Paul in his systematic polemic mood, an antithesis so little present in the synoptists. Luther thus forgets, and only thus can forget, how Jesus first advises the rich young man to keep all the commandments, and then assuredly that they had been kept, recommends to the youth, if he would be perfect, to go and sell all things and follow Jesus, that he will thus have treasure in heaven. Here are Luther's three bugbears altogether. Good works, works of supererogation, merit and reward. Three detestable, specifically Jewish notions, yet somehow notions prominent in the actual words of Jesus. And so, again, Luther can forget, and does forget, the movement characteristic of our Lord in appointing the apostles. It is our Lord himself, the One, who here picks out certain 12 and appoints one of them the head. It is to these 12, and not to any and every Christian, that he says, "He that heareth you heareth me, and he that despiseth you despiseth me." The universal priesthood of all believers is doubtless in some sense true, but in the synoptics, our Lord confers certain intrinsic powers only upon a few. The fruits, but not the roots, are to be shared by all. And finally, the act of conversion appears in the synoptics as an act of turning on the part of the soul, as is the case throughout the great Hebrew prophets. The true translation is not, "unless ye be converted," but "unless ye turn." Of course, all such human activity appears as anticipated, rendered possible, and sustained by God's action. But the one action does not exclude the other, and Luther has here also still further emphasized a point in St. Paul, which assuredly requires no such heightening. Thirdly, we know well how great and permanent was the debt of Luther to Occam. Now Occam is profoundly atomistic in his conception of human society, the state, and the church. These complexes are all for him simply sum totals of the self-contained individuals who compose them. And again, he is profoundly agnostic in his theory of knowledge. Only by a leap of despair of the will, not with any activity of the intelligence, does man attain to faith, even as to the existence, the unity, and the moral character of God. The commandments of God, which the greatest of the prophets and rabbis, which again Aquinas had magnificently propounded as expressions of God's own unalterable nature, have here become purely arbitrary enactments. Any well-informed Roman Catholic is thus bound to have some patience with the persistence of such philosophical prejudices among most of the reformers, since such views were largely diffused in the Church during the Catholic youth of these Protestant reformers. But the views here indicated are not the views of the Middle Ages at their best, and this, the Golden Middle Age, was practically unknown, not only to Luther and Calvin, but even to Erasmus and Sir Thomas More. Such great Protestant scholars as the Germans von Gierke and Trolst, and the Englishmen F.W. Maitland and A.L. Smith, have of recent years worked hard and well to awaken men to the grandeur of these earlier views, and doubtless their labors will increasingly prevail. Fourthly, the psychology of Luther, and indeed more or less of the whole specifically Protestant position, is explicable only as the work of men who are attempting to strengthen religion, and who nevertheless were, at the same time, struggling to escape from some of its abiding needs and laws, on account of certain complications and abuses which had grown around these needs and laws. Thus the point specifically dear to Luther and his followers, that the act and life of faith have nothing to do, in their generation, with the senses, although, once faith is awakened, there is no harm in expressing this pure spirituality in symbols of sense, is objectively, a doctrinaire one-sidedness. I kiss my child not only because I love it, I kiss it also in order to love it. A religious picture not only expresses my awakened faith, it is a help to my faith's awakening. And the whole doctrine of the incarnation, of any and every condescension of God toward man so essentially body as well as mind, is against any such pure spirituality. Great as doubtless has been the synagogue, yet the temple services were not for nothing, and, great as Judaism with the synagogue has been, Judaism with both synagogue and temple would have been more complete. And it is not magic, but a sheer fact traceable throughout our many-sided life, that we often grow, mentally and spiritually, almost solely by the stimulation of our senses, or almost solely by the activity of other minds. Magic begins only when and where things physical are taken to effect spiritual results, apart altogether from minds transmitting or receiving. It is doubtless the fear of priestly power and its intrusion into politics which has determined, from, say, Wycliffe until now, this quite unphilosophical magic scare among so many Protestants. And fifthly, there is a side of Luther, and of not a few among the various Protestant bodies, which distinctly overemphasizes the simply formal side of the moral and spiritual life. Sincerity, conscientiousness, fidelity to our light, the not forcing of others beyond what they can see, and the not pretending ourselves to see more or other than we can succeed in seeing. All these are, doubtless, good and necessary things. Yet not all these put together reach to the central religious work and problems. We have not only to remain faithful towards our own extant standards, but we have to grow adequate concerning that abundant, many-sided, rich life of nature, of other minds, and of other spirits, which lies all around us and invites us continually, not only to learn new facts, but to learn new worlds, indeed to acquire new methods for apprehending and new systems for ordering them. And both the Stoics and Kant are here hopelessly insufficient. We all greatly require criticism, stimulation, reproof of our most intimate and cherished convictions, and it is our reciprocal duty, with tact and restraint, to try to serve our fellows similarly. Hegel, perhaps most probingly among all Protestant philosophers, has exposed in general this impoverishing formalism of Kant, the philosopher of Protestantism. But I believe the true scheme, as concerns religion, to have been best developed by Cardinal Juan de Lugo, the Spanish Jesuit, who wrote in Rome under the eyes of Pope Urban VIII at the end of the 17th century. De Lugo first lays down that, according to Catholic doctrine, God gives light, sufficient for its salvation, to every soul that attains to the use of reason in this life. He next asks, what is the ordinary method by which God offers and renders possible this salvation? And he answers that, though God doubtless can work moral miracles, these do not appear to be the rule and are not in strictness necessary, that the human soul in all times and places has a certain natural affinity for and need of truth, and again, that the various philosophical schools and religious bodies throughout mankind all contain and hand down, amid various degrees of human error and distortion, some truth, some gleams and elements of divine truth. Now what happens as a rule is simply this. The soul that in good faith seeks God, His truth and love, concentrates its attention under the influence of grace upon these elements of truth, be they many or few, which are offered to it in the sacred books and religious schools and assemblies of the Church, sect or philosophy in which it has been brought up. It feeds upon these elements, the others are simply passed by, and divine grace, under cover of these elements, feeds and saves this soul. I submit this view admirably combines a sense of man's profound need of tradition, institution, training, with full justice to the importance of the dispositions and acts of the individual soul, and above all, with a keen sense of the need of special graces offered by God to the several souls. And such a view in no way levels down or damps the missionary ardor. Buddhism does not become equal to Mohammedanism, nor Mohammedanism to Judaism, nor Platonism to Christianity, nor Socinianism or Lutheranism to Catholicism. It merely claims that everywhere there is some truth, that this truth comes originally from God, and that this truth, great or little, is usually mediated to the soul, neither by a spiritual miracle nor by the sheer efforts of individuals, but by traditions, schools, and churches. We thus attain an outlook, generous, rich, elastic, yet also graduated, positive, unitary, and truly Catholic. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 10, Institutional Christianity, or The Church, Its Nature and Necessity. Part 1. When, as a child and lad, I was taken for our summer holiday and bathing from Brussels to Ostend, I used to be impressed, evermore as the years went by, with how, the nearer we came to the sea and to its salt landward breezes, the more did the trees bend away from their blasts. These trees stood there permanently fixed, in every kind of unnatural, fleeing or defiant attitude and angle. Only after I had passed these perturbing effects and tolls of the sea would I reach, and would I for weeks and weeks admire, this same wide sea, now found to be in itself so life-giving and so hospitable, a part of the great ocean encompassing the world. Those trees and that sea have remained with me for over half a century as a vivid image of the effect of the Church, be it the fact of the Church or the fancies concerning the Church, upon large masses of modern men. In the following address, I propose to follow the same order as that of my childish experiences. I will first describe the positions frequently attempted, though mostly in combinations of 2 or 3, by those who fear the Church or the churches, and who thus strive to find or to create operative substitutes for these despised or dreaded bodies. I will next try to define the chief causes which, apart from individual peculiarities or obvious perversities, are more or less at work in all such substitutions. I will thirdly indicate the still larger evidences for the abiding need, the strict irreplaceableness of the Church, notwithstanding all that de facto opposition, indeed even notwithstanding the understandableness, the partial justification of that opposition. And I will end with certain rules which I believe readily to spring from the situation as we have found it to exist by our first 3 investigations. Here I will only add 2 warnings. For one thing, I am addressing throughout only definite believers in a personal God and a persistent providence, and again, only those who deliberately recognize in the person, teaching, and spirit of the earthly Jesus and the heavenly Christ the supreme revelation of that personal God and of man's ways to him. And for a second thing, I beg my hearers to be patient for a little with the ambiguity involved in the apparently synonymous or alternative use of the terms church and churches. I believe the sheer facts and necessary implications of the 3 first sets of arguments will clear up this complexity, gradually indeed, but very surely, for and at the end. 1. If we take the substitutes offered to mankind for a church in the order of their increasing extension and subtlety, we shall move through the following 5 positions. In actual life, the substitutes generally consist, more or less, of mixtures effected between some 2 or 3 of these 5 theoretically possible pure positions. There is first the substitution which will doubtless always commend itself to the half-educated man, the individual. Religion, where such a man is at all religiously alive, is most rightly felt to be the deepest of man's experiences. But if so, what more natural, what more unanswerable conclusion can be drawn from this, readily argues this same man, than that religion, the deepest experience, is also of necessity the most private, the most entirely private, hence again the most incommunicable, the most individual, the most exclusively individual, of all things. Besides, does not everyone know himself best? Such a man, did he know Kant, would agree with Kant when this philosopher warns us that all attempts to influence or to mold the opinions of other men in such deepest matters are always only so much harmful interference and impertinent tyranny. The later Middle Age was already largely penetrated by this spirit. Thus the English Franciscan, William of Ockham, whom Luther regarded as his dear master, teaches at times and generally implies that a holy individual's soul can, at need of itself alone, fill the place of the Church. Then there is another, a wider outlook, that of the Waldensians and the Quakers. Here the family in great part supplants the Church. Next we get a position more comprehensive still, yet one, for the most part, harsher than the second, the sect. Montanus and that genius, his fiery follower, Tertullian, are good examples of this position. And then the substitution widens out, yet also thins down, into that of the German theologian Richard Rothe, who would deliberately oust the Church in favor of the state, doubtless a great simplification, if only it proved possible and fruitful. And finally there is the subtlest of all the substitutions, one now again very alluring to not a few fine minds, that of philosophy. So with the Stoics and Neoplatonists of old, so with Hume, insofar as he retained any religion at all, so with the Hegelians of more or less the left, as now with Dr. Bradley and Professor Bernard Boziquet in England, and with little or no religious sense remaining in Benedetto Croce in Italy. Most of the followers of M. Bergson appear to be in a similar case. All these philosophical groups have some good to say of religion, even of institutional religion, but a church is here essentially a condescension to the multitude, a largely childish symbol and kindergarten for what philosophy alone holds and teaches with a virile adequacy. The elements of truth variously present in these five substitutions of the individual, the family, the sect, the state, philosophy, will appear later on. Our immediate further task concerns the direct incentives for seeking after substitutes of any kind. 2. We shall never reach fairness towards these processes of substitution until we begin with the conviction that it is impossible, in view of history at large and of the history of these substitutions in particular, to put down these processes simply and generally to the sheer perversity of human nature. Such perversity is, indeed, very certainly more or less at work here also, yet demonstratively, upon the whole, only as a preparatory or intensifying cause. This is certain because of two facts which are simply undeniable. No institution in human history has reaped a more enthusiastic devotion and a more boundless gratitude than the Church, and this for something like 1,000 years, and amidst large masses of first Greco-Roman and then of Teutonic peoples, indeed also among the Celts and the Slavs. And again, these enthusiastic admirers were, by natural disposition, no better than are their descendants, nor have these descendants acquired a congenital taint unpossessed by those predecessors. Hence it is logically impossible to quote the past enthusiasm as a sure proof of the Church's goodness, and at the same time to take the later and present suspicion and hostility as simply evidence of men's badness. Men have remained throughout substantially the same, so that, if they weigh much as witnesses when they admire, they cannot weigh nothing as witnesses when they oppose. The chief real causes or occasions of such frequent attempts to evade the Church or to supersede it by means of this or that substitute are, I think, 4. I take them in the order of their growing penetration. The Church, as a visible institution, has to be, administered by human beings, and the majority of human beings are but average mortals who inevitably tend to work the Church, to develop the Church, with insufficient balance, in a spirit of acute rivalry or of worldly ambition, or at least in a simplest, short-cut manner. Yet thus to work or to develop the Church, in its multiform, inevitable relations with the other God-intended activities and God-given institutions of mankind, spells of necessity, more or less dangerous friction and ominous repression. and indeed such complications can spring in part from churchmen truly great in other ways. Striking examples of this are the claims of not a few of the popes of the later Middle Age and of the Renaissance. The papacy had rendered priceless services to mankind by achieving the autonomy of the Church in face of the state, of the Church as the organ essentially of supernature, in face of the state as the organism essentially of nature. And again the papacy has been from the first, and will doubtless remain to the last, the divinely intended and divinely blessed instrument and incorporation of the visible unity of the Church as essentially but one. Yet after that great, abiding precious victory, a certain obscuration of this permanent function could not but follow when certain popes came, in their turn, to forget, at least in practice, the specific rights and legitimate autonomy of the state. Another striking instance of a similar oblivion is the Galileo case, where the sense has not yet sufficiently awakened or is in obeisance that science also possesses its own specific duties, rights, and powers. Again, the Church, as a visible institution, worked and developed in its average manifestations, largely by distinctly average men, tends to ignore, or at least to grudge and to minimize, the degrees and kinds of truth and goodness always more or less present in such other religious bodies as may possess a long duration and ethical seriousness. A remarkable example of this is furnished even by such a God-inspired genius as St. Paul, when in his systematizing and speculative mood. For when in that mood, the entire Old Testament cultus can appear to this vehement convert to the new revelation, as exclusively a means for bringing home to its devotees a sense of their sinfulness and of the radical inability of the Jewish Church to bring any strength whatsoever to the avoidance of the sins thus discovered. Once more, the Church, as a visible institution, worked and developed by average men, after conquering and winning the world, not by killing but by dying, came, some half a century after its external triumph over Constantine, to killing, to allowing, indeed to encouraging and blessing her lay children to kill in their turn, in and for matters of religious belief. The use of force in religion is, indeed, deeply embedded in the Old Testament. King Josiah's great, profoundly important, and very fruitful reform was demonstratively full of it. And many of the Psalms breathe this same spirit, which indeed still appears plainly in parts of our Christian book of Revelation. And finally, the Church as a visible institution worked by average men has shown, ever since the advent of historical criticism, little comprehension of, and at times an acute hostility to, disinterested scholarship, with its serious investigation and candid enunciation of the successive stages, the human occasions, and the surface motives traceable in the history of the Bible and of the Church. This average attitude, on the contrary, requires a sheer identity of the successive forms, a strict sameness in even the subsidiary movements of the religious spirit. We thus find the condemnation of Richard Simon in the Roman Catholic Church, and of Bishop Colenso in the Anglican, and of William Robertson Smith and Charles Briggs in the Presbyterian bodies. These four checks and oppressions, especially where they appear more or less in combination, readily explain a large part of men's alienation from institutional Christianity, even where there is not the still more decisive incentive of a decided immanentism, or even of bad living, or of sheer perversity. 3. Nevertheless, there lies ready for the docile mind the most varied, unforced, largely indirect and unexpected, cumulative and hence very powerful, evidence for the abiding need of the Church, if we are only sufficiently patient to persist in openness of mind towards the rich lessons, past and present, of the spiritual life. We shall find this evidence for the Church to be more extensive and deeper than are the evidences against it, and indeed to be alone fully germane to the issue in question. There is then, first, the presumption furnished by the other levels and ranges of the multiform life of man. Thus art, we cannot deny, is developed in and through academies, schools, traditions. True, artistic genius is something more and other than is such training, or than all that such training can give of itself. Yet even genius cannot dispense with at least the more indirect forms and effects of such training, if this genius is to achieve its own full power and effect. So too with science. Science assuredly does not grow solely by means of schools, traditions, the succession of teachers, yet it does, upon the whole, require such an environment and discipline. The same holds good of philosophy in its own manner and degree. And ethics, to be rich and robust, requires the family, the guild, the state, not only as the ends of ethics, but also as its disporting ground and means. And similarly with religion, such maxims and habits of soul as, to be alone with the alone, and God is a spirit, and they that would serve him must serve him in spirit and in truth, spring from many centuries of social philosophy and social religion. The facts of man's essentially mixed condition of sense and spirit, and of his essential sociality will always, in the long run, refute and supplant, for the masses of men, every purely individualist or purely spiritual religion or attempt at such a religion. But body and society combined spell, if thus admitted on principle as essential factors of religion, nothing less than a visible church. There is, next, the actual history of religion itself. All the great religious personalities, whose antecedents, doings, and effects we can trace at all securely and at all fully, sprang from religious institutions, and either deliberately continued the extant institution, or founded another institution, or at the least very soon influenced history in such an institutional direction. This is the case with Gautama, the Buddha, in the full sense of the deliberate foundation of an order and a church. Still more is it so, as here springing from a long development of a religious society and of a common worship, and as leading on to a great reinforcement of this social common cultus. With the Jewish prophets, we can here follow the interconnection of the social and the individual from Elijah onwards, ever more clearly to Jeremiah with King Josiah's centralization of the Hebrew worship and his organization of a definite church, and then on again to Ezekiel, duly followed by the elaborate ecclesiasticism of the priestly code. So too with St. John the Baptist, who, all single and original as he appears, has in reality a long tradition and a rich social training behind him and around him. And especially is it so with St. Paul and with the great author of the fourth gospel. St. Paul deliberately organizes the Christian church, liberated by him from all subjection to the Jewish church, and the fourth gospel presupposes throughout this church character of Christianity. Indeed, also with Jesus himself, as he appears in the synoptic gospels, we find such a social, institutional religion, if we but vividly bear in mind three very pregnant facts. The expectation of his proximate second coming is a fact, at least it was a certainty for the first hearers and first recorders of the words of Jesus, and this fact has to be remembered, not simply as concerns this or that subject matter of the recorded saying and doings of Jesus, but as it concerns them all. There is no sense in using this fact, as is now not rarely done, in explanation of the small or no place occupied in the sayings of Jesus by the family, labor, the state, art, philosophy, or rather of his, practically complete, abstraction from these great duties, problems, difficulties of manifold yet closely interconnected human life. Not to allow for the same fact in the question of the sayings of Jesus concerning the church. Again, if the precise term church was apparently never uttered by the earthly Jesus, the thing itself is, in its essence, already truly present in the most undeniable of his own words, acts, and organizings. For the parables which have for background, or for the center, the family or a kingdom, an owner of a house or a vineyard, or the parables which turn on the qualities of salt and of leaven, they all imply a social religious organism, a hierarchy of superordination and of subordination, as well as of co-ordination. And all this appears as one side of the rich living paradox, which, on the other side, bids us one and all to be but the lowly servants of each other. And the actions of Jesus entirely bear out this social, organic, graduated, this church conception of religion. These acts move emphatically, not up from the many to the few, and on from the few to the one, nor again do they proceed down as a light of grace vouchsafed by God, independently of all other souls, to each soul direct, so that the economy of salvation would consist in so many parallel lines of approach, each free from all contact or crossing by others. No, the movement here is down from the one invisible God, through the one visible, audible, tangible Jesus, on to the 12 visible men formed into a single college by Jesus himself, and sent out by him to preach, to heal, to forgive sins, with solemn warnings as to the guilt of those who may refuse to hear them. And this visible college is given a visible head by the visible Jesus himself, and Jesus deliberately changes the name of this, his chief representative, to the significant appellation, Rock, in return for the recognition by Simon alone amongst the 12 apostles of Jesus as the Messiah. And finally, if the church exists in such sayings and doings as were indisputably spoken or enacted by the earthly Jesus himself, only in fact and in rudiment this same church appears, very certainly, also in name and in all its essential lineaments, well within the New Testament, indeed throughout a full 2/3 of its contents. Thus St. Paul busily organizes the church, and yet simultaneously apprehends the church as the very body of Christ, and insists solemnly upon the two great central sacraments, baptism and the Holy Eucharist. We have the Johannine Gospel penetrated from first to last with the conception of the beloved community and of these two great sacraments, here the subject matter of two solemn discourses. And indeed these sacraments are here summed up symbolically in the water and the blood, which flow from the pierced side of Jesus upon the cross, and the church is similarly symbolized by the seamless coat left by Jesus, the new high priest, to mankind, for the reality so adumbrated is to be thus indivisible except by the sins and schisms of men. Indeed, the waiting of the beloved disciple to let Peter pass into the empty sepulchre before him, although he, and not Peter, had first reached the entrance, appears to be one more instance of the sense of order of the church and of its invisible oneness, which indeed penetrates the entire work. And finally the synoptic gospels, in their apparently later constituents, sum up for us majestically these developments. Matthew gives us the two great passages of the church now solemnly proclaimed by name and to be built upon the rock, Cephas, Peter, and of the sublime commission of the risen Christ to the apostles, sending them out into all the world and promising to be with them to the end. And Luke gives us the prophecy of Jesus to the disciples, that Satan would attempt to sift them as wheat, but that he, Christ, had prayed, not for them all, but for Simon Peter, him alone, that his faith should never fail, and that he, Simon Peter, after his conversion, not from infidelity but from cowardice, was to confirm them. Our Lord died upon the cross in AD 30. The two great primitive collections of his sayings and doings, the Gospel according to St. Mark and the Logia, no doubt existed in written form already in the middle 60s. St. Paul's great epistles cannot be more recent than AD 52 to 59. The Gospels of Matthew and of Luke, minus some later additions, belong probably the first to AD 70 to 75 and the second to AD 78 to 85. The fourth Gospel cannot be more recent than AD 110 and may well go back as far as AD 95. And already in AD 93 to 97, we have the first epistle of St. Clement, Bishop of Rome, a prelude to the worldwide claim and influence of Bishop Victor of Rome in the great Paschal controversy of AD 190-191. In view of such facts, it is not fantastic if Wernel, Die Synoptische Frage, 1899, and Heinrich J. Holtzmann, Die Synoptiker, edition 1901, these two highly competent Protestant specialists hold as possible that Matthew, chapter 16, verses 17 through 19, the great "Thou art Peter" passage, already expresses the Roman claim, "Selbstbewusstsein," In any case, nothing could well be more certain than are the earliness, the spiritual need and fruitfulness, and the prompt emphasis of the developments of the Church and the sacraments. History never yields mathematical demonstration even as to the brute facts, as to their happenedness. Still less can history of itself alone penetrate to the inner meaning of these happenednesses. Hence we can, if we will, stiffen and close our minds against all these developments. We can at least treat them as artificial accretions. But the moral certainty special to history will then raise great difficulties against us in view of the earliness of the developments concerned, and Christianity will then be forced to appear as having fraudulently, or at least quite externally, acquired the hands and the feet, the foot and the heart, with which it worked, moved, sustained itself, loved and struggled against an acutely hostile world, and with which it eagerly and increasingly conquered that world during those early decades and the subsequent 3 centuries of catacombs. One thing in any case, even the simplest logic forbids us to do. We are not free, though how often this is done. We are not free to accept certain formulations of doctrine, which appear clear and definite only in the Middle and later New Testament, as accurate enunciations of the facts and beliefs implicitly present from the first, and to evade or to explain away other parallel developments because we do not like their content. God so loved the world. This great passage may appeal to us more than, "Thou art Peter." And yet only both, and not one only, can, for a large and logical outlook, represent the genius of Christianity, comparatively late as may be both these articulations of it. And there is finally a third group of proofs for the need of the Church. Evidence, largely delicate and difficult to trace in detail, yet very real and impressively spontaneous and convergent. We here get evidence both of the impoverishment which follows upon conscious rejection of the social, institutional element of religion, and of the unconscious indebtedness of the individualist to such social and institutional religion for much of such adequacy as he may retain. And there is, contrawise, the evidence of the heightened good which springs from deliberate persistent acceptance of the Church as such. Here we cannot do more than give some specimens from the very large mass of facts. Thus, as to the impoverishment in the lives of the churchless religionists, we can trace a certain incompleteness in man's humility, so long as it consists of humiliation before God alone, and as it claims to derive all its religious help without any mediation of the senses and of society, purely spiritually from the infinite pure Spirit alone. Complete humility imperatively demands my continuous recognition of my multiform need of my fellow creatures, especially of those wiser and better than myself, and of my lifelong need of training, discipline, incorporation. Full humility requires filial obedience and docility towards men and institutions, as well as fraternal give and take, and paternal authority and superintendence. All this as against the first of the substitutes for the Church, individualism. The second and fourth substitutes, the family and the state, when taken thus not in addition to, but in lieu of, the Church, tend, the first, rather to a sentimental moralism, a mutual admiration society, and the second, to a morality and inchoate religion of a natural, a golden rule type, as in the cases of Confucius and of Bentham. The third substitution, that of the sect, is rather a one-sidedness than a sheer error, and will be considered later on. But the fifth, the last substitution, that of philosophy, is probably, for men of education, the most inflating error amongst all these substitutions. There can be no doubt that where such patronage of the toiling, moiling church folk by superior philosophical insight does not induce pride and complacency, this can only spring from certain rare qualities in the character concerned. In any case, such a soul lacks the very definite training in the creaturely mind so richly furnished by church appurtenance. But again, the men who practice these several substitutions draw such good as is often largely present within them, for the most part from the work and effect across the centuries, and from the still persistent influence, however much ignored, of the Church and of the spirit of the Church. Thus the individualist, derives his frequent sense of the sacredness which attaches to each single soul, not from his individualism as such, but from the long, slow elaboration by the Christian community of the value of its several constituents, the various, all more or less unique and different, members of the mystical body of Christ. The man who substitutes the family similarly takes the said family as it has been slowly, most costingly elaborated by means of religious ideals, especially now for well-nigh 19 centuries by Christian ideals. It was the doctrines, the religious facts of the Holy Trinity, of the fatherhood of God, of Christ's mother, of God's children, and of the Church as an organism of interdependent, mutually supplementary, variously related members. It was these spiritual forces which, at their best, ended by producing something like ideal families amongst men at large. Again, the man who substitutes the state for the Church very largely finds such sufficient nobility in the state as he may acquire and reveal, through the mirage thrown on to his image of the state by the ages-long and world-wide work of the Church at its noblest. And finally, the man who substitutes philosophy retains or reaches some depth and delicacy of outlook, largely because the tenets or temper of mind thus adopted by him spring from philosophies which are themselves more or less penetrated by genuine religious instincts, such as Platonism or Stoicism, or especially Neoplatonism, or which have been considerably influenced by the Jewish or Christian churches, as with Philinism and the outlooks of Leibniz and Locke, Kant and Hegel. The advantages of a direct, deliberate acceptance of, and of a lifelong submission to, the Church will be best indicated in conjunction with the suggestions for the most fruitful working of such acceptance and submission. End of chapter 10, part 1.